Chapter 1. Transmigration into a Historical Novel. August 1974. Summer Nation. Chuan Province. Is this a joke? Gong Dou Dou, have actually crossed over into another era. Startled, the frail and pallid Gong Dou Dou bolted upright from her small bed, her eyes widening in disbelief. After a moment, she spat, "What bad luck, I didn't die after all." At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the living room. A plump woman, glistening with sweat and carrying a basket brimming with vegetables, cheerfully regarded her darling son, who had just awakened from his slumber on the sofa. "Good son, what have you done at home today? Eat, sleep, and hit dodo." The overnourished 10-year-old boy puffed out his chubby cheeks, proudly thumping his belly. "Mother, I was exhausted from hitting that little brat dodo. Give me $1, I want to buy some peach crisps and soda from the supply store." "You didn't hit her in the face, did you?" "No, mother. You said it yourself, only hit the places covered by her clothes." "I've remembered that well." The woman felt both gratified and proud. "Good boy, keep it up." "After hitting her so many times, that little fool Dodo hasn't died yet?" "Nope, that little brat has a strong constitution. My hands hurt from all the hitting." The chubby boy complained, laboriously rising and deftly pulling $1 from his mother's bag to stuff into his pocket. "Mother, don't call it hitting Dodo anymore, just strangle her to death. We don't keep useless burdens in our home. If you have money to feed her, you might as well buy me some candy. Your father and I have thought about doing just that." The woman set down the basket and glared fiercely at the small partition where Gong Dou Dou resided, spitting in disgust. "What terrible luck! Good son, it's easy to strangle that little fool, but don't forget about her brother, that madman. If he finds out we killed her." The chubby boy's expression changed abruptly, his eyes wide with fear. "Mother, please don't say that. He was the little tyrant of the household, the apple of his grandparents, parents, and everyone's eyes, unafraid of anything in the world except for Gong Hao Yang." Gong Hao Yang, Dodo's older brother. "When he gets angry, it hurts like hell. From grandparents to parents and down to him and his sister, he had beaten everyone in the family except for that little brat." "So, are you afraid?" "He certainly was." The chubby boy shivered suddenly, his head shrinking back, his tone turning cautious. "Mother, I hit Dodo today. Do you think Gong Hao Yang will find out?" "Heavens, he didn't want to get beaten. He won't." The woman spoke with conviction. After all, Gong Dou Dou was a fool, only capable of crying, and at 5 years old, she still couldn't speak. Moreover, although Gong Hao Yang cared for her, he had his own affairs to attend to and wouldn't be spending all day with the little fool. Most importantly, there's a distinction between genders. She was the one who bathed the little fool, and the injuries hidden beneath her clothes would go unnoticed by anyone but her. The woman felt invulnerable, smiling as she patted her darling son's chubby cheeks. "Good son, you must be exhausted today. Look at your face, you've lost weight. I specially bought some pork belly to make braised meat for you." She needed to discuss with her husband how to ensure that Dodo, the little brat, swiftly met her demise without Gong Hao Yang suspecting anything amiss. Then they would quietly dispose of Gong Hao Yang as well. At that point, the Gong family fortune would naturally fall into their hands. Gong Dou Dou's eyes turned icy, her small figure suddenly appearing at the door, observing the unabashed scheming on the plump woman's face, her hands itching with anticipation. She, Gong Dou Dou, was infamous in the apocalypse for being a fierce little girl, creating chaos, wreaking havoc, and dealing with zombies, creating trouble for others, for herself, and even for the air around her. When in a good mood, she could tolerate the sight of a zombie dog by the roadside. When in a bad mood, she would even scold herself. It couldn't be helped she lost her beloved parents and brother when she was merely 5 years old, all because of a colossal meteorite that crushed her family to oblivion, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Damn heavens! Shouldn't a family be together? Why was she the only one left to survive in the apocalypse? Fine, she could survive, but to watch her loved ones die helplessly before her eyes wasn't that the cruelest fate? Since then, her mental state had remained stable, oscillating between madness and fervor. Zombies and surviving humans alike feared her wherever she went. They instinctively kept their distance. Well, they were rather obedient, Zombies, TT. Who understands? The little girl had a hair-trigger temper even though they were zombies. They feared death too, you know? Surviving humans. What a bitter tear. We didn't want to be obedient either, it's just that we couldn't fight back, couldn't scold them, and couldn't even go mad. Isn't it infuriating? Gong Dou Dou glanced down at her oversized, ill-fitting clothes and her frail little frame. Her hands itched even more. She initially thought that with the family heirloom a treasure bowl along with the accompanying spiritual space, and her innate wood, fire, and lightning abilities, she could live a stable life until old age in the apocalypse. Yet, unexpectedly, at the age of 15, she followed in her family's footsteps. In the same spot struck by a meteorite, she was smashed to bits. One must say, her luck was truly unparalleled. Death was death. She had never attached much importance to life and death. Without her parents and brother, living alone was rather dull. She finally escaped the sea of suffering. Regrettably, she did not die. Instead, she transmigrated into the world of a novel, specifically into a historical novel she had previously read, and was now a namesake and a minor character who exited the stage at the very beginning. The important thing must be reiterated thrice. This is merely a fictional world created by a novel. A fictional world created by a novel. A created world. Everything is incongruent with reality. The original character was a pitiful little soul. A family of 4. Her brother was Gong Dou Dou, just turned 18. Her father was a soldier, holding a respectable position in the military, but unfortunately, while she was still in the womb, Gong's father heroically sacrificed himself on the battlefield. Her mother was a surgeon at a military hospital, who mysteriously disappeared shortly after giving birth to her, becoming an unsolved case. From then on, the siblings relied on each other. The original character was born weak and sickly, suffering from congenital heart disease. Living to the age of 5 was solely due to her brother Gong Dou Dou's efforts. To be honest, Gong Dou Dou had it tough. Father dead in battle, mother missing. At just 13, he learned to raise a child with the help of the ants in the military compound, managing to single-handedly support the original character. It wasn't until their sister turned 1 that the military compound was due to be returned, forcing him to take his sister back to the house their father had purchased. However, that house had long been claimed by the unreasonable grandparents and the uncle's family. Chapter 2. Tear apart the despicable. The unreasonable grandparents, Li Delin and Zheng Chunhua, were not Gong's father's biological parents, merely his adoptive ones. These 2 old wretches possessed hearts as cruel as beasts, treating Gong's father with unrelenting cruelty and malice. After all, they were not his birth parents. Had it not been for Gong's father's own determination to enlist, who knows how long they would have tormented him. Perhaps due to their countless misdeeds, they only bore one son in their lifetime, Uncle Li Fu Gui. Li Fu Gui's wife was named Huang Meiman. The couple had a son and a daughter. Their eldest daughter, Li, was 18 this year, while their youngest son, Li Wei, was 10. This family of 4 inherited the grandparents' vile traits, equally malicious, greedy, and cruel, intent on consuming the original character and her brother's inheritance. Though they feigned fear of Gong Dou Dou on the surface, they secretly abused the original character, wishing to eliminate her without leaving a trace. In the novel, the original character was beaten to death today by the chubby boy, Li Wei. After her death, her brother went completely mad, tormenting the Li family until they were on the brink of death, ultimately poisoning the entire family with rat poison. With his only relative gone, Gong Dou Dou's world crumbled, and he lost all motivation to live, retreating to a deep forest where he dug a pit to bury himself and his sister. Even in his final moments, he held on tightly to his sister. This was the tragic and detestable conclusion for the siblings. Miserable, yet loathsome. In the historical novel, the siblings were merely inconsequential minor characters, their story brushed over without much detail. Had it been before, Gong Dou Dou wouldn't have given it a second thought. But now that she had become the original character, the little pitiful one, her pent-up resentment was akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Stupid author. So what if I'm a minor character? Even minor characters can rise. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. With the unparalleled brother Gong Dou Dou by her side, she would crush the scum and the despicable, enjoying the finest delicacies and being surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, with endless money to spend. Let everyone else drool in envy. With that thought, Gong Dou Dou's hands itched even more, her gaze icy as she fixated on Huang Meiman and her son. Ki. The pig has grown fat. It's time to slaughter it for a feast. Cook. A childlike, yet eerie laughter reverberated throughout the living room, startling Huang Meiman and her son, causing them to tremble as if their very souls were about to flee. Mother, that wretched little Dou Dou actually stood up and pretended to scare me. You must punish her severely. Li Wei exclaimed, his anger causing him to stomp his feet in frustration. Due to his short and portly stature, he was unable to leap, and instead his clumsy feet tripped him, sending him crashing to the ground, his gaze towards Gong Dou Dou growing ever more venomous with rage. Ouch! That hurts! Mother, please help me up! That cursed little brat must have hexed me. Mother, you must avenge me. Beat that wretched child to a pulp. I despise her so much I want her dead. All right, my dear son. Do not be agitated. Let me assist you up first, and then I shall deal with that little wretch on your behalf, Huang Meiman replied. Huang Meiman, also quite rotund, had enjoyed a life of comfort over the years, indulging in good food and fine clothing. Yet her strength had not increased in kind. Li Wei, at merely 10 years old, had been spoiled by his family, transforming into a hefty pig of over 100 pounds of rarity in these times. Huang Meiman was drenched in sweat, exerting all her strength, but failing to lift her precious son from the ground. Gong Dou Dou looked on in utter disdain. Such a feeble creature posed no challenge. She could easily defeat him with a single punch. Wretched child, what kind of look is that? Are you disgusted? Huang Meiman seethed, glaring at Gong Dou Dou with a menacing expression. Gong Dou Dou curled her lips into a smirk. Who are you calling a wretch? I am referring to you, wretch. Gong Dou Dou's face was alight with mockery as she burst into laughter. Huang wretch, you possess a remarkable self-awareness. Knowing you are a wretch, perhaps you should keep that pig mouth of yours shut. Not only is your oink deafening, but your breath reeks as well. Do you not realize this? Oh, indeed, you are a beast. How could a beast ever feel disdain for itself? How could a beast comprehend human language? Wouldn't you agree? Huang Meiman was taken aback, a mix of shock, fury, and rage flooding her senses as she belatedly grasped the situation. Gong Dou Dou, you're not foolish anymore? Not only was she not foolish, but she was also quite articulate. Her mouth, opening and closing like a machine gun, left Huang Meiman feeling as though she might bleed from the confrontation. What? That little wretch is no longer foolish? Li Wei was taken aback, unable to accept this revelation. His parents had made it clear that the Gong family's wealth would one day belong to him. Now that Gong Dou Dou was no longer foolish, Gong Haoyang would undoubtedly be the first to expel them from this house. When he had previously demanded the house, he had never intended for them to continue residing here. If it weren't for his parents insisting he needed to attend school and could not take Gong Dou Dou with him, he would have left them behind for their own care. After much persuasion, Gong Haoyang had reluctantly agreed. Originally, his grandparents had lived here as well, but after being intimidated by Gong Haoyang, they had retreated back to their village like a pair of turtles. His grandparents truly lacked courage. Gritting his teeth, Li Wei seized Huang Meiman's hand. Mother, quickly, before Gong Haoyang returns, let us eliminate that little wretch. She dares to compete with me for the house and the wealth. Huang Meiman paused for a moment, but upon meeting Gong Dou Dou's cold, mocking stare, her fury ignited, and she made up her mind. Very well, my dear son, I shall heed your call. This little wretch, despite being merely 5 years old, exhibited behavior far beyond her years, especially that gaze, as if she had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of flames, sending shivers down Huang Meiman's spine. Want to kill me? You'd best consider whether you possess the capability. Gong Dou Dou smirked coldly, swiftly raising her tiny fist, resembling a miniature cannon, and with a whoosh, charged at Huang Meiman and her son. Ah! Ah! The heart-wrenching cries of pain echoed, creating a delightful melody that invigorated Gong Dou Dou even further. She had long asserted that her mental state remained splendid. She was either in a frenzy or in a fit of madness. Hey, shout for me. Dou Dou loves it when you scream. The louder you yell, the more I delight in it. Ah, please, I beg you. Ah, mother, help me. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Gong Dou Dou restrained her strength, fearful of killing both pigs in one blow. Her tiny fists continued to strike, her innocent voice echoing like a ghost demanding souls. We're slaughtering pigs, slaughtering pigs. With one punch, flesh and bone shall part. Ha 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 ha. Before long, the mother and son were left gasping for breath, and Gong Dou Dou, still unsated, withdrew her small fists, pouting her lips, and spat disdainfully at them. Ha! Only capable of growing fat with no real talent. What a waste of my expressions. All right. Slaughtering pigs also requires plucking their feathers. I almost forgot this important step. Don't worry, I shall commence plucking now. Leaving the small hairs on their bodies for now, she focused on the hair atop their heads. Gong Dou Dou tilted her little head, grinning maniacally. Plucking one by one is too slow. I shall do it by the handful. Oh dear, Dou Dou is truly too kind-hearted. In this world, no one is as kind as I am. I take pride in it. Chapter 3. A family must be neatly united. The two pigs, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life, emitted weak yet piercing cries once more. Awoo, awoo, ah, the cries lacked vigor, prompting Dou Dou to leave a poor review. The consequence of this criticism was that the pigs' hair, along with their scalps, was mercilessly plucked clean by Gong Dou Dou, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. With a crisp snap, the two pigs lost consciousness entirely. Just then, the door was pushed open. This residence was an independent courtyard, complete with a spacious yard and 5 rooms, surrounded by other independent courtyards. The environment quite pleasant. Li Fugui, with his protruding belly, rode in on his bicycle, glowing with pride as he returned with his daughter, Li. Even from a distance, his hearty and triumphant laughter could be heard. Ha ha ha, Li, you are indeed your father's good daughter. Did you really win over the son of the accounting clerk from the textile factory? Moreover, didn't you say he already had a girlfriend? Wu Bing, that scoundrel, tires of new things quickly. Has he already broken up with her? This fickleness is the essence of man, and he saw nothing wrong with it, for he himself was no different. His old flames were far more entertaining than that plump Huang Miamon. Li gave a haughty hum, akin to a victorious rooster, lifting her neck high. Father, why else? It's undoubtedly because I am beautiful. Wu Bing's previous girlfriend was hideously unattractive, lacking in education, family background, and physical appearance. I isn't it only natural for him to abandon her in pursuit of me. There's nothing extraordinary about it, really. Such fuss over nothing, she thought, was simply a sign of ignorance. Ha ha ha, Li, you are indeed impressive. To what stage has your relationship with Wu Bing progressed? Li Fugui cared little for his daughter beyond the potential benefits she could bring him. Father, we've only just begun dating. Li's cheeks flushed as she shyly stomped her foot. You? Li Fugui squinted his eyes and reminded her. Li, you've graduated from high school, but you're still unemployed. By September, you must either find a job or get married. Otherwise, you'll be forced to go to the countryside as a sent-down youth. Father, I absolutely refuse to go to the countryside, Li exclaimed, her emotions flaring, a cunning glint passing through her eyes. Father, why not have Gong Haoying take my place in the countryside? This way, I wouldn't need to rush into finding a job, and I can spend more time nurturing my relationship with Wu Bing. What do you think? Not a good idea, Li Fugui retorted, retracting his neck and rolling his eyes in annoyance. Gong Haoying was a lunatic. If Li could manage him, he might as well let her take on the role of father. The mere mention of Gong Haoying made his bones ache, for he had no desire to be beaten. Li, like her mother, was short-sighted and foolish. If she could manipulate Gong Haoying, she would have already seized the Gong family's fortune. Damn it, Gong Haoying was a formidable character. He simply couldn't compete with him. Li pouted, feeling quite unsatisfied. She wished to marry Wu Bing while avoiding employment, desiring only to indulge in a life of leisure, devoid of responsibility. Such a life was the one she believed she deserved. Father, didn't you previously mention hiring someone to deal with Gong Haoying? Why is there still no progress? Do you think I don't want to? Li Fugui's eyes flickered, a hint of lingering fear present. He had already hired several groups of people, all of whom had been beaten to a pulp by Gong Haoying. No one dared to accept his orders in this area anymore. On the contrary, he had been ambushed several times, left bruised and battered, robbed of his valuables and money. After several such encounters, he had come to his senses. The ones who ambushed him were none other than Gong Haoying himself. Returning the favor without breaking his bones was already a stroke of luck. As for settling the score with Gong Haoying, forget it. He lacked the courage. Gong Haoying, the reason I haven't broken your limbs is that I seek sustainable development. Free money is just delightful. Father, why are you so cowardly? If you're so brave, then go find someone to deal with him. If you can kill him, I'll give you 200 yuan as a dowry when I marry. Really? Li's eyes sparkled with delight, her mind fixated on the dowry, momentarily forgetting her own worth. The petite figure of Gong Dou Dou floated before the father and daughter like a ghost. Her large, sparkling eyes filled with nothing but murderous intent. Oh, you wish to kill my brother? Have you consulted me first? Her childish voice chilled to the bone. The father and daughter jumped in shock, initially believing they were haunted, only to realize it was the foolish Gong Dou Dou. You little brat, you! Before Li could finish her retort, Dou Dou leaped forward and kicked her into the living room, where she landed heavily on the floor, emitting a heart-wrenching pig-like squeal. Gong Dou Dou was somewhat satisfied with this sound. It was loud and resonant. Very good, maintain that. You. Li Fugui was utterly terrified, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence as he stared at Dou Dou in fear. What's the matter with me? Dou Dou tilted her head and smiled, her gaze icy and chilling. Li Fugui, are you trying to say I'm formidable? And no, not at all. Li Fugui's face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down his brow, his legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly wetting himself. Heavens, is this truly the foolish Gong Dou Dou? Such abnormality, could it be that she is possessed by a ghost? Li Fugui's hair stood on end, and he swallowed hard. Dou Dou, bang. Dou Dou delivered a punch to Li Fugui, silencing him with a fierce glare. If you can't speak properly, just shut your pig mouth. Your voice is horrendous, but, Dou Dou grinned. I, for one, adore the sound of pigs squealing. The louder they squeal, the more excited I become. Hee. Dou Dou placed one hand on her hip and laughed uproariously, while with the other, she tugged on Li Fugui's slightly long hair, effortlessly dragging his hefty frame into the living room. Dou Dou, my scalp. It hurts. Let me go. I'm your second uncle. You can't treat me this way. Li Fugui was filled with dread and pain, and in his fear, he wet his pants, the stench of urine permeating the living room. Damn, that's foul woo-woo. Dou Dou, killing is against the law. You can't kill me. I'm your second uncle. Please, I beg you, let me go. Letting you go is out of the question. Dou Dou, never hold grudges. I believe in resolving grievances overnight. Isn't that wonderful? After saying this, Dou Dou gave herself a thumbs up. Being too excellent is a drawback, Li Fugui. You lunatic, you're nothing but a little madwoman. Dou Dou, in high spirits, arranged Li Fugui and his daughter alongside Huang Meiman and her son in a neat row. A family must be neatly united. This is perfection. However, Li Fugui and his daughter were not cooperating. In no matter, Dou Dou thought, if the beasts refuse to listen, it's likely they haven't been beaten enough. A near-death experience should do the trick. Subsequently, the father and daughter inherited the heart-wrenching squeals of Huang Meiman and her son, magnificently amplifying them. Congratulations were in order. Dou Dou was quite pleased. It wasn't until their voices grew hoarse that Dou Dou, hands behind her back, pointed at the scene, declaring, well done. Dou Dou will reward you generously. Chapter 4. The Ancestry of Gong's Father, Generous Rewards. The battered Li Fugui and his daughter lay on the ground, utterly horrified, suddenly bolting upright as if revived from the dead. They hastily wiped their noses in tears, desperately pleading with weak, hoarse voices. Dou Dou, we don't want any rewards. Please, for the sake of our blood relation, spare us further torment. All right, Dou Dou, I'm sorry. After your return, I shouldn't have pinched, hit, or insulted you. Nor should I have called you a little brat, a foolish girl, a mute, or a burden woo-woo. I don't want to die. I am not even married yet. Please spare me, by the way. If you wish to torment someone, go after Grandpa and Grandma. They are the ones who taught us to mistreat you behind Gong Haoying's back and suggested we eliminate you and your brother. Your father's pension and this property would belong to our family. Lily grew increasingly emboldened as she spoke. She could no longer act arrogantly in front of Gong Dou Dou. Only a deep-seated terror remained. Dou Dou, Grandma, and Grandpa also mentioned your father's origins. He was originally... Shut your mouth. Li Fugui's expression changed dramatically as he halted Li from continuing, his swollen, bloodshot eyes filled with warning. Li shrank back, afraid to spill any more secrets. Her father's wrath was indeed frightening. However, no matter how terrifying he was, he paled in comparison to the siblings Gong Dou Dou. They were the true madmen, merciless in their beatings. The ancestry of Gong's father. Dou Dou's eyes glinted as she brandished a glimmering dagger, shaking it playfully while tilting her head with a spine-chilling smile. Oh, I nearly forgot to pluck your feathers. When it comes to slaughtering pigs, one must pluck their feathers, scalps and all, followed by a swift incision and then evisceration. Please stop. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Li's eyes widened in horror as she screamed in despair. Dou Dou, don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I will tell you everything I know. At that moment, Li Fugui fell silent, not daring to intervene. He sensed that if he spoke, the little madwoman would surely eviscerate him. Moreover, trying to explain that murder was a capital crime to her was utterly futile. Dou Dou waved the dagger, her cute, yet eerie, Smile fixed on Li, her eyes icy. Hee hee, living isn't impossible. I enjoy gossip. The more you spill, the better. Do you understand? Why yes, I understand. Li stammered, terrified into submission, understanding whether she wanted to or not. Oh, not waste any time. Let us unveil the truth. All right. Li took a deep breath, daring not to meet the horrified and icy gaze of Gong Dou Dou, and spoke tremulously. Dou, your paternal grandparents were originally servants in your father's household. Your father's family has been engaged in commerce for 10 generations, making the Gong family immensely wealthy. During turbulent times, the head of the Gong family dismissed all the servants and donated their entire fortune to the state, thereby preserving the entire clan. However, the Gong family is quite large, with numerous collateral branches, and they were dissatisfied with the main family's unilateral decision to donate all their assets. The situation escalated significantly, and your father was still an infant at that time, nearly poisoned to death. Your grandfather then entrusted a substantial sum of silver to my grandparents to care for your father, with the promise that he would be returned once the Gong family stabilized. Unfortunately, when your father was 4, my grandparents received news of your grandfather's demise. This incident stirred a hornet's nest. From that moment on, your father was mistreated and despised by my grandparents. They initially hoped to receive another large sum of silver from your grandfather. But that ambition was dashed, which is entirely understandable. Were she in their shoes, she would feel the same. This was akin to laboring in vain. The color of Dou's eyes gradually darkened, as if shrouded in an impenetrable fog. It seemed these two old wretches were the epitome of ungratefulness. They were once servants of the Gong family and should have harbored gratitude toward their masters, yet after receiving a significant sum from your grandfather, they became insatiable. However, they had no right to mistreat Gong Fu. Their avarice and malice exemplified the worst of human nature, which could not be forgiven. Now that she has become the original, these two old fools will not enjoy an easy fate. As for the substantial sum given by Gong grandfather, they must repay it. The more Dou thought about it, the more infuriated she became. Emanating an icy aura, Li and Li Fu Gue were instantly terrified, trembling uncontrollably. How do you know all this so well? Dou stared at Li as if she were a ghost. Li shivered, confessing without daring to play tricks. I overheard it by accident. As for her daughter, destined to be married off, her grandparents and parents would hardly share such secrets with her. Li, lacking many talents, was remarkably adept at eavesdropping. Speaking of which, even her uncle's background was unknown to her mother and brother. Fearing that Gong Dou Dou might not believe her words, Li hastily added, Dou, I speak only the truth. If you do not believe me, you may ask my father. He knows your father's background even better than I do. Li Fu Gue gritted his teeth. Li, you truly are your father's good daughter. Fearful yet cowardly, Li Fu Gue dared not conceal the truth, nodding vigorously. Dou, what Li said is true. This is all I know. If you wish to learn more about your father's background, you may inquire with my parents for clarity. Ha! Upon hearing this, Dou's eyes brimmed with derision and disgust. The selfishness of the Li family was truly hereditary, and she expressed her admiration for it. Tell me, what is my true grandfather's name? His name is Gong Li Jiu. Li Fu Gue secretly scoffed, thinking the name was quite grandiose. Dou committed this to memory, a sinister smile creeping across her face as she struck Li's bruised and battered face with a dagger. Now, let the revelations continue. Do not stop. The chilling dagger nearly sent Li into a panic, rendering her unable to halt. Please, don't kill me, Dou. I also know secrets about my father. Li Fu Gue was both astonished and enraged, having underestimated his daughter. For the sake of her life, Li pretended not to notice the murderous glare from Li Fu Gue and rambled on. Dou, my father has been fooling around with numerous women behind my mother's back. He must have had affairs with at least 8 or 9 women, and he even steals small parts from the factory to sell. Furthermore, he particularly enjoys currying favor with the factory leaders, having given them gifts and red envelopes to ensure they do not reinstate your brother's job. Gong Dou's eyes darkened. The job that Gong Haoyang had was specifically provided by the military after their father's honorable sacrifice, intended to offer the siblings a means of livelihood, with the understanding that he would take over once he graduated from high school. In the intervening years, it was permissible for someone to fill in. However, this position had already been surreptitiously sold by that old scoundrel Li Delin to his own nephew, with the current employee being Li Wangkai, the eldest son of his nephew. Chapter 5. An exciting reunion of siblings. Gong Haoyang had only recently graduated from high school. Shortly after graduation, he sought out Li Wangkai to reclaim his job. The selfishness and shamelessness of the Li family were indeed a generational trait. As Li Wangkai refused to return the job, bluntly claiming he had purchased it for himself and using moral blackmail from Li Delin and the others against Gong Haoyang. Moreover, the factory director had long been bribed. These individuals were all in collusion, akin to a den of thieves, and ultimately, Gong Haoyang was unable to reclaim his position. Over the past half-month, he had often left early and returned late, with no one knowing what he was truly doing. Dodo chuckled coldly. Li Wangkai, the factory director, and those old fools Li Delin, you all are quite remarkable. I, Dodo, have taken note of you. Dodo kicked Li, her eyes gleaming with interest. Continue revealing the secrets. All right, Li endured the pain, daring not to utter a sound, knowing that any sound would only provoke Gong Dou Dou. This madwoman further, she regretted returning home today, as it had led to such inhumane torment. She truly felt she could not bear it any longer. Hiss, Dodo. I now wish to speak of my mother. My mother. Silence. Li, you better shut your mouth. The timidly Fu Gue seemed to sense that his daughter was about to divulge a shocking secret and was utterly unwilling to hear it. No, you shut your mouth. Dodo narrowed her eyes in displeasure, turning her head to plunge the dagger into Li Fu Gue's thigh, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Li, unable to look, too terrified to bear it. Ah, Li Fu Gue let out a heart-wrenching scream. Gong Dou Dou, this little lunatic, was indeed willing to wield a knife. Someone help him. Dodo's expression was frenzied with rage. She detested being interrupted while enjoying her revelations. She seized Li Fu Gue by the hair, saying, disobedient beast, you deserve punishment. With that, both hands went into action, swiftly pulling out all of Li Fu Gue's hair. His bald head was now a bloody mess. Looking exceedingly horrifying, and Li Fu Gue fainted from the pain. Li was also on the verge of death from fright, yet she dared not faint. Dodo. Just then, the tall and imposing figure of Gong Haoyang appeared at the doorway. His mouth agape, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Dodo looked up, smiled sweetly at Gong Haoyang. Brother, you're back. Dodo, you. Gong Haoyang was rendered speechless, staring blankly at Gong Dou Dou for a long moment before finally managing to close his mouth. His expression incredibly complex. His heart seemed to harbor 1,000 words, yet he found himself at a loss for how to articulate them. Gong Haoyang, save us. Your sister is going to kill us. Please, save us. I don't want to die. I haven't even married yet. Upon seeing Gong Haoyang suddenly appear, Li was overwhelmed with joy and tears, immediately regarding him as her lifeline. Gong Haoyang, please save me. Your sister has gone mad. I beg you, save me. Silence. Gong Haoyang sternly admonished, striding towards Li in her hopeful gaze. He delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, declaring, if you dare to call my sister mad again, I will kill you. What if she is mad? He would protect his sister. Ugh. Li clutched her abdomen in pain, filled with regret. Woo-woo, I was wrong. I should not have regarded Gong Haoyang as a normal person. His actions astonished Dodo while simultaneously filling her with immense satisfaction. Such an exceptional brother was indeed rare in this world. If only her brother were still alive. Gong Haoyang cast a glance at the scene of carnage in the living room, his eyes reddening as he choked back tears, asking, Dodo, did you inflict all these injuries? The familiar sensation of nostalgia was truly heartwarming. Yes, impressive. I assent it. Dodo proudly puffed out her small chest. Although she said little, her face was filled with an unmistakable desire for praise. Indeed, remarkable, exceedingly remarkable. Gong Haoyang found himself both amused and exasperated, pinching Dodo's little face, then squatting down to embrace her tightly. His body trembled uncontrollably. The once strong and valiant youth was now in tears. Dodo, brother has waited for you for so long. Gong Dou Dou. What do you mean by waited for you for so long? Could it be? Dodo's heart trembled as she tentatively asked, weeding at noon? Your mother is a tiger. Gong Haoyang could no longer contain his laughter, chuckling heartily as he ruffled Dodo's dry and unkempt hair. Dodo suppressed her excitement and continued reciting the lines, looking at the roasted duck hanging in the shop window. Perhaps the saliva flows 3,000 feet. In spring. One doesn't wash. Mosquitoes bite everywhere. Brother, it's truly you. The slogans matched perfectly, and Gong Dou Dou was overjoyed. With her mouth nearly reaching her ears, she kept burrowing into Gong Haoyang's embrace, as if only there could she find her sense of security, a sense of security bestowed by kin, rather than one she could provide for herself. The two feelings were entirely different. Dodo, brother is here. Do not fear. Gong Haoyang gently supported Dou Dou's frail little frame, looking down at her with tender affection, allowing her to nestle against him as she pleased. Though it was somewhat itchy, he managed to endure it. She squirmed. Gong Dou Dou suddenly ceased her movements, plopping down onto the ground and bursting into tears. "Wah?" she cried, her voice filled with anguish. "Brother, do you even know how I've been living these past years?" Among the four of them, she was the only one left alive, with no friends or relatives. Her heart ached day and night with longing. "Dou Dou, dear, don't cry just yet. We can cry later," her brother Gong Haoyang said, feeling a headache coming on from her tears, yet his mind remained surprisingly clear. "Huh?" Dou Dou widened her eyes, her tears on the brink of spilling over, her gaze filled with a poignant accusation. Was she not genuinely sorrowful? Then, to her astonishment, her tall and handsome brother sprang to his feet, swiftly knocking out Li Li with a single strike. He then expertly checked the remaining 3 pigs to confirm they were indeed unconscious. Assured that all was well, a smile returned to Gong Haoyang's face. "Dou Dou, some things are meant to be known only by us siblings to avoid unnecessary troubles, especially regarding our true origins. This must remain a secret, understood? Brother, do you even need to say that?" Dou Dou pouted indignantly. "I'm not a child anymore." She had survived alone in the apocalypse for a decade. If she were foolish and unguarded, she would have long since been devoured by zombies or other humans. Leaving nothing but bones behind in the apocalypse, there was no kindness to be found. "Brother, what on earth is going on? Why did you come to this world, and how did you know I would be here?" Dou Dou, momentarily forgetting her tears, stood up and dusted herself off, pulling Gong Haoyang's hand to lead him into their space. Chapter 6. The Gong Family Heirloom. The treasure basin. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, Gong Haoyang felt a lump in his throat, his eyes reddening. "Sister, is this our family's 3-story villa?" "Yes, surprise. Isn't it unexpected?" Dou Dou shook her little head, her demeanor exuding pride. "Brother, it took immense effort for me to move our house intact into this space." "Space?" Gong Haoyang gasped in astonishment. "Sister, have you awakened a spatial ability?" He recalled that none of their family had such a power. Even though each possessed abilities of their own, life in the apocalypse remained challenging. Dou Dou shook her head in disappointment. "I haven't awakened any abilities, but I did activate our family heirloom, the treasure basin. This space is a gift from it." Gong Haoyang felt no surprise at Dou Dou activating the treasure basin. Rather, he was overwhelmed with concern, tears streaming down his face as he held her small hand, examining it closely. "Sister, you must have been in great pain when you activated the basin." Their parents only knew that blood could activate it, but the specifics were unknown to them, the only constant being the necessity of blood. "She must have been hurt. Didn't hurt at all," Dou Dou chuckled, shaking her head. "No pain could compare to the loss of our parents and brother." Back then, she had watched helplessly as they were crushed by a meteorite, standing foolishly until the dust settled, only to frantically search for their remains afterward. Perhaps it was the mingling of her blood with that of her family that inadvertently activated the basin. It was also thanks to the basin that she had managed to survive in the apocalypse, albeit her mental state had become precariously unstable. "Zombies want to eat me? Boom. Humans want to bully me and seize my supplies? Boom. Plus, snatch my resources. Those with ulterior motives want to feign friendship? Ha. Still boom. And uproot their puppeteer. In essence, anyone who dared to provoke her would meet the same fate. Over time, she earned the title of the super fierce child. Wherever she went, both zombies and surviving humans would instinctively keep their distance, fearing to taint the air around her. The strong are often solitary. Dou Dou had long since grown accustomed to her solitary life, thus indifferent to the attitudes of zombies and humans alike. Gong Haoyang, however, understood that beneath her nonchalant demeanor lay immense suffering. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached, tears streaming down his face. "Sister, you've endured so much these years. Brother, please don't cry." Dou Dou's expression turned frantic. She feared nothing in the world except for the tears of those she cared about, especially the tears of her muscular brother. It feels odd no matter how you look at it. The days of the apocalypse were behind them, and she wished not to dwell on them. Quickly changing the subject, she said, "Brother, I have supplies in the space, food, necessities, drinks, clothes, everything. We will never have to worry about food or water again in this lifetime. Moreover, the space has preservation functions. It can house living beings, including humans, an endless supply of spiritual spring water, and 50 acres of spiritual fields. Unfortunately, I don't know how to farm, so those fields remain empty. It's such a pity." Gong Haoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister, I can farm. Let me take care of the spiritual fields, and I promise they will be overflowing. Okay, then it's settled, brother. Thank you for your hard work. Wait a minute. Gong Haoyang suddenly realized something. Sister, if you haven't planted crops or fruit trees, what have you been eating and wearing? I can search for food and clothing in stores and stalls. She replied. But when she was 5 years old, the apocalypse had just begun. Resources had already been largely depleted. Unless she used her wood-type ability to hasten the growth of seeds, she would have starved. After the apocalypse struck, their family had not followed the crowd to the bases. After all, their mother was a wood-type ability user. Though life was hard, they managed to fill their stomachs. Dodo grinned, pointing at the redwood table in the living room where the treasure basin sat motionless, feigning death. Brother, do you see that? That golden yellow treasure is the treasure basin. Treasure basin? You call me golden yellow? Your whole family is golden yellow? The treasure basin felt wronged but said nothing, for it was undeniably a brilliant golden hue, a color beloved by all. Humph. Gong Haoyang rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Sister, did the treasure basin just fart? Puff, puff. It sounded like the exhaust of a train. Haha, brother, you're not mistaken. It just farted. Dodo laughed until tears almost spilled from her eyes. Teasing the treasure basin was her genuine delight. Treasure basin. So infuriating. Puff, 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 puff. Then, unable to control itself, it let out several more loud farts. Phew, phew, phew. This was not just flatulence but rather a manifestation of its anger. Gong Haoyang stepped forward, inexplicably sniffing the air. His eyes lighting up in surprise. Sister, its farts actually smell nice. Not at all foul. Surprisingly, it was quite pleasant. The scent was indescribable, yet it brought a sense of tranquility. The treasure basin rolled its eyes in annoyance. Speaking in a babyish voice, humph. What a fuss. What I release is spiritual energy, not the dirty stuff you humans refer to. You can talk? Gong Haoyang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Fortunately, having experienced many unusual events, he quickly regained composure and carefully poked the treasure basin with his finger. So, you go by baby? Treasure basin, baby, that name is quite hard to say, it replied, slightly bashful. Yes, that name was given to me by Dodo. Isn't it lovely? The treasure basin swayed its golden form, feeling a rare sense of shyness. To be named baby by a little girl was quite a delightful embarrassment. Initially, it felt awkward, but over time, it grew accustomed to it. In truth, it was overjoyed. Baby, what a charming name. Gong Haoyang smiled broadly and gave a thumbs up. That name suits you perfectly. Of course, it was his sister's choice of name. He would find it charming even if she named a pile of dung. He couldn't help it. He was utterly infatuated with his sister. The treasure basin was pleased with Gong Haoyang's response, trembling with excitement as a golden, fist-sized pill appeared within. Tada. This is a gift for you, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Eat it. It rarely parted with such treasures. Chapter 7. Gong Haoyang recognizes the treasure basin as his elder brother. What is this? Gong Haoyang was curious yet hesitant to eat something unknown. He needed to clarify first. Before the treasure basin could respond, Dodo quickly shoved the fist-sized pill into his hands. Brother, hurry and eat. This is a strength pill. After consuming it, you could punch down 2 cows. Is it really that powerful? Of course. Baby said this was refined by its first master, who was a celestial being in the cultivation world. The pills are limited in number, and each one consumed means 1 less. Unfortunately, Baby cannot replicate them. All right, I'll eat it right away. Gong Haoyang no longer hesitated. He didn't fully trust the treasure basin, but he had complete faith in his sister. He believed that she would never harm him. With a single swallow of the elixir, Gong Haoyang's eyes sparkled anew, and he himself was unaware of how many times his eyes had shone since reuniting with his sister. He had initially thought that swallowing the elixir would be a daunting task, perhaps even leading to a few choking fits, but to his surprise, it melted in his mouth, releasing a delightful fragrance reminiscent of fruits. Delicious, simply delightful. Like Zhu Beiji savoring the ginseng fruit, Gong Haoyang devoured the powerful elixir in several large gulps, and once finished, he gazed longingly at the treasure basin. Baby, is there more? Alas, there was none left. It was a pity that the treasure basin lacked eyes. Otherwise, it would surely have given Gong Haoyang an exaggerated eye roll, for such precious elixirs were a rare gift, and to desire more was simply greedy. Ha ha ha! Unable to contain himself, Gong Haoyang burst into laughter. Baby, I was just teasing you. Rest assured, I am not one to be ungrateful. The treasure basin remained silent. The Gong siblings were indeed cut from the same cloth, sharing an innate sense of mischief. Gong Dou Dou soothingly patted the treasure basin and addressed Gong Haoyang, brother. Are you not curious about the source of my sustenance and attire? Allow me to enlighten you. All right, sister, do tell. Gong Haoyang quickly concealed his smile, eager to listen. All my material needs are thanks to baby. It not only possesses a space imbued with spiritual energy, but can also infinitely replicate all things. Of course, this claim was somewhat vague, as there were certain items that baby could not replicate, such as elixirs crafted by its first master, living creatures, humans, and some oversized objects. It was precisely because of baby that I have not had to worry about food and drink in this apocalyptic world for a decade, allowing me to focus solely on enhancing my own strength. With that, Dou Dou cradled the now smaller treasure basin in her arms, rubbing her cheek against it. In truth, without baby, there would be no me today. And I am profoundly grateful for its presence. I see. Gong Haoyang, a man of considerable worldly experience, was nonetheless astonished by the treasure basin's ability to infinitely replicate all things. After a brief moment of contemplation, he promptly adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully to the treasure basin. Baby, thank you for taking care of my sister. I, Gong Haoyang, am eternally grateful. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. You need only say the word, and I shall never stray. He had many words of gratitude he wished to express, but upon reflection, he realized that many sentiments were not suitable to convey to the treasure basin, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. You truly wish to acknowledge me as your elder brother? The treasure basin responded eagerly, releasing several soft puffs, showering Dou Dou with its rich, spiritual aura. Dou Dou stared with her dead fish eyes. Baby, could you kindly inform me in advance the next time you wish to let one rip? Very well, Dou Dou. This time, it was my oversight. The treasure basin chuckled awkwardly, bouncing away from Dou Dou's embrace and nimbly hopping onto the table, fearful of incurring her wrath. After all, Dou Dou's emotional state was notoriously unstable. She could easily fall into a frenzy and berate even herself when provoked. Gong Haoyang, ever perceptive, quickly noticed the treasure basin's discomfort and affectionately stroked its surface, speaking with utmost sincerity. Baby, I genuinely regard you as my elder brother. Setting aside the fact that baby's presence provided Dou Dou with the confidence to navigate this apocalyptic existence, it was essential to recognize that, despite not being human, baby was a family heirloom passed down through the Gong lineage. Its support was invaluable. The treasure basin eagerly acquiesced. All right then, in light of your sincerity, I shall accept you as my little brother. Rest assured, whenever I have a sip of water, you shall have your bowl of porridge. Thank you, elder brother. Gong Haoyang was overjoyed, planting several affectionate kisses on the treasure basin. This was indeed his sturdy support. Hey, what are you doing? The treasure basin squeaked, nearly losing its composure. Oh no, Dou Dou, baby's first kiss is gone. I'm soiled now. You must take responsibility for me. As the treasure basin feigned tears, it released a series of playful puffs. Clearly reveling in the moment, Dou Dou rolled her eyes, recognizing the treasure basin's clever antics. It was merely pretending to fear her disapproval of its newfound title as elder brother. Dou Dou, enough with the theatrics. Had I opposed it, I would have spoken up long before. Hee, Dou Dou, you're the best. I knew you were the finest master in this world. Dou Dou huffed in a mock display of pride. You better recognize that. Gong Haoyang chuckled again, bestowing more kisses upon the treasure basin. Elder brother, you two are the finest treasure basin in this world. From now on, my delightful feasts and indulgences shall all depend on you. Oblivious to the manipulation, the treasure basin puffed out a few more boisterous sounds, eager to assure. Rest easy, Haoyang brother. You can trust me completely. Ha ha ha, of course I trust you. In this world, you are my greatest source of reassurance. Gong Haoyang's words dripped with sweetness, leaving the treasure basin longing to offer him its very heart. In mere moments, it gifted Gong Haoyang a storage pouch, an elixir capable of reviving a person as long as they still drew breath, and an invisibility talisman that would never expire. Had Gong Haoyang not retained some measure of restraint, the treasure basin would have continued to empty its trove of gifts, ultimately depleting its own resources. The treasure basin mused, Haoyang brother possesses a truly virtuous character. He is not the least bit greedy. This little brother is an excellent choice. Gong Haoyang remained silent. Though the treasure basin's abilities were formidable, it was a simple-minded spirit, fond of flattery, and most importantly, generous in its offerings. A wise choice indeed. Dou Dou observed, as long as you two are happy. After the elder brother and younger brother had developed a bond, Dou Dou, with a cold demeanor, interrupted their camaraderie. Brother, you still haven't told me why you said waiting for me was such a struggle. How did you know I would traverse into this small world? Are you some sort of prophet? By the way, when did you arrive here? Did mom and dad accompany you as you did? And also, Chapter 8 brother, may I eliminate him? Gazing at her sister's myriad questions, Gong Haoyang let out a long sigh. Sister, do not rush. Let us address each question one at a time. Allow me to explain. 10 years ago, after our family of 3 perished in the apocalypse due to a meteor strike, we were all transported to this small world. Fate brought us together, and we remained a family. Father and mother are uncertain of the exact reasons, but speculate that it is due to the unique bloodline of the Gong family that we had the opportunity to cross into another realm. They were deeply concerned for you, Dou Dou, but being in 2 different worlds left them powerless to help. Until one day, father and mother rescued a charlatan from the National Ability Bureau, and in a moment of desperation, they inquired, is it possible for family members from 2 worlds to reunite? The charlatan examined their features, asked for their birth dates, calculated for a while, and with a pale face declared, do not worry. Those destined to meet will surely do so, though there will be some unforeseen events along the way, but the conclusion will be favorable. Afterward, he spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly losing half his life. Father and mother were taken aback. However, there was no denying that the charlatan possessed genuine abilities. Having received this reassurance, the 3 of us awaited your arrival with bated breath. Heaven rewards the earnest. Mother became pregnant, and our family was filled with excitement as we anticipated your birth. Tragically, 5 months into mother's pregnancy, father sacrificed himself gloriously on the battlefield, leaving mother heartbroken and emotionally unstable, which resulted in you being born with congenital heart disease. It wasn't until your birth that mother's emotions stabilized entirely. She was convinced that you were her daughter from the apocalyptic world, albeit missing a few souls. The charlatan had foretold that when the time was ripe, the souls would return, and that would be the moment of reunion. Later, after completing her confinement, mother mysteriously disappeared while at work, leaving only you and me. For a year, I took care of you in the military family quarters. And only when it was time to vacate did I bring you back to the house that father had purchased in our hometown. Sister, I had initially intended to rent an apartment near the military hospital, but we kept encountering individuals with ill intentions, and there were those who secretly monitored you. As he spoke, a glimmer of coldness passed through his eyes. After much consideration, I decided to return to our hometown for our safety. As you were in poor health and could not withstand any shocks, and I dared not take risks. Truth be told, the military family quarters were the safest place, but we were no longer permitted to stay there. Moreover, our hometown is a small county, somewhat remote, which makes certain actions easier to execute without drawing attention. Certain actions? Dou Dou blinked, raising her head to look at Gong Haoyang with eager eyes, her small voice tinged with excitement. Brother, are you suggesting we dig pits to bury people? Indeed, my sister is quite astute. Gong Haoyang smiled radiantly. Those unfamiliar with him would never suspect the ruthless side he concealed. Those who came from the apocalypse understood that mercy was merely a phrase they uttered. Dou Dou gave a thumbs up in praise. Brother, well done. I know you wouldn't easily resort to lethal measures. You possess your own moral compass, only acting decisively when those individuals threaten our lives. Crossing your bottom line, am I right? Exactly. Gong Haoyang nodded, speaking candidly. Sister, these individuals have come due to the treasures of the Gong family. I almost forgot. You are still unaware of our father's true identity. I came to brother, I already know, Dou Dou said, puffing out her chest with a touch of pride. I just learned from Lily about dad's true identity. Teske, the Gong family, rich enough to rival nations? That title certainly sounds impressive, but alas, it coincides with turbulent times. Even though our grandfather donated the visible assets to the state, anyone can tell that a withered camel is larger than a horse. The Gong family undoubtedly harbors countless hidden treasures. This world is never short of greedy individuals. Dou Dou couldn't help but sigh. Now that she understood the ins and outs of her journey through time, she felt completely at ease. I in the apocalypse, Gong Dou Dou was her. I in this world, Gong Dou Dou was still her. How wonderful it is that mom, dad, and brother are all reunited in this world. She finally has a source of support. Gong Haoyang's eyelids drooped, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. Those with intent can easily ascertain that our father is the biological son of our grandfather. Lost to the world. After all, that old coot, Li Daling, made a grand announcement when he brought dad back to his hometown, declaring him merely an adopted son, and even neglected to change the surname Gong. To claim he had no ulterior motives would be utterly unbelievable. Dou Dou felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Her small fists clenched tightly. Brother, can I kill him? No. Gong Haoyang shook his head, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly. Sister, killing is easy, but eliminating Li Daling would raise suspicions. This world is not the apocalypse. Murder is a crime. We cannot tarnish our reputation due to such scum. However, we can ensure that Li Daling and his entire family pay the price through legitimate means. Upon hearing this, Dou Dou silently gave a thumbs up, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Hee hee, brother, I knew you were a black sesame dumpling. It's only right that you are my brother, Gong Haoyang. He was momentarily at a loss as to whether this was a compliment or an insult. However, he felt it necessary to clarify that their family of four had always been vengeful, never one to suffer losses. They would rather slap themselves than endure injustice from others. Gong Haoyang shook his head helplessly and continued the previous topic. 10 years ago, the original 3 members of the Gong family were abducted by treacherous individuals. Perhaps the dosage of the drug was too strong, and they were all poisoned to death. It was then that our family of 3 arrived in this world. Later, our father utilized his unique abilities to handle those with ulterior motives while earning military merit and promotions in the army. Due to his outstanding performance, he garnered the admiration of his superiors. Assessing the situation, those who sought to seize the Gong family's treasures dared not act recklessly, choosing instead to hide in the shadows like rats. Until Dad fell in battle, those rats began to stir again. And after our mother mysteriously disappeared, their activity intensified. At this point, Gong Haoyang chuckled self-deprecatingly in their eyes. We siblings are like meat on a chopping block, tempting to bite into. Dou Dou snorted coldly, shattering the table before her with a single slap. Her expression wild and bloodthirsty. Hee hee, let us see if they truly have the capability. Dou Dou, after all, relished tormenting the wicked. Observing the debris scattered across the floor, Gong Haoyang was initially taken aback, before nervously grasping Dou Dou's small hand. Oh dear, my silly sister, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt at all. Dou Dou giggled foolishly. The feeling of being cared for by her brother was delightful. Chapter 9. Child Trafficking and Intentional Homicide. The treasure basin sighed. Producing 2 loud pops, and skillfully retrieved a storage bag to collect the scattered debris. He then floated outside the villa, procuring an identical table and arranging it neatly. The motions were so practiced they evoked sympathy. Although merely a treasure basin, it was performing the tasks of a servant. Where is the justice in that? Where is the place of order? Gong Haoyang desperately wished for a similar treasure basin. After carefully inspecting his sister's hands and finding them unscathed, he broke into a broad smile and commenced showering the treasure basin with praise. Brother, you are simply amazing. I admire you to the core. If I could possess even half of your diligence and understanding, I would be able to recite my name backward. Brother, you are undoubtedly the best elder brother in the world. Recognizing you as my brother is the best decision of my life. And I feel immensely proud and honored for it, brother. Ha ha ha, Haoyang. I can be even more impressive. The treasure basin, intoxicated by the flattery, immediately conjured 2 arms, wiping here and there with a towel, scrubbing enthusiastically. Wow, brother, you clean so well. With your incredible abilities, can you also sweep, mop, do laundry, and cook? The treasure basin emitted a series of excited pops, its entire form in a state of exhilaration. Of course, as long as I am willing. Nothing is beyond my capabilities, Haoyang. Just watch. Unbeknownst to the treasure basin, it had been subtly influenced by praise. With just a few words of encouragement, it had embarked on a diligent and colorful daily routine. Watching the treasure basin work with such enthusiasm, Dou Dou's eyes widened in disbelief as she stealthily gave Gong Haoyang a thumbs up. So this is the power of language in the apocalypse. While the treasure basin would help her clean out of sheer indignation, now it was as if it had been injected with adrenaline, motivated by her brother's compliments. Dou Dou sighed. Life was not easy. Unfortunately, she lacked the ability to express praise. She was only skilled at scolding and occasionally acting whimsical, hence it was no wonder the treasure basin lacked interest in work. Returning to the topic at hand, she asked, Brother, do you know who those greedy rats are? I intend to eliminate them one by one. Gong Haoyang's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke plainly. There are some collateral branches of the Gong family, certain high-ranking officials in the capital, and beasts from Sakura country. All right, I've noted that down. Dou Dou narrowed her eyes and then posed her most pressing question. Brother, did Dad really sacrifice himself? How could Mom mysteriously vanish without a trace? She must not be in danger, right? What do you think? Gong Haoyang ruffled Dou Dou's hair, smiling meaningfully. I think. I believe Mom and Dad are both alive and well. Dou Dou grinned, her tone exceptionally assured. Our Gong family may not be paragons of virtue, But after experiencing the apocalypse, our foremost concern is our own survival. We would never place ourselves in peril. Moreover, Mom and Dad are undoubtedly longing to reunite with me. They would cherish their own lives and avoid harm. The reason for one sacrifice and one mysterious disappearance must stem from their unavoidable circumstances. Am I right, brother? Yes, my sister is brilliant. Gong Haoyang felt a mixture of pride and heartache. For Dou Dou to grow to this extent, she must have endured a great deal. He did not wish to discuss the past, and as her brother, it pained him even more. Sister, Mom and Dad are resourceful. You needn't worry about them. Dou Dou shook her head. I'm not worried. Mom and Dad are intelligent and possess abilities. If anyone should be concerned, it's those rats targeted by them. There's no doubt they will meet a miserable end. By the way, sister, I have something important to discuss with you. Gong Haoyang composed himself, gazing eagerly at Dou Dou. Well, I've already signed up to go to the countryside as a youth worker, and I've decided to take you with me. Would you like to go? You've already signed up and still ask me? Isn't that a redundant question? Dou Dou rolled her eyes and handed a novel from the era to Gong Haoyang. Brother, take a good look at this. What is this? Gong Haoyang inquired with curiosity. A novel from the era. The small world we currently inhabit is shaped by this book. Although both of us are mere cannon fodder, we may have dealings with the male and female protagonists of this world in the future. Gong Haoyang was once again shocked. He had not expected that the world they had been transported to was merely a product of a novel. How fantastical was that? Taking a deep breath, he replied solemnly, All right, sister, I will read this novel thoroughly. It will undoubtedly benefit us. Dou Dou nodded, glancing at the time. Brother, it's getting late. We should head out. I need to splash water on Lily to wake her up. I haven't finished my melon yet. What melon? The melons of the Li Fugui family. Besides tormenting the wicked, my favorite pastime is eating melons. Gong Haoyang frowned. What is so delightful about their melons? I know all too well their sordid affairs. Sister, let me be frank with you. All right, Dou Dou's eyes sparkled. Regardless of who spilled the beans, as long as she could enjoy the melons, she was content. In truth, Gong Haoyang had long been aware of the Li Daling family's sordid deeds. After giving birth to Li Fugui, the couple could not conceive again. Later, they inexplicably found a girl over a year old, claiming she was a foundling, when in fact, she was stolen. Gong Haoyang had never met this aunt, as she had passed away 5 years ago. The reason for her death was simply starvation and neglect. Treated like a beast of burden from a young age, made to work in the fields, never allowed to marry merely in his 30s, he is already graced with a head of white hair. Appearing more aged than two elderly individuals. Even in sickness and fatigue, he is denied respite, deprived of medicine and medical attention. It was only 5 years ago, after a prolonged period of hard labor, that his health deteriorated to the point where he could no longer rise or work, ultimately being heartlessly abandoned by the two elderly individuals. They withheld water, food, and any form of medical care, leading to a tragic demise by starvation and illness in the confines of his bed. Gong Haoyang commissioned an investigation and discovered that his unfortunate aunt was none other than the daughter lost by the county chief's family years ago. Her age and location aligning perfectly, he had no intention of allowing his sister to reside here, and thus had long devised a plan to eradicate the Li family before his departure. Li Dalin and the two old wretches had committed crimes of child trafficking and deliberate murder. He believed that upon learning of their daughter's harrowing experiences, the county chief and his wife would undoubtedly seek ruthless retribution, ensuring that the Li family would face dire consequences. Chapter 10. Better for us than for the beasts. Li Fugui, a man of disreputable character, maintains scandalous liaisons with numerous women during this era of strict enforcement. His allure, it seems, stems from his lavish generosity towards women, with his wealth originating from a substantial sum of nurturing funds bestowed upon Li Dalin by the late Gong patriarch. This fortune could sustain the Li family for generations without the need for labor. How could Gong Haoyang swallow the indignation of seeing money meant for his father squandered by the Li family? Thus, he vowed to reclaim every penny, and for the amounts that could not be retrieved, he would exact payment in the form of Li family lives. Such a transaction seems quite advantageous. Huang Meiman is equally unscrupulous. After giving birth to Li, she suffered 7 years of infertility, all while her husband, Li Fugui, indulged in extramarital affairs, ruining his own virility. Yet she was unjustly scorned as a barren hen by the old crone. In a fit of anger, she rekindled a relationship with her first love, resulting in the birth of her son, Li Wei. Dou Dou could not help but mock, imagining the fury of the two old wretches and Li Fugui upon discovering that their precious Li Wei is a bastard child. The mere thought of such a scenario brings her satisfaction. Gong Haoyang chuckled as he ruffled Dou Dou's little head, assuring her that they need not intervene directly. A few letters of denunciation would suffice to bring the Li family to ruin. This matter was well within his capabilities. Dou Dou nodded eagerly, urging her brother to continue. Gong Haoyang, bemused, obliged, revealing that Li Li was lazy and vain, having already slept with the son of the textile factory's accountant multiple times, as for the accountant's former girlfriend. Li Li maliciously slandered her, spreading vile rumors that led the young woman to take her own life in despair. Such promiscuity and defamation resulting in death could be construed as a form of intentional homicide. And Li Li's fate would either be to suffer the consequences or face exile to a labor camp. Li Wei, spoiled by the Li family, possessed no discernible talent yet boasted a temper fiercer than any. He had already offended numerous classmates, children of notable families in this small county. Even if Gong Haoyang chose not to act, these families would ensure Li Wei found himself without a school to attend, deprived of education, merely the lightest of punishments. The more severe consequences could involve breaking his limbs, rendering him a cripple, or selling him to traffickers, forcing him to endure the harsh realities of life until he ceased his arrogance. Dou Dou's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suggested they delay the letters of complaint and first sell off Li Fuguwei and Huang Meiman's jobs to recoup some money. It was evident that the two wretches had secured their positions using the generous funds provided by the late Gong patriarch, wealth that should not be squandered on others. Gong Haoyang regarded her with admiration, and they exchanged a triumphant high five. Sister, to be honest, I share your sentiments. Everything the Li family consumes and utilizes comes from the Gong family as coffers. They must repay us. What about the job you received from the military? I have already arranged to sell it to a classmate. Before that, I will publicly denounce Li Wangkai for misappropriating the work meant for the children of martyrs and for pilfering factory goods. Dou Dou grinned, her innocent voice laced with frost. Brother, not just Li Wangkai, but also the director of the machinery factory. If it weren't for his protection, that scoundrel would not be so brazen. Those who bully my brother will not escape retribution. Gong Haoyang nodded in agreement. Since graduating high school, I have been tirelessly investigating the underground networks of the greedy individuals eyeing the Gong family's treasures. The director of the machinery factory is one of them. I have gathered evidence of his embezzlement and bribery, utilizing his position to sell factory resources to the Sakura country. The accountant of the textile factory is similarly implicated. His superior is a distant relative of the Gong family, and his son, Wu Bing, sought to exploit Li Li to glean information about our family. How utterly infuriating! Dou Dou rolled her eyes dramatically. I have no idea where the Gong family's treasures are. Do you, brother? Not a clue, Gong Haoyang replied, equally exasperated. If he knew where the treasures lay, he would not need to toil daily in the black market, fearing his sister lacked funds. The director of the Revolutionary Committee is yet another player in this scheme. I have yet to uncover his superior, but I know that the antiques, gold, paintings, and jade seized by the committee were partially used to bribe higher-ups, while a significant portion was stealthily sent back to the Sakura country. Dou Dou's eyes widened in realization. So he is a traitor to our nation? Sister, do not be so alarmed. Our country is in a tumultuous period. Although we have driven out the invaders, internal strife persists. Numerous spies disguised as citizens, like the director of the Revolutionary Committee, thrive among us. They will continue to develop their networks, enticing citizens with wealth and fame to serve their interests. Many members of the committee have become his subordinates, working diligently during every confiscation operation. Dou Dou understood, her agitation palpable. She acknowledged that she was not a virtuous person but harbored a deep disdain for traitors and the morally bankrupt, sinister, and despicable individuals of the Sakura country. No words could fully encapsulate their repulsiveness. Brother, we cannot let these wretches go unpunished. The wealth they have seized must belong to us. Sister, I wholeheartedly agree. The siblings exchanged conspiratorial glances, erupting into shared laughter. Better for us than for the beasts. Chapter 11. Ma Chenggong, you have been reported. Time waits for no one, and neither do riches. The siblings wasted no time. After meticulous planning, they sprang into action that very day. They brought Li Fuguwei's family to heel, rendering them as docile as obedient puppies, not daring to utter a single word. The following day, Li Fuguwei and Huang Meiman limped into their respective workplaces, bearing visible injuries, to hand over their positions. The individuals receiving the transfers were students of Gong Haoyang, who had been waiting for this very moment. The leader of the textile factory regarded Huang Meiman, who was obscured beneath layers of bandages, with a peculiar expression. Huang Meiman, are you certain about this job transfer? Huang Meiman nodded affirmatively. The factory leader, Out of genuine concern, inquired Huang Mei Man, while you have not been the most diligent worker and have often been distracted. You have been with us for over a decade. Is this sudden transfer due to personal issues? Her grimace suggested she had suffered domestic abuse, but Huang Mei Man longed to deny it. However, thoughts of the unhinged Gong siblings sent shivers down her spine, compelling her to involuntarily tremble. Please, just let it beat, I implore you. Very well, I shall not inquire further. The factory leader offered Huang Mei Man a sympathetic glance before swiftly processing her job transfer. Afterward, she feigned camaraderie, saying, though you are leaving the textile factory, you will always be our colleague. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. She relished the thought of watching the drama unfold. Though assistance was out of the question, after years of knowing Huang Mei Man, she held her in disdain, believing her domestic troubles stemmed from her illicit affairs. Serves her right. Unbeknownst to Huang Mei Man, the factory leader's true intentions were far from kind. Touched by the facade of concern, she left the office with tears in her eyes, glancing back repeatedly. The factory leader sighed in exasperation, eager to be rid of her in the sweltering heat. Huang Mei Man's fully covered appearance was accompanied by an unbearable stench of sweat and blood, making her nauseous. The factory director was filled with confusion regarding his subordinate, often speaking to him quite brusquely. Li Fugui, is there something amiss with your mind? Why abandon your work? What on earth do you wish to pursue? Li Fugui felt a suffocating urge to weep, stifling his sobs with a deep sense of despair. Alas, he dared not cry out of fear of those two lunatics. How infuriating it was that he could not expose their nefarious deeds. He had to maintain a facade of willing compliance, persuading the director to transfer his position to Gong Haoying's classmate. Did he not see that the young man was glaring at him with an ominous warning? His instincts told him that should he utter a single word of defiance, that young man would undoubtedly report him to Gong Haoying. No, he couldn't think about it. The mere thought sent chills down his spine, filling him with dread. The two lunatics had made it clear. If he failed to complete the handover properly today, they would break every bone in his body and skin him alive to make a human lantern. Treating him as one would a pig, coughing, he faced Gong Haoying's classmate, Tan Jiguang, who was staring at him with an air of boldness. Li uncle, if you're unwilling to transfer the work, I shall simply inform. No. I'll transfer it immediately. Li Fugui, suppressing his physical pain, grasped Tan's arm tightly, his tone pleading. Little brother, I'll transfer it right away. I beg you, do not report me. All right, I'm rather busy, Tan Jiguang replied coolly, shaking off Li Fugui's grip, finding it unsightly. I understand your intent. Li Fugui was dripping with cold sweat. In plain terms, it meant he needed to hurry up and not waste any more time. Director, there's been a family matter. I must transfer this work. I implore you. Considering our years of friendship, grant me this favor, will you? The factory director scrutinized Li Fugui with suspicion, assessing him thoroughly before tentatively asking, have you incurred debts outside? Yes, Li Fugui nodded, his bruised face resembling that of a pig, tears welling in his eyes. Did your creditor inflict those injuries upon you? Yes. How much do you owe? Not much. Just 10,000. 10,000? The factory director's eyes nearly bulged out. While 10,000 was not a significant amount for him, it was likely a devastating sum for Li Fugui, explaining his eagerness to relinquish his position. Li Fugui, are you out of your mind? Why would you risk a good life for such a large debt? Tell me, have you been gambling? His concern for this foolish man was insincere. He feared that Li Fugui might reveal their collusion to others. Li Fugui's face was streaked with tears and snot. Director, I never wanted this, sob. The factory director, utterly repulsed by the man's display, regarded him with a fierce warning in his eyes. Enough of the tears. I will process the transfer of your position now, but you must remember one thing. Once you're out there, you must be cautious about what to say and what to keep to yourself. Li Fugui. It was merely a matter of the director collaborating with a few colleagues to pilfer factory parts for sale, with him taking the larger share while they took the smaller. Now that he was relinquishing his position, he was effectively withdrawing from the arrangement, and surely the director would despise him for it. Let him hate. The director's wrath was nothing compared to that of Gong Dou Dou and her brother. Those were truly formidable individuals. Having issued his warnings, the factory director wasted no more words and promptly arranged the transfer paperwork for Li Fugui and Tan Jiguang. Tan Jiguang, now holding the freshly minted work certificate, smiled at Li Fugui. Li uncle, I'm off now. You, on the other hand, might find it difficult to leave. What do you mean? Li Fugui's pupils constricted, a terrible premonition washing over him. Tan Jiguang said nothing, turning away with an air of indifference. At that moment, the county police chief stormed into the factory director's office, flanked by a group of officers to Gong. We have received a formal complaint against you. You are suspected of embezzlement and bribery, utilizing your position to sell factory resources to the Sakura nation, while also sheltering others who seized the work meant for the children of martyrs. Come with us to the police station for questioning. What? The factory director, Ma Gong, was taken aback, desperately protesting, No, I didn't. I'm innocent. You can't arrest someone without solid evidence, and who submitted the complaint against you. I demand to know who I've offended. The evidence is concrete. No need for your excuses. As for the complainant, they're standing right beside you. Upon hearing this, Ma Gong's pupils dilated in horror as he glared furiously at the now dumbfounded Li Fugui. Li Fugui, you wretched creature. I've treated you well. Why would you betray me? Li Fugui. No, it's not me. I didn't do it. I'm being wronged. Chapter 12. The Revenge unfolds. Breaking news. The factory director has been personally apprehended by the county police chief, and several employees have also been taken away, including the terrified Li Fugui and the wailing Li Wangkai. In an instant, trepidation swept through the factory. Gong Haoyang wore a satisfied smile. He turned to pat the shoulders of two classmates, who happened to be the very individuals involved in the work handover with Li Fugui and Huang Meiman today, and were also his close friends. Over the years, as he made a fortune in the black market, they had been the ones assisting him in various tasks. Thank you for your hard work. Soon, I will be heading to the countryside, and the business in the black market will be entrusted to you. I have faith in your capabilities, but remember, safety comes first, and money second. Do you understand? Understood. Yang Gu, Tan Jiguang, and Huang Xingli nodded earnestly, their eyes glistening with emotion. Yang Gu, we cannot take your work for free. Name your price, and we shall repay you. Indeed, Yang Gu, you've already aided us immensely. Without you, we would likely have ended up as sent-down youth in the countryside. Both Tan Jiguang and Huang Xingli shared a common plight. Their families were impoverished, with 5 or 6 siblings each. They were neither the eldest nor the youngest, merely caught in the middle, neglected by their parents. Growing up, they wore hand-me-downs from their older siblings. Had it not been for the street office's insistence that every child must attend school, their parents would have never allowed them to pursue an education. Even when they excelled academically, their parents remained indifferent, insisting they drop out to replace their older siblings in the countryside. A tragic family, a tragic life. Fortunately, they encountered Gong Haoyang, who became their turning point. Gong Haoyang was not a man of mere kindness. He was drawn to Tan Jiguang and Huang Xingli for their tenacity and indomitable spirit against fate. Primarily, it was their character, upright, obedient, loyal, quick-witted, and adaptable. Though Gong Haoyang had also made a name for himself in the black market, he was ultimately somewhat outnumbered. After careful mentorship, Tan Jiguang and Huang Xingli had become his right-hand men, capable of managing affairs independently in the black market. Gong Haoyang smiled as he patted their shoulders. Keep your jobs. You need not worry about the money. I'm not short of this little sum. Consider this work a reward for your years of diligence and support. You deserve recognition for your efforts, even if they were not grand. Over the years, he had amassed over 100,000 in the black market. Don T asked how. He was simply remarkable. Yang Gu enough. I dislike lengthy speeches. If you truly feel indebted, focus on making money. For the monthly dividends, do not send them through the post office to avoid unnecessary trouble. Simply seal them and send them directly to me. Caution and prudence are essential for longevity in this era. One cannot do as they please. Tan Jiguang and Huang Xingli exchanged glances, a resigned smile on their faces, and nodded in agreement. They had already resolved that each month, they would not only send the dividends but also include some food and necessities for Yang Gu and Dou Dou. After Li Fugui was taken away, Huang Meiman was frantic yet powerless, her anxiety mounting. Just as she hesitated to seek assistance from Gong Haoyang and his sister, the door swung open, revealing members of the Revolutionary Committee escorting a beaten man with a bruised face into the courtyard. With an air of authority and disdain, they questioned him. Tell us, is this woman the one with whom you had an illicit affair? Yes, it's her. My lover, Huang Meiman. The man, terrified from the beating, shrank back. Unable to meet Huang Meiman's gaze, he had no desire to identify her, yet he dared not refuse. Who could fathom the ordeal he had endured today? Out of the blue, he was entangled with a woman he had never met. His clothes stripped away, just as things were heating up when the committee members arrived, catching him in a compromising position. That woman had seemingly foreseen the chaos, escaping through the window at the first opportunity. The committee members were relentless, beating and berating him, demanding to know her identity. Under duress, He had reluctantly revealed Huang Meiman's name. That woman adored him. Even though she had married Li Fugui, she would still rendezvous with him. Having borne him a son, she loved him dearly and would surely understand his plight. Huang Meiman was left in stunned silence as she gazed upon the group of Revolutionary Committee members adorned with red armbands in the yard. Her heart raced perilously close to her throat. Her eyes fell upon the man, bruised and battered yet barely recognizable, and a profound sense of despair enveloped her. Even someone as dim-witted as she was could grasp the impending doom that loomed over her. Panic surged within her, causing her to collapse to the ground with a thud. Trembling, she pointed at her paramour, stammering, you, but was unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. The paramour, cowering, remained silent. He knew she had not misidentified him. Huang Meiman was indeed his mistress. Boss, why does this woman seem so different from the one we encountered earlier? This one is clearly a pig, while the woman from the morning was not nearly so plump. The small leader of the Revolutionary Committee, addressed as boss, narrowed his eyes and gestured grandly. Regardless, seize her and parade her through the streets. Yes, boss. The members of the committee, invigorated by the order, swarmed to drag Huang Meiman and her paramour away. The yard soon returned to silence. Gong Haoyang observed the receding crowd, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he closed the gate. Inside the house, Dou Dou savored the essence of spiritual water while indulging in snacks, her expression radiating delight. She cast a glance at Li Li and Li Wei, who lay huddled in a corner like corpses, and her small voice dripped with sarcasm. You truly are heartless. Huang Meiman was. After all, your own mother, who showered you with affection, fearful that you would go hungry or tire. Yet, when she was taken by the Revolutionary Committee, you fell mute, as if your legs had been broken. The siblings exchanged a fleeting look, their eyes flickering, their bodies trembling. They were terrified of venturing outside. Their instinct for self-preservation was fierce. Gong Haoyang entered the living room, too weary to cast even a glance at the Li siblings. Tenderly wiping the crumbs of snacks from Dou Dou's mouth with a handkerchief. Sister, there is no need to waste words on beasts. The Li family, old and young, are inherently selfish and self-serving. Dou Dou nodded cheerfully. Yes, brother, you are right. Chapter 13. Settling the Li Daling couple as twilight descended, Li Li and Li Wei, who had been cowering in the corner of the living room, abruptly opened their eyes, straining to hear the sounds within the room. After a prolonged silence, reassured that Dou Dou and her brother were fast asleep, they bore the agony coursing through their bodies, gritting their teeth as they forced themselves to rise. Stepping cautiously, like thieves, they dared not make a sound. Only after they had exited the door did they allow themselves to relax, summoning every ounce of strength to flee. They ran far and wide, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, until they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. For them, the house that should have belonged to the Li family had transformed into a nightmarish hell. Even 100,000 wouldn't entice them to return. They would rather die than go back. Sister, I plan to go to the countryside to find our grandparents. Will you come with me? I won't. Grandfather and grandmother have never valued me as their granddaughter. I can't bear to see their disdain. It's better to what? Li Li's expression shifted, and she fell silent. Mind your own business, Li Wei. Don't forget, you are not of the Li blood. You are merely a bastard. You? Li Wei was furious, his plump body heaving with rage. He wanted to lash out as he usually did, but he dared not. After all, he had only learned 2 days prior that he was the illegitimate son of his mother and her lover. His father had nearly bled to death in a fit of rage, wishing to strike his mother down, his gaze filled with shame and malice, devoid of the past affection. Yesterday, when his father was taken by the police, he had sighed in relief. Then when his mother was also captured, he felt another wave of relief wash over him. As long as his parents kept his lineage a secret, he would remain a member of the Li family, and his grandparents would continue to dote on him like a treasured jewel. As for this sister, she could do as she pleased, but if she revealed his lineage to their grandparents, he would surely kill her. Sister, you best keep my lineage buried deep within you, or I shall report you and Wu Bing for your scandalous affair. How dare you threaten me, Li Wei? Go ahead, report me. I want to see if this bastard of yours will be the first to be captured by the committee. Li Li's teeth were gritted, her eyes filled with malice. Li Wei was nearly beside himself with fury. He truly dared not gamble, but he could strike first. To hell with sibling bonds. Seeing that Li Wei had fallen silent, Li Li smirked triumphantly. Bastard, are you scared? I'm older and have graduated from high school. With your dim-wittedness, how dare you threaten me? You might want to consider your own worth. Having rested enough, Lily painfully rose to her feet and warned Li Wei with a fierce tone. Little bastard, you better behave, or I won't hesitate to spread the word about your illegitimacy. At that point, you'll become the most despised rat in town. Ha ha ha. Watching Li, who limped away, Li Wei was seething with rage, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He knew all too well that Li's reluctance to seek out their grandparents was merely a ploy to run to Wu Bing. Humph, if you won't let me live in peace, I shall ensure you suffer too. We shall see. After uttering his threats, Li Wei, panting heavily, hobbled toward the Revolutionary Committee's location. Not far away, Gong Dou Dou and her brother concealed themselves in the shadows, their faces alight with wicked amusement. Hee, this dog-eat-dog spectacle is unmissable. I am Dou Dou, and I love to watch. I am Gong Haoyang, and I too relish the spectacle. The treasure trove in the space echoed. Baby loves to watch too, though the act of killing was straightforward. It fell far short of the outcome that Dou Dou and her brother envisioned. After all, there were numerous ways to torment the scoundrels, one of which involved letting them tear each other apart without dirtying their own hands. Hee, no one shall escape unscathed, brother. Dou Dou grinned mischievously. Li Fuguei and Huang Mei Man have been dealt with. Soon it will be the turn of those two old fossils, Li Daling and Zheng Chunhua. Indeed, we shall set forth immediately. Gong Haoyang hoisted Dou Dou onto his back, utilizing his speed ability, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished like a gust of wind. Li family village, in the stillness of the night. It was the perfect time for mayhem. Dou Dou and her brother stood before a grand brick house, their expressions as cold as frost. It was inconceivable that the two old fools could have built such a fine residence. There was not another house like it in the entire Li family village. Without a doubt, the funds for this house came from Gong grandfather. Very well. This house, tainted by beasts, is deemed unworthy. It shall no longer exist. Brother, let us act swiftly. Very well, sister, I shall focus on delivering blows, while you take charge of gathering wealth and resources. With their roles clearly defined, the siblings kicked down the door, and before the two old fools were fully awake, they were knocked unconscious with a single punch. Dou Dou, disgusted, shook her tiny fist and exclaimed, Heavens! My eyes are nearly blinded. At their age, they sleep without a stitch of clothing. How utterly horrifying, sister. Do not look. Gong Haoyang swiftly draped a thin blanket over the two shameless elders. Fully aware of their scandalous sleeping habits, he would not allow his sister to witness such an eyesore. Bam, bam, bam. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his fists came crashing down like thunder, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Dou Dou used her psychic power to scour for hidden resources. She cautioned, Brother, take it easy. Don't kill the beasts with one blow. That would spoil the fun. All right, I understand. Killing was easy, but that would be too merciful for the two old fools. She desired their reputations to be utterly destroyed, their lives filled with endless agony, wishing for death yet unable to attain it. Dou Dou chuckled coldly, meticulously sorting through the plundered goods. Go be frank, aside from money, she found everything else touched by the two old fools to be repulsive. However, her brother had said that even the clothing of the deceased was fiercely sought after in this era. While they themselves might not want it, they could sell it to others. Not only would it assist others, but it would also yield some money, a win-win situation. Why not? All right, brother's reasoning is sound. While she understood that when poor, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should benefit the world. She, Gong Dou Dou, was inherently stable and selfish, caring only for those she wished to care for, devoid of any spirit of selfless sacrifice. Dou Dou worked swiftly, soon emptying the rooms of resources, leaving only the cellar. Goodness! The two old fools have hidden quite a treasure. The combined wealth from the rooms amounted to 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Dou Dou sneered repeatedly. Activating her wood ability, the once solid ground was transformed into a sieve, exposing treasures buried deep within the earth. In no time, 5 large chests were revealed. Chapter 14. The village chief decides to excommunicate the Li Daling family. The first chest was filled with antique porcelain. The second brimmed with silver dollars. The third contained a neat assortment of silver ingots. The fourth was a medley of ancient texts, paintings, bronze artifacts, jewels, and emeralds. The fifth chest overflowed with gold, golden abacuses, golden seeds, golden peanuts, gold jewelry, and golden statues, with gold bars in abundance. Dou Dou surveyed the contents briefly, waved her hand, and stored the chests within her space. She speculated that a substantial portion of the funds was indeed provided by Grandfather Gong as child support. As for the smaller amount, It was evident that the two old scoundrels had pilfered it while serving as servants in the Gong family. Oh, Grandfather Gong, your discernment in choosing caretakers is truly lacking. Entrusting a child to someone else's care necessitates finding a person of integrity, loyalty, and reliability, does it not? Dou Dou, exasperated, swept her mental gaze once more across the grand brick and tile house. Seeing no treasures left, she withdrew her wood-based abilities and swiftly exited the cellar. Brother, do you need my assistance? No, I have already dealt with those two old fools, Gong Haoyang replied, emerging from the room, his fists cracking with energy. Dou Dou nodded, peeking inside. The previously shocking scene had vanished, revealing only two bodies beneath a thin quilt, grotesquely contorted. Ha ha ha, brother, splendid work. Gong Haoyang puffed out his chest with pride, his lips nearly curling into the heavens. Of course, have you forgotten whose brother I am? Their banter elicited laughter from Dou Dou, and soon Gong Haoyang joined in. Once their laughter subsided, Dou Dou swiftly shifted her expression, channeling her lightning abilities to strike the brick and tile house with 3 thunderous bolts. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roars of thunder roused the entire Li family village, with villagers scrambling to discover the source of the commotion. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous collapsing sound echoed, originating from the direction of Li Dalin's home. Village Chief, this is dire. Li Dalin's house has been struck down by 3 bolts of heavenly thunder. In an instant, the village erupted into a cacophony, villagers brandishing torches rushing to the scene, or rather, to rescue Li Dalin and his wife were widely despised. They had always held themselves in high regard within the village, considering themselves superior, looking down upon everyone, including the village chief and the clan elders. Speaking with little courtesy, their arrogance was compounded by a penchant for taking advantage of others, having exploited nearly every household in the village. Should one seek to confront them, they would act like rogues, retaliating with accusations. Were it not for the favor of Gong's father, the villagers would have expelled Li Dalin's family long ago. Heaven surely has eyes, unable to tolerate the misdeeds of the Li family, thus striking them down with thunder. Indeed, in our Li family village, they are the only ones utterly devoid of morals, their ancestors' graves nearly buried under their sins. It is utterly despicable to adopt children yet fail to care for them, treating them like beasts of burden. The Li family's daughter is truly pitiful, living a life of hunger and cold, and even in death, she was afforded no proper coffin, merely wrapped in a tattered mat and buried. Alas, people act and heaven observes. The Almighty will not spare a villain. Enough, enough, let us cease this chatter, the village chief sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Everyone lend a hand. We must at least retrieve Li Dalin and his wife. Whether they live or die depends on their fortitude. The villagers, however, were reluctant, shaking their heads in refusal. Village chief, my hands hurt. I cannot assist. Village chief, I feel dizzy. I must return home to rest, for I have to work early tomorrow. Village chief, my laughter has made my teeth ache. I can't work. The village chief. By heaven, this cursed village chief no longer wishes to continue his duties. Truth be told, he too was unwilling to dig. Yet, not digging was not an option. He had to persuade a group of men to help, and together, they finally unearthed the 2 old fools before dawn. Well, would you look at that? They sleep without clothing. Goodness, how shameless they are, still frolicking in their old age, their bodies contorted beyond description. They could only mutter 2 words, incredible. Oh, they still have breath. The village chief found it hard to believe. Despite their condition, they still drew breath, proving the adage true. Good people do not live long, while evildoers leave a legacy for centuries. What could be done? They could only take a few people to transport them to the county hospital and notify Li Fugue and his wife. As they arrived at the hospital, they were intercepted. Are you Li Dalin and Zheng Chunhua from Li family village? Yes, what brings you here? The village chief and several villagers exchanged glances. The individuals before them were well dressed. Clearly officials, causing an innate trepidation among them. An older leader stepped forward, greeting them. Hello, comrades, I am the county chief, and these are our county's police officers. County chief? Police officers? The village chief and his companions were taken aback. The county chief continued, Li Dalin and Zheng Chunhua are suspected of child trafficking, child abuse, and intentional homicide. We need to take them to the police station for investigation, and we kindly ask for your cooperation. Cooperation? Of course, we will cooperate. The village chief swiftly responded, pulling several villagers to stand at a distance, anxious not to obstruct the police's investigation. Once Li Dalin and his wife were taken away, the village chief and his companions stood rooted in place. still in shock from the explosive news that had circulated from the county the previous day. What? Li Fugui is entangled in extramarital affairs and colluding with colleagues from the machinery factory to steal materials, and has been apprehended by the police. Huang Meiman was similarly involved in illicit affairs and had a son with her paramour, who happened to be none other than Li Dalin's cherished grandson. Li Wei. Goodness, this news is truly explosive, village chief. Should we notify Li Dalin's family? Notify them? What for? The elders have been captured, leaving only the younger ones. What can they possibly do? But there are the Gong siblings. The village chief sighed, let's not disturb the Gong children. They have had their share of struggles over the years. As for Li Dalin's family, their rotten roots have long been established, and this outcome is indeed their just deserts. He resolved to return and consult the Li family patriarch about expelling Li Dalin's family from the clan. The Gong siblings, in a true sense, did not belong to the Li family. Their household registration had never been recorded in Li family village. Even if Li Dalin's family were expelled, it would have no bearing on them. Chapter 15. Letting go of the desire to help, respecting others' fate. Just then, at the hospital entrance along the road, a large group of members from the Revolutionary Committee, clad in red armbands, marched past, escorting a pair of individuals embroiled in scandalous affairs. Village chief, look! The woman being escorted, though her scalp is raw and her face bruised and swollen, is unmistakably Li Dalin's granddaughter. Li, heavens, how can this entire family be so unruly? Indeed, they are all akin to a nest of rotten apples. The old and the young are all the same. None better than the others. The village chief. This cannot stand. I must return to the village immediately and expel Li Dalin's family from the clan. I will not allow this nest of scoundrels to tarnish the reputation of Li family village. Quickly, back to the village. Several villagers, eager for gossip, noticed the village chief's urgency and quickly hopped onto the ox cart to return. They had been busy all day without a meal, yet they felt no hunger. Perhaps sated by the juicy gossip, as the cart passed the county's archway, they spotted a short, stout boy, beaten and bruised, his head bandaged, being coaxed by a man and a woman with chicken legs. Village chief, that boy's physique is strikingly similar to Li Dalin's grandson. In the entire county, few could eat themselves into such a state of rot. The man and woman appeared insincere. They were likely traffickers. The boy was none other than Li Wei. Since fleeing from the Gong siblings the previous night, he had been lurking outside the Revolutionary Committee's office, waiting to report his sister and Wu Bing's scandalous affair. While he did report it, his illegitimate status was also exposed, but his cleverness allowed him to escape unnoticed during a lull in activity, as he wished to avoid being paraded through the streets by the committee. He longed to return to his grandparents, yet feared their reaction upon learning of his illegitimacy, worried that they might harm him in anger. Thus, he wandered beneath the county archway in a state of indecision. As his tension eased, his stomach began to growl incessantly, causing passers-by to stare at him as if he were a monster. He harbored no other thoughts but an overwhelming hunger. He was on the brink of starvation. After 2 days of torment at the hands of the Gong siblings, he had received nothing but a sip of water, with no food or snacks to sustain him. He was genuinely nearing starvation. Having reached this point through sheer willpower, he would gladly accept food from anyone, considering them as a mother figure. The village chief's gaze flickered as he glanced at Li Wei, who was ravenously devouring the chicken leg. His expression indifferent. Let us abandon the urge to assist and respect others' destinies. All right. The villagers agreed readily, and with a crack of the whip, the old ox quickened its pace, gradually moving away. Li Dalin's family was indeed a nest of corruption. Despite Li Wei's youth, he had been spoiled by Li Dalin's family to the point of arrogance, bullying the other children in the village. Years ago, the village chief's young grandson had his skull fractured by Li Wei's stone. Nearly losing his life, Li Wei and his family had shown no remorse, instead blaming the village chief's grandson for not yielding to Li Wei. Indeed, even their own children had been bullied by Li Wei. It was no surprise they held a grudge. Li Wei's current predicament exemplifies the age-old adage, as you sow, so shall you reap. Had he fostered amicable relations with the children in his village, they would not have turned a blind eye to his plight. Shortly after the village head and his entourage departed, Li Wei was taken away by a man and a woman. Not far off, Gong Dou Dou and her brother exchanged knowing smiles. Gong Haoying hoisted Dou Dou onto his shoulders, indulging her in a favored pastime during these apocalyptic times. Come on, sister, the Li residence has been dealt with. All that remains are those pesky rats. Dou Dou nodded, her small hands joyfully embracing her brother's forehead, her sparkling eyes brimming with mirth. Yes, brother. Let us head off for a zero-cost shopping spree. Gong Haoying nodded with a smile. He retrieved an invisibility talisman gifted by his elder brother and affixed it to himself, making the siblings vanish from sight in a place unseen by others. Gong Haoyang swiftly led Dao Dao to the secret base of Ma Gong, the factory director, located in a secluded courtyard within an alley, as for their own home. It had been searched by the police the previous day, and they had no intention of claiming the possessions left behind. Capturing thieves and their spoils served as evidence against them. Moreover, if they were to thoroughly scour Ma Gong's residence, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. But it mattered not, while they could not claim what belonged to their home. The treasures hidden away elsewhere were fair game. Even if he revealed this location, the police would merely assume it was the work of Ma Gong's accomplices, swiftly transferring the valuables, never suspecting the involvement of the siblings. What does it mean to have clean hands? This is what it means. Dao Dao enveloped the entire courtyard with her mental energy, effortlessly and silently collecting everything within, leaving behind nothing but refuse. Even treasures buried 10 meters underground did not escape her grasp. Alas, she had overexerted her mental energy. Dao Dao's small face paled suddenly. Sister, are you all right? Gong Haoyang's eyes brimmed with urgency and concern, and without a moment's hesitation, he produced a life-saving pill gifted by his elder brother. Quick, take this. Dao Dao was at a loss for words. Brother, there's no need for that. I'm not on the brink of death. I merely overextended my mental energy. This body is simply struggling to cope. Ultimately, it came down to the inadequacies of this frail form. With congenital heart disease, chronic ailments, and severe malnutrition, her physique was frail, her hair dry and yellowed. The first time she gazed into a mirror, she almost shattered it. Thankfully, in the past few days, she had been diligently drinking spring water and using her wood-based abilities to gradually restore her health. Her hair visibly darkened and shone, her skin became rosy and supple. No longer resembling the pale, sickly visage of before, however, her small frame remained emaciated. The abilities and mental energy she had brought with her were simply too potent for this body to endure at present. She needed to wait until her physique was fully restored before she could unleash her full potential. No, sister, you must take the pill, Gong Haoyang insisted stubbornly, placing utmost importance on her well-being. Dao Dao shook her head and retrieved 2 cups of spring water from her space. Offering one to Gong Haoyang, brother, I'll be fine with just the spring water. As for the life-saving pill, I truly have no use for it right now. Please keep it safe for a time when it may be truly needed. Gong Haoyang, a devoted brother, was always inclined to heed her wishes. The stubborn expression on his face faded within seconds, replaced by a resigned sigh as he complied and stored the pill away in his bag. Chapter 16. Zero-cost shopping in progress. The siblings drank the spring water and nibbled on some snacks to replenish their strength before moving on to their next destination, the residence of the textile factory accountant. The house was vacant, making it ideal for gathering supplies. Dao Dao swept her mental energy across the premises, making no stops, and collected all the items from several rooms, leaving only a mess behind. Dao Dao wrinkled her nose in disdain. This family is so poor. Even the money stashed in the wall crevices barely amounts to 2,000. They don't even have a fraction of what Ma Gong possesses. The Wu family has a son who squanders his life away in indulgence. Gong Haoyang explained with a smile. Even with a fortune in the millions, he will inevitably squander it all. Furthermore, the factory director is an unselfish leader, managing his subordinates with strictness. The Wu family lacks the audacity to engage in embezzlement. In these times, having a job equated to a family's lifeblood, and accountant Wu dared not gamble with that. It was precisely because he refrained from corruption that he was easily swayed by the Gong family's side branch. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the pursuit of self-interest. Let us go, sister. The Wu family's reckoning has arrived. Their lives will soon be entangled in the scandal of Wu Bing and Li Li's illicit affair. The only son of the family had been apprehended by the Revolutionary Committee, and they were in a state of utter despair. Soon after, both parents were dismissed from the textile factory, returning home in a daze only to discover their house had been robbed. And the factory-assigned residence had to be returned. A lifetime of effort would be obliterated in an instant, delivering a crushing blow to the Wu family. Dao Dao admired her brother from the depths of her heart, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, you're truly amazing. She believed her brother possessed extraordinary intelligence, wielding quick and sophisticated methods to punish the wicked without sullying his hands. Moreover, her brother had a deceptively charming appearance, handsome, amiable, and seemingly devoid of ulterior motives, when in fact, he was a cunning young man. Anyone targeted by him was guaranteed to come to no good end. Heh, how she adored such a brother. Gong Dou Dou had to admit that while she could be fierce, her mind was far too simplistic, barely amounting to 1/5 of her brother's brilliance. Having finished looting the Wu residence, it was time to turn their attention to the Revolutionary Committee. The siblings, cloaked in invisibility, boldly entered the committee's premises, unnoticed by its bustling members. "Make way, everyone! Clear a path. These are the spoils from today's raid. Let us all pitch in to stack them in the storeroom out back." A middle-aged man, pockmarked and with one hand on his hip, directed the others with authority. 6 carts filled to the brim with antiques and treasures were swiftly moved, a sight that the committee members had long grown accustomed to. Dou Dou's eyes sparkled with excitement. All of this would soon belong to her. Alas, she was merely a human. What was wrong with a little greed? Gong Haoyang carried Dou Dou as they followed the crowd to the backyard, which housed 6 spacious rooms, clearly built in recent years. Each room shared a common feature. No windows or ventilation, only heavy, sturdy doors secured with large iron locks. The treasures from the 6 carts were quickly piled into the 6th room, and the pockmarked man smirked as he began to usher everyone out. "All right, the task is complete. Leave immediately. This is restricted territory. Aside from me, no one else is to enter. Is that clear?" His underlings quickly echoed. "Brother, we understand." The other committee members rolled their eyes but dared not express their disdain, skillfully complying. After all, the pockmarked man was the director's lapdog, and they could not afford to offend him lightly. Being a lapdog had its perks, with plenty of benefits to be had. It was impossible to claim they weren't envious. Once everyone left the backyard, the pockmarked man, eyes glinting with greed, entered the 6th room, rifling through the treasures he had pilfered, filling his pockets to the brim before locking the heavy door behind him. He was a seasoned thief. After all, with a merry tune on his lips, he reclined leisurely on a chair placed at the back entrance, dutifully playing the role of gatekeeper. Gong Haoyang's eyes brimmed with sarcasm. The Revolutionary Committee was a mixed bag, even if there were genuinely upright individuals among them. Over time, they would inevitably be assimilated. In this world, the most steadfast bond was always that of self-interest. Dou Dou gazed at the 6 overflowing rooms, nearly bursting with excitement as she stifled a squeal. Using her mental energy to envelop the treasures and with a flick of her hand, stored them away. Oh my. Today is yet another day of becoming a little wealthy lady. After collecting from the 6 storerooms, Dou Dou continued to explore the Revolutionary Committee, silently gathering hidden money and treasures from every nook and cranny to stow away. Before departing, she casually relieved the drowsy pockmarked man of all his valuables. Leaving him with not a single cent. Having exited the Revolutionary Committee, they set their sights on the next target, the treasure trove of the committee's director. He certainly knew how to hide. He had concealed his riches in 3 locations, showcasing his affluence. One was in a small courtyard within the county, another at a coal mine outside the county, and the last near a crematorium not far from the coal mine. The latter 2 locations were also where he conducted exchanges with his subordinates, and most of the coal mine and crematorium staff were his compatriots from Sakura country. "Brother, let us first pay a visit to that scoundrel's home. Given his special status, even if he suffers a burglary, he wouldn't dare report it to the police, swallowing his grievances in silence." "All right, that is exactly what I had in mind." Gong Haoyang whisked Dou Dou away in a flash. The director of the Revolutionary Committee was named Zhang Binyan. Binyan, TSK. What a typical Sakura name. He resided in a standalone 2-story villa. In this era, living in such a villa was a symbol of status. It was impossible to do so without some backing. Today happened to be Zhang Binyan's 48th birthday, and the villa was bustling with a grand feast, inviting friends, family, and superiors. The entire villa was alive with chatter and laughter. Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang exchanged glances, both eyes sparkling with mischief. 48.4848. May he die. May he die. The figures are impressive. Let us grant Zhang Zhai an unforgettable birthday banquet as a gift for his special day. Ah, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for coming to celebrate my birthday. In my lifetime, I, Zhang Bintian, possess no remarkable talents, save for my unwavering loyalty, which I can proudly present. For everything else, I must rely on the support of each of you present. Zhang Bintian rose to his feet, his face aglow as he raised his wine glass, joyfully observing the lively conversations at each table. In essence, as long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall certainly have yours as well. We shall share in both fortune and adversity. Enduring friendship. Those gathered were astute individuals, instantly grasping Zhang Bintian's underlying message. To put it plainly, he was indicating that the more he reaped, the more they would benefit. Should he falter, they too would suffer. Zhang Bintian was indeed a formidable character, a sentiment acknowledged by all. If he were not ruthless, he would never have attained the position of chairman of the Revolutionary Committee. However, it must be noted that over the years, they have indeed basked in his success. At the very least, they were not lacking in wealth. Oh, Director Zhang, you are far too modest. If we were to speak candidly, it is we who rely on you. Indeed, Director Zhang, your humility is commendable, Director Zhang. I, old Zhao, hold no one in higher regard than you. Come, let us toast to our everlasting friendship. Tio, everlasting friendship. The astute individuals present raised their glasses, concealing their ulterior motives beneath smiles of sincerity. Observing this, Zhang Bintian erupted in hearty laughter. Regardless of their genuine feelings, as long as he dangled riches before them, they would rush to curry favor. Summer Country is truly a splendid place. One day, our great Sakura nation shall claim it as our own, at which point, I shall no longer need to associate with these fools who see nothing beyond personal gain, devoid of any sense of national duty. Come, let us drink a toast to our enduring friendship. Suppressing the disdain in his gaze, Zhang Bintian raised his glass and downed its contents in one go. Following this, the host and guests engaged in lively conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Just as everyone was becoming intoxicated, a sudden sweet floral fragrance wafted through the air, causing their minds to momentarily blur. Dou Dou. This is an enchanting potion personally crafted by the first master of the immortal realm. Dear friends, enjoy it to the fullest. Come, let us continue drinking. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Zhang Bintian raised his glass to the crowd, but upon witnessing their monstrous, fearsome visages, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What is happening? I have long heard of Summer Country's history, that after its founding, no monsters were permitted to gain sentience. Yet, what are these individuals? Could it be they are themselves the very beasts? Zhang Bintian trembled uncontrollably, speech failing him as he instinctively drew the firearm he carried for protection. Just then, the others erupted into panic screams, especially upon catching sight of Zhang Bintian, their voices nearly shattering from terror. Ah, a monster, a monster. Quickly, everyone, let us band together and slay the beast. Hurry, let us unite. A throng of 30 or so individuals raised their fists, charging at him en masse. In their eyes, Zhang Bintian had transformed into a fearsome creature. A voice echoing in their minds. Kill him, it is either he dies or you do. This is dire. They had worked tirelessly to reach this point. They were unwilling to perish just yet. What could they do but join forces to vanquish the monster? In an instant, chaos erupted as they lost all semblance of reason, lunging at Zhang Bintian with reckless abandon. Please do not come any closer. Zhang Bintian screamed in sheer terror. Bang, 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 bang. Without hesitation, he fired 6 shots, taking down the advancing beasts, yet there were too many. His handgun held but 6 bullets, and he had no time to reload. Zhang Bintian let out a piercing scream. He was overwhelmed by the creatures, their relentless gnashing causing him excruciating pain, leaving him with no room to retaliate. Let go of me! Let go of me! Someone, help! Please, someone save me! The scene descended into utter chaos. Akin to a horde of zombies unleashed, the 6 bodies lying in pools of blood only spurred the others into a frenzy, their eyes aflame with rage as they viciously bit and kicked Zhang Bintian. The spectacle was utterly horrifying. The commotion in the front yard was so loud that anyone not deaf could hear it. In the backyard, about 15 or 16 people, all loyal subordinates of Zhang Bintian, abandoned their banquet, hastily grabbing their weapons to rush to the front. Upon witnessing Zhang Bintian pinned to the ground, helplessly screaming in agony, their expressions darkened considerably. Quickly, kill them! Save me! Zhang Bintian shouted, as if he had spotted a lifeline. Tears of joy nearly spilling from his eyes. Baka, who knows what he has just endured? Look, the monster is back. We must not allow it to devour us. Everyone, charge! The frenzied Summer Country individuals saw Zhang Bintian's subordinates as mere counterparts. They strategically designated a few to brutally beat Zhang Bintian to death. I do not wish to die. Save me! Zhang Bintian's final cries echoed in disbelief, filled with resentment and fury. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out as a dozen subordinates, blinded by rage, disregarded the potential consequences of their actions, solely focused on rescuing their leader. Had these Summer Country individuals gone mad? Did they not still rely on Zhang Bintian for their wealth? How dare they act so recklessly, seeking his life? Baka, may you all perish. The monster has gone berserk. We must kill them. We cannot let them escape. As they witnessed their comrades dwindling in number, those remaining were consumed by fury, dodging bullets while seizing any available weapon to hurl at their opponents. A battle was imminent, fraught with peril and violence. And the outcome was predictable. Zhang Bintian's subordinates narrowly triumphed, their firearms providing a crucial advantage. Yet, those summer country individuals, fueled by their innate ferocity, fought back with wild abandon. Though they did not emerge victorious, they at least ensured mutual destruction. After the clash, the ground was strewn with the dead and wounded, a metallic scent of blood pervading the entire villa, with only a few souls clinging to life. Dou Dou and her brother observed with indifferent eyes. It seemed that these summer country individuals would only display their true valor when their lives were threatened. How ironic! They clearly understood Zhang Bintian's true nature, yet still chose to entangle themselves with him for their own gain. Were they not traitors? The scum of summer country, deserving of their fate. Dou Dou and her brother never showed mercy to such traitors. Dou Dou slapped her forehead in frustration. Brother, the plan has gone awry. A large group is heading this way. Regrettably, we cannot clear this place without raising unnecessary suspicion, but let us not overlook the valuables hidden in the shadows. We shall seize everything of worth from them. Gong Haoyang nodded in understanding. If they could take down the county's scoundrels and the Sakura thieves in one fell swoop, it would be an unconventional form of reparations. Dou Dou enveloped the entire villa with her mental energy, carefully selecting what to take, ensuring she left behind only Zhang Bintian's incriminating evidence untouched. Let us depart, brother. As Gong Haoyang and Dou Dou stepped out of the villa, they were met with a battalion of soldiers, expertly armed and surrounding the entire establishment. The leader was none other than his father's closest comrade in the military, Commissioner Wen Hongxi of the Sichuan Military District. Chapter 18. The fate of the Li family. The matter of espionage is of utmost significance. Pulling one thread can unravel the entire tapestry. If one lacks power or a solid backing, it becomes nearly impossible to capture the entire network. Do not forget that Zhang Bintian, as a citizen of Sakura Nation, has managed to remain undetected in summer country for decades, even reaching the esteemed position of chairman of the Revolutionary Committee. His connections may have already seated him among those who wield life and death authority. Generally, one must consider his willingness before attempting to target his subordinates. It is precisely for this reason that Gong Haoyang contacted Wen Hongxi, conveying the espionage matter in a code only they understood. This was one aspect. Additionally, he sought to present Wen Uncle with achievements while also paving a path for his own future. His time as a sent-down youth was merely a transitional phase. As he did not intend to remain in that role indefinitely, he had not anticipated that Wen Uncle would act so swiftly. Wen Uncle held significant influence. His father was a founding general, revered by the populace, and he had not yet retired, continuously striving for the betterment of the people's lives. As the son of a prominent leader, Wen Uncle had excelled not through nepotism but through his own diligence. Rising to the rank of military district commissioner, undeniably, his father had aided him along the way. Over the years, Wen Uncle had shown great care for him and his sister, often sending money or various provisions. True friendship reveals itself in times of hardship. Gong Haoyang would forever remember Wen Uncle's kindness. Wen Hongxi furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling creeping over him as if some sinister force were watching him. Prompting a vigilant scan of his surroundings, oddly, he detected nothing amiss. Gong Haoyang. The young man awkwardly rubbed his nose. With a swift withdrawal of his gaze, he quietly carried his precious younger sister away. Once they had distanced themselves, Dou Dou finally spoke up. Brother, were you feeling guilty just now? Guilty about what? Gong Haoyang replied, perplexed. If you weren't guilty, then why did you leave in such haste? I was looking forward to the show. The thought of the small amount of money that couldn't be taken away made Dou Dou's heart ache. Never mind, she would consider it a good deed for the day. After all, she had her treasure, the Jujubeo, which could infinitely replicate vast wealth, along with the space brimming with supplies. Dou Dou, oh hee, in this lifetime, she would never run out of food or money to spend. Gong Haoyang could only smile helplessly. He wasn't feeling guilty. Rather, for a fleeting moment, he felt a weight of wrongdoing that left him somewhat uncomfortable. Sister, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Go on. You see, Uncle Wen has been treating us like his own children ever since our parents' incident, whether by sending money or sending goods, so no need to say more. I understand. Dou Dou immediately clasped her chest, feigning discomfort for a few seconds before cheerfully interjecting. Fine. I want to raid the 3 treasure spots of Zhang Bintian. Though Dou Dou loved money, she believed in earning it justly. She wasn't the kind of person who lacked gratitude or understanding of national righteousness. As her brother said, the current state of Xia country was truly impoverished. Only when the nation prospered could its people enjoy a good life. She trusted Uncle One with these treasures, but if it were someone else, she would rather keep them for herself. Sister, I knew you were virtuous, kind-hearted, sensible, patriotic, and generous. Gong Haoyang's eyes glistened with emotion. His sister was truly too understanding, and he felt like crying Dou Dou. There's no need for such flattery. I feel undeserving. After feeling awkward for a couple of seconds, Dou Dou happily accepted the various compliments, lightly patting Gong Haoyang on the head. Brother, let's go, she exclaimed. I'm hungry. I want a big chicken leg, and I also want to eat a big goose cooked in an iron pot. Can you make it for me when we get home? Gong Haoyang, now smiling through his tears, steadied Dou Dou's slender legs and used his speed ability to swiftly rush them home. All right, I'll go back and cook immediately, ensuring you'll want more, and from now on, you won't be able to eat anyone else's cooking. Ha ha ha, brother, you're too confident. Mom and Dad's cooking skills are far superior to yours. No, that was in the past. Now things are different. I've diligently honed my culinary skills for 10 years and have reached an advanced chef level. Impressive, right? So impressive. You've really blown your own trumpet, haha, as of now. It was only August 10th, leaving over half a month until Gong Haoyang's departure for the countryside. He decided that before he left, he would ensure his sister's health was in top shape. After all, she needed to gain a few more pounds. Regarding the job at the mechanical factory's office provided by the army, within 3 days, the newly appointed factory director personally returned the position to him. He wasted no time and immediately transferred the job to his high school classmate for a friendly price of 500 yuan. This classmate's father was a minor leader in the county government, and his mother was the director of the educated youth office. The village he was assigned to was a relatively affluent one, specifically chosen by his mother, and she even used her connections to secure sleeper tickets for him and his sister. In short, it was a win-win situation. Just a few days after the job transfer, the Li family received their just deserts. The two elderly Li's were sentenced to death for child trafficking, abuse, and intentional homicide. Before their execution, they had become mere skin and bones, their bodies covered in wounds inflicted by the county chief's family, without a single intact spot. They were caught in a situation where they wished for death but could not die. And to live was nothing but a delusion, until they had been sufficiently tormented by the county chief's family. Only then did they take their last breath, finally tasting the peanuts they had long anticipated. Li Fugue was punished for abusing and humiliating the orphan of a martyr, indulging in numerous illicit relationships, and colluding with others to steal materials from the mechanical factory, all of which were heinous crimes. And he too met the same fate. Huang Meiman narrowly escaped the same punishment, but didn't fare much better. Along with her lover, she was exiled to the northern wilderness to toil. Given their delicate nature, they would never escape the harsh conditions of the northern wilds in their lifetime. As for how many years they could survive there, that would depend on their own capabilities. Li Li and Wu Bing were similarly sent to the northern wilds for labor reform. Before their departure, Li Li was brutally beaten by Wu Bing's parents, while Wu Bing coldly observed, displaying his indifference to the fullest, only caring about what his parents had prepared for him. When he anxiously awaited his parents to hand over his belongings, and they failed to do so, he erupted in anger. Wu Bing's parents were utterly heartbroken. Now, they had no jobs, no homes, and their house had been completely stripped bare. Had it not been for their previous connections allowing them to borrow money and rent a place to stay, they would have been homeless. They initially intended to give their only son 20 yuan for his needs. But now it seemed unnecessary. It would be better to keep it for themselves. This son could be considered lost to them. Li Wei, amusingly enough, was deceived by a human trafficker with a mere chicken leg. After being taken, he believed he had encountered a good person, demanding that this good person provide him with food, drink, and clothing, claiming he would serve him well. What happened next was, the traffickers indeed took care of him. He was beaten black and blue, his tongue cut, and one of his legs broken, and as for what he wanted to eat, he was told to go beg for it himself. Thus, Li Wei embarked on a new life of begging, living day by day in hunger and cold, occasionally suffering beatings. Chapter 19. When Hongxi visits. When Hongxi, amidst his busy schedule, finally managed to carve out some time to visit Dou Dou and her brother, only to be met with a locked door. It wasn't so much a locked door as it was that he hadn't informed anyone in advance, and thus the siblings were not home at that moment. Unaware of his arrival, where could they be? Of course, they were out on a zero-cost shopping spree. This county town, neither particularly large nor small, concealed quite a bit of filth within, and seizing the limited opportunity for a spree not only punished the scoundrels but also satisfied their penchant for free goods. Those scoundrels possessed ill-gotten wealth and dared not report it to the police, only able to conduct private investigations. If they could uncover nothing, they could only lament their misfortune. Ha ha ha, it was simply delightful. When Hongxi looked at the abundant items in his hands and smiled helplessly, it seemed he wouldn't be able to see Hao Yang and Dou Dou today. Had he known, he would have arranged for someone to give him a heads up. It was his lack of foresight that wasted his time. Just as when Hongxi was about to leave the items at the door, Dou Dou and her brother returned. "Uncle One, what brings you here?" Gong Haoyang exclaimed with surprise, striding towards Wen Hongxi while carrying Dou Dou. Wen Hongxi turned to look at the siblings, taking in their rosy complexions and comfortably fitting clothing, and smiled with satisfaction. "What is this? Am I not welcome as a guest?" "Not at all," Gong Haoyang laughed as he explained, "Uncle One, you've been so busy lately. I thought you wouldn't have time to come. Had I known you were visiting today, I would have prepared a grand feast to welcome you. Brother, it's not too late now." Dou Dou chimed in, her bright, cunning eyes sparkling as she tilted her little head curiously at Wen Hongxi. Then, with a charming smile, she cheerfully greeted, "Uncle One, you're welcome to visit my home." "Thank you, Dou Dou." Wen Hongxi's typically stern face instantly transformed into one radiating warmth and affection, only to realize a moment later. Wait a minute, has Dou Dou become clever? How could he have only just realized such an important matter? It was all his fault for being too busy lately, nearly losing his wits. Gong Haoyang nodded. "Yes, my sister has returned to normal some time ago. Uncle One, this isn't the place for conversation. Let us go inside." All right. When Hongxi's eyes were fixed on Dou Dou, wanting to embrace her but hesitating. "Come here, Uncle One. I'll leave my sister in your care." Gong Haoyang was utterly astonished as he quickly handed over his sister to Wen Hong 11. It was truly shocking for him to witness this gesture. After all, Wen Hongxi had always been quite serious, perhaps due to the nature of his work, which made him unsure of how to interact with children, resulting in a rather awkward relationship with his two sons. He had never seen him embrace his own children before. When Hongxi cautiously held Dou Dou, feeling the soft, delicate bundle in his arms, and found himself grinning uncontrollably, oh my. His heart was nearly melting. It was a pity that Dou Dou wasn't his daughter. In his family, he only had two sons who were distant from him. Who knows how much he longed for a daughter? Perhaps he should discuss with his wife the idea of having a soft, delicate daughter. Ha ha ha, if he truly had a daughter, he would wake up smiling from his dreams. When Hongxi's wife, "Ugh, you dog of a man, if you want a daughter, go have one yourself. I've worked hard to raise two sons. Are you afraid that I'm living too comfortably?" "Dou Dou, Uncle One, your smile is quite silly." After Gong Haoyang welcomed Wen Hongxi into the living room, he focused on preparing a delicious meal to entertain his guest. Disregarding the interaction between the two, "Dou Dou, this is the milk powder Uncle gave you. Make sure to mix a cup each morning, noon, and night for your health." When Hongxi cradled Dou Dou in his arms, his laughter so wide that it revealed his teeth while his eyes sparkled with joy. His chatter was incessant. "Dou Dou, Uncle is uncertain about your favorite treats, so I brought you chocolates, sponge cake, sweet rice sticks, white rabbit creamy candy, corn-flavored gummies, and fruit-flavored hard candies. Please don't hesitate to indulge. Once you finish, write to Uncle and I shall promptly send you more Dou. And there's also a bag of apples." Dou Dou, with her obedient demeanor, expressed her gratitude, thanking her uncle for his generosity, stating how much she cherished the gifts. "Next time, you needn't bother. I'm almost tired of them. There's still a considerable stash at home." The little one occasionally produced more sweets, and truth be told, she was not in one of Candy's eye in the kitchen. Gong Haoyang was bustling about, nearly sending sparks flying as he wielded the spatula with fervor. In the living room, the duo, one large and one small, engaged in delightful conversation, with Dou Dou playfully eliciting hearty laughter from Wen Hongxi, filling the courtyard with a warm ambience. Dinner was served. Upon beholding the table adorned with an array of delectable dishes, Wen Hongxi's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. After a moment of awe, he raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Hao Yang, you truly live up to the legacy of your parents. Not only are you clever, but your culinary skills are exceptional. In comparison, my own children seem utterly inept. Were it not for my constant supervision, they would have long been rendered ineffectual by their mother." Gong Haoyang chuckled awkwardly. "Uncle One, how can you belittle your own children like that? If I recall correctly, Igu is only 22 this year and already holds the rank of company commander in the army. If that is considered useless, then what of other children?" he continued. "Xiao Xiao just graduated high school like me. He hasn't even begun to envision his future. Speaking so harshly now would only crush his confidence. When Hongxi found himself at a loss for words, patting Gong Haoyang on the shoulder, "You, with that sharp tongue of yours, just like your father, are relentless. Must I concede? Not so fast. There must be a penalty." Gong Haoyang grinned, pointing to the spread before them. "Uncle One must clean the entire table of food." "All of it?" When Hongxi gasped, his voice trembling. "Help? I am no competitive eater. That title belongs solely to your family." Strangely enough, they appeared anything but gluttonous, yet their appetites were prodigious. Even 5-year-old Dou Dou had quite the appetite. Gong Haoyang laughed heartily. "Just kidding, Uncle One. Eat to your heart's content." When Hongxi sighed in relief. After feasting, he bestowed great praise upon Gong Haoyang, asserting that his culinary prowess could rival even the most renowned chefs in Kyoto, delighting Gong Haoyang, who beamed with joy. Once the laughter subsided, they shifted to serious matters. When Hongxi presented a commendation letter and a reward, "Haoyang, for your efforts in reporting the spy, here is the Army's commendation and reward. For your safety, your name has not been disclosed. Following a thorough investigation, they had merely uprooted the spies and related personnel within this county. As for their superiors, they had severed connections at the first opportunity to ensure their own safety. Extracting all spies from this network would prove to be a formidable task." He now feared for the safety of Haoyang and Dou Dou, worried they might attract unwanted attention from these spies. Chapter 20. I am willing to serve as bait to eliminate spies. Upon hearing this, Gong Haoyang's eyes glinted with a profound understanding, his gaze locked onto Wen Hongxi as he declared, "Uncle One, I am willing to serve as bait to eliminate the spies." Wen Hongxi was taken aback, his expression a mix of shock and complexity. Gong Haoyang's demeanor turned serious as he reiterated, "Uncle One, I am willing to serve as bait to eliminate the spies, and I hope you can agree." Wen Hongxi felt a blend of helplessness and admiration, ultimately sighing deeply. His gaze drifted to the obedient Dou Dou sitting nearby. "Haoyang, you are a child I have watched grow up. I know your temperament well. Having ambitions is commendable, but you must also consider Dou Dou's safety, do you not?" Truth be told, he did not concur with Haoyang's proposal. The couple, he Ning, cherished their children above all. Should anything happen to them, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Gong Haoyang smiled gently, "Uncle One, Dou Dou is my sister. Of course, I will consider her in this world." His utmost priority was his sister. As for their parents, well, they were too preoccupied with their own lives to concern themselves with the children's safety. Dou Dou tilted her head, flashing a sweet smile at Wen Hongxi. "Uncle One, you mustn't underestimate me. Hee, I could easily take down several like you." Wen Hongxi, oblivious to Dou Dou's true intentions, perceived her as the innocent child needing protection. "Dou Dou, Uncle does not underestimate you. It's just that you are too young to fend for yourself. I do not wish to place either of you in harm's way. Uncle One must not judge solely by appearances, or one may find themselves sorely mistaken." Dou Dou grinned mischievously, and before Wen Hongxi could comprehend her meaning, she leapt towards him, effortlessly sending him tumbling onto the nearby sofa. Wen Hongxi, "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?" After a prolonged moment, he regained his bearings, his expression still fraught with shock as he turned wide-eyed to Dou Dou. "Dou Dou, how on earth do you possess such strength?" It was simply unfathomable. Had he possessed such strength, he would have surely ascended several ranks by now. Dou Dou giggled, proudly patting her chest. "Of course. It's inherited from my parents' strength, Wen Hongxi. Indeed, He Ning is renowned for his immense strength in the military. It stands to reason that Dou Dou, being his daughter, would inherit such might." Dou Dou, this is what they mean by a fierce father begetting a fierce daughter. Wen Hongxi swiftly moved past his earlier astonishment, sincerely praising her. "Of course, Uncle One, I can surpass them in greatness. But I need you to grant my brother and me a chance. We wish to carve out our own destiny. My brother said our family's abilities are exceptionally unique in this world. We must either conceal our talents or be prepared for suspicion and potential experimentation. Moreover, our parents would never sacrifice themselves or mysteriously vanish without reason. With them leading the way, our family cannot lead an ordinary life. It is better to rely on our own strengths to thrive, ensuring that no one can easily dictate our fates." When Hongxi was once again taken aback, he had much to say but found himself at a loss for words. Dou Dou blinked her big, watery eyes, tugging at his sleeve with an endearing smile, her soft voice betraying none of her earlier ferocity. "Uncle One, please agree to my brother and me. Rest assured, we will protect ourselves and won't allow harm to befall us. Let me think it over." When Hongxi found it difficult to resist the charms of a girl's plea, he was unable to harden his heart, especially since his compassion was directed towards people. Gong Haoyang secretly gave Dou Dou a thumbs up, watching Wen Hongxi with amusement. Uncle Wen, you've held your position as political commissar long enough. With your accomplishments in thwarting spies, I believe a promotion is on the horizon. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. Enough of your nonsense, Wen Hongxi retorted. Do not think I am unaware that this achievement was conveniently presented to me by you, if I am not mistaken. The chaos at Zhang Bintian's birthday banquet was also orchestrated by you, correct? Gong Haoyang merely smiled and remained silent. Everything was implied in the silence. When Hongxi sighed, he had always claimed that Haoyang was a cunning little fox, and his father, Gong Henning, was a wily old fox. Now it seemed Dou Dou was also a fierce little fox. Thankfully, he had cultivated a good relationship with the Gong family. Otherwise, he might have been consumed whole by them without a trace left behind. Nevertheless, Haoyang and Dou Dou possessed ambition, strength, intelligence, and self-preservation capabilities. His concerns were indeed excessive. Rather than fret, it was better to seize this opportunity to ally himself with them. When they soared, he would share in their glory. Wuden Tihi, having spent over a decade in the Sichuan military district, he had long grown weary of it and was finally on the verge of advancement. After much contemplation, his ambition overtook him. And when Hongxi agreed to the proposal of using Gong Haoyang as bait, but he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Haoyang, Dou Dou, given your intellect, you must already be aware that your parents have not met with misfortune. They have merely gone into hiding due to various circumstances. Uncle Wen, do you have news of my parents? None, but when they departed, they entrusted me with your care, instructing me to ensure you both lead good lives and not to dwell too much on their absence. Dou Dou and Haoyang exchanged glances, understanding all too well the implications. On another note, there is the matter of your true lineage. Uncle Wen, there is no need to elaborate. We have long been aware of it. When Hongxi smiled warmly, good, that's reassuring. I shall be brief. The Gong family is a business dynasty of immense wealth. Even though your grandfather, Gong Ligua, donated his fortune to the state, there are still many who covet the treasures of the Gong family. When Hongxi made his point abundantly clear, he and Gong Henning are the best of brothers, and he has not concealed the matters concerning Henning's background from him, thus he is well aware of these matters. Over the years, your father has dealt with quite a few individuals, but when it comes to interests, human lives are the least valuable. Therefore, you must exercise caution in the future, not only guarding against those who covet treasures but also remaining vigilant against spies seeking revenge. How about this? I will secretly dispatch personnel from the military to protect you in the shadows, which would allow me to feel somewhat reassured. Uncle Wen, there is no need to send anyone for protection. Both Dou Dou and her brothers simultaneously declined. The presence of too many people would only be a burden. They have numerous secrets of their own and do not wish to be monitored. Uncle Wen Hongxi felt utterly helpless. Fine. You are all independent-minded children, and as your uncle, I can no longer dictate your choices. Alas, however, there is one matter regarding your Gong family that I have heard through the grapevine. Though I do not know if it is true. What matter? Dou Dou and her brother's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chapter 21. The day of departure for the countryside arrived. When Hongxi candidly stated, someone mentioned that they saw your grandfather. Mr. Gong Ligua, while in Hong Kong. Dou Dou. Oh, is that true? Gong Haoyang suppressed the depth in his eyes and expressed his gratitude to Wen Hongxi, saying, Thank you, Uncle Wen, for informing us of this news. Regardless of its veracity, my sister and I will find an opportunity to visit our grandfather in Hong Kong. Wen Hongxi nodded with satisfaction. Haoyang, you and Dou Dou are good children. Your grandfather has also faced considerable challenges. Speaking of which, I have quite a bit of admiration for him. The distinction between voluntarily donating one's estate and being coerced into doing so is stark. Mr. Gong Ligua belongs to the former, and his patriotism is beyond doubt. Haoyang, Dou Dou, Hong Kong is a place where people of various backgrounds intermingle. The hierarchies are strictly defined, and human lives are of little value there. If you go to Hong Kong, you must pay close attention to your safety. Understood, we will remember that. After the three exchanged a few more words, when Hongxi took his leave, as he had many matters to attend to, it was no small feat for him to spare this time to visit Dou Dou and Haoyang. Before departing, he did not forget to remind them. Haoyang, when you take Dou Dou to the countryside, you must ensure her safety and take good care of her. Do not let her go hungry, cold, or tired. Also, contact me immediately upon your arrival. If there are any changes in my position, I will notify you in writing. Remember, you must prioritize your personal safety. The last statement was of utmost importance. The Sakura bandits are treacherous and ruthless, employing cruel methods. Once they set their sights on you, it is akin to being targeted by a venomous snake. If you don't perish, you will at the very least be severely wounded. I can only hope that Dou Dou and her brother remain safe and sound. He, having secured his position as a political commissar, owes a great deal to Henning's assistance, a debt of gratitude he will forever cherish. Uncle One, please rest assured. We will take care of ourselves, Gong Haoyang replied obediently, handing over a large bag he had prepared in advance to Wen Hongxi. Uncle One, this is beef jerky, pork slices, dried apples, raisins, dried peaches, and some assorted snacks that my sister and I made. You are busy with work and often neglect to eat. When you feel hungry, have some of these snacks. Your health is of utmost importance. Very well, very well. You are so thoughtful. When Hongxi's eyes turned red with emotion, touched by the consideration of the two children from the Gong family. They were truly like warm little quilts, unlike his own two boys who would never show such concern for him. Ah, the comparison is enough to make one envious. In the end, when Hongxi hoisted the bag and left, glancing back multiple times, Dou Dou opened the envelope given by the military, revealing a stack of 10 yuan bills, totaling exactly 3,000 yuan. Brother, reporting a spy earns 3,000 yuan. It seems we need not engage in any other work. We can simply catch spies and report them, and there will be a continuous influx of rewards. The thought excited her. Seeing his sister's eager expression, Gong Haoyang couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, you are mistaken. The reward for reporting a spy depends on whether the spy is a big fish or a small shrimp. If it's a small shrimp, even 100 yuan would be quite good. Dou Dou shrugged her shoulders and replied, Fine, I won't be greedy. As long as there's money to be made, I'll catch both big fish and small shrimp. He affectionately pinched Dou Dou's cheek. After a period of careful nurturing, her face had finally put on some flesh. Yet, it was still not enough. He intended to plump her up until she resembled a little piglet. Dou Dou, you are the little piglet. Time flew by, and the day of departure for the countryside had arrived. Gong Haoyang had already packed his belongings. He tidied up the house, intending to leave the furniture behind and not planning to sell the property either, as he and his sister were not in need of money. However, leaving the house vacant was not ideal, so he rented it out to Tanji and Huang Xingli, two grown men, which would make things more convenient for them. It was still dark outside, and a mist enveloped the surroundings. Gong Haoyang carried a bundle filled with food and drink, while he had two large bags slung over his back, containing blankets, clothing, and assorted items. To avoid drawing too much attention, he had prepared most of the necessary items, leaving only the larger items that took up space, which he placed in Dou Dou's storage space. Dou Dou, sporting two little pigtails, wore a military green t-shirt and matching overalls, with a small military green backpack that her brother had personally made for her slung over her back. She yawned while hugging Gong Haoyang's leg, dozing off. Her adorable and soft demeanor nearly melted the hearts of the two young men, Tanji and Huang Xingli, causing their voices to unconsciously blend together. Brother Yang, hurry and hand over the luggage. You should hold our little sister instead. Look how sleepy she is, her little head bobbing. Brother Yang, why don't I carry our little sister? Get lost? Dou Dou is my sister. Gong Haoyang shot a glare at the two brothers, roughly tossing the 3 bags to them, then gently scooping Dou Dou into his arms, finding her a comfortable position so she could continue to sleep. There was no other choice. Dou Dou had been awakened by him before dawn, and the train was set to depart at 9:30 in the morning. The distance to the train station was considerable, requiring over an hour by tricycle. He had to be considerate of his sister. Tanji and Huang Xingli were already accustomed to Gong Haoyang's doting on his sister. They took the luggage with a grin and quickly placed the bags onto the tricycle. Tanji took the wheel while Huang Xingli cheerfully pulled out the meat buns and soy milk he had bought. Brother Yang, Dou Dou, here, have some buns to fill your stomach. Buns. Dou Dou wants to eat. With food in sight, Dou Dou immediately opened her sleepy eyes, her little foodie nature fully revealed. Huang Xingli exclaimed, Oh my. Dou Dou is truly adorable. All right, Dou Dou, Brother Huang will feed you. Okay. Goodness. Both Gong Haoyang and Tanji shivered in unison, goosebumps rising. Huang Xingli, can you speak normally? Hee, I can't. Huang Xingli, now with thick skin, continued to feed Dou Dou meat buns under Gong Haoyang's fierce gaze, while Dou Dou exhibited no hesitation in enjoying the service. For her, having a charming older brother attend to her was more than agreeable. For a moment, Gong Haoyang felt a pang of sadness, but he quickly reassured himself. Look, his sister was simply being considerate, trying to spare him the effort by allowing another young man to care for her. And no jealousy. Gong Haoyang took a hefty bite of the meat bun, devouring it with gusto, his fierce demeanor causing Huang Xingli to almost burst into laughter, nearly causing internal injury from stifled laughter. After ensuring Dou Dou had a good meal, Huang Xingli finally produced a large bag and handed it to Gong Haoyang. saying, "Brother Yang, Dou Dou, this is a little token of appreciation from Tanji and me. You must accept it." Gong Haoyang felt a lump in his throat. It was impossible not to feel touched. True brothers like these are indeed rare in this world. Chapter 22. Encountering a rival on the train, Gong Haoyang sniffed, pretending to joke. "What if I refuse to accept it?" Huang Xingli chuckled. "Refuse? Then Tanji and I will cry together until you relent." Gong Haoyang pouted. "So childish." Dou Dou mimicked. "Childish, childish. You are all so childish." The room burst into laughter, the joyful sounds dissipating the sadness of parting, yet unable to diminish the bonds of friendship. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at the train station. By this time, the sky had brightened, and the train station was already bustling with people. Gong Haoyang initially intended to let Huang Xingli and Tanji leave without accompanying them onto the train, but the two boys were stubborn and insisted on seeing them off. "Fine," Gong Haoyang conceded. Feeling helpless, even as the older brother, he could not sway them. Besides, it was clearly he and Dou Dou who were taking the train. Yet these two were more anxious than they were, their eyes glued to the train, fearful of missing it. Wah, brother Yang, Dou Dou, the train to Northeast Heilongjiang is here. Hurry, hand over the luggage, brother Yang. You just need to hold Dou Dou. Leave the luggage to us." Tanji and Huang Xingli were in a frenzy, quickly lifting the luggage. Goodness, this is heavy. They nearly strained their backs. Fortunately, in recent years, following along with Yang Gu has allowed my skills to flourish, and my strength has significantly increased as well, which is indeed commendable. As the train came to a halt, two young lads took the lead, shouldering the luggage, while Gong Haoyang strode confidently behind, cradling Dou Dou in his arms. It was an utterly delightful experience. Dou Dou, filled with curiosity, cast a glance around, and upon witnessing the scene of people straining under the weight of their bundles, desperately squeezing into the train, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Goodness, this sight was even more terrifying than a zombie apocalypse. With several individuals being hoisted up by the crowd, it was simply madness. In light of this spectacle, Dou Dou humbly acknowledged her brother's foresight in securing sleeper tickets instead of hard seats. They found their compartment, and after Tanji and Huang Xingli placed their luggage down, they wiped the sweat from their brows, gasping for breath. Gong Haoyang patted their shoulders in gratitude. "You've worked hard." "Thank you, Brother Tan and Brother Huang. Dou Dou will write to you often, so if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me and my brother," Dou Dou exclaimed, grasping each boy by the hand, discreetly using her wood-based abilities to mend any deficiencies in their bodies. While they bore no major ailments, having grown up in conditions of insufficient food and clothing certainly left them with some lingering effects. However, after her restoration, Dou Dou assured that her two brothers would soon be thriving and well-nourished. The two boys, still immersed in the bittersweet emotions of departure, remained oblivious to the changes until they disembarked and watched the train disappear from view. Strange, I was just exhausted, yet now I feel an abundance of energy. Indeed, I feel the same. I can distinctly sense my body has improved, and the pressure within my organs has vanished. Although they could not comprehend the reason behind this, they chose not to dwell on it, as their primary focus lay on their quest for prosperity on the train. Gong Haoyang arranged the luggage before allowing Dou Dou to remove her shoes and settle onto the upper bunk. He had purchased tickets for adjacent upper and lower berths, creating a space with 6 beds, neither too many nor too few, minimizing interactions with others. The train had now departed, and this compartment, at least temporarily, was exclusively theirs, affording them a semblance of VIP treatment. "Brother, let me see what Brother Huang and Brother Tan gifted us," Dou Dou exclaimed with excitement, as this was her first train journey, and the experience felt quite novel. To her eagerness, Gong Haoyang complied, swiftly retrieving the bag from beneath the bed and opening it. Wow, so many delicacies. Dou Dou's eyes sparkled as she leaned over the edge of the bed, mesmerized by the contents. A delightful assortment of canned oranges, peaches, pears, strawberries, a bag of shrimp chips, a packet of white rabbit milk candies, a bag of fruit candies, a pack of roasted sunflower seeds, a bag of fried peanuts, 2 cans of malted milk, 10 oil-free baked pancakes, 2 jars of meat sauce, 2 pieces of cured meat, 2 large salted fish, and 4 to 5 pounds of sausage, along with 3 sets of quality clothing, 1 for Gong Haoyang and 2 for Dou Dou. "Brother, all this food must have cost at least 100 yuan," Dou Dou, uncertain of the prices in this era, remarked. Gong Haoyang nodded, approximately, "Yes, those two are indeed generous. Sister, what would you like to eat? I'll fetch it for you." Dou Dou, unreserved, leaned back on the bed, crossing her legs as she made her selections. "Let's start with some peanuts and a can of strawberries. That will suffice for now. The rest doesn't appeal to me." "Wait, Dou Dou suddenly sat up, promptly halting Gong Haoyang. What is it? Sister? Brother? Let us have baby replicate these snacks. The gifts from Brother Tan and Brother Huang hold special significance for you. In truth, she had no shortage of food in her space. Baby, her treasure, always worked diligently, understanding her penchant for snacks and autonomously duplicating them for her. Gong Haoyang, slightly taken aback, acquiesced, very well, as you wish. After the replication, the siblings reclined on the bed, leisurely enjoying their treats. Drinking spring water when thirsty, and purchasing meals from the train when hungry to try new flavors. Whenever Dou Dou encountered a dish she particularly enjoyed, she would quietly instruct Baby to replicate it. Knowing that her space preserved freshness and warmth, ensuring nothing would spoil regardless of how long it was kept. The journey to the northeastern Black Province would take a full 5 days. For others, train travel might be a torment, but for Dou Dou and her brother, it felt akin to a vacation. The first day passed with them still vibrant and energetic. However, by the second day, their VIP status had diminished as a man and a woman gradually occupied the room. Dou Dou perched on the edge of the bed, her wide, curious eyes observing. The newcomers were quite good-looking, appearing to be around her brother's age, and they carried a considerable amount of luggage. It was evident they were also young intellectuals heading to the countryside. After Su Huayao had settled her belongings, she turned and, at that moment, her gaze met Dou Dou's, causing her to freeze momentarily, her fair complexion flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Hello, little friend. What to do? Who could save her? She had no idea how to interact with children. Dou Dou blinked, displaying an endearing smile as she greeted. Hello, beautiful sister. My name is Gong Dou Dou, but you can call me Dou Dou at Su Huayao. Taken aback for a moment, quickly introduced herself. I am Su Huayao. You can call me Sister Yao. Dou Dou's mind raced. If she recalled correctly, Su Huayao was a supporting character in a period novel, a victim of circumstance who was usurped by the female lead, ultimately driven to despair and suicide. Dou Dou discreetly assessed Su Huayao. She was tall, with well-defined features, fair skin, and an overall gentle and serene demeanor, easily arousing affection in others. Such a wonderful girl deserved a better fate. And it was undeniable that the author of this novel was truly cruel. In all honesty, Dou Dou was reluctant to dwell on the main plot, as it left a sour taste in her mouth. To summarize, the novel depicted a chaotic harem life, full of madness and absurdity, provoking outrage. It revolved around the female lead, who, with the aid of a luck system, garnered the affection of numerous men, thereby enhancing her own luck and establishing herself as the universally recognized daughter of fortune. The author crafted the female lead into a character who could seduce and ensnare any man, turning them into her mindless devotees. The narrative often featured scenes of romantic entanglements involving several, dozens, or even hundreds of men. This world had devolved into an unimaginable chaos, in the eyes of the heroine. Men were the sole focus, leading her to detest women as a group. Any woman who was more attractive, better endowed, or from a superior background than her would become her target. She would either manipulate her mindless followers to bully them or take matters into her own hands. Vowing to extinguish any woman she deemed a threat in this world, she was the central character, and all men were compelled to bow before her. As these thoughts swirled in Dou Dou's mind, she couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation. The sheer lunacy of this harem life was beyond comprehension. Moreover, this period novel should not have been titled Jiao Jiao, the daughter of fortune, but rather Only I Am Supreme, the daily life of a woman who dominates men. Dou Dou felt a spark of indignation. Their family was merely a tool to provide the protagonist with the resources of the Gong family. She was determined to see what this luck system truly entailed. Without its assistance, could the heroine still command the devotion of all those men? Please. Dou Dou cast a sympathetic glance at Su Huayao. Her sister, though you are a supporting character, many others share your fate and suffer even greater tragedies than yours. Su Huayao, perplexed, wondered why Dou Dou was looking at her so strangely. Yao Yao, why are you standing there motionless? At that moment, Song Chuqin, who was busy organizing his belongings, shot Su Huayao a bewildered glance, his expression laced with disdain. I'm just chatting with Dou Dou, Su Huayao replied. Her cheeks flushed as she introduced Dou Dou to him. Dou Dou, this elder brother is called Song Chuqin. We are both going to the northeastern Black Province for our assignments. Song Chuqin frowned, his tone impatient. Yao Yao, aren't you supposed to fetch hot water? Hurry up and do that. What is the point of wasting time talking to a child? He regarded her as nothing more than a mere child, unworthy of his time. Su Huayao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she offered Dou Dou an apologetic smile. She had always known that Song Chuqin could be somewhat arrogant and dismissive towards those of lesser means, yet he usually maintained a facade of civility. This time, however, he had crossed a line. In her view, both adults and children deserved equal respect, not disregard and disdain. At that moment, Su Huayao felt utterly drained. Dou Dou cast a fleeting glance at Song Chuqin, and a smile, imbued with profound meaning, graced the corners of her lips. Sister Yao, who is he? Is he your father or your brother? Why does he speak with such a commanding tone? Su Huayao's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she shook her head. Dou Dou, he is neither my father nor my brother. He is, well, my fiancé, I suppose. What is a fiancé? Dou Dou blinked her innocent eyes, gazing up at Su Huayao with an adorably perplexed expression. Su Huayao hesitated, unsure of how to explain to the young child. Just then, Song Chuqin could no longer bear to listen and abruptly stood up, glaring at Dou Dou with admonition. Whose child are you? Why do you have so much to say? Where are your parents? Clearly, they have failed to instill any manners in you. Dou Dou tilted her small face upwards, meeting Song Chuqin's gaze directly. He, I am my mom and dad's child. But who are you? I wasn't even talking to you. Why are you speaking to me? Dou Dou feigned confusion, then suddenly sat up straight and slapped her forehead. Oh, I get it. You are just a rude old rogue without any manners. I will tell my brother to capture you and reform you. Hiss, a rude old rogue. It was the first time in his life someone had insulted him in such a manner. Song Chuqin's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by this little brat. Casting a glance at the bedroom, he noticed Dou Dou sitting alone on the bed, and a wicked smile crossed his lips. Little brat, today I shall teach you a lesson. Not everyone is someone you can offend. With that, Song Chuqin lunged towards Dou Dou, determined to teach the child a lesson she would not soon forget. Otherwise, he would not bear the surname Chu. Song Chuqin, what are you doing? Su Huayao's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly restrained the reckless Song Chuqin. Her voice laced with growing anger. You are an adult. Why bicker with a child? Besides, Dou Dou did not say anything wrong. I was having a perfectly pleasant conversation with Dou Dou, and you chose to interrupt? As if that somehow elevated your status. Song Chuqin's face darkened with fury as he roughly shrugged off Su Huayao's grip, his tone as condescending as ever to Su Huayao. Do not forget that you are my fiancée. If you do not stand by my side, it is one thing, but to assist a child against me. Have you lost your senses? He continued. He is merely scaring the child, as a grown man. I may be somewhat petty, but I would never harm a child. Oh, your fiancée? Su Huayao steadied herself, her expression equally displeased, her reddened eyes locking onto Song Chuqin's. Do you think I desire to be your fiancée? Quite frankly, I find your character utterly unimpressive. You dare to look down upon me? Song Chuqin's voice dripped with disbelief. Disregarding you is not an act of bravery. It is merely a fact, Su Huayao retorted with a self-deprecating smile. I am not my parents. How they choose to ingratiate themselves with your family is their affair. Were it not for her parents threatening her life to comply with their wishes, she would never have wished to be entangled with Song Chuqin. Chapter 24. Online gossip. The male and female supporting characters dissolved their engagement. Song Chuqin was taken aback by Su Huayao's words, momentarily stunned before unleashing a furious roar. Su Huayao. His pride would not permit anyone to dismiss him, especially not the fiancée he had always looked down upon. Dou Dou blinked, her eyes wide in wonder, and disdainfully poked at Song Chuqin with her toes. Hey, rude old rogue, this is a public place. Not your home. Could you please lower your voice? Absolutely not. Song Chuqin's face flushed with indignation, his anger boiling over. He had no time to deal with the child. He needed to confront Su Huayao. Su Huayao, tell me this. What gives you the right to look down upon me? Su Huayao let out a cold laugh. Here we go again. Every time I try to reason with you, you respond with condescension, cloaked in various forms of belittlement. How can I possibly hold you in any regard? Her family was always so superficial, scheming to curry favor with the Song family, eager to offer her as a mere tool for building connections. Such a family had once suffocated her. In this era, no matter how much resentment and unwillingness she felt, she could not defy her parents' wishes, lest she be labeled an unfilial daughter by society. She had resigned herself to this life, until unexpectedly, a chance for change emerged. The Song family had attracted too much attention, perhaps having offended those they ought not to, thus becoming targets of various schemes. To shield their precious son from harm, they sent him to the countryside as a youth, far removed from the turmoil of politics. In that moment, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Being a youth in the countryside was splendid. Not only could she escape her original family, but it also provided an opportunity to dissolve her engagement with Song Chuqin. Su Huayao, in this lifetime, harbored no grand aspirations. She simply wished to live freely, unbound by anyone's control. After moving to the countryside, she would rather endure hardship than remain entangled with her family or the Song family. Thus, she resolutely signed up to become a youth in the countryside, much to the delight of both families, who urged her to take care of Song Chuqin and ensure he did not suffer or go hungry. Bah! Taking care of him is out of the question. It is not the old society anymore. We have gender equality. Just because I am Song Chuqin's fiancé, does that mean I must tend to his every need? Why should I? Just because he possesses neither character nor virtue, and is inflated with pride. Su Huayao met Song Chuqin's furious gaze with a smile, retorting, "What makes you think I should hold you in esteem? You?" Song Chuqin was nearly apoplectic. He was his parents' most cherished son. His 3 sisters too afraid to scold him, let alone speak harshly. Whatever he desired, they would go out of their way to fulfill. He prided himself on his image, presenting himself as a gentleman in public. Yet at home, he was a tyrant. To be insulted by a child was bad enough, but to be publicly rebuked by Su Huayao was utterly humiliating. This is too much. Su Huayao, I am handsome, tall, come from a good family, and possess both looks and status. What on earth gives you the right to dismiss me? What gives me the right? Su Huayao's face was cold as she responded straightforwardly. Your violent temper and lack of respect for others, your haughty demeanor, your despicable character, your self-righteousness, your selfishness, your inability to contribute, your consistent failure in exams, and enough. Close your mouth. Song Chuqin was mortified and infuriated, raising his hand to strike Su Huayao. In that critical moment, Gong Haoyang swiftly pulled Su Huayao behind him, effortlessly gripping Song Chuqin's wrist. Dou Dou, witnessing this, eagerly retracted her psychic energy and began munching on sunflower seeds, continuing to enjoy the unfolding drama. Who are you? Song Chuqin stared at the suddenly appearing Gong Haoyang, initially taken aback before asking with irritation. Gong Haoyang flashed a smile that I am Gong Haoyang, but you may refer to me as the one who intervenes when witnessing injustice. Akin to Lei Fengda, of course. If you prefer not to use that name, you may call me your ancestor, and I shall begrudgingly accept you as an unfilial descendant. You dare to insult me? Song Chuqin was both furious and anxious, attempting to withdraw his hand, but despite exerting all his strength, he remained immobile. He could no longer underestimate the youth before him. My good fellow, could you kindly release my hand? Dou Dou snickered. A coward afraid of hard work, thought you were impressive. All you do is bully children and pretty sisters, you coward. Song Chuqin's face turned a deep shade of red. You? You dare to bully my little sister? Gong Haoyang's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on Song Chuqin's wrist, producing a painful creaking sound. It hurts. Please, stop squeezing. My hand is about to break. Song Chuqin grimaced in pain, begging for mercy. Gong Haoyang ignored him. Left with no choice, Song Chuqin turned to Su Huayao for help. Yao Yao, you must intercede for me. I had no idea that child was this big brother's sister. Had I known, I would never have dared to bully her. Su Huayao patted her chest, still recovering from the shock, and looked at Song Chuqin with disdain. So you mean to say that had Dou Dou not been this gentleman's sister, you would still have bullied her? Song Chuqin's expression faltered as he hurriedly shook his head. No, you misunderstood me. That was not my intention at all. Look at your guilty face. No one is a fool. Su Huayao only wished she had some martial prowess, or else she would have given Song Chuqin a thorough beating. Song Chuqin cried out again, acutely aware that his wrist was on the verge of breaking. Yao Yao, please intercede for me. Do not forget, you are my fiancé. If I am not treated well, neither will you. Su Huayao's expression soured instantly as she stepped out from behind Gong Haoyang and slapped Song Chuqin hard across the face. From this moment forth, I am no longer your fiancé. Our engagement is hereby dissolved. Song Chuqin was left both furious and astounded. Are you serious? Absolutely. I, Su Huayao, am a woman of my word. I shall never regret this decision. Are you not afraid that your parents and brother will write to scold you, reproach you, or even sever ties with you? Su Huayao chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, It matters not to me. They can do as they please. From the moment I registered to go to the countryside, I considered myself devoid of family. My household registration has now been transferred to the commune in the countryside, and they can no longer exert control over me. Upon uttering these words, Su Huayao felt an overwhelming sense of relief and liberation. Song Chuqin, I would actually welcome their severance of ties. If it truly comes to that, I would be overjoyed, not fearful in the slightest. Song Chuqin found himself in a tumult of emotions at that moment. Logically, he should be elated to be rid of an undesirable fiancée, yet, inexplicably, joy eluded him. Chapter 25. Death is preferable to elopement. Su Huayao reiterated, Song Chuqin, from this moment forth, our engagement is annulled. Should you dare to claim me as your fiancée again, or wield your title to intimidate me, I swear I will make your life unbearable. Even if it costs me my own. Song Chuqin was incredulous. Su Huayao perceived the disdain etched on his face and smiled slyly. You may certainly test me. I now care for nothing with nothing to lose. I can accomplish anything. You? Looking at Su Huayao's seemingly mad laughter, Song Chuqin swallowed hard, reluctantly admitting that he was indeed somewhat afraid of her insanity. Fine. If the engagement is dissolved, so be it. Though you think I desired to be your fiancé? Had your parents not been so eager to curry favor with mine, I would never have consented to this arrangement. Su Huayao clapped her hands, beaming with delight. Isn't this wonderful? You dislike me, and I dislike you. Now that the engagement is annulled, we can each go our separate ways, and everyone will be happy. It's worth celebrating with that. She pulled out a handful of fruit candies from her bag, dividing them in half and handing them to Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang. Dou Dou, Comrade Gong, thank you for witnessing this. Here, have some wedding candies from me. No need to be polite, in truth. She was borrowing Dou Dou's influence to successfully annul the engagement. She understood that given Song Chuqin's selfish and rogue nature, he would never have agreed so readily without external pressure. Dou Dou chuckled, congratulating Sister Yao for freeing herself from the clutches of a scoundrel. How delightful! Song Chuqin felt exasperated. He had transformed from a man of poor upbringing into a mere scoundrel. Unable to escape the label, Gong Haoyang pocketed the fruit candies and sincerely blessed Su Huayao. Comrade Su, what is bad will depart, and what is good will come. In the future, you shall surely encounter a man who treats you with genuine affection. Thank you, Dou Dou. Thank you, Comrade Gong. That Su Huayao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice tinged with emotion. She was genuinely grateful to the Dou siblings. Comrade Su, do you have anything else to say? No, nothing more. Su Huayao, being astute, quickly recognized Gong Haoyang's intentions and promptly stepped aside, remembering to shut the bedroom door behind her. As she beheld Gong Haoyang's fierce gaze, Song Chuqin trembled in fear, his voice quaking. What do you intend to do? Hitting someone is against the law. I warn you not to act recklessly. Ah! The sound of his cries echoed like that of a slaughtered pig. Dou Dou lounged on the bed, munching on sunflower seeds with a look of enjoyment. Hee, this sound is exhilarating. Sister Yao, you treat me to candy, and I'll treat you to sunflower seeds. Come on, don't be shy. Dou Dou has plenty of seeds to spare. Su Huayao paused, glancing at the large man cowering in the corner, howling in distress, and her mood soared at a T that moment. Snacking on seeds felt entirely fitting. Overcome with spontaneity, she kicked off her shoes and joined Dou Dou on the bed to enjoy the spectacle. Dou Dou, your sunflower seeds are delightful. Where did you buy them? Sister Yao, these are freshly roasted by my brother himself. You can't find such fragrant seeds outside. If you like them, I can give you a bag. All right, I want to be polite then. I have some boiled eggs in my bag. I'll treat you both. Exchanges of kindness foster enduring relationships. Although Su Huayao was gentle and serene by nature, she was well versed in the ways of the world. However, she remained aloof towards those she disliked or did not know. Watching Gong Haoyang as he playfully jabbed at Song Chuqin, Su Huayao gazed at him with admiration. Dou Dou, your brother is truly impressive. He even knows how to roast sunflower seeds, while I do not. When it came to praising her brother, Dou Dou was a professional. Her pride nearly lifted her chin to the sky. Of course, my brother not only roasts seeds but also does laundry, cooks, and cleans. He can do anything you can think of, Su Huayao inquired. But can he give birth? Dou Dou paused. That's something he can't do. If Sister Yao wishes for my brother to bear children, I could certainly look into that. Cough. Upon hearing this, Gong Haoyang's expression nearly split in two. Sister, please spare me, I am but an ordinary man. Su Huayao caught the forlorn look in Gong Haoyang's eyes, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, and she smiled apologetically. Comrade Gong, I truly apologize. I should not have spoken so indiscreetly. Please forgive me. She vowed never to speak so thoughtlessly before. Perhaps it was the annulment of her engagement and liberation from her family's control that had lightened her spirit, allowing her to converse more freely than before. It's quite all right. Gong Haoyang chuckled helplessly. Once the words were spoken, they could not be taken back. What could he do? Just let it go. Dou Dou flashed a smile, reassuringly patting Su Huayao's shoulder. Sister Yao, My brother is magnanimous. He won't hold a grudge over trivial matters. Just relax, let's continue enjoying seeds, watching the drama, and chatting. Indeed, conversing with a lovely young lady was quite pleasant at Su Huayao. Swayed by Dodo's cheerful spirit, softly asked, Dodo, where are you and your brother headed? My brother is a sent-down youth in the countryside, and I am accompanying him. I'm still young and frail, so he worries about me and takes care of me. And your family? Su Huayao was taken aback. Unable to continue cracking seeds, my father is a martyr, and my mother disappeared shortly after giving birth to me. As she spoke, tears brimmed in Dodo's eyes, her small face shadowed with sorrow. Hee, my brother said that when out in the world, one must feign fragility and vulnerability to garner sympathy from others. The truth about her mother's mysterious disappearance was best left unsaid. Words can be damaging. The more one speaks, the more rumors circulate. It was better to remain ambiguous and let others draw their own conclusions. Ultimately, they would likely only say her mother had passed away. Death is preferable to elopement. Dodo mentally applauded herself, thinking, Dodo is truly a clever little cookie. Chapter 26. A bold attempt at extortion. Dodo, please don't cry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked that question. And I've hurt you. I truly apologize. Su Huayao felt utterly helpless, cradling Dodo in her arms, comforting her, nearly brought to tears herself. Oh, Dodo, you're so pitiable, losing your parents at such a young age, being frail, and now enduring hardships in the countryside with your brother. It's just so tragic. Don't be sad, Dodo. Although your parents are gone, you still have your brother. He will take good care of you. Rest assured, I will also look after you and treat you like my own sister. Gong Haoying thought to himself, this conversation is becoming increasingly absurd. I need to take a step back. Thank you? Sister Yao, I'm not sad at all. Dodo pretended to wipe away a tear. Forcing a brave smile, Su Huayao, upon seeing this, felt her heart ache for the little girl. By the way, Dodo, which commune are you and your brother reporting to? I hope it's not too far. I wouldn't want to miss out on looking after you. Please let it be in the same place. Sister Yao, we're headed to Zhua Village in Linyang County, Daqing City, Heilongjiang Province. Zhua Village in Linyang County, Su Huayao exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy. That's wonderful. I'm also going to Zhua Village. Dodo, this means I can take care of you nearby. It's simply splendid. Su Huayao was elated. Meanwhile, Song Chuqin, who was being thoroughly beaten, felt as though he were living a fate worse than death, wishing he could howl at the heavens. My life is forfeit. He had originally planned to take revenge on Su Huayao once they reached the countryside, but now, that plan lay in ruins. With the Gong siblings around, he dared not act out. Just then, Dodo emerged from Su Huayao's comforting embrace, pointing an accusing finger at Song Chuqin. Brother, this scoundrel just tried to hit me. He scared my heart condition into acting up. As she spoke, Dodo's delicate face turned pale, her frail form clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. Brother, hit him. If he doesn't want to be beaten, he must compensate me for my medical expenses. Emotional distress, nutritional support, soothing of my tender heart, nursing fees, and lost wages. Song Chuqin wore an expression of utter disbelief. What were all these fees? He had never even heard of them. Setting aside the others, the notion of lost wages was downright extortionate. He could not help but wonder how a mere child could possibly have a job. Moreover, while the child's acting skills were indeed remarkable, wasn't his heart condition supposed to manifest immediately? Why wait until now? Surely, his reflexes were rather slow. Song Chuqin was brimming with grievances, eager to retort, but upon witnessing Gong Haoying's iron fist crackling ominously, he prudently sealed his lips. Gong Haoying shook his fist and smirked, presenting a choice. Either pay up or face a beating. I'll pay. Song Chuqin quickly acquiesced, for he had money on him. And any issue that could be resolved with cash was hardly an issue at all. Frankly speaking, he was simply terrified of being struck. Grimacing in pain, Song Chuqin scrambled to his feet and rummaged through his bag where he hid his money. How much should I compensate you? Dodo, still clutching her chest, weakly uttered a figure. 1,000 yuan. 1,000. Song Chuqin was both astonished and furious. This was outright robbery. No, he would report this to the authorities and have this detestable pair of siblings arrested. Su Huayao cast a glance at Dodo, then at Song Chuqin, and wisely kept her mouth shut, pretending to be blind to the unfolding drama. Dodo's expression darkened. Brother, hit him. No, don't hit me. Song Chuqin instinctively covered his head. Every part of him throbbed with pain, and he felt utterly miserable, wailing. He lamented that this was the first time in his life he had been struck, and it left him utterly defenseless. He felt quite aggrieved too. Gong Haoying chuckled coldly, his fists crackling ominously. Hurry up, my time is precious. If you don't hit me, I'll pay right away. Song Chuqin felt utterly despondent, weak and helpless, as he reluctantly counted out 1,000 yuan, trembling as he handed it to Gong Haoying. Here, count it, though. You are even using honorifics now. Gong Haoying clicked his tongue, skillfully counting the 10 yuan bills. Not a single cent more or less, just right at 1,000, he said, turning to hand it to Dou Dou. This is the money you've earned through your own efforts. So you should keep iti in that moment. As Dou Dou received the 1,000 yuan, her expression brightened, and she instantly shed her frail demeanor, sticking her tongue out at Song Chuqin in a taunting manner. Hee, old rogue, I have a congenital heart condition and carry my medical diagnosis with me. You're welcome to provoke me anytime, rest assured. I'm very kind-hearted and will definitely show you mercy. Song Chuqin. Where on earth did these siblings come from? They are utterly deranged, not even human, and they dare to speak of mercy. This is clearly blatant extortion. The crucial part was that he didn't dare to fight back. In that moment, Song Chuqin felt like bursting into tears. First, there were the injuries he sustained from the beating. Second, he lamented the 1,000 yuan he had just handed over. After all, that was a significant sum, especially since he only had 1,500 left. Woe is him, having lost such a large portion of his money so soon after boarding the train. How would he manage in the days to come? Despite his overwhelming resentment, Song Chuqin dared not express it, wishing he could shrink away like a turtle, striving to diminish his presence. Su Huayao suppressed her complicated feelings and raised a thumb in admiration towards Dou Dou and her brother. Dou Dou, Gong Jiqing, I have never admired anyone in my life, but I admire both of you. She had come to realize that Dou Dou and her brother were no ordinary individuals, especially Dou Dou, who, at such a tender age, was articulate, clever, and considerate, a true prodigy. Yet Dou Dou, do you really have a congenital heart condition? Su Huayao asked, concern etched on her face as she leaned closer to Dou Dou. She didn't wish to speak so softly, but since Dou Dou had just used her heart condition to extort him, to request compensation, if it turned out to be a ruse, her inquiry would be tantamount to dismantling the FAAD. Dou Dou nodded solemnly, retrieving the medical diagnosis from her olive green backpack. Sister Yao, seeing is believing. You may take a look for yourself. Dou Dou, upon seeing the hospital-embossed diagnosis, Su Huayao felt tears welling up once more. Poor Dou Dou, not only had she lost her parents, but she also suffered from a congenital heart condition. No wonder she was so small and frail. With a resolute heart, Su Huayao closed her eyes and slapped her chest, making a solemn promise. Dou Dou, don't worry. I will take good care of you. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be the first to object. There's no need. Gong Haoying shot Su Huayao a helpless and reproachful look. Sister Yao, I will take care of my sister myself. You should focus on taking care of yourself. She looked so fragile and vulnerable, clearly an easy target for bullying. How could she think of protecting her sister? Surely, she was joking. Su Huayao. Chapter 27. The couple renting a house with Wan Haobo the day after boarding the train. Dou Dou effortlessly extorted 1,000 yuan and gained a beautiful, gentle sister who prioritized her every need and cared for her meticulously. Thus, a delightful day passed. On the third day of the train journey, 2 remaining berths were occupied by a middle-aged couple returning to visit family. The couple was warm-hearted and kind. Upon learning of Dou Dou and her brother's circumstances, they offered immense kindness. Chen Yuanxiang affectionately embraced Dou Dou, bursting into laughter. What a coincidence. The countryside you 2 siblings are going to happens to be my husband Wan Haobo's hometown. Wan Haobo, as Chen Yuanxiang's husband, was quite pleased. Sister Xiangxiang, let us call this fate. Dou Dou laughed along, her sweet, soft voice tugging at the hearts of those present. Chen Yuanxiang adored Dou Dou, calling her sister Xiangxiang. Her own husband hadn't even addressed her as such yet. Haha, Dou Dou is right. As the saying goes, fate brings people together across 1,000 miles. Had we not met on this train, we might never have crossed paths in our lives. By the way, little Gong, do you have any plans for your time in the countryside? Chen Yuanxiang turned to Gong Haoying, her eyes filled with concern for the younger generation. Gong Haoying answered honestly, Aunt Chen, it's just my sister and I at home now. Bringing her to the countryside is unavoidable, and given her young age and poor health, I don't plan to let her suffer alongside me or with other educated youth. Therefore, I intend to rent a place first, allowing my sister to live and eat separately, which would provide her with a peaceful environment to recuperate and greatly reduce any potential friction or gossip with other educated youths. Little Gong, that's a splendid idea. Chen Yuanxiang expressed her support. Wan Haobo pondered for a moment before speaking. Little Gong, I happen to have an empty courtyard in my hometown, if you need it. I can rent it to you two siblings. This courtyard was newly built 3 years ago, initially intended for family visits during holidays. However, plans changed when he was reassigned to another city by his superiors, and his wife followed suit, forcing the family to move away from their hometown city with a plethora of luggage. To be honest, they had hardly lived in the new house themselves. He was reluctant to rent it out to others, fearing that tenants might not take good care of it, leaving it in disarray. It would be better left empty. They didn't lack the rent money to get by. Yet, renting it to Dou Dou and her brother was something both he and his wife were more than willing to do. Firstly, Dou Dou was an endearing and pitiable little girl who had lost her parents at such a young age, and they felt compelled to help her. Secondly, through their interactions, he could see that Dou Dou and her brother were genuinely good kids. He felt assured about letting them stay in the house. Wan Haobo continued, My house was newly built 3 years ago, consisting of 5 rooms and a large courtyard, with space for planting vegetables. The house is fully furnished, and we don't have many personal belongings, so if you decide to rent, you can just use a box to pack up our things. He owned several properties, including a standalone house in the county that his parents had bought when they were alive, and another apartment he had rented out 2 years ago to his wife's brother's family. This time, he and his wife returned to their hometown mainly for a wedding banquet for his brother-in-law's son. Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement, and they nodded eagerly to rent the house. To delay even a second would be a disservice to themselves. Gong Haoyang promptly inquired, Uncle Wan, Aunt Chun, how much is the rent for the house per year? The couple exchanged knowing glances, reaching a consensus before raising 2 fingers. 20 yuan? Gong Haoyang expressed disbelief. Is that too much? Then let us settle for 10 yuan. No, that's not right. Gong Haoyang explained helplessly, I meant to say that 20 yuan for rent is too little. Uncle Wan, Aunt Chun, I know you're trying to take care of Dou Dou and me, and we really appreciate it. But there's no need to set the rent so low. My sister and I have money. We truly do. Hiding beneath his blanket, Song Chu-chin could not help but roll his eyes. Indeed, he had just been extorted for 1,000 yuan yesterday. If they didn't have money, it would be quite the absurdity. He harbored grave doubts about the couple, suspecting them of being blind both in sight and heart. How could they possibly feel sympathy for the 2 siblings, Dou Dou and her brother, when those 2 were blatantly deranged thieves? Villains of the worst sort. Well, they were clearly wealthy. Chen Yuanxiang and her husband wore smiles, yet their tone was unmistakably patronizing, as if soothing a child. Gong Haoyang felt utterly helpless. Dou Dou blinked and quietly retrieved a hefty bundle of money from her small pocket, determined to speak through her actions. Chen Yuanxiang and her husband. Ah, indeed. You are quite well off, having finally accepted the reality of the siblings' affluence. Their worries lessened somewhat, yet they reminded Dou Dou to keep her money safe and not to flaunt it carelessly. As for the rent, after a series of discussions, they settled on an annual fee of 30 yuan. Gong Haoyang counted out 60 yuan on the spot, opting to rent for 2 years, uncertain of how long he and Dou Dou might remain in the countryside. For him, a monthly rent of 5 yuan for a newly built house with a spacious yard and furnished interiors was hardly excessive. In fact, it seemed he and Dou Dou had struck a bargain. To express his gratitude, Gong Haoyang took out several packets of jerky and dried fruits from his bag to offer to the couple. They refused. Gong Haoyang urged, Uncle Wan, Aunt Chun, the jerky and dried fruits are homemade by my sister and me. Please, do sample our culinary skills and don't turn them away. No, it's simply too extravagant, they insisted. Indeed, Comrade Xiaogong, please take it back. We cannot accept it. You should keep it to nourish Dou Dou. The couple repeatedly declined. Fully aware that in this era, jerky and dried fruits were precious commodities, often unavailable even with money. Well then, it was time for Dou Dou to showcase her prowess again. With a leap, she sprang from Chen Yuanxiang's embrace, her little backside pulling along the large bag gifted by Tanji and Huang Xingli. Come on, let us show you, she declared. Uncle Wan, Aunt Xiang, look, my brother and I truly have plenty of food. If you don't favor jerky and dried fruits, please select some delights from this bag. You cannot refuse. This is the heartfelt gesture for my brother and me. If you do not accept, Dou Dou will cry with that. Dou Dou pouted her lips, feigning tears. Oh my goodness, we cannot let that happen. Dou Dou was a petite thing, with fair and tender skin, and her features were exquisite and lovely. To be honest, this was the first time Chen Yuanxiang and her husband had encountered such a beautiful young girl, and they found themselves genuinely fond of Dou Dou from the depths of their hearts. They could no longer refuse and hurriedly accepted the jerky and dried fruits, fearing Dou Dou might shed tears. Chapter 28. The female protagonist appears he mission accomplished. Dou Dou smiled contentedly. She trusted the character of Chen Yuanxiang and her husband, which encouraged her to boldly showcase her capabilities and prevent anyone from viewing her and her brother as mere pitiful souls. Dou Dou skillfully set the large bag aside, also taking out a pack of jerky and a pack of dried fruits to give to the quiet Miss Su Huayao sitting nearby. Su Huayao. I feel like crying. Dou Dou is so kind to me. It seemed this was the first time in her life she had been cherished so. Her parents favored her brother? The lazy and selfish one, showering him with affection, ensuring he had the best of everything. If not for her good grades and decent looks, her parents would have likely treated her harshly, using her marriage to curry favor with the powerful. However, within that household, she felt like a servant since childhood, devoid of familial affection, shouldering the burdens of laundry, cooking, and cleaning, often left out during meals unless they had a moment of conscience. This trip to the countryside was marked by her parents' fleeting kindness, providing her with fruit candies and pastries, all while instructing her to save them for Song Chuqin and prioritize him above all else. Such flattery explains why Song Chuqin and his family always looked down on hers. Now, however, she had escaped their control, annulled her engagement, and would no longer need to heed anyone's whims. Chen Yuanxiang and her husband handed over the keys to their old home to Gong Haoyang and even wrote a letter on the spot. Wan Haobo earnestly instructed, Comrade Xiao Gong, we are pressed for time and will not accompany you to the village. Please deliver this letter to the village chief of Zhuwa. He is a good brother of mine. And upon reading it, he will guide you and your sister to our home. Gong Haoyang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you very much, Uncle Wan and Aunt Chun. Wan Haobo waved his hand with a smile and then handed over a piece of paper. Here is our address in Jin City, along with our workplace's contact number. Should you and your sister encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. All right, thank you, Uncle Wan. Dou Dou felt a surge of emotion. It must be her charm that attracted them. After all, this era was filled with simple and genuine people, unlike the apocalyptic world she had previously inhabited. Tisk tisk, to speak frankly, humanity had brought doom upon itself, turning a once thriving world into a wasteland. There were no green products on the market without pesticides. All food was laden with additives, and pre-packaged meals were rampant, making it a wonder if any human consumed such things without mutating. Furthermore, the various vaccines developed, TSK, newborns were required to receive vaccinations upon birth, with multiple doses at different stages. Humanity was practically on a self-destructive spree. With a perfectly healthy body, they insisted on injecting all manners of substances, essentially transforming their bodies into breeding grounds for viruses. Over time, immunity waned, fertility diminished, digestive issues arose, osteoporosis developed, and skin diseases, cardiovascular ailments, and a myriad of complications surfaced, alongside a sudden spike in various cancers. Adding to this calamity were the covert discharges of nuclear wastewater by various nations. Not to mention a certain unscrupulous country brazenly releasing nuclear waste into the ocean, triggering a chain of disastrous effects. Humanity's genes morphed into something resembling zombies, with plants and animals mutating in tandem. The apocalypse arrived without warning. Did this satisfy everyone's desires? Dou Dou was unaware of others' sentiments. She only knew she was quite content, reunited with family, with her brother by her side, drawing attention wherever they went. She suspected she was living the life of a cherished darling. Let it be. Indulging in a bit of madness during boredom was a delightful pastime. On the third day of their train journey, they secured a house and joy abounded. On the fourth day of their train journey, the female protagonist made her entrance. Dou Dou sat on the bed, tilting her head to observe the female protagonist conversing with her brother. Hello, comrade. My name is Meng Jiao Jiao. I am a sent-down youth. Due to feeling unwell, may I discuss switching seats with you? Meng Jiao Jiao was clad in a simple dress, her hair styled in two braided pigtails. Her movements overly affected, and she spoke in a deliberately high-pitched, cutesy voice. Dou Dou shivered involuntarily, unable to suppress the goosebumps rising on her skin. Gong Haoyang reclined against the headboard, casting a dismissive glance at Meng Jiao Jiao before flatly stating, "No. Just the thought of the content in the novel his sister had shown him made him feel nauseous." Meng Jiao Jiao was the very embodiment of the female protagonist from that story. Ugh, what a vile and grotesque notion. He wished to have nothing to do with her. Observing Gong Haoyang's blatant disdain, Meng Jiao Jiao's expression faltered. Desperately, she called upon the luck system in her mind. System, are you certain this man has a luck value of 100? Luck system, host, please do not doubt my professional capabilities. Do you not desire the fair skin and beauty pill? As long as you win over this man, you shall acquire it. Dou Dou and her brother exchanged glances, their eyes brightening. A system? A host? Goodness, they could actually hear the dialogue between the female protagonist and the luck system. This was effortless luck. Meng Jiao Jiao seemed reluctant. System, but this man clearly appears impervious to charm. I may not lack in looks, yet he has already shown disdain before I could utter many words. Gong Haoying. Oh, in this dazzling world, if you lack substance, do not flaunt your face. Spit. Luck system. Host, please showcase your personal charm. Do not retreat just because of his minor disdain. Consider this. That is 100 luck value. Once you secure it, you shall have whatever you desire. Moreover, with the luck value, winning over other men shall be a breeze. All right. Persuaded, Meng Jiao Jiao lifted her self-proclaimed charming smile and sweetly said, Comrade, you are tall and handsome, clearly a kind-hearted person. I beg you, may we switch seats? Ugh. Wan Haobua and his wife, along with Su Huayao, struggled to suppress their urge to vomit, watching Meng Jiao Jiao perform her theatrics. That affected voice could only have been cultivated in a brothel. Surely, Song Chuqin, huddled on the upper bunk, couldn't resist his curiosity and peeked at Meng Jiao Jiao. To his dismay, he found her lacking. He had expected a beautiful girl, but instead, he was met with, Comrade, I implore you, please show some kindness. Meng Jiao Jiao was utterly oblivious to the scornful thoughts of those present in the room. Her singular focus was on winning over Gong Haoying. Comrade, I am genuinely unwell, which is why I contemplated switching places with you. Out of pity for my plight, could you not grant me this small favor? Gong Haoying's forehead throbbed with veins. His fists clenched audibly, and he was tempted to deliver a devastating blow to the insufferable protagonist before him, who was driving him to the brink of revulsion. Just as his patience was nearing its limit, Dou Dou dashed off the bed and plopped down on Gong Haoying's bed, her wide, curious eyes fixed unblinkingly on the female lead, Meng Jiao Jiao. Confused, Meng Jiao Jiao was reluctant to engage with the child before her. However, noticing the child bore a striking resemblance to the man she sought to captivate, a sudden realization dawned upon her. The two must surely be siblings. Instantly, Meng Jiao Jiao donned a gentle smile and greeted Dou Dou. Hello there, little sister. Big sister, is your throat congested with phlegm? Dou Dou abruptly inquired. What do you mean by that? Meng Jiao Jiao struggled to maintain her smile. Why, second uncle's second grandmother speaks just like you do. Dou Dou explained, I once asked my second uncle why that is, and he said it's because she has aged phlegm stuck in her throat. Dou Dou blinked her innocent, wide eyes and tilted her head in curiosity. So, big sister, do you also have aged phlegm stuck in your throat? Meng Jiao Jiao. The laughter erupted uncontrollably from Su Huayao and the others. Why, apologies. My apologies, they chuckled. We usually do not laugh. Unless we can't contain ourselves. Ha ha ha, aged phlegm. Ha ha ha. Song Chuqin clutched his stomach, nearly in tears from laughter. Indeed, joy often stems from another's misfortune. He had endured considerable torment from Dou Dou and her brother, and now he reveled in the sound of their mirth. You all are simply outrageous, Meng Jiao Jiao exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Dou Dou and Gong Haoying. If you do not wish to switch places, you could simply state that. Why must you humiliate me so? Gong Haoying, disinterested in engaging with such trivial banter, left the matter to Dou Dou. Big sister, how have I humiliated you? Dou Dou asked sincerely, her expression one of confusion. Big sister, I was merely concerned for your health, which is why I asked if you had aged phlegm in your throat. Well, if I don't have phlegm, then I don't have phlegm. Just say it, it's not something shameful, Dou Dou continued. I am kind-hearted and noticed your voice sounded odd, so I suggest you visit a doctor for a checkup. Early diagnosis leads to early treatment. You? Meng Jiao Jiao's eyes nearly bulged with rage, her face contorting in fury. What is wrong with me? Dou Dou blinked her watery, innocent eyes and replied earnestly, Big sister. You look quite ugly right now, almost as if you have rabies. You're not sick, are you? I am not sick. You are the one who is sick, Meng Jiao Jiao roared, her patience nearly exhausted. Were it not for her carefully curated image as a stunning beauty, she might have resorted to violence already. Big sister, how did you know I was sick? Dou Dou asked, her face lighting up with delight. Since the day I was born, I've been diagnosed with congenital heart disease, so I must take medication regularly and cannot be startled. Or I might have an episode, just like this. Brother, my heart is failing. It hurts so much. Meng Jiao Jiao's expression shifted from shock to horror as she witnessed Dou Dou's face turn pale as a sheet, clutching her chest and gasping for breath as if she might suffocate at any moment. What horrified her further was the trickle of red blood seeping from the corner of Dou Dou's mouth. Dou Dou, child, are you all right? Comrade Xiao Gong, quickly fetch the medicine for Dou Dou to take. Hurry! Wang Haobo and Su Huayao were nearly beside themselves with fear, neglecting to even put on their shoes as they rushed to Dou Dou's side. Gong Haoyang suppressed his amusement, maintaining a stoic expression as he produced a candy resembling a pill and placed it in Dou Dou's mouth, then retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away the blood at her lips. Not my concern. Don't involve me in this. I did not frighten her. Not my business. Not my business. Meng Jiao Jiao's complexion drained of color as she shook her head, mumbling to herself. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was preoccupied with Dou Dou, she abruptly turned and fled the room. Quick! Catch her! That woman is trying to escape! Song Chuqin shouted, pointing at Meng Jiao Jiao's retreating figure. His expression rife with urgency. There was no way he would let her slip away. After all, he had endured the rain, and it was only fair others share in the deluge. Dou Dou had actually coughed up blood. This was no mere case of extortion, but a genuine medical emergency, and he was convinced Gong Haoyang would not let her off easily. Dou Dou. Strawberry-flavored blood plasma, please take note. Gong Haoyang swiftly moved, delivering a kick that sent Meng Jiao Jiao crashing back into the room with a resounding thud. Her piercing scream successfully attracted the attention of the train attendants. Two stern-looking young men. Everyone remained calm. Can someone explain what transpired here? I'll do it. I'll do it. Song Chuqin raised his hand, volunteering to narrate. Comrades, here is the situation. This female comrade appeared from nowhere, barging into our room without consent, shamelessly demanding Comrade Gong Haoyang switch places with her. When Comrade Gong Haoyang refused, she persisted, repeatedly pleading for his kindness. To that end, Song Chuqin's face was filled with derision. One might mistake her for a beggar, roaming about seeking alms. Yet here we are in a sleeper car. Who in their right mind would consider switching places with her? The two attendants nodded in agreement. Their initial impression of Meng Jiao Jiao already tainted. Song Chuqin's expression brightened as he continued. Not only did this female comrade seek to swap seats, but she also failed to mention whether her seat was a hard seat or standing ticket, completely neglecting to address the issue of supplementing the fare for the sleeper. Instead, she relied on her voice, which sounds as though it has aged phlegm, to implore Comrade Gong Haoyang to acquiesce to her unreasonable request. Aged phlegm? The two attendants nearly burst into laughter, quickly clearing their throats to signal Song Chuqin to get to the point. The crux of the matter is that Comrade Gong Haoyang wished to ignore this female comrade. And she became enraged, frightening his sister into a heart episode, causing Dou Dou to cough up blood. How pitiful. Song Chuqin was adept at sidestepping the more delicate details, entirely omitting the instance of everyone mocking Meng Jiao Jiao. Dou Dou silently gave him a thumbs up. For his commendable performance today, she decided to spare him the last 500 yuan in her pocket. Chapter 30. Let Meng Jiao Jiao suffer great loss. It is indeed curious in the novel. Song Chuqin seemed to fall head over heels for the female lead, abandoning his fiancée Su Huayao without a second thought, willingly spending all his money on her. Yet now, under these circumstances, the prospect of love at first sight seemed utterly impossible. Song Chuqin bore the demeanor of a man eager to deliver a crushing blow to a downed opponent, wishing nothing more than for the female lead to suffer greatly. Dou Dou suddenly understood. It was likely due to their family's arrival and her brother's genuine involvement that a series of butterfly effects had unfolded. As for Meng Jiao Jiao's protagonist halo, apologies, but Dou Dou was unable to perceive it. The two attendants had gathered the general outline of events and turned their attention to Dou Dou, who lay pale and bloodied in Su Huayao's arms, her small face ashen. A wave of dread coursed through them. Dear heavens, please do not let this result in a life lost. One of the attendants opened his mouth, forcing a gentle smile as he inquired softly, Little one, how are you feeling now? Do you need your brother to call the doctor on the train to check on you? Oh dear, who knows how terrified he was, fearing that a loud voice might inadvertently frighten the child to death. Dou Dou shook her head, returning a brave yet fragile smile, her soft, sweet voice replying, Thank you, big brother, but there is no need to trouble the doctor. I have already taken my medicine. Her episode was merely an act. She had no intention of making trouble. Brother, it's your turn to perform. Receiving the cue, Gong Haoyang transformed into an Oscar-worthy actor in an instant. With fists clenched and eyes reddened, his expression resembled a pie chart. 4 parts anger, 1 part regret, 3 parts heartache, and 2 parts sorrow. Thank you, comrades, for your concern. My sister suffers from congenital heart disease, and despite visiting several hospitals, she has not been cured, so she must take medication regularly. Coughing up blood is something she experiences frequently. However, it has been over half a year since her last incident, and her health had shown improvement. Just as I was beginning to rejoice, this female comrade frightened her into a heart episode. With that, Gong Haoyang pointed an accusing finger at Meng Jiao, gritting his teeth as he stated, not only did she fail to apologize, but she also attempted to flee from responsibility. In my anger, I kicked her. Truly, I did not apply much force. I cannot fathom why she screamed so tragically, as if I were intent on taking her life. Why else? Song Chu-chin's mind sparked with clarity. Immediately chiming in, this female comrade was merely attempting to extort. Not only did she refuse to apologize, but she also sought to swindle comrade Gong Haoyang. Surely, she must be out of her mind. Chen Yuanxiang wiped away her tears of concern and distress, turning to the two attendants with righteous indignation, seeking their intervention. Comrades, you must advocate for Dou Dou. Her father sacrificed himself as a martyr for the defense of our homeland. And her mother, well, she passed away shortly after giving birth to her. In any case, it has not been easy for Dou Dou to grow up. She was frightened by that female comrade just now. And we do not know how long it will take for her to recover. The actions of that female comrade were truly excessive. She must either apologize to Dou Dou and compensate her for the medical expenses necessary for her recovery, or you must handle this matter according to the law for intentional injury. Rest assured, dear comrades, we will surely seek justice for young Dou Dou. The two police officers exchanged a sympathetic glance with Dou Dou before approaching Meng Jiao with stern expressions. Comrade, we have already clarified the circumstances of this incident. One must take responsibility for their actions. Will you choose to apologize, or shall we escort you to the station for further proceedings? No, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything, Meng Jiao retorted. Her teeth clenched, struggling to suppress the pain in her rear as she stood up, panic evident in her voice. That little brat was perfectly fine before. How could she suddenly fall ill and vomit blood? It seems too coincidental. The police officer's impression of Meng Jiao diminished further. Since you are unwilling to acknowledge your mistake, I'm afraid we have no choice but to ask you to accompany us. With that, they skillfully produced handcuffs. Meng Jiao's face drained of color in an instant, and she screamed, "No, don't arrest me. I will apologize. Please don't take me away." Though she had been reborn, she felt an inexplicable fear and reverence towards the police. "Help me, system. Save me from being arrested by the police. Think of something to rescue me." Fool. The luck system coldly rolled its eyes. Host, if you wish to avoid being apprehended, simply apologize sincerely to those two siblings. If they forgive you, you will naturally not be taken away. Meng Jiao. It was futile to say anything. It would be better to remain silent. She simply did not want to apologize, nor did she want to be arrested, so she sought the system's assistance, only to receive this. Complaining bitterly, she began to doubt the luck system for the first time, realizing it was not as omnipotent as she had imagined. While Meng Jiao was still in a daze, Gong Haoyang quickly produced the prescription from the hospital, along with a list of medications. Dear comrades, please bear witness. The medications on this list are for my sister's recovery. Not to mention the Western medicine prescribed by the hospital, even the expensive ginseng, Ganoderma, cordyceps, and deer antler would cost a considerable sum. This list represents one treatment course, sufficient for my sister for just 2 months. I am not asking that woman with the raspy voice for excessive compensation. She should only cover the cost of one treatment course. Which is not unreasonable, is it? Not unreasonable, not at all. The two police officers nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on the extensive list of medications, their hearts filled with astonishment. Goodness, these are not merely medicines. They are clearly luxuries. If it were an ordinary family, they might have long since given up on young Dou Dou. Because of this, they could better understand how much Gong comrade cared for his sister. Do you have any objections, comrade? The officer turned to Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao. Of course, she had objections, but she dared not voice them. Reluctantly shaking her head, she said, "No objections. How much do I owe for the medical expenses?" 368 yuan. What? 368 yuan? Isn't that robbery? Meng Jiao exclaimed, her eyes nearly popping out in shock. What kind of medication costs 368 yuan? Was this asking for her life? Song Chuchin felt a wave of relief wash over him, suddenly grateful for the 1,000 yuan he had given away. Ginseng and deer antler are not merely expensive. Sometimes, even if you have the money, you cannot buy them. It seems the backgrounds of Dou Dou and her brother are far more impressive than he had anticipated. No, he must hold onto their coattails tightly and must not offend them again. The patience of the two police officers had worn thin. Had it not been for their positions, they would have rolled their eyes at Meng Jiao. What is wrong? Are you unwilling? If you refuse, we will take you back to the station for questioning. This is no longer a simple evasion of responsibility. It indicates serious issues with your mindset. Furthermore, we need to apply for approval from our superiors to investigate your personal information and see if you have any prior criminal records. We, as public servants, will not overlook any suspicious individuals. Comrade, we kindly request your cooperation in this investigation. Chapter 31. The Luck System. Feeding on fortune. Further investigation of personal information. Checking for prior criminal records. Upon hearing these words, Meng Jiao completely panicked. Cold sweat pouring down her forehead. She had not forgotten that before going down to the countryside, in retaliation for her family's indifference in her past life, she had stolen all of their money without exception. Even her young nephews and nieces, who had saved their pocket money for several years, were not spared. Had it not been for the luck system being ineffective, failing to provide her with a space or storage box, she would have emptied the entire house. No, don't arrest me. I will pay immediately. Meng Jiao's face turned pale as she trembled, hastily pulling money from her bag. However, her visibly guilty demeanor caught the attention of the two police officers, who decided to let her pay the compensation before arresting her for further investigation. The Gong siblings were, after all, the orphans of a martyr, and this matter required their utmost attention. Reluctantly, Meng Jiao compensated 368 yuan. And under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, she begrudgingly apologized to Dou Dou. Dou Dou accepted her apology and kindly reminded her, "Sister, not everyone can be as kind-hearted as my brother and I. You are already quite grown up. You absolutely must not behave like a child and cause trouble again. All right, I will remember that." Meng Jiao took a deep breath, straining to control her contorted expression as she replied word by word. Huh? Dou Dou tilted her head, as if she had discovered something remarkable, her tone innocent and curious. "Sister, has your voice returned to normal? So, the question arises, did you swallow the long-standing phlegm stuck in your throat?" Biffed. Su Huayao, Song Chuqin, and Wan Haobua, the couple, hurriedly turned their faces away, unable to suppress their laughter. Ha ha ha, this old phlegm joke is too much. The two police officers also wanted to laugh but managed to maintain their composure. Meng Jiao's face instantly flushed with anger. "System, exchange some items for me. I want to make that little brat mute, so she can never speak again. She is simply too much." Today's objective had not been achieved, yet she was infuriated by a child, making it impossible for her to swallow her anger. Luck system. Host, your luck value is nearly depleted, and you cannot exchange for items. Meng Jiao angrily retorted. How could it run out so quickly? Didn't I acquire the luck values from my parents and 3 brothers? Acquiring their luck had required minimal effort. But unfortunately, her 3 sisters-in-law had a significant issue with her, and their children did not like her either. Otherwise, the luck value she would have obtained would have been even greater. Luck system replied impatiently. Host? The combined luck value of your parents and 3 brothers is less than 10. So what if the luck value is low? You are also quite short-sighted. Most of your luck value has been spent on food, drink, and personal care. Don't you have any self-awareness? Meng Jiao's arrogance immediately deflated. She was not short-sighted. She simply wanted to present herself well to attract her targets and gain luck values. Fine, she admitted she had indeed been a bit carried away. Having lived a harsh life in her past, with no one to satisfy her desires for food and clothing, she now sought to fulfill all her regrets after being reborn. System, can't you think of a way for me? I truly wish to take revenge on that little brat Dou Dou. Luck system. It's not impossible. You can owe this system some luck value and repay it once you acquire more. All right, that sounds good. But what? Luck system chuckled maliciously. Host, if you fail to repay the borrowed luck value within the stipulated time, you will face punishment. Meng Jiao swallowed hard in fear. To be honest, she was truly unfamiliar with this system. What kind of punishment? And what is the deadline for repaying the luck value? Upon hearing this, the luck system, lounging in the luck value, laughed even more maliciously. The punishments are as follows. You will be unable to speak, your breath will smell foul, you will have a loud flatulence, your teeth will fall out, you will become bald, and you will tremble continuously? Dou Dou's eyes sparkled momentarily. Hee, these punishments sound rather interesting. It would be even more amusing if Meng Jiao experienced them all. Deadline. You must repay the borrowed luck value within 5 days. Meng Jiao protested. Only 5 days? Can't there be a longer deadline? Even loans are typically repaid monthly. 5 days is simply too short. Luck system scoffed repeatedly. Meng Jiao. Let me tell you the truth. The only reason you can be reborn is due to the assistance of this system. You are not some luck girl or the main character of this world. So, Please do not overestimate yourself. This system can grant you rebirth, but it can also take your life. You may try and see. Without this system's assistance, you are nothing. In an instant, Meng Jiao was filled with extreme trepidation. It took her a long time to digest what the luck system had said, leaving her feeling deflated, like a wilting eggplant. She believed that her chance to live again was bestowed upon her by the heavens, who had taken pity on her miserable existence in her previous life, thus granting her a singular opportunity for rebirth, accompanied by a fortune system. Little did she anticipate that all of this was merely a product of her own delusions. Meng Jiao no longer dared to speak to the fortune system in an imperious tone. Instead, she cautiously inquired, "System, why have you bound yourself to me?" The fortune system scoffed dismissively, responding bluntly, "It is, of course, because your resentment runs deep, which allowed this system to capture you." Furthermore, Meng Jiao's overwhelming desires and her foolishness made her easier to control than others, as long as it provided her with some benefits. She would eagerly strive to accumulate fortune points for it. Once the fortune points reached a certain threshold, it would no longer need to hide and could cease worrying about being obliterated by the legitimate system. Meng Jiao, this system thrives on the consumption of fortune. As long as you continuously provide fortune points, this system will grow powerful and, in turn, you shall not lack for rewards. The fortune system had long since understood Meng Jiao's character and wielded its persuasive skills with ease. Meng Jiao, do you not wish to become beautiful? Do you not desire endless wealth and a plethora of handsome suitors? Do you not wish for a life free of worry, attended to by others? Do you not aspire to be the grand heroine of this world? If you obediently cooperate and strive to accumulate fortune points for this system, all of these dreams shall be within your grasp. Conversely, should you defy me, do not blame this system for erasing you and binding another obedient and clever individual instead. Do you comprehend what this system has conveyed to you? I understand, Meng Jiao replied. Her face pale, the majority of her arrogance dissipating. She could no longer afford to be lofty. Her only desire now was to preserve her life, and she dared not think of anything else. Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang exchanged meaningful glances, and they began to grasp the nature of this so-called fortune system. TSK, it feeds on fortune. What could it possibly be? Chapter 32. The protagonist's cousin, the novel's supporting character. The fortune system maintained a lofty demeanor. Uninterested in further dialogue with Meng Jiao. Do you still require the props? No, I do not, Meng Jiao responded, both frightened and confused. She could no longer think of retaliating against Dou Dou. She merely wished to sit down and close her eyes to process everything. Dou Dou smirked, discreetly locking onto Meng Jiao and the so-called fortune system with her mental energy, thereby enabling her to monitor their every move in real time. The two trained police officers, seeing that Dou Dou and her brother had ceased their conversation, quickly produced handcuffs to restrain Meng Jiao. Startled and anxious, Meng Jiao exclaimed, "What are you doing? I already compensated you. Why are you still apprehending me?" Meng Jiao, your words and actions are suspicious. Please accompany us for an inquiry. No, I will not go. You cannot simply arrest me. Let me go, please, Meng Jiao cried, panic-stricken, struggling desperately to escape. The more she resisted, the more it revealed her guilt. The two officers exchanged glances, and after signaling to Gong Haoyang and the others, they forcibly took the struggling and screaming Meng Jiao away. The train passengers caught the scent of gossip, their eyes scanning like radar. Though unaware of the specifics, they had already imagined several scenarios. In the sleeper compartment, Chen Yuanxiang gently caressed Dou Dou's small face, saying, "Oh dear, what is happening?" Su Huayao nodded in agreement, holding Dou Dou carefully, afraid to apply too much pressure. "Dou Dou, how are you feeling now?" "Hee, Sister Yao, Aunt Xiangxiang. Uncle Wan, thank you for your concern. I'm fine now. I just want to eat. I feel like I could devour a whole cow. I'm so hungry." Her playful and familiar tone brought a sense of relief to the group. They hastily retrieved food and drinks for Dou Dou. It's so delicious. Sister Yao, Aunt Xiangxiang, Uncle Wan, you should eat too. It's much more enjoyable to eat together. Gong Haoyang cheerfully presented dried meat and sweet pastries, inviting everyone to partake. Come, everyone, don't be shy. Thank you for your righteous words earlier. Otherwise, the compensation would not have gone so smoothly. The others waved their hands, insisting they hadn't done much and urging Gong Haoyang not to take it to heart. Seeing Dou Dou's pale face gradually regain its color, they finally felt reassured. However, they were somewhat puzzled. Could the body truly recover so swiftly after a heart attack? Yet, observing Dou Dou eat, drink, and display her usual charm, It seemed plausible that she was indeed recovering rapidly. It was best not to overthink things. Sometimes, one should not be too serious about life. Dou Dou lay comfortably in Su Huayao's soft embrace, swinging her little feet, thoroughly enjoying the attention from everyone. Hee, I'm only responsible for opening my mouth. This life was one that even the gods would envied. That moment, Song Chuqin awkwardly approached Dou Dou with a package of egg cakes. Dou Dou, please accept these egg cakes. Please don't refuse. Dou Dou pondered for a moment before reaching out to take the egg cakes, flashing a sweet smile at Song Chuqin. Thank you for the egg cakes. Song Jiqing. Given his thoughtful gesture today, it was only fair to offer him a bit of kindness in return. Song Chuqin let out a sigh of relief. Had he finally secured a foothold? Gong Haoyang suddenly extended his hand, startling Song Chuqin into a stiffened silence, holding his breath. Please, don't hit me. What nonsense are you spouting? Gong Haoyang handed over a packet of dried meat and a pack of fruit snacks to Song Chuqin. Thank you for your righteous words and the egg cakes. This is a token of gratitude from my sister and me. Song Chuqin stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. Is this truly for me? Gong Haoyang raised an eyebrow. What, are you dissatisfied? If you are, feel free to return it. No, I'm not dissatisfied. I'm just too happy. With that, Song Chuqin grinned widely, clutching the dried meat and fruit snacks, and hastily climbed onto his upper bunk. He giggled occasionally, appearing almost foolish. Su Huayao and Chen Yuanxiang exchanged amused glances, chuckling as they continued to gather around, enjoying food and laughter, while prioritizing Dou Dou's well-being. On the fourth day of their train journey, they encountered the female protagonist, effortlessly extracting 368 yuan from her. What a delightful conclusion to the day. On the fifth morning of their train journey, Dou Dou was awakened by a knock. Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption. May I come in to ask a few questions? Su Huayao and the others were roused by the knocking and sat up to gaze at the door, where a beautiful young woman cautiously pushed it open. She surveyed the room and, feeling quite apologetic, smiled at everyone. I'm so sorry for disturbing your rest. Su Huayao and the others eyed her warily. What is this? Yesterday, we were visited by a woman with a voice like gravel, and today we have another. What is it that you need, miss? Su Huayao inquired, frowning. Meng Tingting blushed, feeling embarrassed as she explained. I am Meng Jiaojiao's cousin, Meng Tingting. She has been missing since yesterday morning, and I've been searching everywhere for her. Finally finding you here, I just want to know why my cousin was taken away by the train police. I am truly anxious about this and apologize for intruding. With that, Meng Tingting sincerely bowed to everyone, her face reddening like a lantern. Meng Tingting? Dou Dou raised an eyebrow. This young lady was the official match for the male protagonist in the story. However, due to the female protagonist's rebirth, the male protagonist's official match naturally fell to the role of a supporting character, and not long after the story began, she met her demise at the hands of the female protagonist. TSK, one must say, this young lady is quite unfortunate. The female protagonist wishes to eliminate her, yet she is here, anxiously inquiring about the female protagonist's affairs. One wonders what she is so concerned about. Meng Tingting is the daughter of Meng Jiaojiao's uncle. Meng Jiaojiao has 3 brothers, and her parents only had her as a daughter, so they dote on her excessively, with her brothers treating her with equal affection. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the darling of the family in her past life. Unwilling to endure the hardships of rural life as a young intellectual, she persuaded her parents to seek her uncle's consent for Meng Tingting to replace her in going to the countryside. After Meng Tingting went to the countryside, she encountered the male protagonist, leading to mutual affection, eventually marrying and starting a family, living a happy life together. In contrast, Meng Jiaojiao, disregarding her family's opposition, married a lazy man whom she believed to be good, ultimately living a life of hardship. Chapter 33. Self-awakening. Like her husband, Meng Jiaojiao was prideful and indolent. Unwilling to earn a living, she relied on her family, exhausting her parents to the point of death and causing her brothers' marriages to fall apart. Eventually, she realized her folly and severed all ties with Meng Jiaojiao. After their relationship was ended, Meng Jiaojiao faced her husband's disdain, suffering both physical and verbal abuse behind closed doors, only to be sold to an older man for a sum of money. As for the conclusion, Meng Jiaojiao was ultimately tortured to death by that older man in her rebirth. Meng Jiaojiao blamed the heavens, the earth, and everyone else, but never reflected on her own actions, attributing all her past misfortunes to others. She was filled with hatred, hateful of her cousin Meng Tingting for taking her place in the countryside, stealing the life and love that rightfully belonged to her. She despised her family's ineptitude for failing to provide her with the life she desired. And she loathed her 3 brothers for their heartlessness, not only neglecting their sister but also severing ties with her. Were it not for this, She would not have endured disdain and abuse from the man of her past life. Nor would she have been sold to an older gentleman. She detested that man from her previous life. It was truly a lapse in judgment to have ever been infatuated with him. In this lifetime, she swore never to be entangled with him again. In short, Meng Jiao Jiao harbored resentment towards everyone. Only she was the most pitiful soul in this world. Having been reborn, she vowed to make these people pay for their transgressions. At this thought, Dou Dou was left speechless. How could such a morally misguided individual be the protagonist? It was evident that the author of this book was equally misguided. Just imagining the protagonist's interactions with each of the targeted men. All sweet nothings and romantic entanglements. Disgusting. Dou Dou wanted to retch. Gong Haoyang cast a languid glance at the blushing Meng Tingting, saying nothing. He had no interest in the male and female supporting characters. He only cared about his sister, and he would only pay attention to those she was interested in. Su Huiao, seeing Gong Haoyang's silence, took the opportunity to explain to Meng Tingting. The situation was as follows. Your cousin had come uninvited to seek a position swap with Gong's hiking, who had refused her. Yet, she stubbornly clung to Gong Jiqing, frightening his sister so much that she suffered a heart attack and coughed up blood on the spot. What? How could my cousin do such a thing? Meng Tingting exclaimed in shock and concern, urgently inquiring about Gong Jiqing's sister. She hoped nothing had happened to her. Su Huiao scrutinized Meng Tingting for a moment, seeing the genuine urgency and worry in her eyes. Her impression of her improved slightly. Thankfully, Dou Dou was fortunate, having taken her heart medication promptly, and her condition was now stable. That's a relief. Meng Tingting patted her racing heart, thanking the heavens that it hadn't led to a fatal incident. However, her brows furrowed. Her cousin had been spoiled and indulged by her uncle's family since childhood. It was one thing to be willful at home, but how could she behave so recklessly in public? Were it not for her parents insisting that she take care of her cousin, she would have been indifferent to her cousin's affairs. To be frank, she was not fond of her cousin. Taking a deep breath, Meng Tingting's expression grew increasingly awkward, and she forced herself to ask, "So my cousin was taken away by the train police because of this incident?" "Not quite," Su Huiao replied honestly. "Your cousin has ulterior motives and has likely engaged in some shameful deeds, which is why she was apprehended by the train police." Once more, Meng Tingting was taken aback. Engaging in shameful deeds? It seemed her cousin was far worse than she had imagined. She might as well comply with the train police's investigation. Meng Tingting resolved to no longer concern herself with her cousin's troubles. With a grateful smile towards Su Huiao, she said, "Thank you for clarifying this matter. I would like to ask you one more thing. I wish to know who Gong Jiqing's sister is, as I would like to apologize on behalf of my cousin." There was no way around it. She and Meng Jiao Jiao were cousins, and the trouble her cousin had caused was not something she could simply ignore. "Hee, it's me." Dou Dou peeked her head out and waved at Meng Tingting. "Hello, little friend." Meng Tingting was taken aback. Gong Jiqing's sister was so young. Moreover, the girl resembled a small celestial being beneath the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Her skin fair and delicate, truly beautiful. It was a shame that such a lovely little girl suffered from heart disease. Meng Tingting's heart ached. She hurriedly approached Dou Dou, wanting to reach out and touch her, but fearing she might break the porcelain doll-like child. Forget it. She would behave herself. "Little friend, how is your health? Do you feel unwell? I sincerely apologize on behalf of my cousin." "Sister, please don't say that." Dou Dou raised her adorable, understanding smile, placing her hand over Meng Tingting's incessantly chattering mouth. "You are you, and your cousin is your cousin. Her mistakes do not reflect on you, and you need not apologize for her misdeeds. Also, your cousin has already compensated me for my medical expenses. This matter can be considered resolved, so please don't bring it up again." Meng Tingting blinked, her neck and face turning as red as a firebrand. She felt hot all over, her heart racing. What was happening to her? Was she dazzled by this little girl's youthful visage or struck by her maturity and generosity? Meng Tingting reluctantly took a step back, opening her mouth to say something but unsure how to begin. She could only utter, "Thank you, little sister." Dou Dou produced a large white rabbit milk candy and offered it to Meng Tingting. Her innocent words flowing freely, "Sister, please enjoy this candy to sweeten your mouth. You are so kind-hearted. Would you even clean up the mess if your cousin committed murder?" At this, Meng Tingting was left utterly stunned. She remained frozen in place for an indeterminate time, feeling a chill envelop her. Gripping the candy Dou Dou had given her tightly, her expression dazed, she returned to her hard seat. The words Dou Dou had spoken echoed in her mind. Indeed, Dou Dou was right. Meng Jiao Jiao was Meng Jiao Jiao, and she was herself. She could not lose her individuality or moral compass simply because her parents insisted she take care of Meng Jiao Jiao. After all, She was merely a year older than Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao had never treated her kindly or shown her an ounce of goodwill. Why should she take care of her? Furthermore, if her parents could so readily send her to the countryside in place of Meng Jiao for a mere 50 yuan, how much familial affection did they truly have for her? It was now 1974, and the hardships faced by the educated youth in the countryside were well known among city dwellers. Only when absolutely necessary would families send their children to the countryside. Yet, in her parents' eyes, they only saw their son. She and her two sisters were viewed as burdens, mere tools to ensure their brother's well-being. During her departure to the countryside, her parents had prepared nothing for her. It was her two sisters who secretly packed her belongings and even gifted her the money they had saved for years. She felt deeply touched in her heart. Her two sisters were more important than her parents. When parents are unkind, children cannot be filial. She had effectively been sold by her parents for 50 yuan, so why should she continue to obey their wishes? Why could she not live for herself? Meng Tingting suddenly lifted her head, her gaze resolute, as if something within her had shifted. Chapter 34. Reporting to the youth station at 3:30 in the afternoon, the train arrived punctually at the station. Dou Dou, with her little backpack, dashed off the train, while Gong Haoyang, burdened with several large bags, struggled to keep up. Sister, slow down, don't run so fast. Your brother can hardly catch up. Dou Dou, stay close, don't wander off. Wait right here, Su Huiyao shouted after her, following closely behind Gong Haoyang. After some inquiries, she had learned that Dou Dou was a clever and spirited child, surely not one to let herself be taken advantage of. Still, a sense of worry lingered in her heart. Song Chuqin and Chen Yuanxiang exchanged helpless smiles as they carried their luggage, trailing behind. The group gradually exited the train but found no sign of Dou Dou. Dou Dou, Dou Dou, I'm over here. Dou Dou's head popped up from a nearby bus, waving to Gong Haoyang and the others. Brother, Sister Yao Yao, come quickly. I've already reserved our seats. To reach the youth station in Linyang County. They still needed to ride the bus for another hour. Gong Haoyang sighed, feeling exhausted. His sister was too headstrong. How would they manage? The group quickly boarded the bus, where only 4 seats remained. A middle-aged female ticket seller smiled warmly at them. Ah, you must be Dou Dou's brother and sister. Come, hurry and sit down. If you delay any longer, I can't guarantee your seats. Gong Haoyang and the others were taken aback. What is happening? Dou Dou has already befriended the ticket seller? Dou Dou, cheerfully tugging at the ticket seller's hand with her sweet voice, exclaimed, Sister, thank you for reserving a seat for me. I will come to visit you when I have time. Of course, welcome anytime. The ticket seller's face lit up with delight as she discreetly touched the white rabbit candy in her pocket, her smile growing even broader. Dou Dou, Gong Haoyang, Su Huiyao, and Song Chuqin quickly stowed their luggage and took their seats. They observed as more passengers boarded the bus, leaving those without seats to stand. Dou Dou poked her head out of the bus window, waving goodbye to Uncle Wan and Aunt Xiangxiang. Goodbye, Uncle Wan and Aunt Xiangxiang. My brother and I will take good care of the house and write to you. I will miss you. Oh dear. Even Dou Dou felt goosebumps from her own words. But this was how her brother responded. And it worked for other uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters alike. Regardless of their personas, as long as it was effective, that was all that mattered. All right, we will write to you too. Dou Dou, take care of yourself, and you two siblings look after each other. Uncle Wan and Aunt Xiangxiang's eyes glistened with tears, filled with reluctance. If it weren't for their tight schedule that required them to return to work, they would have accompanied Dou Dou back to the countryside. After exchanging farewells, the group parted ways on the crowded bus. Surrounded by a mix of scents, Dou Dou felt utterly drained by the time she disembarked, vowing never to ride a bus again. Dou Dou, with her fair little face, initially accompanied Gong Haoyang and his companions to the educated youth office for registration, and subsequently made her way to the designated area for educated youths, where she located the ox cart bound for Zhua village. The elderly man driving the cart, named Zhu Tian, nearly bulged his eyes out upon spotting Dou Dou's petite figure. Little girl, you're so small and yet you're here as an educated youth. His booming voice instantly attracted the attention of those nearby, who turned to cast curious glances. Dou Dou sighed, Please, I'm not a monkey. Gong Haoyang gently patted Dou Dou's head, smiling as he explained to Zhu Tian, Sir, you misunderstand. My sister is not an educated youth. I am. What? Zhu Tian blinked in surprise. Glancing at Gong Haoyang's attire and then at Dou Dou's, what are you two doing? You look like children from a well-off family. Surely you can't be serious about coming all the way to the countryside to suffer. Gong Haoyang forced a smile, Sir. It's just my sister and me at home, and since she has been frail and sickly since childhood, I couldn't bear to leave her behind, so I had no choice but to bring her along to the countryside. Su Huayao set down their luggage, wiped the sweat from her brow, and swiftly cradled Dou Dou in her arms. Sir, you may not know, but Dou Dou's father was a soldier who sacrificed his life as a hero before she was born. Her mother followed soon after, leaving them as orphans to rely on each other. Although Dou Dou suffered from congenital heart disease, she was remarkably well-behaved and sensible for her age. Gong Haoyang was strong and capable. So rest assured, sir, we will take good care of Dou Dou and will not trouble the villagers. Su Huayao felt a surge of anger. She had overheard whispers around her referring to Dou Dou as a burden, albeit in hushed tones. Sensing the situation, Song Chuqin quickly pledged his loyalty, thumping his chest with a resonant sound. Yes, I will also take good care of Dou Dou. She is not a burden. She is the most beautiful, well-behaved child in the world. Dou Dou smiled playfully. You know how to flatter. Keep it coming. Gong Haoyang gave Song Chuqin a rare approving glance, which made Song Chuqin beam with joy, revealing his teeth in a grin, leading onlookers to mistakenly think he was in pain. Congenital heart disease, orphaned, the child of a martyr. Zhu Tian's heart was tumultuous with emotion. Such unfortunate children, he sighed, patting Gong Haoyang's shoulder with a complex expression. It's no small feat for you to raise your sister this far. Gong Haoyang chuckled lightly. Well, it's not too difficult. My father receives a pension, and there are many kind uncles and aunts in the army helping us. So raising my sister has not been overly burdensome. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around shifted dramatically. They had initially thought the siblings faced hardships, only to discover they had such robust backing. Zhu Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed. If you have so many people supporting you, why not stay comfortably in the city instead of coming to the countryside? Surely you aren't just looking for trouble. Gong Haoyang's expression turned serious and solemn. He straightened his posture, fixed his determined gaze on Zhu Tian, and spoke with fervor. Sir, as a knowledgeable youth of Xia country, I feel a profound sense of responsibility. I actively respond to the nation's call, eager to immerse myself in rural life, labor alongside the farmers, and undergo their re-education. This is not only a challenge for my personal growth, but also an opportunity for me to contribute to the construction of my homeland. Gong Haoyang's performance was nothing short of theatrical, his voice infused with passion and unwavering determination, stirring the hearts of those present. Well said. Just then, a resonant voice of admiration echoed from behind. Zhu Tian's eyes brightened. Feeling his age, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the exuberance of youth and decided to leave matters to the younger generation. Chapter 35. The infamous female protagonist Jian Shi, you have finally returned. Zhu Tian dashed forward, excitedly shaking hands with Ma Jian Shi, resembling a chick meeting its mother. Emma Jian Shi's lips twitched involuntarily. Scanning the crowd with a weary gaze, he reminded, Uncle, please loosen your grip. We've only been apart for a moment, yet you're acting so affectionate it's making me uncomfortable. Oh, it's just the charm of my own wife. Zhu Tian chuckled awkwardly, quickly releasing Ma Jianxi's hand. Only then did he notice the two police officers accompanying Ma Jianxi, who were escorting a haggard-looking woman with disheveled hair. Jianxi, who is this? Zhu Tian inquired, raising his eyebrows and subtly tugging at Ma Jianxi's sleeve. His expression akin to that of a child eager for gossip. Clearing his throat, Ma Jianxi wished he could roll his eyes. Zhu Tian's penchant for meddling in affairs was tiresome. He was a good man in most respects. But like the village gossiping aunties, he gravitated towards any commotion. Uncle, the two officers are bringing this young lady, our village's new educated youth. What? What did she do wrong? Zhu Tian's voice rose like a loudspeaker, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The woman being escorted, Meng Jiao Jiao, wished she could sink into the ground. While she craved attention, this was certainly not the way to achieve it. Comrades, the situation is as follows. This young lady has committed theft. One of the officers explained sternly. However, it is fortunate that she did not steal from others, but rather from her own family. Perhaps driven by impulse, or perhaps due to difficulties, such behavior is nonetheless unacceptable. Her family, out of love, has chosen not to pursue her charges, which is why we are personally delivering her to the village leader, hoping he will keep a close watch on her to prevent her from straying further. Meng Jiao Jiao felt as if she could simply vanish. The village leader in question was none other than Ma Jian. She had a tea that moment. He felt utterly exhausted and seriously contemplated resigning. Being a village leader was no easy task. If educated youths are to come to the countryside, they should do so without engaging in dishonest behavior, yet here she was, escorted by the police. Well, Zhua village was bound to gain attention today, as the news of the new educated youth being a thief would likely spread throughout the county by tomorrow. With such a scandal preceding him, Ma Jianxi placed significant value on those with good character, academic prowess, and robust health. Upon hearing the impassioned speech of the male-educated youth earlier, he felt a surge of excitement and admiration. Regardless of whether it was merely rhetoric, the attitude was commendable. With this in mind, Ma Jianxi strode forward to Gong Haoyang, extending a warm handshake. "Hello, young educated youth. I am Ma Jianxi, the village leader of Zhua Village. Welcome to our village as we work together to contribute to the development of our homeland." Gong Haoyang smiled warmly, his demeanor as refreshing as spring, and readily grasped Ma Jianxi's hand. Responding humbly, "It is my honor to come to Zhua Village." "Excellent," Ma Jianxi beamed, patting Gong Haoyang's strong arm, his smile becoming increasingly genuine. This young man is impressive, clearly strong and capable. Finally, Zhua Village has welcomed a well-rounded, educated youth. The two police officers completed their task and bid farewell to Ma Jianxi before departing. The onlookers, reluctant to leave, continued to point and whisper about Meng Jiao, who hung her head in shame and anger. "Ah, so it's you." Dou Dou approached Meng Jiao with her backpack, her little head raised in disbelief. "Little girl, do you know this thief of an educated youth?" Zhu Tian, catching the scent of gossip, inquired. Dou Dou nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I know her." Zhu Tian's eyes lit up. "How do you know her? Let us hear the details." The surrounding crowd remained silent, recognizing Zhu Tian's inclination to foster connections. Meng Jiao, in a state of panic, attempted to stop Dou Dou from divulging information, but was abruptly kicked away by Gong Haoyang. With a whoosh, Dou Dou's graceful arc cut through the air. The onlookers gazed in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. With a loud crash, dust settled, and the crowd swallowed nervously, realizing that this young man had the strength to protect his frail sister. Just one swift move from Gong Haoyang had captivated the entire audience. Ma Jianxi sighed heavily, feeling drained as he rushed to check on Meng Jiao. Thankfully, she had merely fainted but was still alive. With the troublemaker dealt with, Dou Dou's eyes sparkled as she surveyed the stunned crowd, her little lips pouting as she recounted her tale. "That Meng Jiao tried to steal my brother's sleeping berth on the train. When my brother refused, she got angry and scared me, causing me to have a heart attack right there, and I lost so much blood." As she spoke, Dou Dou exaggeratedly gestured with her hands. "So much blood. I nearly didn't make it in my days. I even saw my great-grandmother coming to pick me up." Gasping, the surrounding crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, and they collectively sighed. What a wicked thief of a young, educated youth. And then what happened? "I was unwilling to follow my great-grandmother, for I could not bear to part with my brother. At that moment, I thought to myself, if I were to go with her, my brother would undoubtedly be heartbroken, perhaps even driven to madness." The onlookers gazed at Gong Haoyang with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Indeed, he did appear as though he might lose his mind. And then, Dou Dou raised a charming and innocent smile. "And I resolutely persevered. I simply could not bear to leave my brother behind." "Well done." The crowd, seemingly moved by an inexplicable sentiment, erupted into applause. The atmosphere was electric, and Dou Dou felt a wave of relief wash over her. After today, the heroine Meng Jiao would become infamous. Dou Dou's lips could not help but curve upwards, and with a light cough, she waved to the audience, saying, "Thank you all for your support. Let's chat again when time allows." The crowd responded enthusiastically, but Jianxi felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. He sensed that from this point on, Zhua Village would not remain tranquil. Yet, he dared not treat Dou Dou harshly. He had to take good care of her, especially since the higher-ups had specifically called to give instructions. Alas, even if the leaders had not intervened, given Dou Dou's father was a martyr, he would have been more than willing to extend her special care. "All right, everyone, it's time to disperse. It will be dark soon if you don't head back to ITS already past 5 o'clock, and thankfully it's not winter. Otherwise, it would have been dark long ago." The audience reluctantly waved farewell to Dou Dou, turning back for one last glance as they departed. "Oh my, such a beautiful and interesting girl. I must steal a few more glances." Chapter 36. Dou Dou finds kindred spirits. Ma Jianxi watched as 2 men and 2 women rushed towards him. Sweating profusely with their luggage in tow, he called out loudly, "You must be the educated youth heading to Zhua Village. Hurry up and put your bags on the ox cart." The 4 were too rushed to catch their breath and hurriedly placed their belongings onto the cart. Gong Haoyang, Su Huayao, and Song Chuqin had already stowed their luggage and secured a comfortable seat for Dou Dou. Dou Dou, pulling out sunflower seeds from her bag, offered them to Zhu Tian. The moment their eyes met, they recognized each other as kindred spirits in their shared love of gossip. "Old man, are there any intriguing happenings in Zhua Village?" "Ha ha ha, you have a good eye, little girl. You've come to the right person. There's no gossip in 10 miles or 8 villages that I, Zhu Tian, don't know. Which would you like to hear? Hee hee, any will do. Dodo replied boldly, patting her backpack. I may not have much, but I have an abundance of sunflower seeds. If that is not enough, I'll just add this, and no sooner had she spoken than she swiftly handed Zhu Tian a packet of fried peanuts and a bag of jerky. She was serious about bribing her gossip companion. Dodo relied solely on her preferences, not caring for anything else. Besides, with her brother around, she felt secure. This? Zhu Tian's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. Fried peanuts and jerky, what delightful treats. I can't even remember the last time I had these. No, little girl. You must take it back at once, he insisted, lowering his voice and averting his gaze from the tempting delicacies. Attempting to return them to Dodo? Why can't I push them away? He pushed again, and to his surprise, they wouldn't budge. With a gentle nudge from Dodo, Zhu Tian found himself unable to resist and stumbled backward, only to be effortlessly pulled back by Dodo. Yyyu. Zhu Tian stuttered in shock. Oh my, is this child a strong man? Sure. Dodo grinned, signaling for him to keep quiet. Zhu Tian instantly understood. This was a bribe to keep him silent. All right then. He reluctantly accepted the peanuts and jerky, hiding them from view, regarding Dodo with newfound affection. Little girl, just call me Dodo. All right, Dodo it is, and don't call me old man. Call me Grandpa Zhu, that will make us seem closer. Sure, Grandpa Zhu. Oh, how sweet that sounds, it warms my old heart. You have a lovely voice, Dodo. Unlike that girl in our village who speaks in such an annoying tone that it gives me goosebumps. Yet, the young men around love her style. Zhu Tian rambled on, while Dodo listened eagerly, enjoying his tales, creating a harmonious atmosphere between the young and old. Gong Haoyang stood nearby, indulgently watching his sister, even producing a water bottle to ensure she stayed hydrated. After all, too many sunflower seeds could lead to thirst. Meanwhile, Ma Jianxi assessed the number of new educated youth. Precisely 8 had arrived, plus a little girl. I must say, this child is exceptionally beautiful. In 10 miles or 8 villages, one would be hard-pressed to find another as lovely. Oh dear. Ma Jianxi slapped his forehead, realizing he had strayed from the task at hand. It was imperative to focus on the matter at hand. He promptly took out his notebook. All right, I will now call the roll, and I kindly ask for your cooperation so I can get to know everyone. Gong Haoyang present. Gong Haoyang raised his hand and nodded at Ma Jianxi. Song Chuqin. Present. Su Huayao, Lu Zhangting, Gong Yunji, Zhou Qian, Meng Tingting, Meng Jiaojiao. Where is Meng Jiaojiao? Isn't she standing up? Ma Jianxi furrowed his brow, glancing at the assembled youth, raising his voice to call out, Meng Jiaojiao. Su Huayao pointed towards the distance, indicating Meng Jiaojiao, who lay on the ground with her eyes closed in peaceful slumber, kindly reminding. Captain, Meng Jiaojiao is taking a nap. She likely won't respond to you right now, Mei Jianxi. All right, perhaps I've been a bit muddled. He had almost forgotten about this troublesome girl, Meng Jiaojiao. Her name indicative of her family's fondness for her, yet little did they know she was an ingrate, having stolen all the money from her family before leaving for the countryside. Did she not fear retribution? Ma Jianxi frowned. He harbored no goodwill towards such troublemakers. You two girls, please help lift that one to the ox cart. He certainly did not wish to dirty his hands. Among the new educated youth were 4 males and 4 females. One of the female youths, Zhou Qian, displayed an air of arrogance and disdain, pretending not to hear that Su Huayao and Meng Tingting exchanged glances, sighed in resignation, and stepped forward to hoist Meng Jiaojiao onto the ox cart. With so much luggage and the addition of Meng Jiaojiao, there was no room left on the cart, so Ma Jianxi instructed everyone to follow along beside it. Most of the educated youth had no objections, except for Zhou Qian and Gong Yunji, who wore expressions of discontent but felt compelled to suppress their anger for some reason. Gong Haoyang silently scoffed, discreetly observing their every move. Su Huayao and Meng Tingting, being somewhat familiar with each other, naturally gravitated together, engaging in quiet conversation that gradually drew them closer. Unbeknownst to them, their bond was deepening. Song Chuqin glanced from one person to another, decisively choosing to cling to his big brother and happily trotting alongside Gong Haoyang. Gong educated youth, you share the surname Gong, and that one at the back, Gong Yunji, has the same surname as well. Does that count as destiny? I don't believe so. Gong Haoyang raised an eyebrow, smirking. Perhaps it's a cursed fate. Cursed fate? You're quite the jokester, Gong educated youth. Lu Zhanting interjected, unable to contain himself. Upon hearing this, Song Chuqin immediately protested, for he was a steadfast supporter of the big brother. My Gong Gu wouldn't joke. Whatever he says is the truth. Liu Zhanting merely smiled and remained silent. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Song Chuqin bristled, sensing an arrogance that exceeded his own emanating from Liu Zhanting. Oh, wearing a watch and dressed in the latest fashion. This fellow clearly comes from a better background than mine. Song Chuqin pursed his lips, sidling up to Gong Haoyang and raising his eyebrows. Gong Dou, I've assessed it thoroughly. This person is certainly wealthy. How about you? Extort him a bit. He wanted to share the downpour he had endured with as many people as possible. What are you thinking? Gong Haoyang replied, somewhat exasperated, slapping Song Chuqin on the forehead for his fanciful notions. We are educated youth with both virtue and talent. We must not engage in illegal activities. And also, don't call me Gong Dou. Refer to me as Yang Gu Song Chuqin. Your words sound far more noble than they truly are. You didn't utter such righteous sentiments when contemplating extortion. Regarding their conversation, Liu Zhanting paid little heed. Stepping forward to shake hands with Gong Haoyang. Hello, Gong educated youth, I am Liu Zhanting, hailing from Kyoto. Gong Haoyang's eyes flickered, and he extended his hand in return, his smile warm and radiant. Hello, Liu educated youth. It's a pleasure to meet you. Indeed, this was the male lead from the novel, though he was not as handsome. Chapter 37. Dou Dou is called a burden throughout the journey, aside from Zhou Qian and Gong Yunji lagging behind. The others engaged in lively conversation, with Dou Dou and her gossiping companion sharing the most fervent exchanges. Through her friend's revelations, she began to grasp the dynamics of Zhua village. Meanwhile, Ma Jianxi felt a pang of envy, wishing to join their delightful discourse. Unfortunately, Zhu Tian declined his wish. Ma Jianxi was a man of integrity, a captain who dealt with matters rather than individuals. As long as one did not infringe upon his principles or boundaries, he would not deliberately make things difficult for anyone. For trivial matters, he would turn a blind eye, but when it came to issues of principle, he became exceedingly serious. The villagers respected him, and the educated youth were willing to heed his guidance. However, he is certainly not a suitable spectator. When you engage him in conversation, he turns the discussion into a philosophical endeavor. Never mind. Let him be in an effort to soothe the wounded spirit of Ma Jianxi, who was navigating the trials of middle age. Dou Dou generously handed him a packet of fried peanuts, a bag of pork jerky, and the essential sunflower seeds for gossiping. Dou Dou is quite the benevolent soul. Among the group, aside from Zhou Qian and Gong Yunji, everyone else enjoyed her delightful sunflower seeds. As for the two, she was not blind. She could easily discern that they harbored ulterior motives and malicious intentions. TSK, the way the brother and she were scrutinizing and calculating her. Did they fear she and her brother would uncover their odd behavior? What fools they are! Crack, crack, crack. Zhou Qian was so furious that she stomped her feet, glaring fiercely at the retreating figures of the group. Yunji Gu, do you see how outrageous they are? They are clearly isolating us, and on our very first day, how are we supposed to endure the days to come? Qian, remain calm. Gong Yunji's mood was not much better, but he still retained a semblance of rationality. Calm? How can you expect me to be calm? Zhou Qian trudged along the rocky dirt path, feeling utterly exhausted, hungry, and uncomfortable. Had she known the countryside was so backward and impoverished, she would have never agreed to come. Suddenly, Zhou Qian halted in shock. Yunji Gu, what have I stepped on? A soft, foul-smelling mass. A dreadful premonition began to stir within her. Gong Yunji looked down under the moonlight, and upon realizing what it was, he felt nauseated and swiftly dodged to the side. Qian, you've stepped in cow dung. Zhou Qian was momentarily stunned, then erupted in despair. Cow dung? I've stepped in cow dung. Yunji Gu, help me, please. Gong Yunji's eyes brimmed with disdain. He had no desire to be near the cow dung either. Qian, do not panic. First, take your foot out, then use the grass by the roadside to clean your shoe. Zhou Qian wept uncontrollably, having lost her reason. After rationality came the unreasonable tantrum. Woo-woo, I don't want that. I want you to personally help me clean the cow dung. Woo-woo, such a filthy thing. I do not wish to touch it at all. Gong Yunji was unwilling. Qian, you, silence. Zhou Qian glared, her eyes filled with threats and anger. Gong Yunji, do not forget, had it not been for my father's assistance, your family would have long been sent to the northwest to toil in the fields. Moreover, before we came to the countryside, my father specifically told you to take good care of me. If you treat me poorly, I am sure you understand my father's methods. Gong Yunji, do you dare disobey me? I dare not disobey. Gong Yunji's eyes were filled with frustration and indignation as he suppressed his disgust to deal with the cow dung for Zhou Qian. Jianxi had heard the commotion behind them but chose to ignore it. Urging Zhu Tian to quicken their pace, it was already dark, and he wanted to make it back in time for dinner. A man is like iron. A meal is like steel. Going without will leave one feeling famished. After nearly an hour's journey, they finally arrived at the residence of the educated youth in Zhua village. It was now past 7 in the evening. The educated youth had just finished their meal and were preparing to clean up the table when they heard a knock at the door. Causing various expressions to cross their faces, the person in charge of the educated youth, Gao Haoran, sighed. Unable to rely on anyone else to open the door, he would have to do it himself. As the leader of the educated youth, he wished he could resign immediately, almost wanting to change his name from Gao Haoran to Gao Huairan. That way, the team leader would not appoint him as the person in charge. Another exhausting day. The door creaked open, and Gao Haoran instantly transformed into a smile. Team leader, you have arrived? Gao Ziyuth, this is the new educated youth who arrived today. You take care of the arrangements. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Jianxi said not a word more, leaving in a hurry, eager to eat. Team leader, Gao Haoran extended a hand, his expression one of despair. Zhu Tian laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Gao Ziyuth, stop staring and quickly arrange these new educated youth. There are a total of 7 individuals. 7 individuals. Gao Haoran counted the number and it did not add up. Wait, Zhu Diyi, there are only 6 people here. Where are the other 2? Are they perhaps feeding dogs? Am I not a person? Zhu Tian huffed and pointed at Dou Dou, who was peacefully lying on the cow cart. Look, is Dou Dou not a person? Gao Haoran. But you all are not educated youth. Gao Haoran glanced at Dou Dou and smiled at Zhu Tian, asking, Zhu Diyi, is this your granddaughter? If he remembered correctly, Zhu Tian's family had no granddaughter, let alone a great-granddaughter. Zhu Tian proudly puffed out his chest and introduced loudly, allow me to formally introduce, this is my friend from the melon patch, even closer than my own grandson or great-grandson. A friend from the melon patch? Someone who enjoys gossiping together? Gao Haoran looked at Dou Dou's beautiful face, then at Zhu Tian's wrinkled visage, feeling a mix of emotions. The truth was evident. The old and the young did not resemble each other in the slightest. At that moment, the older educated youth began to gather at the door, watching the newcomers with the same curiosity as one would observe a monkey. There's even a little child. A female educated youth named Lu Donrong gazed at Dou Dou in astonishment. The others cast their scrutinizing glances. Gong Haoyang's expression darkened as he swiftly scooped Dou Dou into his arms, casting a sharp glare at the older educated youth. This is my sister. Your sister? The educated youth point comprised 7 older educated youth, 4 men and 3 women, who all widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the 2 siblings. Sun Yongqiang furrowed his brow, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. This educated youth, it is one thing to come to the countryside, but you even brought such a young sister with you. Do you think this place is your home? To put it bluntly, your sister is nothing but a burden. Our place for educated youth is already limited. We cannot accommodate your sister, nor should you expect to benefit from us to support her. Dou Dou, brother, it's time to make an example out of them, a classic scene from a novel. The face slapping begins. Haha, your words are truly foul. Gong Haoyang's tone turned frigid as he placed Dou Dou into Su Huayao's embrace. In a swift motion, he confronted Sun Yongqiang, his fist striking decisively. Bang! Sun Yongqiang was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground amidst the stupefied gazes of the crowd. Chapter 38. Face slapping in progress. Bang! The piercing, anguished cries echoed far and wide, causing nearby villagers to perk up their ears and brighten their eyes. Something has happened. Quickly, let's go watch the show, and no need for anyone to organize it. They flocked towards the educated youth point like bees drawn to honey. Just as Ma Jianxi was about to step into his home, he paused, releasing a long sigh. He knew such a situation would arise. That was precisely why he rushed home first, to establish an alibi, lest an incident occurred and he, as the team leader, would have to decide whether to intervene or not. If he did intervene, how would he manage it? The higher-ups had specifically called to instruct him to take good care of Gong Haoyang and his sister, especially since the siblings knew how to work the situation to their advantage. The older one gifted him with 2 packs of cigarettes, while the younger offered him sunflower seeds, fried peanuts, and jerky. Oh dear, that would cost a fortune. Although he was the team leader, he was still poor. So poor that his underpants had holes in them, and his wife was too lazy to sew them. Honey, why are you back? Ma Jianxi's wife, Du Haohua, was planning to take the family to the educated youth point to check on things. With her husband absent, she felt obligated to keep an eye on the village to prevent any untoward incidents. Instead, she found her husband standing dumbfounded at the door, frozen like a silly dog. Honey, why are you silent? You must have heard the screams from the educated youth point. Hurry and see what has happened. Let us hope it's not a matter of life and death. Don't go over there, rest assured. It won't lead to a life or death situation. Jianxi squeezed the 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket. He could tell that Gong Haoyang was a principled individual who would not act recklessly. Du Haohua was puzzled. How can you be so sure? Let us go inside. This is not the place for conversation. Jianxi swiftly closed the door, pulling out the jerky and peanuts. Come, 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 tonight our family is in for a treat. The whole family instantly buzzed with excitement, surrounding Ma Jianxi. At the educated youth point, Sun Yongqiang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with terror as he watched Gong Haoyang approach him. What are you going to do? To be honest, he was about to wet himself in that moment of being struck. He thought he was going to die, for he caught a glimpse of his great-grandmother. Gong Haoyang's face was frost-laden, his eyes filled with darkness and warning as he towered over Sun Yongqiang. My sister is not a burden. If I hear anyone speak ill of her again, I will not let it slide. Sun Yongqiang's eyes widened in terror. He clearly saw the murderous intent in Gong Haoyang's gaze. Driven by a strong instinct for survival, he hurriedly trembled and declared loudly, Yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. I retract what I said. You are magnanimous. Please spare me for now. Gong Haoyang chuckled coldly, cracking his knuckles. I haven't done anything to you, have I? Sun Yongqiang's complexion turned pale as he nodded vigorously. Yes, you haven't. I fell to the ground myself. I hit myself. Gong Haoyang responded with a light hum, then smiled warmly. If you're unwell, go see a doctor. Don T let it happen again. Yes, I have taken note. Sun Yongqiang is utterly cowardly. His sorrowful tears of regret have long since drowned his feeble and helpless spirit. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would simply utter 3 words. Please don't hit me. You all. Gong Haoyang cast a nonchalant glance at the already terrified and dazed old educated youth. Is there anything else you wish to say? No, nothing. The remaining 6 old educated youths, regaining their composure, frantically waved their hands in fear, their faces etched with a clear message. Please, do not come any closer. Gong Haoyang beamed with a radiant smile, encouraging them to speak freely, for he, Gong Haoyang, was not the sort to be ill-mannered or petty. Old educated youth. A mere exchange of words, and yet it is you who holds the reins. To be frank, they indeed had reservations about Gong Haoyang bringing a child to the countryside. If the child were older, it would be one thing. The problem was that she appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. A child that young can barely take care of herself, let alone be expected to assist with chores. Such expectations are but a dream. In the educated youth's collective, cooperation was essential, and they all shared meals together. They couldn't possibly share their rations with a child with no blood relation, especially when they struggled to feed themselves. The female educated youth, Yiping, flickered with uncertainty in her gaze. Despite her intense fear, she feigned generosity. Gong educated youth, your sister is a girl. She cannot stay in the male dormitory. Let her stay with us female educated youths instead. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Oh dear! Zhu Tian immediately felt goosebumps and leaned closer to Dou Dou, whispering, Did you see that? This female educated youth is the one I mentioned with a clipped tone. Every time I hear her speak, I get goosebumps all over. The villagers of Zhua village began to arrive one after another. Spotting Zhu Tian, who was currently whispering, they approached to inquire about the happenings at the educated youth's post. Zhu Tian waved his hand with a smile, assuring them that there was nothing of great concern, merely a minor squabble among the young educated youths, which had been resolved, and they could all return home. Return? That was simply out of the question. The villagers were determined to stay and watch the spectacle. Their lives were already so hard. Were they not entitled to a bit of entertainment? Just then, Gong Haoyang strode confidently over to Yiping, gazing at her with an indescribable expression. Yiping, confronted by the tall and handsome youth, felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably, her heart racing wildly. Oh heavens, it seemed she was falling in love. Do you happen to have ancient phlegm in your throat? Uffed. Su Huayao and Song Chuqin, upon hearing the familiar phrase, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What does that mean? Yiping looked utterly bewildered. Gong Haoyang kindly repeated. This young lady, do you have ancient phlegm in your throat? Do take care to cough it out. Listening to you speak makes me want to rush to the restroom. Why do you want to go to the restroom? Gao Haoran blurted out without thinking, and immediately after realizing his mistake, he quickly covered his mouth, casting a pleading glance at Gong Haoyang. There was no way he wanted to be tossed aside. The sensation of flying through the air was certainly synonymous with Sun Yongqiang. The villagers and educated youths present were equally intrigued. Gong Haoyang shrugged, stating plainly that he felt the urge to rush to the restroom for a thorough purge. Yiping's face instantly darkened. All those present quickly caught on, bursting into laughter, especially the women of Zhua village, who laughed heartily and unrestrainedly. Oh my! They had long since grown weary of Yiping's pretentiousness, and she only seemed to intensify her performance. Only the village's young men, blinded by infatuation, were drawn in, eagerly offering her food and assistance. Now, however, the newly arrived male educated youths, with their discerning eyes, were a welcome sight. Gao Haoran laughed heartily. Although still somewhat intimidated by Gong Haoyang, he felt he had stripped Yiping of her dignity. For this, he felt compelled to call him brother. Brother. Chapter 39. Zhou Qian and Gong Yunji. Upon their arrival, inadvertently offended all the educated youths. Noticing that Gong Haoyang had ignored him, Gao Haoran shouted once more, "Brother, did you call me?" Gong Haoyang looked taken aback. Ever since arriving in the Black Province, he had felt an inexplicable sensation, as if everyone he encountered was somewhat unconventional, which only served to highlight his own and his sister's normality. Yet, this was incorrect. His sister was also quite peculiar. The little one appeared charmingly innocent but was, in reality, quite mad inside, though she simply did not show it. Yes, Gao Haoran gazed at Gong Haoyang with enthusiastic fervor. "Brother, you are my true brother. If anyone bullies me in the future, I shall invoke your name." Gong Haoyang, what is with this emotional display? He replied, utterly speechless. "I am not your brother, nor am I your elder." Gao Haoran chuckled, "Brother, though I may appear somewhat older. My mindset is youthful, truly. If you don't believe me, you may spend some time with me and see." His flexibility was indeed a highlight. "You are quite clever," Gong Haoyang smiled, casting a look at the somewhat dilapidated educated youth post. Gaining a rough understanding of the situation, it was getting late, and he intended to take his sister and leave. "Leave? Where are you going?" Gao Haoran eagerly extended his hand, attempting to seize Gong Haoyang, yet lacking the courage to follow through. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention." Gong Haoyang turned, casting a meaningful glance at the old educated youths. "My sister and I have already rented a house in the village, so you need not worry about us imposing on you. Of course, do not think of taking advantage of us either. I may be amiable, but my fists do not speak kindly. Is that clear?" The old educated youth stood in line, not daring to utter a word, appearing extraordinarily obedient, responding in unison, "Understood. Let us go, sister." Gong Haoyang took Dou Dou into his arms, thanking Su Huayao, then turned to Zhu Tian. "Thank you, Zhu Diyi." "Ha ha ha, no trouble at all. The old man is more than happy to help." Zhu Diyi gestured for the villagers to clear a path, while Su Huayao and Meng Tingting helped to carry the still peacefully sleeping Meng Jiaojiao off the ox cart. With a crack of the whip, Gong Haoyang and his sister strode away. They just left like that. The villagers clicked their tongues, feeling as if they had not had their fill of the evening's entertainment. Akin to the sensation of having one's pants down while passing gas, they've left, off to sleep now. Homeward bound. I must hurry to tell my son that Yiping has ancient phlegm in her throat. Goodness, how could someone so young have phlegm? They must either be ill or simply unwell. Me too. We must steer clear of Yiping, lest we catch whatever affliction she has. Let us go. Let us hurry. In the courtyard, Yiping stomped her feet in humiliation and anger, letting out a fierce roar. "Ah, they have gone too far." Gao Haoran feigned shock. "Oh, Yiping, has your throat healed? Did you swallow that ancient phlegm? You despicable wretch, you infuriate me." It was merely a matter of refusing to help with the work, and she had been assigned the hardest and most laborious tasks by the team leader. This resentment had been building up for quite some time. Yiping's face flushed with anger. Deep down, she had already pricked Gao Haoran with the needle of her grievances 1,000 times. No, 1,000,000 times. Hee hee. The other old educated youths chuckled silently, yet the glee and mockery in their eyes were visible to anyone with functioning sight. After the intimidation from Gong Haoyang, they no longer dared to act superior in front of the new educated youths. Instead, eagerly assisting Su Huayao and the others in bringing in their luggage and cleaning their sleeping quarters. Suddenly, it dawned on them. "Wait, where are the other two?" Su Huayao calmly explained. "Oh, they found us unworthy and chose not to walk with us." Song Chuqin interjected. "If they look down on us, fine, but even the team leader disdains them. With such individuals, who knows what mental issues they might have? It would be best to avoid them lest we fall victim to their schemes." Following a thorough beating from Yanggu, by a stroke of fortune, his intelligence was ignited. Thus, after careful observation, he discovered that Gong Dou and Dou Dou did not favor that particular man and woman. Naturally, he would not hold any affection for those whom Gong Dou disliked. What about that female comrade? Gao Haoran pointed at the casually discarded Ming Jiaojiao on the ground. Oh, Ming Jiaojiao. She is quite the troublemaker. Not only did she steal all the money from her home, but she also frightened Dou Dou into a heart attack. As for why she lies unconscious, that is certainly the doing of my Gong Dou. Hiss! The old educated youths felt a chill run down their spines. Sun Yongqiang touched his swollen and bruised face, managing a smile of relief. Fortunately, I was not knocked unconscious. Subsequently, everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Ming Jiaojiao. How ridiculous! What good could come from a thief? Not only did she steal from others, but she also stole from her own family, clearly indicating a severe character flaw. One must safeguard their finances, lest she pilfer them. And it did not end there. Her poor character led her to provoke the Gong siblings. What could be more foolish? Time to sleep. Unfortunately, while they wished to retire for the night, someone was not inclined to allow that. At that moment, Gong Yunji and Zhou Qian arrived at the educated youth post, looking disheveled and expecting to be greeted with enthusiasm. Instead, they were met with indifference. Miss Jiao and Master Jiao were utterly incensed. Believing themselves to be above others, they unleashed all their grievances from the day upon the educated youths, threatening them with their family background and status. The educated youth stared back with deadpan expressions. With such favorable conditions at home, how could they possibly come to the countryside? They were not fools. Those who became educated youths were either ostracized by their families, faced unbearable circumstances at home, had unsatisfactory family backgrounds compelling them to farm, or were there of their own volition. May I inquire about your current circumstances? This single question instantly quelled the fury of Gong Yunji and Zhou Qian. They were not in any particular situation. It was merely for some ulterior motive. Of course, they would never voice this sentiment. Their silence led the educated youth to mistakenly believe they had guessed correctly, their eyes dripping with scorn and derision. Tisk, offending all the educated youth upon arrival. They were no ordinary individuals. Gao Haoran, with a stern countenance, warned, "We are all educated youth sent to the countryside. None of us is superior to the others. Considering it is your first day and you are not yet accustomed, we shall temporarily overlook your insolent remarks. However, should there be a next time, do not blame us for reporting your misguided thoughts to the educated youth office. Furthermore, if you find the conditions at the educated youth point unsatisfactory, you may choose to relocate elsewhere. If you decide to stay, you must obediently adhere to the rules of the educated youth point, managing your own affairs and not attempting to coerce us into assisting you. Such behavior is a typical manifestation of capitalist tendencies. If we were to report you, it would be certain. Feel free to test that." Gao Haoran's unrelenting words sent chills down Zhou Qian and Gong Yunji's spines, silencing their antics. After all, this was not Kyoto. Should anything untoward occur, they would have no time to notify their families. Let it be. For the sake of their ultimate objective, they would endure this for now, unwilling to stoop to the level of these rustic folk. Chapter 40. Settling into the farmer's courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhu Tian escorted the two siblings, Dou Dou and her brother, to the residence of the Wan Haobua couple, assisting in unloading their luggage from the ox cart. He glanced at the dim, shadowy mountain forest, expressing concern. Dou Dou, the Wan family home is indeed nice, but it is rather remote. Not only is it situated at the foot of the mountain, but it is also quite a distance from the homes of others. Should you two face an emergency, it may take a while to summon assistance. Grandpa Zhu, do you think my brother and I are the sort to shy away from challenges? Dou Dou lifted her head defiantly. Unafraid. Zhu Tian paused for a moment, then chuckled heartily, realizing he had misjudged the situation. With the strength they possessed, it would not be a simple task to fell a person. Zhu Tian's worries dissipated. Quickly open the door. I shall help you tidy up the house a bit, so you can settle in sooner. Fortunately, the newly arrived educated youth have a 2-day grace period, so you need not rush. There's no need for you to help with the cleaning, Grandpa Zhu. You are quite advanced in age. We cannot impose such labor upon you. Gong Haoyang and Dou Dou politely declined Zhu Tian's kind offer, gifting him a package of egg cakes to send him on his way. After Zhu Tian departed, Dou Dou immediately instructed the treasure pot to assist with the cleaning. She and her brother joined in the effort. The house was quite new but had been uninhabited for a long time, resulting in a considerable accumulation of dust. The spacious courtyard featured a well, 5 main rooms, a toilet on one side, and a shed for firewood on the other. The long winters in He province made firewood an essential commodity for every household. Dou Dou, feeling too lazy to venture into the mountains to gather firewood, planned to find a time for the treasure pot to duplicate a full shed of firewood. She simply could not be bothered. Her laziness was of a profound sort. Sister, you will occupy the bedroom on the left side of the main room, while I will take the one on the right. Dou Dou cared little for which room she would inhabit, as long as she was with her brother. She no longer wished to be a solitary individual. Gong Haoyang gathered several boxes, carefully organizing the belongings of the Wan Haobo family, and lit a fire in the Kong to dispel the dampness from the long-abandoned house. After more than an hour of diligent work, they had made the entire house spick and span, arranging everything as it should be. Among them, the most beleaguered was, without doubt, Gong Haoyang. Alas, he lacked any wood-based supernatural abilities, unable to command vines like his sister or conjure multiple hands like the treasure pot. He could only rely on his own hands to toil diligently. Brother, hurry into the space. I feel terribly itchy. I need to wash up, Dou Dou urged, leading them both into the space, dashing straight to the bathing area. Gong Haoyang also wished to wash up, but before doing so, he needed to offer some reassurance to his dear elder brother. Brother, you have worked hard tonight. Were it not for your assistance, my sister and I would not know how long we would have been busy. Brother, you are truly the most diligent, understanding, and remarkable treasure pot in the world. Brother, you are a bit dirty yourself. Allow me to personally assist you with your washing. How does that sound? This flattery delighted the treasure pot, who responded with a series of cheerful sounds, proudly declaring, All right, little brother, be sure to make me all fragrant. Understood. I shall ensure the task is completed. An hour later, the family of three, now smelling delightful, gathered around the dining table, gazing at the bountiful spread before them, sighing in satisfaction. As the head of the household, Dou Dou cheerfully raised her glass of spiritual spring water. This feast is a celebration of our family's settling in. I shall refrain from saying much more. Let us raise our glasses and wish for happiness every day, that we may consume heartily and maintain robust health. Cheers. Gong Haoyang. Cheers. Treasure pot baby. Cheers. After clinking their glasses, the family downed the spiritual spring water, and Dou Dou eagerly waved her little hand, exclaiming, Let's eat. Oh dear. The treasure pot glanced at the delicious food, feeling a twinge of sadness. Why was it that aside from drinking spiritual spring water, it could not consume other delicacies? Alas, after several sighs, Dou Dou could no longer tolerate it. Treasure pot, do not ruin this splendid atmosphere. If you wish to perform, go to the corner and put on a solo act. Every day, it only thought of how to gain affection. Treasure pot. Oh no, the owner had discovered its little scheme. Oh dear, it was merely trying to garner the concern of my brother and the owner. Dou Dou rolled her eyes in exasperation, directly exposing the treasure pot's little trick. Every time you duplicate something, did you not consume part of it? How much you eat is entirely up to you. Today, I did not see you skimping on those duplicates. Now that your belly is full, you wish to cause mischief. Having spent a decade with the treasure pot, she could discern its thoughts with a mere glance. This creature had become increasingly lively since it acknowledged her brother as its little brother. Owner, I am not what you think I am. The treasure pot blushed, bouncing into Gong Haoyang's embrace for comfort. Gong Haoyang struggled to suppress his amusement, one hand holding chopsticks while the other gently comforted the treasure pot. All right, if you say there is nothing, then there is nothing. Why, little brother's embrace is always here for you. All right. He had to hold tightly onto this thigh. All right. The treasure pot cautiously peeked at Dou Dou, noticing she was engrossed in her meal and had ceased to pay attention to it. He chuckled gleefully. Rubbing against Gong Haoyang, it knew that the little brother was the most indulgent towards it. It must rummage through its own storeroom to see what delightful treasures it could reward its little brother with. After the meal, the siblings were stuffed, reclining in their chairs, rubbing their bellies and reluctant to move. The treasure pot diligently conjured several hands, skillfully clearing the table of dishes, then wiping it down and washing the dishes. Bustling about cheerfully. If this family were without it, chaos would surely ensue. Gong Haoyang cast a glance at the treasure pot, giving Dou Dou a discreet thumbs up. Sister, you truly found a treasure. Indeed. Dou Dou proudly puffed out her small chest, her tone laced with affection. Though the treasure pot can be mischievous at times, it is quite reliable when it comes to serious matters. Gong Haoyang nodded in agreement, showering the treasure pot with praise before turning to discuss more pressing matters. Sister, tomorrow I plan to take a stroll around the village to familiarize myself with Zhua village. In the evening, I intend to pay a visit to Grandpa Zhong. Grandpa Zhong, whose full name was Zhong Xiaofeng, was the mentor of Gong Henning after he joined the military, and they shared a father-son-like bond. Zhong Xiaofeng was originally the vice chairman of the military district in Kyoto, but was unjustly sent to the countryside in Daqing City. Heilongjiang Province, in June 1972, due to some petty individuals. Indeed, this was the very village where Gong Haoyang and his sister had come. Zhong Xiaofeng treated the siblings as though they were his own grandchildren. After the unfortunate events that befell Gong Hinning and his wife, he had sent someone to retrieve Gong Haoyang and his sister to Kyoto, but they had declined his offer. Chapter 41. I simply wish to elevate the kinship, though Kyoto is the capital of the Summer Nation and a place everyone longs for. Gong Haoyang did not share this yearning. Rather, he regarded the Kyoto of this era as murky and turbulent. He had no desire to wade through such muddy waters. Zhong Xiaofeng respected his decision and had sent money and provisions to the siblings until he was sent down himself. The primary reason Gong Haoyang decided to bring Dou Dou to the countryside as an educated youth was to look after Zhong Xiaofeng, alongside his maternal grandfather's family, who also resided in Kyoto. They were similarly ensnared in this murky quagmire. His grandfather, Gu Dangui, was a professor at the capital medical university. His grandmother, Zhou Hongdou, was a university lecturer, and his uncle, Gu Jingchun, was a researcher. All three held high-risk professions. Through the envy of those afflicted with red-eye disease, the entire family was reported. In the second month following Zhong Xiaofeng's relegation, they were all sent to the countryside in unison, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst their misfortune. However, the village where his grandfather's family was sent was not Jua village but a neighboring one called Pongguang village. Their relocation to Pongguang village was facilitated by Zhong Xiaofeng's connections. Gong Haoyang let out a long sigh and asked Dou Dou, "Sister, do you wish to accompany me to visit Grandpa Zhong tomorrow evening?" "Yes," Dou Dou nodded. She was aware that her parents and elder brother shared a much closer bond with Grandpa Zhong and her maternal grandfather than with Uncle Wen Hongxi. If it weren't for his responsibility to look after her, her brother would likely have retreated to the countryside long ago. "Brother, tomorrow evening, we shall pay a visit to Grandpa Zhong, and the day after, we will see our maternal grandfather. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet them." In her previous life, Dou Dou had never encountered her maternal grandparents, and as for her paternal grandparents, they had passed away before her birth. It was impossible not to feel a twinge of regret about never having met either set of grandparents. Yet, she felt a faint sense of anticipation for the upcoming meetings. "Brother, should I prepare gifts?" Gong Haoyang chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Dou Dou's hair. "No need. Your mere presence is the greatest gift to them. I will prepare some items to bring along." "All right then," she acquiesced. Dou Dou was inclined to follow her brother's lead. Not wishing to exert her mind, overthinking would hinder her growth, and in her past life, she had barely reached 1.6 meters. This time, she was determined to achieve at least 1.7 meters. With this thought, she glanced despondently at her height, realizing that at 5 years old, she still resembled a child of 3 or 4. "This simply wouldn't do, brother. I am off to bed. Staying up late severely impacts my growth." Dou Dou quickly gulped down a glass of spiritual spring water, leapt off her chair, and dashed towards the second-floor bedroom. Gong Haoyang couldn't help but remind her, "Sister, do take care while walking. Your little frame sways too much." Though your core is stable, he regarded her with a gentle, indulgent smile, marveling at her cuteness. It was only after she had disappeared from view that he made his way to the storage room, sifting through items to prepare a few things to take to Grandpa Zhong. After a restful night, the door was knocked upon early the next morning. "Dou Dou, hurry and open the door. I've brought delicious treats for you two siblings." The voice of Grandpa Zhu Tian, boomed like a bell, followed by the presence of 3 little children behind him. We're coming. No need to shout, Grandpa Zhu." Gong Haoyang, feeling exasperated, swiftly opened the courtyard gate, only to have a pancake thrust into his mouth. Gong Haoyang exclaimed, "Cough, cough. You truly are a grandpa." "Xiaoyang, where's Dou Dou?" Grandpa Zhu, balancing a plate and accompanied by the 3 little ones, strode into the courtyard. Upon seeing the immaculate yard, he was taken aback. "Goodness, this place is spotless." He glanced down at his own dusty attire, complete with pudding stains. Suddenly, he felt he ought to be standing amidst a pile of rubbish instead of here. Not just him, but his 3 great-grandchildren appeared equally out of place, as if they too belonged among the refuse. After freshening up and dressing, Dou Dou emerged from the space, waving at Grandpa Zhu. "Grandpa, what delightful treats have you brought? Let me have a taste." Grandpa Zhu snapped back to reality, grinning as he replied, "I brought multigrain pancakes and my family's secret Northeast soybean paste. It's absolutely delicious. You should try it while it's hot." The pancakes contained a fair amount of white flour, which they reserved for special guests. "Hee, then I am in for a treat today." Dou Dou's eyes sparkled. She had yet to taste the Northeast soybean paste and multigrain pancakes. The 3 little ones, their faces flushed, hid behind Grandpa Zhu, shyly tugging at his clothing while stealing glances at Dou Dou. Hey, you three little rascals, stop pulling at my clothes, don't ruin them. I have no funds to buy fabric for new ones. Grandpa Zhu, these must be your three great-grandchildren. Dou Dou observed the three boys, who were not much taller than herself, with great interest. They look rather dark and unremarkable. Although Grandpa Zhu grumbled, the smile on his face remained undiminished. His family spanned for generations, and no other family in the surrounding villages could boast such prosperity. Though it was unfortunate that they were all male descendants, with none of his sons or grandsons showing promise, he longed for a sweet and endearing granddaughter or great-granddaughter, but it seemed an elusive wish. Grandpa Zhu, I have a proposition for you. A glint of mischief flickered in Dou Dou's eyes. What is it? You can speak freely. We have a close relationship. Grandpa Zhu's tone was hearty as he ushered the three great-grandchildren into the main room. Casting a quick glance at the pristine surroundings, typically shameless, he now felt a hint of embarrassment. Dou Dou, you and your brother have polished the table and chairs to a shine. I hardly dare to sit on them. What do you propose we do? We shall do as we see fit, Dou Dou shrugged, directly pulling Grandpa Zhu into a chair and ushering the three shy boys to sit as well. Grandpa Zhu, this chair is quite hot. Dou Dou, what is it that you wish to discuss? Oh, it's nothing much. I simply wish to elevate our familial ties. What do you think, Grandpa Zhu? Elevate? Why ask me? Dou Dou blinked her bright eyes. You are the party involved. If I don't ask you, who else could I inquire? What? Grandpa Zhu's eyes widened, his face reflecting disbelief. Dou Dou, do you wish to consider me your elder brother? How could I merely be an elder sister? Naturally, you should be my elder brother. Dou Dou grinned like a mischievous little fox, acting on a whim to elevate their kinship. You? Grandpa Zhu's lips twitched as he handed the plate to the equally astonished Gong Haoyang. Releasing a long sigh, Dou Dou, are you serious? Indeed, more genuine than boiled water. Grandpa Zhu clenched his teeth. This was too absurd. Chapter 42. The successful elevation of kinship. Dou Dou's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer to Grandpa Zhu's ear. Whispering, Grandpa Zhu, you see, our personalities are quite compatible, and we share the same fondness for gossip. Setting aside age, do you think we get along well? Indeed, Grandpa Zhu nodded emphatically, his tone unwavering. If they didn't get along, he wouldn't have bothered to engage with Dou Dou. Even at just 5 years old, she was clever, perceptive, and generous. In short, he had encountered many individuals, but Dou Dou was not to be underestimated. Yet, Grandpa Zhu furrowed his brow. Shifting the conversation. While we do get along, you mustn't view me as an elder brother. After all, there's a 50-year age gap between us. Oh, what? Are you afraid of being ridiculed? Dou Dou crossed her arms. Sporting a look that made Grandpa Zhu fume, he glared at her, indignant. I, Zhu Tian, am the most well-informed person in these 10 villages. Besides, most people in Zhua village share my surname. Anyone I pull from the crowd is my kin. Who would dare mock me? Which rascal dares? He could rally a crowd to defend his honor with a mere call. He wasn't boasting. As the oldest living member of the Zhu family tree, he held considerable clout. With all the gossip he knew, he could easily uncover others' secrets, and if he were in a foul mood, he could share them at will, leading to trouble for others. Thus, those with guilty consciences would think twice about crossing him. Oh dear, how impressive, Dou Dou remarked. The provocation tactic works exceptionally well. The little one pressed on, Grandpa Zhu, do you look down on me as your gossip companion? Are you reluctant to befriend me? Grandpa Zhu's eyes widened in indignation. Dou Dou, how can you say such a thing? If I didn't wish to befriend you, would I have brought you multigrain pancakes so early in the morning? Well, you are a miser, Dou Dou huffed, feeling proud. She decided to deploy her trump card, quickly raising 2 fingers. What does that mean? Grandpa Zhu asked. 2 packets of jerky. Grandpa Zhu's eyes brightened, his mouth watering, and away. Dou Dou nibbled on her little teeth and added 2 packets of fried peanuts, 1 packet of brown sugar, and 1 packet of glutinous rice sticks. Grandpa Zhu's heart raced with anticipation as he eagerly nodded. All right, I agree. Dou Dou simply wanted to call him brother. It was not a matter of great significance. Elder brother, wait here. I shall fetch something right away. With her goal achieved, Dou Dou gleefully dashed into her room, rummaged through her belongings, and quickly returned, stuffing a bag into Grandpa Zhu's hands. Oh my goodness, Dou Dou. I mean, little sister, you are indeed generous. Grandpa Zhu beamed, his face lighting up with joy as he examined the contents of the bag. Little sister, I will now consult the calendar to find a suitable date for our family to gather and have a meal together. I shall have my sons, daughters-in-law, grandsons, and granddaughters-in-law serve you tea. Dodo, with the heart of a child, likely considered this a passing fancy, thinking of him as an elder brother, but he could not take it lightly. It deserved serious consideration, at the very least. The customary kinship recognition process must be observed. He needed to ponder over what dishes to prepare for the recognition day, and perhaps even trade for a few meat coupons in the village and buy some eggs. After all, it would not do to appear too shabby. Dodo had not anticipated her elder brother would take this matter so seriously. Very well, I shall also prepare some gifts for the younger generations when the time comes. A smile played on Dodo's lips as she turned to the 3 bewildered great-grandchildren, beckoning them over. Come here, you must call me, Dodo suddenly faltered. What should she call Grandpa's father? And what about Grandpa's father as sister? Dodo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she sought help from her elder brother. Grandfather Zhu let out a hearty laugh and kindly reminded, You should call me Teginai. Dodo's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, Yes, call me Teginai. Come on, hurry up and call me. Once you do, I shall treat you to sweets and eggs. The 3 little great-grandsons were both astonished and overjoyed. Forgetting their shyness, they gazed at Dodo with shining eyes and chorused, Teginai. A moment's delay felt like a disrespect to the promised sweets and eggs. Although they occasionally indulged in eggs, it had been ages since they had tasted sugar. The 3 little ones couldn't help but drool. Watching them, Grandfather Zhu felt both amused and bittersweet. With so many mouths to feed at home, merely surviving was a modest achievement. Alas! Dodo responded with a loud cheer, her fair and lovely face blooming with joy like a flower. In her sweet, childish voice, she urged, Come on, call me again. Teginai. Ah, again, Teginai. Keep going, Teginai, 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 Teginai. Dodo relished her role as the revered ancestor and generously presented each of her freshly minted 3 great-grandsons with a boiled egg and 6 pieces of large white rabbit milk candy. Thank you, Teginai. The 3 little ones, as if in possession of treasures, wore beaming smiles and carefully tucked the eggs and candies into their pockets, planning to share them with their grandparents at home. Oh dear sister, your generosity is overwhelming. You mustn't be so lavish in the future. Grandfather Zhu expressed his gratitude for Dodo's generosity, treating her as his own kin with a gentle admonition. Dodo chuckled, Oh brother, I am no fool. Rest assured, I am only generous to those I cherish. Others shall receive not a morsel from me. Phew, that's more like it. Grandfather Zhu sighed with relief. Sister, it is getting late. I must go tend to the cattle. You and your brother should have breakfast. I shall leave the 3 little ones in your care. If you wish to wander the village, let them lead the way. And allow them to take home the bowls for pancakes and soy sauce. Dodo waved her hand dismissively. Oh brother, you go on with your business. I will take good care of the 3 little great-grandsons. When you have time, take me out for some melons. Fear not, I shall never forget you. Grandfather Zhu replied, swiftly departing with his belongings. Tai Gong. The 3 little ones gazed longingly at Grandfather Zhu's vanishing figure. Feeling small, helpless, and pitiful. Come here. What are your names and ages? Dodo inquired, sitting at the table and munching on the multi-grain pancake smeared with soy sauce that her brother had prepared, casting a loving gaze at the 3 great-grandsons. Embodying the grace of an esteemed ancestor, Dodo felt quite pleased with herself. Gong Haoyang nearly choked on his laughter, desperately suppressing the upward curve of his lips. Chapter 43. Meng Jiaojiao faces punishment from the fortune system. The great-grandsons, shy and blushing, hesitated to respond, their little hands nervously fidgeting with their clothes. Teginai. My name is Zhu Tietue, and I am 7 years old. Teginai. I am Zhu Shirtu, 5 years old. Teginai. I am Zhu Yonggan, just turned 6. Tietue, Shirtu, Yonggan. Simple names that were easy to remember. Dodo nodded, her smile radiating warmth and tenderness. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come and eat with me. The 3 little ones' stomachs rumbled audibly, a sound she could hear from afar. No, thank you, we don't eat breakfast, Zhu Tietue quickly declined, swallowing hard. Their parents had taught them since childhood not to eat at others' homes, for these days, everyone's situation was tough. Teginai looked petite and delicate, and they could not possibly take her breakfast. If their family found out, they would surely face a severe reprimand. Gurgle, gurgle. The moment the words left their lips, the rumbling in their stomachs grew louder. Dodo's expression turned serious as she slapped her palm on the table. I am your Teginai. Do you dare to defy my words? If you do not come over for breakfast, be prepared for a beating. 1, 2. The threat of Dodo's authority was formidable. Not only did the 3 little ones feel intimidated, but even Gong Haoyang feared his sister's wrath. Compelled by the little Teginai's formidable presence, The three little ones dared not hesitate and awkwardly shuffled to Dou Dou's side. With a stern face, Dou Dou handed each of them a multi-grain pancake, insisting, "Eat." In the span of a meal, Dou Dou successfully won over the hearts of her three great-grandsons. They responded to every word she uttered. They even eagerly offered to massage her shoulders and back. "Little Taganai, is this pressure just right?" Perfect. Little Taganai, would you like to stroll around the village? Let's go. Staying at home is dull. Let's venture out. Little ones, lead the way." All right. Before departing, Dou Dou slung her small backpack over her shoulder, puffed out her chest, and confidently led her three great-grandsons out. Gong Haoyang felt torn between laughter and tears, realizing that his sister had seemingly forgotten about him now that she had grandchildren of her own. At the youth point, the veteran youths gradually returned to work, leaving behind only the newcomers. Meng Jiaojiao, who had been in a deep slumber, finally awoke. Upon waking, she felt achingly sore and weak, lying on a bare bed. Her heart filled with anxiety and panic. "System, where am I? What on earth happened?" The fortune system replied irritably, "You are at the youth point in Zhua village. After being kicked unconscious by Gong Haoyang yesterday. You have been sleeping until now. Meng Jiaojiao, are you a pig?" "You are the pig." Meng Jiaojiao, though foolish, had a fiery temper. The fortune system sneered, "Oh, you have the audacity to call me a pig. You must obediently accept an electric shock punishment." In the next instant, Meng Jiaojiao trembled violently, letting out a chilling scream that instantly attracted the attention of the new arrivals. They stood at the door, watching, none daring to enter. "What happened to her?" Su Huayao asked. Song Chuqin shrugged. "Looks like she's having a fit. I don't dare go in to check." "Anyone who wants to, go ahead." Liu Zhangjing furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "This doesn't seem like a seizure. It looks more like an electric shock." "Electric shock?" The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered, for there was no electricity at the youth point. How could Meng Jiaojiao suddenly have been electrocuted? Zhou Qian cast a sidelong glance at the solemn-faced Meng Tingting and remarked sarcastically, "Isn't that girl inside your cousin, Meng Jiaojiao? Why aren't you concerned about her? I can't believe you seem so indifferent." Meng Tingting remained silent, feeling that she and Zhou Qian were simply incompatible. She had never provoked her, yet Zhou Qian looked at her with disdain. "How ridiculous!" Meng Tingting scoffed, speaking plainly, "Though Meng Jiaojiao is my cousin, she has never called me sister. She doesn't regard me as family, so why should I treat her as such?" She had awakened to the truth and no longer wished to be associated with Meng Jiaojiao. Zhou Qian tilted her head, her expression dripping with mockery. "Oh, so you admit you are a cold-hearted person?" Meng Tingting retorted without hesitation, "Zhou, fortunately, you don't work in the Public Security Bureau. Just with your ability to distort facts, who knows how many wrongful cases you would misjudge? You dare to insult me?" Zhou Qian was infuriated, her face flushed with rage. The reason she targeted Meng Tingting was that she looked poor and carried little luggage. How dare a pauper not please her? "I didn't insult you, just stating the truth." Meng Tingting met Zhou Qian's gaze without flinching. "Zhou, you seem to be a kind-hearted comrade. Please do check on Meng Jiaojiao for me." "Why should I?" Zhou Qian's retort was immediate. "Whether she lives or dies is none of my concern." The crowd cast disdainful glances in her direction. Zhou Qian's face flushed with embarrassment, and she glared at Meng Tingting, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, but was silenced by Meng Tingting's sharp retort. "Zhou, it seems that's all there is to you. From this moment on, Meng Jiaojiao is no longer my cousin. No one can impose moral obligations on me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to be rude. Though I am generally good-natured, when angered, I can do anything." After delivering her ultimatum, Meng Tingting turned on her heel and left. Even a clay figurine has its limits. How much more so a person? Liu Zhangjing shot a cold glance at Zhou Qian before striding after Meng Tingting. "Meng, wait for me. I need to borrow grain from the captain too. Let's go together." Dou Dou. Q. When did the male lead and Meng Tingting become so close? Are they finally following the storyline they were meant to, borrowing grain? Su Huayao clapped her hands, suddenly remembering she had yet to attend to business. Turning on her heel, she exclaimed, "Wait for me. I need to borrow some grain too." Without a second thought, Song Chuqin followed closely behind Su Huayao. Just as they were about to exit, they encountered Dou Dou, who had appeared at the youth point along with her three little boys standing in a row behind her. "Dou Dou, what brings you here?" Su Huayao asked, overjoyed, as she hurried forward to embrace Dou Dou, showering her with affection. "Sister Yao, I was just out for a stroll. By the way, let me introduce you. These are my three little great-grandsons, Techue, Shirtu, and Yonggon." "What? Little great-grandsons?" Both Song Chuqin and Su Huayao were taken aback. their faces reflecting disbelief. Su Huayao gulped and asked with difficulty, Dodo, where did you get these 3 from? From my eldest brother's family. Your eldest brother is? Zhu Tian, the esteemed elder Zhu, is indeed my big brother. Just this morning, we solidified our relationship. Su Huayao and Song Chuqin were utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor as they exclaimed in unison, Dou Dou. You must be joking, Dou Dou, with a playful hum, decided to demonstrate her sincerity through action, instructing the 3 little ones behind her, come, call out to her. Little great aunt, little great aunt, little great aunt. In chapter 44, Zhou Qian and Gong Yunji drew closer to Dou Dou. The trio's voices rang out in harmonious unison. For the little great aunt had proclaimed that significant matters should be repeated thrice. They were obedient children, compelled to comply. Su Huayao and Song Chuqin stood thunderstruck, staring blankly at Dou Dou, such a young child. Already a little great aunt. This world had indeed turned upside down to an unfathomable extent for them. Despite their shock, having spent several days with Dou Dou allowed them to digest this reality relatively well. And they soon accepted the truth. Dou Dou, we plan to borrow some grain from the captain. Would you like to join us? Dou Dou shook her head, replying, I shall not go. Song Chuqin inquired, Dou Dou, where's your brother? Why haven't we seen him, my brother? Dou Dou belatedly recalled, seemingly having forgotten about him. Dodo dear, he should be at home, I think. Understanding dawned on Song Chuqin. All right, I'll go find young Su Huayao. Do you wish to accompany me? Su Huayao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us go together. New youths band together for warmth. Although she and Song Chuqin had dissolved their marriage, she understood him better than most. 2 individuals were certainly safer than one, and with the added deterrence of Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang, Song Chuqin felt emboldened, no longer daring to bully her. Once Su Huayao and the others departed, Zhou Qian nudged Gong Yunji's arm, their eyes exchanging a silent understanding before they approached Dou Dou, grinning like cunning wolves. Zhou Qian's tone was oddly gentle. Little one, your name is Dou Dou, is it not? You are quite the charming child. Dou Dou beamed with innocence, her large eyes sparkling. Well, your eyes seem quite perceptive as well. Zhou Qian, may I call you Dou Dou? Dou Dou shook her head with a smile. No, I cannot. My brother instructed me not to converse with strangers unless. Unless what? Zhou Qian pressed eagerly. Capturing a small child was, for her, an effortless task. Dou Dou blinked. Unless you provide me with benefits, food, drink, money, tickets, anything will do. Such a cheeky little one, attempting to exploit her. Zhou Qian chuckled, her eyes filled with disdain. This naive little girl hardly required her to exert much effort. It was her brother who posed the real challenge. Dou Dou, I am Zhou Qian. You may call me Sister Zhou. I happen to have a pack of cake, and I shall bring it to you now, shall I? Dou Dou nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Zhou Qian exchanged a knowing glance with Gong Yunji and promptly retrieved the cake from her room, relieved that Meng Jiaojiao was not in the same quarters, or she would have hesitated to enter. Here, Dou Dou, this is for you. Thank you, Dou Dou replied sweetly, using her wood-based abilities to scan the cake for any anomalies. Finding none, she opened the bag and distributed 1 piece to each of her little companions. Enjoy, but do not stash it in your pockets. The 3 little ones froze momentarily. Grandparents, parents, it's not that we are unwilling to bring you some, but we simply cannot defy the little Greytant's orders. Wow, so this is the taste of cake. It's delightful. Dou Dou, why aren't you eating? Oh, I'm quite tired of cake. Dou Dou shrugged with an air of disdain on her cherubic face. Zhou Qian, tired of it? Her family circumstances were so favorable that even now she had not grown weary of cake. Yet this little brat had grown tired of it at such a tender age. Zhou Qian felt a pang of envy and resentment, her heart in turmoil, but she dared not reveal her feelings. Forcing a stiff smile, then what do you enjoy eating? Dou Dou tilted her head, her eyes twinkling. Can you provide me with whatever I desire? Hesitant, Zhou Qian gritted her teeth. Yes, as long as I have it. I can fulfill your wishes. Dodo? Why are you being so kind to me? Dou Dou furrowed her brow. My brother taught me that one should not accept favors without reciprocation. Do you wish to gain something from me? No, of course not, Zhou Qian quickly denied, her expression shifting as she insisted. Sister only genuinely likes you and wishes to be kind. Please don't misunderstand. Sister Zhou, you are quite a nice person, Dou Dou giggled. Then I shall not hold back. I want imported chocolate, canned fruits, canned meats, snacks, and so on. Oh dear, there is such a long list of things I wish to eat. Do you have any at your place? Zhou Qian, my goodness, why don't you just reach for the stars? Dou Dou patted her backpack, appearing ever so considerate. Sister Zhou, I know you probably don't have those things, but that's all right. I am not picky. Just give me whatever you have, and I wonder if it will fill my bag? If it fills up, I will be very happy, and when I am happy, I will share everything. Hearing the last sentence, Zhou Qian instantly suppressed her anger and yanked Dou Dou's backpack, rushing into her room. Gong Yunji smiled, crouching down to look at Dou Dou tenderly. Dou Dou, may I be your friend? Not possible, Dou Dou replied earnestly. You haven't given me anything, so I refuse to be friends with you. Gong Yunji's expression darkened. Ah, the main family lineage should not be underestimated. Even such a small child is so calculating. It seems I must invest a bit more effort. He suppressed the dark glimmer in his eyes. Smiling as he inquired, Dou Dou, does that mean if I give you something, you would be willing to be my friend? Dou Dou feigned contemplation before shaking her head. I am an honest person, thus I do not wish to deceive you. Even if you give me something, I still would not want to be friends with you. Why not? Gong Yunji inquired, his smile masking his irritation. Dou Dou cast a dismissive glance at Gong Yunji, her lisping voice chiming. Because you seem rather stingy and miserly. Sister Zhou is much better. Not only is Sister Zhou beautiful, but she is also generous. I would gladly be friends with someone like her in the room. Zhou Qian's spirits soared at Dou Dou's words. Unquestionably, this child possessed discerning taste. After some contemplation, she stuffed her own precious chocolates and canned meats into Dou Dou's backpack. Yet, the bag appeared small, and despite her best efforts to fill it with numerous treats, it still felt insufficient. Well, I have nearly emptied my supplies. If it doesn't fill up, so be it. Zhou Qian struggled to carry the bag as she exited her room. Dou Dou, your bag is now full. Are you satisfied? Wow, thank you, sister. You are so kind. Dou Dou effortlessly accepted the bag, casually complimenting Zhou Qian. Sister, you are beautiful and so nice to me. With such kindness, you must have many admirers, right? Zhou Qian, buoyed by the flattery, laughed heartily. Haha, not really. I already have someone I like. Who is it? Dou Dou pointed at Gong Yunji. Is it him? Sister, he is not suitable. He is too stingy and miserly. Gong Yunji, M9. My goodness, he now only wished to commit murder. Chapter 45. Will harvested and departing with a pat on the back. Observing Gong Yunji's ashen visage, Zhou Qian's eyes flickered before she addressed Dou Dou. Dou Dou, Yunji is not actually stingy or miserly. You must be misunderstanding him. Not at all. He is indeed stingy and miserly. My 3 little companions and I have been here for quite some time. Yet he has not offered us anything. Only words. My brother said this tactic is called empty-handedly catching a wolf. Ah, how absurd. Though I may be young, I am not a fool. Dou Dou stamped her little feet and coldly huffed, promptly fastening her backpack. She earnestly patted Zhou Qian's thigh. Sister, you must heed my advice. Your Yunji brother is not a suitable match. If you were to be with him, you would spend your life foraging for wild vegetables. Foraging for wild vegetables? I am not Wang Baochuan. Zhou Qian scoffed, rolling her eyes as she watched Dou Dou, backpack in tow, turn away without a second glance. In that moment, her expression cracked, and she extended a hand in disbelief. Dou Dou, you are just leaving? Indeed, Dou Dou replied without looking back. Sister, if I linger any longer, your Yunji brother's gaze will surely slay me. Alas, I pity my life, which has only just begun. I shan't hastily head to the underworld. Sister, you are wonderful. I genuinely like you, but alas, the one you fancy does not share my sentiments. Dou Dou sighed, her face alight with joy. Today is indeed a splendid day. Having successfully gathered the wool, she had also sown discord between Zhou Qian and Gong Yunji. She had witnessed the female lead being struck down by the Lux system's punishment and had just dramatically fainted again. At this rate, she need not worry about the female lead causing trouble, for she would ultimately bring about her own downfall. With a mischievous giggle, she patted her backside and sauntered off. Zhou Qian, flustered and furious, watched as Dou Dou grew ever more distant, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. All she could do was glare indignantly at the sullen-faced Gong Yunji, her voice laced with irritation as she scolded. Gong Yunji, what on earth are you doing? Is it so difficult to simply accompany Dou Dou for a meal? You're so unwilling to do even this little thing. No wonder Dou Dou calls you stingy. Do you think I'm stingy as well? Gong Yunji replied, his gaze dark and devoid of warmth as he met Zhou Qian's eyes. Isn't that the case? Zhou Qian shot back without a moment's hesitation. After all these years of knowing each other, have you ever gifted me anything? Not even a single piece of candy has crossed your hands to mine. Humph. Yet I have showered you with countless gifts and delicacies. Do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? At her words, Gong Yunji's expression darkened further. He had never held any fondness for Zhou Qian. If her father weren't the director of the Revolutionary Committee, he would never have been coerced by his parents into flattering her. It was a lifelong humiliation he vowed to avenge one day, but for now, they still relied on Zhou Qian's father's support. What kind of gaze is that? Zhou Qian recoiled in fear, momentarily convinced that Gong Yunji intended her harm. She swore she was not being overly dramatic. Gong Yunji took a deep breath, suppressing the resentment in his eyes. His tone unexpectedly gentle. I remember every kindness you've shown me, and I am grateful for the assistance your family has provided mine. I have long since planned that once our mission is complete, we shall marry. So, Zhou Qian, can we cease this quarrel for now? You think I wish to quarrel? Zhou Qian's eyes flickered, and she began to harbor suspicions about Gong Yunji. She admitted that Dou Dou's words had affected her, casting serious doubt on Gong Yunji's character. More importantly, she was certain that he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her. To know, she must write a letter to her father, requesting that her brother come to keep her company. She did not wish to be left vulnerable to Gong Yunji's whims before completing her mission. Wang Baochuan. She would never become Wang Baochuan in this world. Three-legged toads were rare, but two-legged men were plentiful. She had no intention of clinging to Gong Yunji. If one were to speak candidly, their relationship was merely a binding of interests. Emotions could never surpass the allure of profit. With this thought, Zhou Qian couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Gong Yunji. Yunji, I was just on the verge of winning over Dou Dou, and instead of helping, you hinder me. It's just a matter of sharing some food. Why must you be so miserly? Gong Yunji furrowed his brow. Zhou Qian, I have no food in my bag. Did you not say before we set off that I should not purchase any provisions and that you would prepare everything? Moreover, the food my mother prepared was consumed during our train ride. He wished he could provide, but there was simply nothing to offer. He had grown accustomed to Zhou Qian footing the bill for their meals and drinks. His bag now contained only his personal belongings, along with his clothing. Zhou Qian found it absurd. She increasingly believed Dou Dou was right about Gong Yunji. He was merely trying to wring benefits from her without offering anything in return. Though she had made such demands, she had never truly expected him to come empty-handed. Was it fair that she bore the cost and effort, only to be blamed in the end? How blind had she been in the past not to see Gong Yunji's true nature? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. With a furious glare at Gong Yunji, she turned and locked herself in her room, not wanting to face his repugnant visage any longer. Enraged, Zhou Qian sought solace in food to vent her frustrations. Upon opening her box, she was taken aback. All the provisions I painstakingly brought back from Kyoto are gone. How could I be so foolish? Why didn't I save even a little? Why was I so generous? Fuming, she ground her teeth and stomped her feet, making a cacophony. Outside, Gong Yunji maintained a cold expression, his eyes mocking as he chuckled softly. Women were indeed foolish. She had yet to realize she had been outmaneuvered by that little brat Dou Dou. It was only when the noise within the room subsided that Gong Yunji approached and knocked on the door. Zhou Qian, it's getting late. We must go to the captain to borrow provisions. If you do not come, we shall go hungry today. Just go by yourself. Can't you see I'm in a foul mood? Zhou Qian yelled angrily, her spirits plummeting. The countryside was truly an unbearable place. Gong Yunji, outside, spoke with a tone of exasperation. Zhou Qian, I can go, but I cannot borrow the provisions for you. It requires your signature. You must come yourself. Were it not for Zhou Qian being the family's financial lifeline, he would have little desire to tolerate her tempestuous temperament. With a creak, Zhou Qian flung open the door in a huff, not even sparing Gong Yunji a glance. Let us go. Are you going to stand there like a doorkeeper? With that face of his, he could hardly serve as a guardian. Gong Haoyang truly possessed a remarkable countenance, fair-skinned, his features chiseled with striking handsomeness, tall and robust, exuding an undeniable masculinity. This man was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Qian's eyes brightened. Perhaps she should attempt to flirt with him? Gong Haoyang was the true heir of the Gong family. Gong Yunji was merely a distant branch, easily cast aside. Chapter 46. Please call me little ancestor under the guidance of 3 little great-grandsons. Dou Dou traversed the entire village, successfully etching her name into the memories of the villagers of Zhua village. She had painstakingly promoted her status as the little ancestor. Simultaneously, she had endeared herself to all the village children with 2 simple tactics. First, by showcasing astonishing martial prowess, by beating up a few, earning their respect, and second, by treating them to sweets, for with candy, one could be a revered figure. She sought to be their reborn patron, no, rather a reborn little ancestor. The results surpassed her expectations. Observing the orderly line of 50 or 60 well-behaved children, Dou Dou's eyes radiated warmth. Clearing her throat, she straightened her back. embodying the essence of a little ancestor. In a sweet, childlike voice, she declared, "Children, you may disperse now and return to your homes, for today we shall conclude our gathering. Tomorrow, the little ancestor will come to play with you again." Though the children were reluctant, the formidable aura of the little ancestor compelled them to leave, clutching their fruit candies, glancing back every few steps. The Iron Hammer trio stood proudly behind Dou Dou, resembling three guardians, their chins nearly reaching the heavens. "Little great-grandma, where are you headed next?" Dou Dou glanced at the sky. After a day of outdoor adventure, it was time to return home. She wondered if her brother missed her. The Iron Hammer trio immediately wilted at the thought of parting from her. Dou Dou produced the egg cakes she had taken from Zhou Qian. "Here, take these back to enjoy. You've worked hard today. Tomorrow, I wish to sleep in, so don't come to my house too early. Also, do not have your great-grandfather bring me breakfast in these times." Every household struggled to make ends meet. Having endured the hardships of survival during the apocalypse, she was no naive fool. "All right, we understand, little great-grandma. Allow us to escort you home." Dou Dou declined their kind offer. She was not truly elderly. "You should return home now. See you tomorrow." Reluctantly, the little great-grandsons departed. Dou Dou felt light and carefree, stretching languidly. Today, she had made a name for herself, becoming the little ancestor for the village children, fully indulging in the joys of elderhood. While she was thrilled, she also felt quite exhausted. To replenish her energy, she needed to devour 3 large bowls of rice, accompanied by a roast chicken. The little great-grandsons had mentioned that Zhua village was nestled against a mountain, rich in resources. During the off-season, families would forage for mountain goods to sell to the supply and marketing cooperative. With a stroke of luck, one might catch wild chickens or rabbits. However, caution was advised against venturing deep into the mountains. Where wolves and wild boars lurked, wolf meat was unpalatable, and Dou Dou had no interest in the tough wild boar meat. Her only desire lay with the wild chickens and rabbits. A loud slurp escaped her lips as she began to salivate. Spicy rabbit pieces, spicy rabbit heads, roast chicken, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Here I come. Like a phantom, Dou Dou swiftly darted into the woods, her petite figure dwarfed by the tall grass. She traversed the paths unimpeded until she reached the heart of the mountain. It was now past 3 in the afternoon. She realized she had lost track of time, having played so hard that she hadn't returned home for a meal. The 3 little great-grandsons, having been fed by her, also opted not to return for dinner. As she pondered, Dou Dou's stomach began to grumble, prompting her to take out some meat-filled buns from her storage. After devouring 3 in quick succession, her growling stomach was finally appeased. Her family were all gluttons, and due to their abilities, they naturally consumed more than others. Using her wood-based powers, Dou Dou caught 3 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits before stopping, leaving the rest for the villagers. With her magical ability to replicate resources, she had no intention of overexploiting what nature had to offer. Dou Dou decided to take only 1 wild chicken as a token, storing the rest and hurrying home. On her way back, she suddenly heard a hoarse, weak, and desperate cry for help. Dou Dou furrowed her brow. "Help, is anyone there? I've fallen into a trap. Can someone come to save me?" In the trap sat a boy of around 10 years old, with delicate features and fair skin. Yet his frail frame indicated malnutrition. Dressed in patched clothing, he sat helplessly in the trap, clutching his injured left ankle in pain and despair. "Help! Is there anyone around? Oh heavens, I beseech you to assist me. I cannot afford to be in peril. If something were to happen to me, my grandfather would undoubtedly be heartbroken. His health has never been robust, and should he learn of my misfortune, the consequences would be unimaginable. Had I known better than to indulge in temptation, thinking to venture into the mountains to catch some wild chickens to enhance our meals, only to find myself ensnared in a pit over 2 meters deep. Not only did I twist my ankle, but I am utterly unable to extricate myself. What to do? What to do? The sky is growing dimmer by the moment. Who would venture into the mountains at such an hour?" The boy felt increasingly despondent, wrapping his arms around himself, his body trembling uncontrollably. The once resilient lad could no longer hold back his tears. "Oh, grandfather. Hey, your weeping is rather unpleasant." Who is speaking?" The boy thought he might be hallucinating. Startled yet elated, he abruptly ceased his sobbing. Dou Dou poked her head out, waving her hand. "No, you are not hallucinating. It is I who am speaking. Hurry, do not waste time, grasp the vine, and I shall pull you up." She needed to return home to comfort her brother. "You?" The boy looked up at Dou Dou, surprise etched upon his face. Upon recognizing her appearance and age, he was momentarily taken aback. "Little sister, Can you truly lift me? I am rather heavy. He did not hold much hope, but after wiping away his tears, he suggested, perhaps it would be better if you tied one end of the vine to a tree while I hold on and climb up myself? He feared that should he fail to be rescued, he might inadvertently bring harm to others. Dou Dou, oh, clearly underestimated. With a pout, she urged, enough of the chatter, grasp the vine quickly. Point 1, 2, little sister, I have a hold of the vine. The boy's heart raced, nearly stopping. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take a gamble. This little girl, despite her youthful appearance, spoke with such clarity and vigor. She was clearly extraordinary. Dou Dou smirked, exerting just a bit of effort to pull the boy from the pit. Upon witnessing the look of awe and admiration on his face, she decided to see her good deed through to the end. Discarding the vine, she crouched before the boy and with a swift motion, restored his twisted ankle to its rightful state. Try moving your foot, The boy gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape, but he obediently moved his foot. Joy flooded his expression. Is healed. My foot is actually well again. Thank you, little sister. He gazed at Dou Dou with tears of gratitude, as if she were a savior. Dou Dou took a step back. Oh, not call me little sister. Please refer to me as little ancestor. The boy was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, his pale, delicate face adorned with a rosy blush. All right, little ancestor. Well, it is getting late. You should hurry home. I must take my leave. Dou Dou efficiently picked up the wild chicken and turned to depart. I came softly, just as I go softly. Little ancestor. The boy extended his hand. He wished to say something, but was at a loss for words, merely watching as Dou Dou gracefully walked away. He thought, this little ancestor must surely be a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Chapter 47. A visit to Zhong Xiaofeng. Brother, open the door. I'm back. Dou Dou knocked on the door with great enthusiasm. Akin to a triumphant little rooster, raising her petite neck high. With a creak, the door swung open. Which wild child has decided to return home? Gong Haoyang crossed his arms, looking at Dou Dou with a feigned air of melancholy. His expression read, come comfort me, come comfort me, come comfort me. Dou Dou rolled her eyes mischievously, tossing the wild chicken into the yard, then leapt into Gong Haoyang's embrace, nuzzling against his leg. Hee, the wild child from your family is back. Brother, do not be angry. I know you enjoy roasted chicken, so I specifically went to the mountains to catch some wild chickens and even a hare. Today, I shall ensure my dear brother enjoys a feast. Humph, a feast is a stretch. Gong Haoyang huffed, though a smile could not be suppressed from creeping onto his lips. He knew he was his sister's favorite. The children of Zhua village could only stand aside. Dou Dou, clutching her stomach, feigned a pitiful expression. Brother, I haven't eaten lunch yet. I am so hungry. You do realize you missed lunch? Gong Haoyang replied, both helpless and pained. He had long learned from the baby about his sister's experiences during the apocalypse. After he and their parents perished in a meteor strike, his sister first fell into despair, then attempted several times to join them, only to be stopped by the baby. Unable to seek death, his sister's mind was constantly on the verge of madness. Meanwhile, those people and the zombies targeted her, taking advantage of her youth to bully her. That time, Dou Dou's ability level was not high, and she had faced near-death experiences numerous times, but fortunately, she had the trump card of space. Having been deprived of security, she grew increasingly averse to both the zombies and the remaining humans, becoming a veritable hermit, allowing no one to approach her, lest they face her fists. With her violent tendencies, she earned the title of the fierce little sister, thus carving out a place for herself in the predatory apocalypse. Gong Haoyang suppressed the concern in his brow. Looking down at his cunning sister, he sighed inwardly. Now that they were reunited, she was gradually opening her heart. Having finally regained her childhood innocence, she was willing to interact with others. And he was more than pleased. How could he possibly be angry with her? He wished for her to make more friends. Gong Haoyang reached out and playfully poked Dou Dou's little nose. Chuckling helplessly, You must not venture out next time like you did today. You should at least return home for a meal, right? Dou Dou flashed her small teeth in a grin. Yes, you were right. Brother, let us hurry and prepare roasted chicken and braised hare. I am so hungry, so very hungry. Gong Haoyang was utterly charmed by his sister's antics and hurried to the kitchen to prepare their meal. While it was more convenient in the space, they were currently living in the countryside, and visitors occasionally dropped by. To avoid unnecessary complications, he chose to cook outside the space. An hour later, the meal was ready. Sister, given the circumstances, we cannot have roasted chicken today. We shall make chicken stew with mushrooms instead. Just bear with me for now, all right? Dodo. Winky face, oh help, brother. When did you start speaking in reduplicated words? It's unsettling. I am not really a small child. Gong Haoyang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. He scooped a spoonful of braised hare for Dodo and placed 2 large chicken legs into her special bowl. Eat up. Once you finish, I'll take you to the educated youth point for a visit. In truth, the habit of speaking in reduplicated words had begun when she was born. Dodo successfully diverted her brother's attention and blinked her lively, curious eyes. Brother, what are we going to do at the educated youth point? She had seen enough drama for one day and was not interested in attending. Gong Haoyang casually replied, the old educated youth are hosting a welcome banquet for the new ones. If you do not wish to go, you may stay at home while I just show my face and return. Dodo nodded, lacking enthusiasm. The welcome banquet in era novels was rarely peaceful. If the new educated youth did not bring something to contribute, they would be met with the stingy attitude of the old ones. Brother, what do you plan to take? Sister, did you not just take advantage of Zhou Qian? Just bring a pack of biscuits along. Gong Haoyang was not particularly stingy, but he was no fool. He had no real connections with those educated youth and would not let them take advantage of him. Dodo grinned mischievously. Hee, the wool comes from the sheep. Zhou Qian will surely be furious. Humph, do not think I am unaware of her and Gong Yunji's intentions. They merely wish to approach us siblings to extract treasures from the Gong family. This they must be dreaming. Dodo's youthful voice dripped with sarcasm. It must be said that these scoundrels had quite the audacity, not striving to earn their own keep, but instead attempting to pilfer from others. Gong Haoyang's expression darkened. Zhou Qian was a foolish girl, while Gong Yunji, presumably a side branch of the Gong family, seemed somewhat clever but lacked the ability to conceal his ambitions and motives. For now, he would let them flounder. One could never know when a big fish might surface. Dodo nodded in agreement, already plotting her revenge against the scoundrels. In the apocalypse, she would not have wasted time or effort. She would have simply eliminated them with ease. After their meal, Gong Haoyang tidied up the kitchen, grabbed a pack of biscuits, and made his way to the educated youth point, exchanging a few words and leaving the biscuits before returning. Tonight, he and Dodo had important matters to attend to and would not squander time on the inconsequential. Time flew, and by 9 o'clock, the village began to settle into silence. Gong Haoyang, carrying a large bundle, and a slightly drowsy Dodo, walked along the foot of the mountain to the cattle shed. Though called a cattle shed, it was not a mere structure hastily constructed of wooden sticks, but rather a specially built house. In this era, cattle were quite precious. For rural folk, cattle were valued above human life, and their feeding and housing were attended to by dedicated personnel. Thus, such valuable cattle were not entrusted to those sent to the shed. However, those assigned there had to reside alongside the cattle. The village chief of Zhuwa, Ma Jianjia, was quite a decent man. Unlike other villages, he did not treat the assigned personnel harshly and had sternly warned the villagers against causing trouble. To provide accommodations for the assigned personnel, he had specially commissioned the construction of 3 earthen houses next to the brick and tile house where the cattle resided. Although the living conditions remained somewhat harsh, at least the relocated individuals no longer have to reside in drafty, rain-soaked dwellings. Gong Haoyang approached the earthen house, casting a vigilant glance around him. Noticing nothing amiss, he made his way directly to the 3rd room on the right. He gently knocked on the door. Who is it? A frail, hoarse voice responded from within. Grandpa Zhong, it's Haoyang. Haoyang? A flurry of excited sounds erupted inside, and the door swung open. Zhong Xiaofeng swiftly pulled Gong Haoyang into the room, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings before he firmly shut the door. Inside, an oil lamp had already been lit. Chapter 48. Midnight fright. By the dim light of the flickering lamp, Gong Haoyang discreetly surveyed the condition of the room. Near the window was the cooking area, while the sparse belongings on the Kong were scant. Even the dining table was propped up by stones, missing 2 legs. The wave of emotion washed over Gong Haoyang as he observed the significantly aged features of Zhong Xiaofeng. His voice choked with emotion as he said, Grandpa Zhong, you have endured much hardship these past 2 years. Zhong Xiaofeng smiled faintly. I am not the one who suffers, but rather, it is the child Jixuan who has borne too much hardship alongside me. Alas, he lost his father at a young age, and his mother remarried when he was merely 2. Since then, she has never once visited him, as if he were never her son. I do feel for my grandson. Yet my work keeps me busy, and as a careless man, I have not been able to care for him as I ought. Grandpa, I am not at all miserable as long as I am with you. I am happy every day, interjected Zhong Jixuan, his eyes reddening as he spoke. In this world, his grandfather was his only family. As long as his grandfather was present, He was not a child abandoned by the world. Tears glistened in Zhong Xiaofeng's eyes as he reached out to pat Zhong Jishuan's head. Jishuan, you have grown so much. Gong Haoyang regarded the tall, slender boy, reminiscent of a dry twig, and felt a surge of emotion. With such a frail frame, a gust of wind might easily knock him down. Jishuan, are you still a picky eater? Gong Haoyang could not help but inquire, as his most vivid memory of Zhong Jishuan was of his notorious selectiveness at mealtime. He would refuse this dish and that, growing so thin that it worried Grandpa Zhong. It was only after their parents learned of this that they sent various flavored meat sauces to Kyoto, which finally whetted Zhong Jishuan's appetite. No, I am no longer picky. Zhong Jishuan's face flushed crimson as he found it difficult to meet the gaze of the tall and robust Gong Haoyang. His previous pickiness stemmed from two reasons. 1, he sought to capture his grandfather's attention, and 2, he simply could not stomach the meals his grandfather prepared, which, to put it bluntly, tasted inferior to pig feed. However, after relocating with his grandfather, he found himself often hungry, and how could he afford to be picky? Just having something to eat was already a blessing. Ha ha ha, Jishuan has grown and learned to feel shy. Gong Haoyang teased, prompting Zhong Jishuan to blush deeply, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Zhong Xiaofeng chuckled as well. Haoyang, what is it that you are carrying on your back? And what is in that large bag hanging from your chest? Brother, please put me down. That moment, a soft, sweet voice, tinged with sleepiness, piped up from behind Gong Haoyang. Is that Dou Dou? Zhong Xiaofeng's eyes widened in surprise. Gong Haoyang smiled and nodded, squatting down to release Dou Dou. Then placing the large bag on the table, Grandpa Zhong, this bag contains several sets of clothes for you and Jishuan, along with 2 thin quilts and some rice and flour. Zhong Xiaofeng felt a mix of gratitude and concern. Haoyang, Dou Dou's health is fragile. You should not have brought us so many things. Also, why did you and your sister suddenly come to Zhua village? Did something happen? Grandpa, please do not worry. My sister and I are well. We came to Zhua village through proper channels, and I promise to take good care of you and Jishuan in the future. Could it be that you were going to the countryside to work as a youth? Gong Haoyang nodded. Zhong Xiaofeng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed deeply. Dou Dou leaned against her brother's leg, her large eyes curiously observing the grandfather and grandson pair, only to see Zhong Jishuan gazing at her with surprise. Little ancestor, how wonderful, I finally get to meet you. Dou Dou recognized him as the boy she had fortuitously saved earlier that afternoon. Oh, so you are the little crybaby. I am not a crybaby. Zhong Jishuan stammered, his embarrassment evident as he nervously clutched his clothing, his face flushed. Zhong Xiaofeng looked from his grandson to Dou Dou, who resembled a fluffy white dumpling, and his eyes brimmed with affection. Jishuan, could it be that Dou Dou is your saving grace? Yes. Zhong Jishuan nodded earnestly, casting a furtive glance at Dou Dou before hastily lowering his head. Inside, he was already exuberantly exclaiming, Ah, the little fairy is the Dou Dou my grandfather often mentions and the little sister I have longed for. What a serendipitous encounter! Zhong Xiaofeng, oblivious to his grandson's peculiar behavior, was entirely captivated by Dou Dou, his face brimming with joy. Dou Dou, I am your grandpa. Zhong, the once stern man, found his voice softening in the presence of the delicate girl, causing Gong Haoyang to shiver in response. Grandpa Zhong, Dou Dou sweetly called out, pulling a large white rabbit milk candy from her pocket and offering it to Zhong Xiaofeng. I am very pleased to meet you. Dou Dou would like to treat you to some candy. How wonderful! Zhong Xiaofeng clutched the candy tightly in his hand, tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes, his heart softened. Throughout his life, he had never indulged in sweets except for white rabbit milk candy. Few knew of this preference, save for his closest companions. To think that a 5-year-old child could remember his favorite treat proved that she truly held him dear to her heart. Yet, after a lifetime of service, he found himself in such a state. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, Zhong Xiaofeng could not contain his tears, and in a sudden moment of distress, he coughed up blood. Collapsing backward, Grandpa! Zhong Jishuan's face drained of color in an instant. Gong Haoyang, ever quick-witted, swiftly supported Zhong Xiaofeng, his brows knitted tightly. Sister, come quickly. What is happening to Grandpa? Cough. Zhong Xiaofeng felt dizzy, yet his mind remained clear. I am fine. Do not worry. He was acutely aware of his own physical limitations, having long since reached his breaking point. He could not let Haoyang and his sister fret over him during their rare visit. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stay conscious. I assure you, I am truly fine. Do not concern yourselves. Cough. Grandpa. Zhong Jishuan supported his grandfather from the other side, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He did not wish to cry, yet he could not help it. Dou Dou felt a pang of frustration, slapping her right hand in dismay. This is all your fault. If I had known that a few pieces of white rabbit milk candy could provoke such a strong emotional reaction from Grandpa, I would never have given them, brother. Quickly help Grandpa to the Kong to lie down. Having given her instructions, Dou Dou climbed onto a chair, opened the large package on the table, and stealthily retrieved a glass vial of spring water and some elixirs from her space. Here, brother, this is for you. Chapter 49, Dou Dou, I will strive to repay your and Brother Yang's kindness, Grandpa. Please open your mouth. Gong Haoyang wasted no time, supporting Zhong Xiaofeng with one hand, while using the other to place the elixir into his mouth. Followed by a swallow of spring water. Zhong Jixuan stood anxiously to the side, his eyes fixated. Then, a miracle unfolded. Zhong Xiaofeng's previously pallid and frail visage began to regain color and vitality, as though infused with a newfound life force. Could this be a moment of revival? Grandpa, how are you feeling now? Zhong Jixuan asked tentatively, his eyes reddening as he struggled to suppress his rising panic. Good, very good. Good enough to defeat 100 little devils in one breath. Zhong Xiaofeng exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. The bright spark lit up his eyes, and his voice boomed with newfound vigor, as if he had shed decades and was brimming with strength and passion. Haoyang, what did you and Dou Dou give me? Zhong Xiaofeng suddenly realized something, flipping over to sit upright and fixing his gaze on the pair of siblings, his expression notably complex. Gong Haoyang's eyes flickered momentarily before he smiled and explained. Grandpa Zhong, what you consumed is a medicinal elixir that cures ailments, along with a specially distilled potion made from various herbs. These items are exceedingly rare to them, why sister's health has also been improved thanks to them. As for their origin, you need not inquire, Grandpa Zhong. Zhong Xiaofeng pondered for a moment before responding, very well, I will not pry further. This medicine is indeed precious, and I can only imagine its extraordinary source. Haoyang, there is some potion remaining. You should take it back to Dou Dou for her health, though not wasted on an old man like me, whose time is nearly up. That elixir had indeed saved his life. He felt certain he could live for another 10 or even 20 years, and he was already content. Gong Haoyang waved his hand dismissively, his expression grave as he insisted, Grandpa Zhong, please keep it. You and Jixuan have suffered greatly these past 2 years, and your health must be restored. Only with good health can you look to the future. Zhong Xiaofeng hesitated. He had long since come to terms with the concept of life and death, living each day as it came, yet the one thing he could not let go of was this grandson. Alas, Dou Dou pouted, utterly disdainful of indecisive individuals. With a swift motion, she seized the large portion of spiritual spring water that remained on the Kong and pretended to smash it onto the ground. Grandpa Zhong, if you don't want it, then just let it be. I'll smash it on the ground. I won't take back what I and my brother have given away. No, don't smash it. Zhong Xiaofeng, his heart racing, dodged the glass bottle in Dou Dou's hand with remarkable quickness, his voice trembling slightly. Oh, my little ancestor, why are you so fierce? Such a precious elixir. How can you speak of smashing it? Humph. Dou Dou crossed her arms and huffed, Grandpa Zhong, just tell me whether you want it or not. Yes, 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 of course I want it. Zhong Xiaofeng surrendered, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Truly, Dou Dou was worthy of being He Ning's daughter. Their styles of conduct were strikingly similar, and he found himself resigned to it. Now that's more like it, Dou Dou grinned, displaying her tiny milk teeth with pride. Interacting with the little great-grandchildren was always delightful. They always obeyed her without question, far more compliant than these elderly folk. Dou Dou then reminded Grandpa Gong, you can call me little ancestor since your grandson does, but you must not call me that. The generational hierarchy is far too tangled. It's one thing for outsiders to elevate their status, but among family, it just feels wrong. With a shared glance, the siblings swiftly positioned themselves in a corner. Acting as innocent bystanders, is it truly unappetizing? Zhong Xiaofeng frowned, looking at his grandson with a bewildered expression. Jixian, haven't you always praised my cooking? You've never once mentioned it being it was precisely because of his grandson's encouragement that he had developed a fondness for cooking. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Grandpa, Zhong Jixian sighed heavily, I was merely flattering you. What did you say? After spending over 2 years in He Province, Zhong Xiaofeng's accent had also changed. I said, I was merely flattering you. Zhong Jixian took a deep breath and repeated himself, nervously observing his grandfather's reaction. Zhong Xiaofeng looked utterly incredulous. After what felt like an eternity, he finally accepted this revelation. His shoulders slumping as if all vitality had drained from him. So, the reason you are picky and only eat so little at every meal is because my cooking is unpalatable? Chapter 50. Yiping's admirers stir trouble. Indeed. Zhong Jixian nodded laboriously, lowering his head in apology. I'm sorry, Grandpa, for causing you distress. No, you have not wronged me. It is I who have wronged you. Zhong Xiaofeng sighed deeply, realizing that he was the true culprit. Confidence is a virtue, but excessive confidence can lead to reckless arrogance. He approached Zhong Jixian, filled with remorse, and gently patted his frail shoulder. Jixian, it is I who have failed to care for you properly. Do not blame yourself, it is all my fault. From now on, I will entrust you with our meals. After all, he was not particular about food as long as it was edible. Zhong Jixian's eyes sparkled under the dim light as he exclaimed, Thank you, Grandpa. He then turned to Gong Haoyang, hope radiating from his expression. Brother Yang, will you teach me how to cook? Since childhood, he had often enjoyed the meat sauces and other delicacies sent by Uncle Gong's family. It was during those moments that he truly understood the meaning of culinary delight. He had no doubt that Brother Yang, having raised Dou Dou on his own, possessed remarkable culinary skills. The perfect mentor was right before him, and he had to muster the courage to ask. Gong Haoyang nodded nonchalantly. Sure, I live in the house at the foot of the mountain. Whenever I'm free, feel free to come and seek my guidance. He understood now. It was evident that Grandpa Zhong's cooking was hardly fit for even a dog. No wonder Jixian was becoming increasingly frail. Thankfully, they had addressed the issue. Jixian was only 10 years old, and with proper nourishment, he could still thrive. The atmosphere in the room gradually became warm and amiable as they exchanged details about their lives. As night fell, Gong Haoyang took his leave with Dou Dou, reminding the grandfather and grandson duo not to skimp on meals, promising to deliver grains and vegetables regularly, as well as a cup of the elixir each morning and evening. With gratitude shining in their eyes, they watched him depart. Once the siblings left, Zhong Jixian suddenly declared, Grandpa, Dou Dou is truly impressive. I want to grow stronger too. Starting tomorrow, you must intensify my training. I believe my body can handle it. All right, I promise you, Zhong Xiaofeng replied, filled with pride. He adored this passionate and spirited side of his grandson, reminiscent of his own youthful vigor. To be honest, his grandson was not lacking. He had taught him martial arts and various tactics since childhood. Though he appeared as thin as a stick, Jixian possessed considerable strength and could easily defeat several opponents. The only issue lay in his stamina. Well, how could he keep up when he was underfed and overexerted? Sigh, it was all due to his culinary skills. A peaceful night passed, but at dawn, Dou Dou was abruptly awakened. With a severe case of morning grumpiness, she threw off her blanket, her hair a wild mess, and stormed outside, only to find 5 or 6 young men surrounding her brother with fierce expressions. You little brat, who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly? The surname Gong, daring to offend others upon arriving in Zhuwa village. You may have guts, but you should never have provoked Yi Jiqing. Gong Haoyang raised an eyebrow. Yi Jiqing? Who is she? The 6 young men were even more enraged at this question. Why Yi Jiqing is Yi Ping? She's beautiful and sweet-tongued. Many lads in our village are infatuated with her. Oh, and what concern is that of mine? Gong Haoyang replied nonchalantly, it has nothing to do with you. You've made Yi Jiqing cry. She has been wronged, and of course, we must avenge her. Exactly. You, with the surname Gong, don't think your strength makes you untouchable. Here in Zhuwa village, whether you're a mule or a horse, you better behave. Gong Haoyang scoffed, his gaze dismissive as he glanced at the 6. Your taste is quite poor. You actually fancy a girl who speaks as if she has phlegm stuck in her throat. Aren't you afraid of catching something from her? The 6 men were momentarily speechless. That is not phlegm. Yi Jiqing said it is just how she speaks gently. Oh, by the way, from what you just said, it seems many lads in the village fancy Yi Ping. Why haven't they come here to defend her honor? Why just you 6? Their gazes shifted uneasily. What other reason could there be? They were simply foolishly convinced that Yi Jiqing spoke with phlegm and thus were reluctant to associate with her. The main reason was their fear of facing Gong's strength. Bah, a bunch of cowards. Gong Haoyang twisted his neck, his fists cracking ominously as his gaze sharpened instantaneously. It was early morning, and they dared to come looking for a fight. If I do not oblige you, it would surely be unreasonable. Wouldn't it? Before the 6 had time to react, Gong Haoyang's fists descended upon them with unbridled force. My teeth are gone. Oh no, my stomach hurts. Please stop hitting me. I'm sorry, brother. I will never provoke you again. Please, I beg you. Help, help. I'm about to be beaten to death. The air was filled with anguished cries, echoing throughout the foot of the mountain, startling the villagers who were preparing for their day's work. Their eyes glimmered with excitement. Another spectacle to witness. They fled in droves, with Ma Jianxi hoarsely shouting, yet unable to summon them back to their tasks. At that moment, he felt utterly exhausted. Among the educated youth at the commune, save for the frail Meng Jiaojiao who lay weakly on the Kong, everyone else had joined the throng to witness the drama unfold. The crowd, with an insatiable thirst for gossip, swiftly converged on the scene of the altercation. They could hardly suppress their gasps upon seeing the 6 battered youths sprawled at the entrance, wailing in misery. Good heavens, Gong's combat prowess is truly terrifying. How frightful! Su Huayao, Song Chuqin, Gao Haoran, and the elder Zhu, accompanied by a large family of 29, quickly surrounded the 2 siblings, Dou Dou and her brother. Little sister, what on earth happened? Inquired the elder Zhu. Little great-aunt, did they harm you? If they did, just say the word, and I shall have my grandparents and parents deal with them. The concerned Su Huayao asked, Dou Dou, were you frightened? Song Chuqin praised, Brother Young, you are truly impressive. Gao Haoran added, Brother, well done. Hearing those brats wailing is simply delightful. Ha ha ha, they've bullied me plenty, but now, finally, someone has come to put them in their place. Zhu's son and daughter-in-law, along with their grandchildren, wished to express their concern, but hesitated, knowing the eccentric elder Zhu had taken Dou Dou as his sister. Oh my, at their age, how could they dare call Dou Dou their elder? Perhaps it was best to let things be for now. Dou Dou, her temper flaring, ruffled her wild hair and declared, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Please step aside. I have someone to deal with. In full view of the crowd, Dou Dou charged like a cannonball towards Yiping, who was cowering at the edge. She leaped and delivered a punch straight to her abdomen. Chapter 51. A disagreement leads to conflict. Yiping soared through the air like a frightened bird, emitting a shrill and terrified scream. The onlookers were left speechless. With a strong instinct for survival, they hastily distanced themselves from Dou Dou, thinking, good heavens, we dare not get involved. Who could have guessed that a mere 5-year-old girl could possess such explosive power? Ma Jianxi, witnessing the scene, felt a heavy weight on his shoulders as he anxiously watched Yiping flying through the air, praying for her resilience, hoping she would emerge unscathed. The 6 youths on the ground had their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape in horror, too terrified to utter a sound. Good grief. Gong Haoyang's sister is astonishingly formidable. It was evident that Gong Haoyang was even more powerful. A simple thrashing had already shown mercy. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, save for Yiping's wails. All eyes followed her as she spun through the air. With a thud, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief and blinked away the stinging sensation in their eyes. Thank goodness, Yiping had finally landed. Dou Dou, her expression fierce, strode over to Yiping and grasped her throat, squeezing until her eyes rolled back. Cough. What do you think you're doing? Don't kill me. Cough. Murder is illegal. Dou Dou, would never commit a crime. Dou Dou's laughter was manic, instilling the utmost fear in Yiping. Cough. You, be quiet. Dou Dou's eyes narrowed, and a sinister smile crept across her face as her voice, sweet yet deadly, echoed. Since you're incapable of being a decent person, allow me to teach you how to behave properly. With a swift motion, she struck Yiping's face, causing it to swell like a steamed bun. Daring to incite those who plotted against my brother, you possess quite the audacity. Another strike, you roam about with that face. Seeking to charm others, do you wish to be the pillar of a brothel? A third strike, with that ugly appearance and your shamelessness. Only blind men would find you appealing. Slap, slap, slap. Put away your vile schemes. When you come to the countryside, you ought to work diligently, not scurry like a rat, inciting men to do your bidding. Ugh, how utterly disgusting. Ugh, boo-hoo. Yiping, with her face resembling that of a pig, sobbed heart-wrenchingly, spitting out blood along with 3 broken teeth. She felt as though she could never recover from this experience. Be quiet, Dou Dou glared, placing her foot on Yiping's chest. Why are you crying so loudly? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were mourning. Were it not for the fact that this woman was so fragile, Dou Dou would have already beaten her into a pulp. But, considering her recent arrival, she decided to tread lightly. Noticing that things had calmed down, Ma Jianxi raised his hand and shouted, Dou Dou, spare her. Dou Dou huffed arrogantly, fine. For the captain's sake, I shall let Yiping go this time. She then shifted her demeanor, looking earnestly at Ma Jianxi as she began to reason. Captain, the reason I struck Yiping is that she incited the men of Zhua village to bully my brother. The 6 sprawled on the ground are evidence of my protective instincts. I acted in defense of my brother. Surely, this is reasonable? Ma Jianxi, taken aback, stammered, You're so fierce, how could I dare say it's unreasonable? Yes, it's reasonable, he nodded with difficulty, wanting to lecture her but silenced by the memory of Dou Dou's overwhelming strength. Captain, my brother and I did not provoke Yiping or her 6 companions. They came to our home early this morning looking for trouble, severely traumatizing my young heart and causing me immense distress. Therefore, Ma Jianxi's eyes widened. Therefore what? Dou Dou grinned widely. Therefore, they must apologize to my brother and me in front of the entire village and compensate us for our emotional distress. I asked that too much to ask? The crowd of onlookers fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Who would dare? The combat prowess of the Gong siblings was utterly terrifying. The pressure fell heavily on Ma Jianxi once more. Rubbing his balding head in frustration, he glanced at the 6 youths on the ground. Do you have any objections? The 6 exchanged glances, clearly having grievances. They had intended to teach Gong Haoyang a lesson but found themselves on the receiving end. With the injuries they bore, they knew full well it would take at least half a month to recover. They felt utterly wronged, Ma Jianxi warned. Now think carefully, you sought out Gong, not the other way around. If this goes to the authorities, the responsibility lies with you. Just then, Gong Haoyang stepped forward. Captain, if they refuse to apologize and compensate, I must assert my stance. Therefore, I can only let them suffer a little, he said, grinning wickedly as he cracked his knuckles. The 6 felt their hearts race, eyes bulging, and they yelled in unison, No, we apologize. We'll compensate immediately. The families of the 6 were on the brink of exploding with rage. However, their ire was not directed at the Gong siblings. They were far too formidable to confront. Instead, they turned their anger towards Yiping, the instigator of their children's folly. Captain, my son was also incited by Yiping. Had she not secretly urged them to trouble Gong, my son would not have come looking for a fight. So, while an apology is imperative, the compensation must come solely from Yiping. Indeed, Yiping is the root cause. She must take full responsibility for this matter. If Yiping does not pay the compensation, we shall report her to the youth office for misconduct, disrupting the morale of the youth, and have her sent to the northwestern wilderness for labor. The 6 youths brightened at this. Why should they bear the burden of Yiping's actions? Had she not played the victim, crying and claiming that the new Gong youth bullied her, they would never have dared to confront him. They felt foolish now, having been swayed by her words, and regretted their actions. Captain, we apologize, but the compensation must come from Yiping. She incited us, otherwise we would never have had the audacity to confront Gong. Enough. Ma Jianxi's heart was weary. The villagers of Zhuo were generally good people, but a few troublemakers always stirred up chaos. Unfortunately, these 6 youths were among them, running around like miscreants. Running around everywhere is one thing, but at the very least, one must possess some sense. To be so easily manipulated by a young female educated youth is truly a disgrace to the entire village of Zhuo. Chapter 52. Donating money to the village for school construction, Ma Jianxi sighed. After all, these were his fellow villagers, and he felt a certain bias towards them in his heart, so, do you all agree that Yiping alone should compensate? Gong Jiqing, Dou Dou, do you concur? Gong Haoyang declared, in my family, my sister has the final say. Dou Dou pondered for a moment, feigning compromise. All right, my elder brother is a native of Zhuo village. For the sake of his reputation and your position as the team leader, we will agree it matters not who compensates. After all, we are merely shearing the sheep. Upon hearing this, old Zhu straightened his back, nearly bursting with laughter. His little sister was truly bringing him honor. Ha ha ha! The 6 boys and their families breathed a collective sigh of relief, gazing gratefully at old Zhu and Ma Jianxi, then turning to express their heartfelt thanks to the Dou siblings, as long as they were not asked to pay. Everything was fine, and Jianxi felt immense relief, finally allowing a smile to grace his face. Dou Dou, how much do you think needs to be compensated? Dou Dou sighed, speaking in a pitiful tone. I have congenital heart disease, and I cannot withstand being frightened. Had I not taken my medicine last night, I might have bled from fright this morning. My medication is quite expensive. You can ask brother Song Chuqin and sister Su Huayao. Song Chuqin shuddered and immediately proclaimed, yes, Dou Dou's medication for one course is quite costly, totaling 368 yuan. Su Huayao, with a serious expression, chimed in, indeed, I can attest to this. I personally witnessed the prescription and the bill from the hospital. Many of the items were precious medicinal materials. Thus, one course of medication indeed costs 368 yuan. 368 yuan. The onlookers were left aghast. Why goodness, is this medicine made of gold? The 6 boys and their families pounded their chests, realizing that even if they were sold, they could not gather enough for 368 yuan. feeling incredibly fortunate and grateful that Dou Dou did not demand their compensation. Lying on the ground, Yiping felt as though the sky was about to fall. How could she possibly have so much money? She had not yet completed the tasks assigned to her, and thus would not receive any bonuses. She had a mere 200 yuan to her name. At that moment, Dou Dou, with an air of profound understanding, remarked, "Although this affair was initiated by Yiping and those 6 rascals, my brother and I should not have acted out of anger and harmed them. Therefore, I do not intend to demand 368 yuan as compensation. I do not wish to escalate our relationship with them. Let us keep it reasonable. 200 yuan will suffice." Why Yiping, 200 yuan. Is that what you call reasonable? Dou Dou continued, "Once we receive this money, my brother and I plan to donate it to Zhua village for the establishment of a primary school, allowing the village children to attend school without worry and solving their educational problems nearby." Team leader, is 200 yuan sufficient? Ma Jianxi was overwhelmed with excitement, his mouth agape, unable to find his voice for a long while. Dou Dou furrowed her brow, scanning the crowd, her eyes landing on the eager children gazing at her with sparkling eyes, and sighed. "How about this? My brother and I will contribute an additional 300 yuan, ensuring that the school is built robustly and attractively, allowing children from neighboring villages to attend school here. In the future, the team leader could charge a modest tuition fee, generating some income for our village." Dou Dou. Ma Jianxi's eyes glistened with tears as he looked at Dou Dou with fervent admiration and then bowed solemnly before her. "On behalf of Zhua village, I earnestly express my gratitude to you. Dou Dou, you and your brother truly embody the spirit of altruism." As he spoke, Ma Jianxi could no longer hold back his tears, which bore a tinge of sorrow. The villagers of Zhua finally emerged from their shock. Half of them began to cry with excitement, while the other half were deeply touched, their eyes filled with warmth and gratitude as they looked at Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang. In that moment, the villagers seemed to forget the formidable fighting prowess of the Dou siblings, their hearts filled solely with unexpressed gratitude. Among them, only Yiping remained unenthusiastic. Old Zhu wiped his tears while hurrying over to Dou Dou, saying, "Oh dear sister, your donation for our village's primary school is a noble act, but what about your medical expenses? Have you considered your own health?" He felt both pride and concern for Dou Dou's decision. Such a young child, understanding the importance of contributing to her fellow villagers, was indeed a selfless and magnificent gesture that filled him with admiration. Yet, the crux of the matter was Dou Dou's congenital heart disease. The cost of her medication was exorbitant. What would happen if she could no longer afford her medicine? Dou Dou chuckled softly, leaning closer to old Zhu and whispering, "Brother, to be honest, my heart condition is nearly resolved, and I no longer need to spend money on medication." "Really?" Old Zhu was skeptical. Dou Dou nodded earnestly, indeed, more real than gold. It was rare for her to show such kindness. Old Zhu scrutinized Dou Dou, his brow furrowed, but ultimately could not help but burst into laughter. "Dou Dou, you and your brother are truly the benefactors of our village. You have no idea how many children in our village have no access to education. Nearby, only the neighboring Pongguang village has a school.in name. It is a school, but in reality, it consists of 2 earthen rooms, and the conditions are hardly describable. Moreover, the tuition is exorbitant. Outsiders have to pay 2 yuan per term. And there are no books provided. Students must share 1 book among several. Additionally, they must bring 100 jin of fine grain, which is not even their daily sustenance." Old Zhu's eyes reddened, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. In these times, food is the lifeblood of rural families. 100 jin of grain could sustain a family for quite some time when mixed with wild vegetables. Although Zhua village is considered one of the more affluent villages in the area, it does not mean that every household is free from want. Every family scrimps and saves, barely managing to survive. Thus, only a scant few children from the village could attend school in the neighboring village, while the rest remained at home to work the fields. Alas, such is life. Now, thanks to the donation from you 2 siblings, the children of our village will finally have the opportunity to receive an education, and they will no longer have to envy the neighboring village. Ha ha ha. Old Zhu felt an immense sense of relief, grateful for his acquaintance with Dou Dou. Without her, he would not know when his 3 great-grandsons would have the chance to attend school. And once they reached a certain age, even the desire to learn would be unattainable. "Sister." The more he pondered, the more excited he became, grasping Dou Dou's small hand and speaking with a choked voice. "I, Zhu Tian, must have done something good in my past life to be fortunate enough to meet you in this one. It is indeed a stroke of great fortune." Cough, cough. Dou Dou's cheeks flushed, and she coughed lightly, feeling quite bashful. With a humble demeanor, she replied, "Not at all. I am the fortunate one to have encountered an elder brother like you. Wishing to change the subject, Dou Dou cleverly asked. Brother, have you chosen an auspicious date for the wedding? I can hardly wait for my nephews, nieces, grandnephews, and grandnieces to serve me tea. Old Zhu's face flushed with embarrassment. The date has yet to be chosen. I will do it as soon as possible. His mistake was getting caught up in the excitement of the moment. Chapter 53. The villagers wholeheartedly called Dou Dou their little ancestor. Sister, Zhu Tian's words were cut short as Ma Jianxi pushed him aside. At that moment, Ma Jianxi resembled a child who had long been neglected, suddenly receiving divine favor. His eyes, nose, and mouth were red from crying. Looking quite comical, with tears brimming, he gazed at Dou Dou, his tone sincere and elevated. Dou Dou, no, I should say, our little ancestor. You two siblings are truly the little ancestors of Zhua Village. From now on, anyone who dares to bully you will be bullying all of us in Zhua Village. Don't you all agree? The leader speaks wisely. The villagers, filled with emotion, echoed in unison. The Dou siblings had generously donated a total of 500 yuan to establish a school for the village. So calling them little ancestors was more than appropriate. Who knows, perhaps in their joy, they might generously contribute even more. Oh dear, what a pipe dream. It would indeed be foolish to expect more. The donation of 500 yuan was already an immense blessing for the villagers. And they should not be greedy. Ma Jianxi was particularly adept at managing the atmosphere. Under his leadership, all the villagers bowed solemnly to Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang. The 6 rascals, still bruised, were forcibly lifted by the villagers. They then unified their voices in a heartfelt shout. Thank you, Gong Haoyang and Dou Dou, our little ancestors, for your generous donation. We are grateful to you, for you have warmed the entire Zhua village. And because of you, the world is a more beautiful place. The resounding cheers echoed throughout the skies. Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang exchanged glances, their feet having already dug deep trenches into the ground. There was no need for such grand gestures. Truly, it was unnecessary. They had plenty of money, but they could not deny that the villagers' actions deeply moved Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang, filling them with a mix of joy and sorrow. To them, 500 yuan was but a small sum, yet to the villagers, it was a monumental gift. Alas, the educated youths of Zhua village were left with mixed feelings upon witnessing this scene. Though each harbors their own private thoughts, overall, the villagers expressed joy at the news of Dou Dou and her brother's donation to build a school. Why wouldn't they be pleased? Most of the villagers have never received an education. Comparatively, these two are seen as intellectuals. With the school established, they might even become teachers themselves, for anyone with a sound mind knows that teaching children is far preferable to laboring in the fields. Just then, Yi Ping let out a piercing scream of despair. Why should I cover the medical expenses? She exclaimed, utterly infuriated. She felt as though she might perish from anger. After all, she was the one who had suffered the most at the scene. In an instant, that little brat Dou Dou had squandered the savings she had painstakingly accumulated over several years. While she and her brother were regarded with gratitude by the peasants, what about her? Not only had she been exposed for inciting those men to confront Gong Haoyang, but she had also been ruthlessly kicked aside by Dou Dou, who then demanded a compensation of 200 yuan for emotional distress. Damn it! Who do you think you are? Dou Dou scoffed coldly, delivering a kick to Yi Ping's abdomen that caused her to spit blood on the spot. With a chilling tone, she asked, Yi Ping, will you pay the 200 yuan or not? I will. I want tea. Yi Ping's pupils dilated in fear, as she sensed the palpable murderous intent emanating from Dou Dou. How could she dare refuse? When it came to life and money, life was of paramount importance. That's more like it, Dou Dou replied with satisfaction, waving her hand to the villagers. Come on, everyone, let us take Yi Ping to the educated youth point to retrieve the money. All right, Dou Dou, our little ancestor. The adults of Zhua village, all of whom were quite capable, readily adopted the term little ancestor for Dou Dou. Just yesterday, they had scoffed at the title, but today they were wholeheartedly convinced. Though some felt a bit embarrassed, they showed no sign of it, instead reveling in the situation. Thus, Yi Ping was forcibly taken to the educated youth point to extract 200 yuan. The villagers, with disdainful expressions and eyes devoid of hope, compelled her to apologize to Gong Haoyang. Her 6 protectors fared no better. After receiving a scolding from the villagers, they were also subjected to a beating before begrudgingly apologizing to Gong Haoyang. The situation was perfectly resolved. Dou Dou, in front of the entire village, handed over 500 yuan to Ma Jianxi, prompting deafening cheers from the crowd. Bang! Yi Ping could no longer hold on and fainted. The 6 boys wished to do the same but were firmly restrained by their families, unable to succumb to unconsciousness. They thought to themselves that perhaps today was the most distressing day of their lives. There would be no chance for a nap now. Dodo intended to sneak over to Pongwang village to assess the situation. She needed to understand the local customs and, more importantly, the actual circumstances of her maternal grandfather and the others. Her older brother had warned her that Pongwang village was not as hospitable as Zhua village. The people there were generally quite fierce. If you tried to reason with them, they would respond with fists. Offer them a piece of candy, and they would demand a pound. If you tried to avoid them, they would come forward to provoke you. In short, the people of Pongwang village were dominant, ruthless, unreasonable, and prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong. All negative descriptors could be applied to them. Villagers from 10 miles around dared not associate with them. Moreover, the village chief's son was the director of the county's revolutionary committee, which instilled both fear and helplessness in the surrounding villagers. Otherwise, children from other villages who went to school in Pongwang village not only had to pay 2 yuan each semester, but also had to deliver 100 pounds of grain. A practice more akin to banditry. Although some had reported these practices to the commune, what good did it do? Not only was it ineffective, but those who reported also faced retaliatory actions from Pongwang village, with families suffering dire consequences and barely managing to survive. Some leaders in the commune sought to rectify the corruption in Pongwang village, but they ultimately met with a gruesome fate. After witnessing this, the commune leaders, for their own safety, dared not meddle in Pongwang village's affairs, resulting in the villagers becoming increasingly arrogant and defiant. In the surrounding villages, they could only harbor resentment in silence. Dodo stroked her chin, her eyes darting playfully as her brother tied her hair into 2 high pigtails. Dodo, this hairstyle looks lovely. It suits you perfectly, Gong Haoyang remarked, his hair-tying skills having improved remarkably. Dodo stared at her reflection in the mirror, her mouth twitching in disbelief. Are you sure this hairstyle is beautiful? Anyone who sees me might think I've been electrocuted. Chapter 54. The villains of Pongwang village. Gong Haoyang nodded affirmatively. It looks great. My sister is beautiful no matter what. Even a bird's nest would look extraordinary on you. Dodo chuckled in exasperation. All right then, I have important matters to attend to today, so I won't dwell on my hairstyle. She grinned at her reflection in the mirror, her expression a mix of madness and delight. Brother, will you accompany me to Pongwang village? Gong Haoyang nodded, his gaze sharp and determined. Yes, Grandpa Zhong mentioned that our grandfather's situation is not good. He is eager to help but is struggling to secure his own safety. For the past 2 years, he had been attempting to send supplies to their grandfather, but he was uncertain how much actually reached them. If he were to find out, at this moment in Pongwang village, it was noon, and smoke rose from every household. At the village entrance, 2 portly men stood guard. Halt! Who are you? One of the older men growled, eyeing Dodo and her brother with a menacing glare, as if inspecting merchandise. The younger man beside him, with a foolish grin, exclaimed, Dad, Dad, that girl is so pretty. I want her to be my wife. Shoo, little one, don't speak just yet, the older man admonished, a flicker of sharpness in his eyes. He would ensure his son got what he desired. Gong Haoyang's expression darkened as he turned to leave with Dodo. Stop, the older man shouted, his voice filled with urgency. He was none other than Zhang Qingming, the second son of the village chief, and the hefty lad beside him was his only foolish son. Zhang Baobao. Gong Haoyang ignored him, continuing to lead Dodo away. You two, stop right there, Zhang Qingming bellowed in frustration, quickly producing a gong and striking it loudly. The clamor of the gong echoed angrily. And soon, villagers armed with knives and axes rushed to the entrance. Seize these two. Don't let them escape, Zhang Qingming commanded. The villagers, already adept at capturing intruders, swiftly surrounded Dodo and her brother with menacing expressions. Dodo feigned fear, clutching her brother's leg. What are you going to do? I'm scared, brother. Don't be afraid, sister. I will protect you, Gong Haoyang replied, recognizing his sister's penchant for theatrics and playing along with her performance while trying to suppress his own fear. What is the meaning of this? My sister and I merely wandered into your village by accident. If we have intruded, we shall leave now. We kindly ask you to let us go. Let you go. Zhang Qingming approached them, his face twisted in derision. You think you can just walk out of Pongwang village after arriving here? Are you dreaming? Let me tell you, without my permission, you will never leave this place. Such arrogance was astounding. Dodo's eyes sparkled with mischief. She relished confrontations like this, for they would only make her more ruthless. Gong Haoyang furrowed his brow, warning, this is not a feudal society. How dare you restrict our freedom in broad daylight? Do you not recognize law or country? Law? What is that? Zhang Qingming laughed triumphantly. In Pongwang village, The Zhang family is the LAW.AS for the country. Ha ha ha, the Great Xia is vast and rich. We adore it here. It won't be long before we claim it as our own. Ha ha ha, Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang's expressions shifted instantly. What do you mean by that? Gong Haoyang asked warily. His eyes narrowed at Zhang Qingming. Are you saying that the people of Pongguang village are not subjects of Great Xia? Ah, you catch on quickly, Zhang Qingming replied, narrowing his eyes. He had inadvertently revealed a secret. But it mattered not. Pongguang village was their domain. Since you are aware of the secret, you shall remain here forever. The other villagers looked at Zhang Qingming with discontent. After lying low for so many years, why was he growing increasingly restless? If he jeopardized their grand plans, he would be the one to suffer. Zhang Qingming, stop wasting time and hurry up. Capture them and kill them. We cannot allow them to disclose secrets that should remain hidden. Yes, if you ruin our grand endeavor, your elder brother won't be able to protect you. You will have to pay with your life. It's the middle of the day, and I haven't tea eaten yet. Let us get rid of these two quickly so we can all return for lunch. Listening to the villagers' chatter, Zhang Qingming's face alternated between black and red. He wanted to explode in anger. But the thought of his father and elder brother kept him from doing so. Why should he, the son of the same father, always have to play second fiddle to his elder brother? Zhang Qingming, suppressing his rage, waved his hand at the crowd, commanding, "Seize these two. Take the man to the back mountain and execute him. As for the girl, I shall keep her as a bride for my son." A mere 5-year-old girl, destined to be wed to a foolish 18-year-old. Such occurrences were not uncommon in Pongguang village, and the onlookers merely offered a few cautionary remarks. Indeed, the child is quite fair and lovely. But you must keep a close watch on her. Ensure she does not wander off and speak indiscriminately. It would be prudent to bind her hands and feet with iron chains, they advised. Zhang Qingming, your son possesses a remarkable talent for torment. It would be best if he could bring about her demise swiftly, for we cannot afford any lingering threats. All right, I understand, Zhang Qingming replied, feeling both irritated and stifled. His father was a respected elder in the village. His brother wielded considerable power as the director of the county's revolutionary committee, and his younger brother was the favored child, the second son. He received neither the affection of his parents nor the respect of his nieces and nephews, and his only son was a fool. One day, he would make them see him in a new light and cause those who looked down upon him to regret their disdain. Gong Haoyang tightened his grip on Dou Dou's palm, his heart brimming with murderous intent. What a splendid place Pongguang village is, and what a fine man Zhang Qingming is. I shall not allow anyone to defile my sister. These people deserve death. Dou Dou sensed her brother's murderous aura and hurriedly squeezed his hand, signaling him to remain calm, for she had a more ingenious plan to deal with these worthless scum. She had not missed the anger and ambition evident in Zhang Qingming's eyes moments ago. All right, sister, I shall heed your words, Gong Haoyang conceded. Yet there were questions he needed answers to. He would not let the fruits of their labor slip away. Wait a moment, I know our fates are sealed, but before we meet our demise, could you enlighten us on which nation you hail from? Zhang Qingming retorted. What do you think? Gong Haoyang's eyes widened in sudden realization. Could it be that you are from the land of cherry blossoms? Congratulations, you are correct. Gong Haoyang thought, excellent, my moment to accumulate merit has arrived. Dou Dou, with a mischievous grin, declared, splendid. It is time for me to unleash my madness. Chapter 55. The tiger's skin as a flag. The villagers of Pongguang took great pleasure in witnessing the expressions of terror and helplessness on others' faces, yet as they observed, they found no trace of fear in Dou Dou and her brother. Instead, their calmness was utterly remarkable. Zhang Qingming noticed the peculiar demeanor of the siblings, and a sense of vigilance arose within him. Who exactly are you, Baka? Gong Haoyang bellowed furiously. At that moment, a formidable aura erupted from him, akin to an enraged lion, causing the very air around them to tremble. The villagers' expressions shifted dramatically, quickly brandishing axes and knives toward Gong Haoyang. They had anticipated an unwitting intruder into Pongguang village. Yet here stood a ferocious tiger. They had underestimated him. However, how could he possibly speak the language of the land of cherry blossoms? Gong Haoyang's expression turned frigid, his tone oppressive as he declared, "My codename is Slaughter. Take me to your leader. There are orders from above." Slaughter? The villagers exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitant to speak. With a smirk, Gong Haoyang's eyes glimmered with disdainful mockery as, in the blink of an eye, he sent the nearest man flying with a punch. The man screamed in terror, propelled 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! With a sickening sound, he instantly lost consciousness. The villagers were gripped by sheer terror. their bodies drenched in cold sweat as they turned to Gong Haoyang. If I wished to kill you, with my strength, I could have already turned you into a heap of ruins. Gong Haoyang scoffed coldly. Why do you remain frozen? Hurry and take us to your leader. If you delay the matter at hand, you shall all commit seppuku in hopes of forgiveness from the emperor. A profound silence enveloped the scene until the village captain, Zhang Weiwu, arrived, shattering the eerie tension. Zhang Qingming's face brightened with hope. Finally, a pillar of support had come. Father, you have arrived. This man claims his codename is Slaughter and says there are orders from above for you. The highest authority he could conceive was his father, and he instinctively felt a twinge of fear regarding those of even higher rank. Zhang Weiwu, short in stature with an aged and unseemly visage, scrutinized Gong Haoyang with a calculating gaze. Noticing no signs of trepidation or anxiety on the young man's face, he pondered before asking, "What evidence can you provide to prove you are Slaughter?" Slaughter? This codename was foreign to him. Perhaps it existed, but due to his low rank, he had yet to be informed. Gong Haoyang remained silent. "I ask that your evidence?" Dodo interjected, her expression cold as she tossed a zeton-wood token shaped like a chrysanthemum to Zhang Weiwu. "Open your eyes and look closely. If you dare to damage this token, I shall take your life." The aura emanating from Dodo unleashed a tempest, suffocating those present with its overwhelming pressure. The villagers felt their breaths hitch, their spines chilling with dread. Zhang Weiwu reacted swiftly, anxiously catching the token. Upon seeing the 9 chrysanthemums engraved upon it, his complexion shifted drastically. You are indeed from the 9 chrysanthemum sect?" The 9 chrysanthemum sect is the most enigmatic faction of the land of cherry blossoms, specializing in celestial divination and esoteric arts, following strict hierarchies and operating under the emperor's command. "Silence," Dodo admonished. "You need only understand this. Do not let it slip outside. Otherwise, why yes, Zhang Weiwu quickly suppressed his fear, bowing deeply in deference. "Esteemed ones, please, do come inside. My humble abode may be modest, but it is clean. I hope you will not find it lacking." Zhang Qingming, distressed, desperately urged, "Father, my beautiful bride has left. You must bring her back." Zhang Baobao, muffled by the other men, saw Dodo walking further away and pushed his way forward, his voice booming with urgency. "Oh dear, my baby, please don't speak. She is not your bride. She is an esteemed individual. Do not harbor any covetous thoughts." Zhang Qingming was terrified, hastily covering his son's mouth. Dodo halted, letting out a cold snicker. Zhang Weiwu's face paled. He had not anticipated that his own grandson would so brazenly refer to an esteemed individual as his bride. Did he wish to court death? Zhang Weiwu shot a withering glare at Zhang Qingming, lamenting that his grandson was a fool. Even if he wished to chastise him, the boy could not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Humph! He would have to hold Zhang Qingming accountable. "Oh no. This is terrible. I shall be punished again. Esteemed one, my grandson is not in his right mind. I beseech you, considering his lifelong foolishness, to spare him this time." "Enough," Gong Haoyang interjected, his eyes narrowed. "The sins of a son are the burdens of the father. Let him suffer the consequences." Chapter 56. The Hell for Women in Pongguang Village. "Ah, I shall attend to it immediately." Zhang Weiwu nodded and bowed, dismissing the matter of a mere unimportant son. Just then, Dodo spoke up, "Let this matter rest for now. I believe your son has already realized his mistake." After speaking, Dodo cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Qingming. Zhang Qingming, with a puzzled expression, questioned, "What does this mean, esteemed one?" Regardless of her intentions, he felt a genuine gratitude towards her at that moment. Zhang Weiwu remained indifferent, thinking only of pleasing the esteemed ones. He quickly ushered Dodo and her brother to his home, treating them as honored guests. The tea, snacks, and fruits were all of the finest quality, as he feared failing in his hospitality. "You have worked hard. Please do not stand, take a seat," said Gong Haoyang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiwu felt as though he had received a great blessing and carefully took a seat at the lower position. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Pongguang Village?" Gong Haoyang's gaze darkened, emanating a chilling aura. "Firstly, there are suspicions that a traitor has emerged from your village, and we have come to investigate. Secondly, the funding chain of the Juju faction has been severed, and we need your compatriots hidden within Xiagu to contribute." This revelation made Zhang Weiwu's heart sink. A traitor in the village he managed, and worse, he was expected to offer up wealth to the esteemed ones. Wasn't he this tantamount to signing his own death warrant? Are you unwilling to contribute?" Gong Haoyang's expression turned completely dark as he slammed his hand on the table, shattering it into pieces. The sound of the tea and snacks scattering across the table was sharp and jarring. Zhang Weiwu was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, his aged face paling considerably. Forgetting the pain of his injuries, he knelt before them once more. Esteemed ones, please forgive me. As a citizen of the great cherry blossom nation, I am duty-bound to contribute to my country. Oh, I fear you have been lurking in Xiagu for too long. Your heart has long since run wild, Dou Dou remarked nonchalantly, playing with the token in her hand. No, I have not, Zhang Weiwu stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Truth be told, he had indeed grown wild at heart. His clan had resided in Xiagu for nearly a century, practically reigning as local emperors. Yet, he dared not admit this. He feared a single blow from the esteemed one could end his life, and he wished to live long enough. We have little time. Please provide us with a prompt answer, Gong Haoyang declared dismissively. His attention no longer on Zhang Weiwu, treating him as an inconsequential figure unworthy of his expression. Zhang Weiwu was extremely anxious. Esteemed one. Dou Dou interjected with a light scoff. Stop calling out. First, consider your heart. Do you wish to remain loyal to His Majesty the Emperor, or continue living under the rule of your local emperor? Zhang Weiwu was taken aback. Before he could react, he saw Dou Dou and her brother rise and walk towards the exit. Esteemed ones. Are you leaving already? Dou Dou replied kindly, not just yet. We will take a stroll around the village to assess the situation. You need not fuss. Reflect on your misdeeds in silence. Yes, esteemed one. Zhang Weiwu lowered his shoulders and cautiously inquired. Might you require an escort? Dou Dou pondered for a moment, then pointed at Zhang Qingming, who was waiting at the entrance. Let him accompany us. Very well. Zhang Weiwu was astonished and cast a rare appreciative glance at his seemingly useless second son, quickly giving him a few instructions before hunching over to see the three depart. Dear, who are they? Zhang Weiwu's wife asked, bringing along her second and third daughters-in-law to inquire about the esteemed ones. It was the first time in many years she had seen her husband act with such caution towards others. Without a doubt, their identities were extraordinary. Humph, just mind your own business and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. The notion of male superiority had long been ingrained in his bones. The women in the household were expected to be dutiful wives, with no involvement in external matters. Yes, Zhang Weiwu's wife obediently nodded. And the two daughters-in-law behind her dared not utter a word. They regretted their decisions. No, they were extremely regretful. They had thought that marrying into Pongguang village would lead to a good life, only to discover after marrying that it was a man's domain. Women were merely playthings for their whims, devoid of any rights. Whenever the men were in a foul mood, they found amusement in tormenting women, employing cruel methods that were beyond imagination. The hills behind the village were littered with the remains of countless women, their bones piled high. Yet, that was not all. Some girls, barely of age, had suffered brutal fates simply for their beauty. Tortured to death by these men. Tio put it bluntly, they were beasts. No, worse than beasts. Even their own daughters were not spared from their clutches. It was utterly revolting. Pongguang village was a living hell for women. They had yearned countless times to escape, but freedom remained elusive. Only a few women were allowed to enter and exit Pongguang village freely, while the rest were treated like domesticated playthings, their lives hanging by a thread. When would this torment finally come to an end? Meanwhile, Dou Dou pointed towards the back mountains and turned to Zhang Qingming, inquiring, why is there such overwhelming resentment and pervasive gloom in that area? Zhang Qingming's eyes flickered slightly as he replied candidly, in response to your inquiry, that is where our village buries the dead, predominantly the corpses of women from Xiagu. What you may not know is that we, the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation, are generally of shorter stature. Theo addressed this. We have sought out young, beautiful women with tall figures to bear children with us, in hopes of producing a taller lineage. After nearly a century of genetic experimentation, we have seen some improvement in our height, though regrettably, the men of the village still remain quite short, falling far short of our expectations. Dou Dou narrowed her eyes. So, you are using Xiagu women for genetic experimentation? Indeed, Zhang Qingming replied with a proud grin. To become our subjects is a privilege for them. The boys born from this endeavor will be nurtured, while the girls will either be strangled or raised to become new hybrids. Gong Haoyang struggled to contain his murderous impulse. He had long known of the atrocious acts committed by the Cherry Blossom Nation. They truly deserve to perish. Dou Dou inhaled deeply, deciding to bide her time. When the moment arrived, not a single one of these brutes would escape. Zhang Qingming, do you wish to usurp your father's position? What? Zhang Qingming's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Dou Dou. Dou Dou smiled slyly. I ask again, Do you wish to replace your father? If you harbor such ambition, we could lend you our support. Really? Zhang Qingming was overwhelmed with joy. Just tell me if you want it. Yes, I certainly want it. I've been dreaming about it. Yet, he hesitated. But, Zhang Qingming, confused, bent over and cautiously asked, Esteemed one, why would you choose me? Chapter 57. Painting a grand vision for Zhang Qingming. Why would Dou Dou choose Zhang Qingming? Of course, it was because he was both foolish and ambitious. Such traits were easier to manipulate. Had he been any smarter, she would not have shared these words with him. Noticing Dou Dou's serious expression and her silence, Zhang Qingming felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Esteemed one, there are 3 brothers in my family. I am the second son, the one my father cares for the least. My elder brother, Zhang Qinggong, is favored by my father, and my younger brother, Zhang Qingli, is the apple of my father's eye. Simply cannot fathom how someone of my mediocre abilities, who is disregarded by my family, could earn your favor. Dou Dou's expression hardened, her tone serious. Zhang Qingming, do not underestimate yourself. I do not view you as mediocre. In fact, I believe you possess the potential to achieve great things. I am confident that, if given an opportunity, you will carve out your own path. Enough of the pleasantries. Let me ask you, are you willing to resign yourself to mediocrity and decline? No, I am not willing. Zhang Qingming's eyes reddened, his expression filled with determination and defiance. That is more like it. Dou Dou smiled with satisfaction. We can be your mentors, but you must pledge your unwavering loyalty to us. If you fail to do so, no, I can do it. I swear before His Majesty the Emperor. From this moment forth, I, Zhang Qingming, will be unconditionally loyal to the 2 esteemed ones. Should I fail, I will commit seppuku. Very well, excellent. I knew you, Zhang Qingming, are the true warrior of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Dou Dou regarded him with admiration, not forgetting to paint an enticing vision. If you accomplish the tasks we assign, we could promote you to a distinguished position within the Juju faction. Should your abilities shine, there may even be a chance for you to be summoned by His Majesty the Emperor himself. Really, is that true? Zhang Qingming was left dazed and dizzy by this grand prospect, his mind struggling to process the information. Oh, by the way, Dou Dou's expression suddenly turned serious. There is something I must inform you. What is it? Zhang Qingming shivered, forcing himself to remain calm. Dou Dou continued, we have received notice that your father and elder brother have harbored treasonous thoughts against His Majesty the Emperor, and they are no longer loyal warriors of the great Cherry Blossom Nation. Thus, our primary purpose for coming to Pongguang Village is to eliminate them. We, the great Cherry Blossom Nation, will not tolerate the existence of such a malignant tumor in our midst. As she spoke, a palpable aura of menace surrounded Dou Dou. She cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Qingming. Do you understand what I am saying? Zhang Qingming's jaw dropped in shock, his mouth agape as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. His heart in turmoil. As Dou Dou's gaze darkened, an imposing aura enveloped Zhang Qingming. You remained silent. Could it be that, like your father and elder brother, you have also harbored treasonous thoughts against His Majesty the Emperor? No, I have not, Zhang Qingming exclaimed in a state of utmost panic, unable to withstand his trembling legs, collapsing to the ground with a thud, cold sweat cascading down his body. I implore you to discern. My lord, I am unaware of any treasonous sentiments my father and brother may possess towards His Majesty. I am but a peripheral figure in my family, entirely ignorant of their actions. Rise, Dou Dou said lightly. We are aware that you have not betrayed His Majesty, for otherwise, you would not have had the opportunity to converse with us so freely. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Qingming's tense body relaxed. Though he dared not stand, finding solace in his kneeling position, his eyes darting about, My lord, what is it that you require of me? He was not a fool. The 2 lords had offered him a chance for advancement, clearly intending for him to act on their behalf. Dou Dou smiled with a hint of mischief. Zhang Qingming, you need only accomplish 2 tasks. First, take full control of Pongguang Village. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish. It is merely a matter of eliminating a few beasts, nothing of great consequence. Second, devise a means to bring your elder brother back to Pongguang Village, imprison him, and ensure he is closely monitored. Extract his confessions and following his lead, root out all enemies and traitors in Linyang County and the entirety of Daqing City. Is that all? Zhang Qingming could hardly believe his ears. He had anticipated that the 2 lords would demand he personally eliminate his father and brother. Dou Dou discerned his thoughts and could not resist a taunt. Do you truly believe these tasks are simple? Your arrogance is as foolish as it is unwarranted. Zhang Qingming stammered, is it not? Dou Dou's cold laughter echoed. Zhang Qingming, if I am not mistaken, you hold no authority in Pongwang village, and I doubt you have many loyal friends who heed your words. Indeed, Zhang Qingming mumbled, his bravado evaporating in an instant. So, what gives you the confidence to assume you can control all of Pongwang village, based solely on your words? Zhang Qingming's face flushed with embarrassment. My lord, you speak such harsh truths. Dou Dou continued, although your current strength may not suffice to control Pongwang village, fear not. With our backing, you may advance boldly. Should anyone defy your commands, execute them on the spot. Zhang Qingming's eyes lit up instantly. He gazed at Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang as though they were his saviors. Thank you, my lords, for your assistance. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to me and will not disappoint you. Gong Haoyang surveyed Pongwang village with a steely gaze. Zhang Qingming, give us an overview of your situation. We require a deeper understanding. Yes, Zhang Qingming responded obediently, immediately detailing the circumstances of Pongwang village. My lords, you may not be aware, but we are among the first citizens of Sakura Nation to infiltrate the territory of Xia country, and it has been nearly a century. Our primary objective is to integrate into Xia country. Masquerading as its citizens, we learn the various dialects, adopt their customs and cultural practices, and await the opportunity to replace them, placing our own people in key positions throughout Xia country. For instance, in the military, leadership roles in various factories, government departments, train conductors, and foreign trade officials. Every significant position has our people involved, and we are always ready to cooperate with higher authorities. We believe that one day, the Sakura Nation will supplant Xia country and become its true rulers. As he spoke, Zhang Qingming's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, as though he could already see the dawn of victory. Dou Dou and her brother clenched their fists, struggling to suppress the urge to strike him down. Soon, these beasts who preyed upon Xia country would be eradicated. Zhang Qingming continued his boastful tirade. Our Pongwang village has lain in wait within Xia country for over a century, and not once have we been discovered by the Xia people. Ha ha ha, they are truly a cowardly lot. They have dominated Linyang County for decades, and the Xia people dare not provoke them. This has only facilitated their operations, my lords. We may lack in many regards, but we have an abundance of young women, whom we have abducted from various regions within Xia country. With the protection of higher powers, coupled with the fact that we abducted primarily impoverished women, their disappearance raises little alarm. Moreover, those women from Xia country, in this day and age, are shockingly unguarded against outsiders. Their naivety is astonishing, making them easy prey for our schemes. Zhang Qingming's eyes brimmed with contempt. It is a pity I have lost my ability to bear children. Otherwise, I would ensure these women produced many sons for me. One man in our village has over a dozen sons. How enviable! Yet his sole beloved son is a simpleton, which is truly unfair. Gong Haoyang narrowed his eyes, suppressing his fury. So, your primary aim in abducting women from Xia country is to combine their genes to produce tall sons? Indeed, sons are treasures, daughters are merely burdens. What purpose do they serve? Zhang Qingming replied with disdain. Dou Dou's fists clenched tightly, struggling to contain her rage. These beasts from the Sakura Nation were truly beyond redemption. Preying upon and tormenting the women of Xia country, and even their own daughters were not spared. Enough! Dou Dou's expression turned icy as she cut to the chase. We are pressed for time. Gather every able-bodied man in your village within half an hour, regardless of age. They must all be present. I will establish my authority then. Zhang Qingming opened his mouth. My lord, does that include my father? He could hardly believe his father would heed his commands. Dou Dou nodded, a glint of menace in her eyes. If he does not obey, then he shall be executed. Can you accomplish this, Zhang Weiwu? That old wretch was far too cunning. It would be wise to eliminate him preemptively. After all, she and her brother were masquerading as members of Jujuan, and the only proof of their identity lay with that token. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of exposure. Zhang Qingming thought, can he do it? The answer was yes. His father had never cared for him, frequently chastising and beating him, leaving little room for affection. He certainly harbored no love for his father. If he were to kill him, he could usurp his position. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. My lord, I can do it, Zhang Qingming declared. His face flushed with excitement, his fists cracking with tension, devoid of any warmth. Dou Dou waved her hand at go. Gather all the men in the village at the back mountain. Should anyone refuse to cooperate, execute them on the spot. Understood, my lord. I know what to do. Zhang Qingming nodded respectfully, energized as he hastily departed. Brother, you guard the village entrance. Do not allow any of these beasts to escape. I will now meet with our grandfather and the others. All right, sister, take care. Gong Haoyang replied, activating his speed-enhancing ability, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Dou Dou took a deep breath. Pongguang village was a den of vice. The cursed beasts from Sakura Nation made her feel ill at ease with every passing second. At the foot of the mountain, near the cattle pen, a panicked male voice rang out, "Grandfather, grandmother is on the brink of death." In the makeshift hut, Gui exclaimed in distress, "Step aside. I must administer a few needles to your grandmother." Gu Dangue swiftly retrieved silver needles, preparing to treat Zhou Hongdou, who lay on the wooden bed. Despite his outward calm, he was inwardly frantic. He knew that his beloved wife was at death's door. Even with his exceptional medical skills, he could not wrest her from the clutches of death, praying only for a miracle. Zhou Hongdou's aged face was pallid, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth as she gazed longingly at the three men before her. One was her husband, another her son, and the last her grandson. With great effort, she mustered a weak smile, gasping for breath. "Old Gu, do not use the silver needles. Just let me depart in peace." She was acutely aware of her own condition. In her 2 years in Pongguang village, she had come close to death countless times. Had it not been for old Gu's foraging for medicinal herbs and his occasional treatments, she would have succumbed long ago. Now, she truly could not go on. Death would be a relief, freeing them from the burden of her existence. "No." Gu Donggue's eyes reddened, his frail fingers trembling uncontrollably. "Hongdou, you have yet to meet our Dou Dou. You cannot leave us like this." At-20, Gui knelt on the ground, clutching Zhou Hongdou's bony hand tightly. "Grandmother, please hold on. If you go, I do not wish to live either." It could be said that his healthy growth was solely due to his grandmother's care. As for his mother, well, that was a tale best left untold. "Mother," Gu Jingchun, aged 43, knelt beside him, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Zhou Hongdou, pleading earnestly, "Please, hold on a little longer. We have yet to find my sister. And there is also Haoyang and your beloved Dou Dou. Do you not wish to see them? Mother, I implore you to hold on just a little longer. You will soon reunite with Dou Dou and Haoyang." Zhou Hongdou, "Of course, she longs to see Dou Dou and Haoyang." Cough, cough. "I fear I may never see my 2 grandsons again. I am truly sorry. I simply cannot hold on any longer." Upon uttering these words, it seemed as though Zhou Hongdou had exhausted all her strength, gasping for breath, with a significant imbalance between the air she exhaled and inhaled. She possessed a will to survive. Yet her body had reached its limits, leaving her powerless, resigned to the whims of fate. Zhou Hongdou strained to widen her reluctant eyes, mustering her last ounce of strength to say, "You must take care and live on." Her voice was faint yet resolute, as if bidding farewell to the world. After uttering this, Zhou Hongdou reluctantly closed her eyes. Her breath grew increasingly shallow, and her vitality gradually waned. In the thatched hut, a sudden wave of sorrowful cries erupted. "Woo-woo, Grandma. Mother, please don't leave us. Dou Dou, how could you break your promise and depart so early? Did we not agree to share both life and death?" "Everyone, step aside." At that moment, the petite figure of Dou Dou appeared, forcefully pushing aside the 3 obstructive adults, swiftly placing a medicinal pill into Zhou Hongdou's mouth. Following that, she helped her to sit up and offered her a full bottle of spiritual spring water. The entire sequence was executed with fluid grace. As Zhou Hongdou's complexion began to regain its color, Dou Dou breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, dear. Thank you for the life-saving elixir crafted by your first master. Alas, there are but a few left. With each use, 1 less remains." For the sake of her family's lives, she resolved to study the life-saving elixir further, with hopes of attempting to concoct it herself. To see if she might succeed, Dou Dou pondered. She utilized her wood-based powers to mend her grandmother's ailing body, not even glancing at the 3 statues nearby. They still looked like mere skeletons. "Dou Dou, is that truly you?" Gu Dangue exclaimed, his eyes wide open, calling out loudly, Chapter 59. Taking grandfather and the others away. Blood ties are indeed wondrous. With just a glance at Dou Dou, Gu Dangue resolutely recognized his granddaughter, Gong Dou Dou. "What? She is Dou Dou." Gu Jingchun was both astonished and delighted, his eyes darting up and down, taking in Dou Dou's figure. Finally, he reached a conclusion. "Father, son, it is indeed Dou Dou. This lovely little face is identical to her mother's when she was young, especially the nose, eyes, and mouth. Just perfect. Dou Dou, uncle, if you cannot compliment sincerely, please refrain from doing so." Gu Dangue smacked Gu Jingchun on the forehead, exasperatedly saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? If you cannot articulate, kindly close your mouth. Day in and day out, you only concern yourself with research, utterly oblivious to the ways of the world. Jiu gazed at the suddenly appeared little cousin, his eyes brimming with surprise. He stood up, eager to embrace Dou Dou, but feeling it would be too abrupt. He reluctantly withdrew his hand. Dou Dou, I am your cousin Gu Yi. Yes, cousin Gu Yi. It's nice to meet you. Dou Dou smiled at Gu Yi, her heart aching for the poor child, who had become so emaciated. How infuriating! The scoundrels of Pangguang village must be dealt with harshly. Dou Dou, she is particularly protective of her own. Dou Dou, I am your grandfather Gu Dengui. Diu Dengui could hardly contain his eagerness, his weathered face pleading. Hurry, call me, Dou Dou sweetly called out. Hello, grandfather. Before Gu Dengui could respond, he was shoved aside by his eldest Son. Diu Jingchun shyly rubbed his slender hands together, his eyes sparkling as he looked at his niece. Dou Dou, I am your uncle Gu Jingchun. Dou Dou beamed a compliant smile. Hello, uncle. In an instant, the three men were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as if they were freely flowing without restraint. Dou Dou, winky face, please do not cry. Should we not first check on grandmother? She felt that the focus of her grandfather and the others had strayed from the main issue. If she had not heard incorrectly, their wails nearly shook the roof off. Prompted by Dou Dou's words, the three men finally turned their anxious gazes toward Zhou Hongdou, just as she gradually opened her eyes. She felt an unprecedented comfort enveloping her, as if basking in warm sunlight. Upon seeing Dou Dou's small face, she was momentarily taken aback, then her pupils widened in disbelief. Am I dead? It must be so. Otherwise, how could I see my dear Dou Dou, whose beautiful face is nearly identical to her mother's? Zhou Hongdou could not help but smile. However, upon catching sight of the three men, her smile faltered, and she cautiously inquired, You have all come to join me as well? That cannot be. She wished to live but found herself unable. The three old men, on the other hand, could certainly survive but chose not to cherish life. They had not heeded a single word of her final wishes, and she felt utterly let down. Zhou Hongdou's eyes reddened with anger as she quickly rolled out of bed, hastily clenched her fists, and delivered a flurry of blows to the three men. She knew well that this family could not fall apart without her guidance. Old Gu was entirely engrossed in his medical research. Her son, a researcher, was either preoccupied with bizarre inquiries or thoughts of food, utterly clueless about life's practicalities. Her grandson, a simple-minded child with underdeveloped limbs, would have likely been sold off if she had not been watching over him. She felt truly exhausted. Zhou Hongdou sighed heavily. Well then, if death is to be, let it be. At least the family would be together, and she would not have to worry about being alone on the road to the afterlife. It was just a pity for her little Dou Dou, so young and yet destined to perish alongside them. She was barely 5 years old. The three men. Dear, you are too immersed in the role. As Zhou Hongdou spoke, tears flowed freely down her face, and she turned to embrace Dou Dou tightly. Woo-woo. My poor Dou Dou. The old lady cried sorrowfully, lost in her own grief. Dou Dou. She struggled against the embrace, her expression one of utter helplessness. Grandmother, is there a possibility that we are all alive and well, and have not met our end? If you doubt it, you may slap yourself. Zhou Hongdou. Slap? How strange. Why does it not hurt? Mother, you are hitting me. Of course, it does not hurt. Jiu Jingchun felt utterly wronged as he presented half of his swollen face to Zhou Hongdou for inspection. Mother, you have quite a strong hand. After that slap, he felt both pain and joy, for his mother had truly returned to life. Zhou Hongdou looked at his reddened cheek, awkwardly rubbed her nose, and said, I am so sorry, my son. It was not intentional. Just kidding. She was old but not foolish. Why inflict pain upon herself when she could strike others? Gu Jingchun felt wronged and speechless, his eyes silently accusing his mother. Humph, it was clearly intentional. Zhou Hongdou chose to ignore her son's gaze and turned her attention back to Dou Dou, inquiring with concern, Dou Dou? How did you come to be here? Are you alone? Where's your brother Hao Yang? Why did he not accompany you? Most importantly, has your condition improved? Gu Dengui eagerly chimed in, Dou Dou, that is also a matter of concern for your grandfather. Please do share. His heart was anything but calm. Dou Dou climbed out of Zhou Hongdou's embrace, and with time pressing, she decided to be succinct. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, cousin, here is the situation. Brother is currently a sent-down youth in the neighboring Zhua village. We just arrived the night before last and my condition has improved. The congenital heart disease is nearly resolved as well. brother has matters to attend to and cannot meet you just yet. I too have important matters to attend to shortly. So please refrain from asking too many questions. You have been in Pangguang village for over 2 years. I imagine you have long since noticed the peculiarities of this village, correct? The expressions of Zhou Dou and the others instantly grew serious as they nodded with difficulty. They had discovered the anomalies of Pangguang village soon after their arrival. Had it not been for their medical expertise, the 4 of them would have been tormented to death by the village's wretched inhabitants. Now, they were all housed in this cow shed, and as for the other sent-down youths, they had suffered unspeakable torment, akin to experiencing the depths of hell, at the hands of those beasts. They had considered escaping. But it was futile. The beasts kept a tight watch on them, making escape impossible, let alone reporting to the authorities. However, given the situation in Pangguang village, reporting to the authorities would likely yield no results. Had it been effective, such brazen acts of murder would not have occurred. The burial ground at the back mountains stood as a bloody testament to their crimes. Dou Dou cut to the chase, offering them 2 choices. Point 1. Come with me to Zhua village, where my brother and I will find a way to help you clear your names. Point 2. Remain in Pangguang village, but you cannot go anywhere, lest you inadvertently lose your lives. The 4 of them exchanged glances. How could it be that a mere 5-year-old child was so mature, rational, and exuding authority? How remarkable! Seeing that her grandfather and the others hesitated in their decision, Dou Dou fell silent for 2 seconds, determined to take decisive action and whisk them all away. With a sprinkle of medicinal powder, all 4 fell into a deep slumber, and Dou Dou quickly transported them to her spatial villa. Afterward, Dou Dou scanned the surroundings with her spiritual energy, gathering all hidden items and personal belongings of her grandfather and the others, packing them into her spatial realm. She had no intention of returning to this place again. Chapter 60. Dou Dou's determination. Thunderous roars. Zhang Chengming sighed. He promptly instructed several of his close brothers to summon the able-bodied men of the village to gather at the foot of the mountain, candidly stating that the 2 esteemed gentlemen had matters to discuss. Meanwhile, he stealthily returned home, where he retrieved his cherished dagger. Gazing at the blade glinting coldly, a sinister glimmer filled his eyes. That moment, he heard the unmistakable footsteps of his father approaching, and Zhang Chengming hurriedly concealed the dagger on his person before calmly exiting the room. Second son, what are you doing in here? Weren't you with the 2 gentlemen? Zhang Weiwu inquired, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Zhang Chengming. There was something about this second son that seemed different, an indescribable feeling gnawing at him. Father, the 2 gentlemen said I need not accompany them any longer and suggested I return home. Zhang Chengming lied effortlessly. I thought to take this opportunity to please them, rummaging through the house for any valuable treasures to present. Zhang Weiwu narrowed his eyes. So, offering treasures to the 2 gentlemen is your own idea? Or did they suggest it to you? Zhang Chengming chuckled. Of course, it was my own idea. Perhaps they found me somewhat agreeable, as their attitude towards me has been rather favorable. Zhang Weiwu was taken aback. So, his second son had somehow caught the eye of the 2 gentlemen. No wonder he was so arrogant. If he had a tail, it would likely be waving high in the air by now. With a dismissive snort, Zhang Weiwu remarked, You think with your lack of ability, you could have gained the favor of the 2 gentlemen? Surely, you must be mistaken about their intentions. Father, how can you belittle me like this? Zhang Chengming's eyes widened, his inner fury rising. He knew his father never wished him well. Zhang Weiwu cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Chengming before sitting down in a hunch on a chair. A flicker of dark resentment crossed Zhang Chengming's gaze as he leaned closer to his father, whispering into his ear, Father, do you know what the 2 gentlemen told me? Zhang Weiwu's expression shifted. What did they say? Could it possibly be about immortality? Of course, it pertains to what you value most, Father. Zhang Chengming's eyes glinted ominously. This matter must remain between us. It cannot be shared with anyone else. All right, speak quickly, Zhang Weiwu urged, his ugly visage betraying a sense of urgency. Knowing his second son well, he would never dare to defy him, thus remaining completely unguarded. Just as he was indulging in thoughts of immortality, Zhang Chengming discreetly drew out the dagger and, in a swift and silent motion, slashed across Zhang Weiwu's throat. Father, may you find peace. The 2 gentlemen have promised to assist me in usurping your position. Ha 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 ha. To him, killing a man was a trivial matter. Oh? You? Zhang Weiwu's eyes bulged with terror and disbelief, blood gushing from his throat and mouth. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how his utterly inept second son could turn against him. The 3 women of the Zhang family, though they heard the commotion, chose to feign ignorance, hiding in the kitchen, too fearful to step outside. What would they go out for? To seek death. Surviving was already a luxury for them. Every additional day was a gift. Ultimately, they cared little for the fate of those brutes. If they could all perish, that would be for the best. Dodo returned to the foot of the mountain, where several able-bodied men had already gathered. Upon seeing the petite and lovely Dodo, their gazes flickered between intrigue and caution. Given Dodo's status, they dared not act impudently. Had it been anyone else, they would have stripped her bare without hesitation. Such a beautiful face, truly a rare sight. Withdraw your repulsive gazes. Dodo's small face instantly transformed into a mask of icy disdain, sending shivers down the spines of the villagers present. A few audacious souls, however, stubbornly maintained their gaze upon her. In the next moment, Dodo waved her hand, summoning 5 ferocious bolts of lightning that struck towards them. Boom, 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 boom. Ah, save me! The 5 were instantly charred, their anguished screams resonating through the air as they succumbed within mere seconds. The others stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom how 5 seemingly healthy individuals had been obliterated by sudden lightning. Is there anyone else who dares to provoke me? Dodo's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd, a bloodthirsty smile curling her lips. That grin sent a tremor of fear through all present. And no, we dare not. As they belatedly regained their senses, the men hastily dropped to their knees, trembling, heads bowed in utter submission. Dodo squinted, finding the scene utterly tedious. I prefer disobedient individuals. Tormenting them is far more enjoyable. He he he. Dodo's manic laughter echoed throughout the foot of the mountain. The villagers of Pongwang dared not utter a word, fearing that a single misstep could lead to their demise at her hands. As more able-bodied men arrived, sensing the ominous atmosphere and catching a whiff of burnt flesh, they too fell to their knees in terror. That moment, Zhang Qingming dragged his father's lifeless body. Panting heavily, before Do Dio Yu Dunwai lady, the traitor Zhang Weiwu of the Great Cherry Blossom Nation has been slain by my hand. Well done. A ruthless heart indeed, Dodo remarked, casting a brief glance at Zhang Weiwu to confirm his identity. Zhang Qingming, take a head count. Yes, my lady. Zhang Qingming, invigorated, realized that he was on the cusp of usurping his father's position. Ha ha ha, my lady, aside from the 5 charred ones, there are still 7 who have yet to arrive. I shall summon them immediately. Dodo chuckled coldly, no need. They are already dead and my brother eliminated them at the village entrance. Zhang Weiwu was not so easily dealt with. Shortly after she and her brother left the Zhang household, he summoned his confidants to locate his eldest son. She had been foolish to send them to deliver the news. Zhang Qingming was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew the 2 gentlemen would take decisive action to help me become the ruler of Pongwang village. It wouldn't be an easy feat. Dodo beckoned Zhang Qingming closer. Come here. You have done well in eliminating the traitor for his majesty. From now on, you shall have full control over Pongwang village. Anyone opposed may stand. Silence enveloped the scene. The kneeling villagers exchanged bewildered glances, their minds struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Why? Dodo's childish voice turned frigid. Are you dissenting against Zhang Qingming taking over your father's position? The crowd fell silent, as they themselves could not grasp what had transpired. Zhang Qingming's expression darkened. Dodo narrowed her eyes, devoid of any warmth. If you refuse to stand, then you shall never rise again. No sooner had she spoken than a torrent of fierce lightning descended upon them. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the thick bolts illuminated the entire back mountain, causing the kneeling villagers to tremble in terror. Their eyes widened in horror as they helplessly gazed at the approaching lightning, desperately trying to escape. Yet reality offered no mercy. Accompanied by deafening roars, the villagers of Pongwang screamed in agony, their cries echoing through the air. Pleading for mercy, surrounding mountains trembled, as if they might collapse at any moment, and chaos erupted in the back mountain, with howling winds and flying debris. Zhang Qingming's face turned pale as he knelt, watching the villagers suffer the consequences of the lightning strikes, his mouth agape in shock, unable to articulate a word. He knew the lady was formidable, but he never anticipated her power to this extent. My lady? Dodo maintained a stoic expression. Speak your mind, or release your grievances. Zhang Qingming, filled with dread, stammered, my lady, are you intending to strike them all dead? Are you blind? They are all alive and well. Humph. Their refusal to accept you as your father's successor is a direct affront to both you and me. If I do not show them the consequences of their actions, how will they ever pledge their loyalty to you? How will they serve you faithfully? Implicit in her words was the notion that her actions were motivated by her desire to support Zhang Qingming. Fortunately, the dim-witted Zhang Qingming immediately grasped Dodo's intention, and tears welled in his eyes. My lady, Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall follow you devotedly. If you summon me for a meal, I shall never defile it. Dou Dou, how utterly repulsive. If you cannot speak properly, then silence yourself. Dou Dou disregarded Zhang Qingming, surveying the carnage around her. Seeing that the torment had reached its peak, she withdrew the lightning. The villagers of Pongwang, now charred and blackened, lay on the ground, unable to rise, though they would not perish immediately. Dou Dou's deranged laughter resonated, her tone haunting. He, are you satisfied with their plight? Zhang Qingming trembled. I am thoroughly satisfied, my lady. I am immensely grateful to you. His gratitude nearly brought him to tears, for he yearned for a group of obedient followers. Instead of a group of individuals lying on the ground, oblivious to their fate, Dou Dou let out a cold scoff, exclaiming, what a cowardly bunch! Rest assured, they are all still alive. They merely require a period of recuperation. After all, they still possess their utility, and I certainly won't deal the final blow. The bones on the back mountain were buried by them. Naturally, it falls upon them to exhume the remains. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingming exhaled a long sigh of relief. Dou Dou turned to him, smiling knowingly. Would you like to learn the art of controlling heavenly thunder? Zhang Qingming's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, he desired to learn. If he could master the control of heavenly thunder, no one would dare to look down upon him again. Instead, they would all seek to curry favor with him. Dou Dou curled her lips, saying, if you wish to learn, I can teach you, but you must first attend to a matter for me, my lord. Please speak. Zhang Qingming responded eagerly, barely able to contain his excitement. Summon all the members of your village who are currently away. I have a task assigned by His Majesty that requires their direct involvement. While others in Pongwang village may not know the whereabouts of those individuals, Zhang Qingming, as the son of Zhang Weiwu, was undoubtedly aware of their locations. And regarding your elder brother and third younger brother, you should handle that yourself. I fear that if they learn their father was killed by you, they may seek vengeance. You see, if you wish to ascend higher, you must understand the art of sacrifice. Brotherly bonds and father-son ties mean nothing in the face of power. Yes, my lord, I comprehend your words. A glint of ruthlessness crossed Zhang Qingming's eyes. If he could kill his own father, what was to stop him from eliminating two brothers who had belittled him since childhood? It would be for the best if they were dead. Allowing him to spread his wings. My lord, when shall I depart? Now, but remember to act in secrecy. Do not let the people of Xia Kingdom discover our movements. Understood, my lord. Zhang Qingming hesitated momentarily, but what will happen to them if I leave? Dou Dou scoffed. Isn't there an abundance of women in the village? They will take care of them. And rest assured, I will ensure your son is well looked after. With no lingering concerns, Zhang Qingming was filled with determination as he hurried home to gather his belongings before departing Pongwang village. Dou Dou had already locked onto him with her mental energy. Wherever he went and whatever he did, she would be fully aware, akin to real-time surveillance. After Zhang Qingming's departure, Dou Dou turned her attention to the women hidden among the trees. No need to hide. Come forth. The women instinctively wished to flee, but seeing Dou Dou's gentle demeanor and soft tone, they sensed no malice in her. After much contemplation, they decided to meet Dou Dou. Perhaps this would offer them a glimmer of hope. Before long, Zhang's mother-in-law and two daughters-in-law, accompanied by a group of anxious women, approached Dou Dou. Yet their gazes uncontrollably fell upon the grotesque sights of the beasts on the ground, their faces betraying an uncontainable sense of satisfaction. Had it not been for Dou Dou, they would have applauded in glee. Dou Dou cleared her throat. All right, everyone, let us not dwell on that for now. Do you wish to leave Pongwang village, or do you prefer to remain here? The women were taken aback yet intrigued, their eyes fixed on Dou Dou. Feeling uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny, Dou Dou, with her thick skin, remarked, What are you staring at? There are no flowers on my face. As they listened to Dou Dou's sweet voice, the women couldn't help but stifle their laughter, their tense bodies relaxing slightly. Zheng Fang opened her mouth, eager to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Dou Dou looked at her, raising her brows slightly. If I remember correctly, you are Zhang Weiwu's wife. I am not. Zheng Fang blurted, filled with disdain. Realizing her tone was too harsh, she quickly apologized to Dou Dou. I'm sorry, it's not you I'm angry with. I was just, Dou Dou kindly reassured her. No need to explain, I understand. Given your youthful appearance, how could you possibly be Zhang Weiwu's wife? In an instant, Zheng Fang's eyes brimmed with tears. She did not wish to cry, yet she could not help it. The young girl before her, despite appearing merely a few years old, exuded an immense sense of security. Wu Wu, Zhang Weiwu and his family are beasts. No, not just Zhang Weiwu's family. All the men in Pongguang village are beasts. Deserving of 1,000 deaths, Zheng Fong lamented through her tears. You see, dear girl, the women in the village are mostly deceived or outright abducted. Countless women have perished at their hands. We are merely the latest in a long line of women to be cycled through. Outwardly, we are their wives, but in reality, we are merely their vessels for procreation. Filled with hatred and disgust, Zheng Fong recounted, before me, Zhang Weiwu has likely tortured countless innocent women. I have managed to endure until now partly by being patient and partly because he has lost interest in women as he has grown older. There have been many times I wished to kill him, but he is exceedingly cautious. He does not allow me to share a room with him at night, and there are always firearms at the head of the bed and on his person. Even within our home, there is no poison to be found, why freedom is severely restricted. Escaping Pongguang village is a distant dream. Even if I could, the men of the village would be watching my every move. I dare not make a single misstep. Others have tried to outsmart him and report him to the authorities, but their outcomes were tragically grim. Zheng Fong continued, the women in the village were forced to witness the punishment of one such woman. The men of the village systematically shattered her bones, gouged out her eyes, severed her ears, nose, mouth, and chest, then proceeded to peel her hair from her scalp, followed by her skin. Ultimately, they crucified her limbs with iron nails and burned her alive. It was a scene of utter horror, leaving no trace behind. The local authorities have long been bribed by Pongguang village. To say we are disappointed and disheartened would be an understatement. We have lost all hope for rescue. Our only wish is to survive, one more day at a time. Zheng Fong sighed heavily, appearing far older than her 35 years, her eyes devoid of any light. Dear girl, once we women lose our novelty and ability to bear children, we are subjected to their cruel torment until death, only to be buried on the back mountain. We die without ever seeing liberation, with bodies as tainted as ours, even if we wish to leave Pongguang village. There is no place for us in this vast world. In this era, a woman's reputation is more important than life itself. Tears filled Zheng Fong's eyes as the women behind her wept uncontrollably. Indeed, the moment they went missing, their families likely buried their hopes, perhaps even considering them dead. That home could never be returned to as a fellow woman. Dou Dou felt a deeper understanding of their plight. Enough of the tears. If you wish to stay in Pongguang village, you may do so. I will find a way for you to settle here, free from the torment of these beasts. From now on, you can live the life you desire. The women were momentarily stunned, their sorrow forgotten as hope illuminated their eyes. Young lady, are you serious? Dou Dou stood tall, confidently declaring, indeed, more genuine than gold. Just look at those beasts lying on the ground. You should recognize my extraordinary abilities. Upon receiving Dou Dou's affirmation, the women could not contain their overwhelming joy, their once dim eyes now glimmering with hope. Thank you, young lady. Although these beasts have been dealt with, many of their accomplices remain. We lack the strength to confront them. You have saved us, young lady. We cannot allow you to face these beasts alone. Whatever you need us to do, just say the word. You have done me a great service, and I will never forget your kindness. We will repay you. I promise. Dou Dou's arrival was their beacon of hope. From the moment they glimpsed this light, they finally dared to envision a brighter future. Dou Dou silently sighed in relief, extending her small hand to signal for silence. Everyone, listen to me. I do not require your gratitude. Your mere will to survive is the greatest help you can offer me. Furthermore, the beasts on the ground are yours to deal with. You may punish or kill them as you see fit. However, do not eliminate them all, for I still need them to return to the back mountain and personally exhume those they have killed. Allowing for an accurate count of lives lost and granting them a proper burial, the crowd hesitated for a moment, then Zheng firmly nodded, signaling their understanding. Dou Dou turned to Zheng Fong, her eyes filled with admiration. I see that you possess a measured approach in your words and actions, earning the trust of others. From now on, I entrust the management of Pongguang village to you. Are you capable of fulfilling this task? Zheng Fong's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing to herself, young lady, I fear I may not be up to the challenge. She had never imagined she could be a leader. Dou Dou furrowed her brow. Encouraging her, you clearly possess an education. That air of intellect about you cannot be mistaken. Moreover, your resilience and patience suggest you are not without merit. If you lacked capabilities, you would likely have perished long ago. Among all the women, she is undoubtedly the eldest. Surviving for so long in the clutches of these brutes in Pongguang village must speak to her remarkable abilities. Zheng Fong fell silent in an instant. It must be said, The young girl has an astute eye for people. She glanced at the women behind her and saw their unwavering gazes fixed upon her, their stares igniting a tremor deep within her heart. Lu Yinzi and Huang Xiaoqiao exchanged knowing looks, their lips pressed together. Ironically, they were Zheng Feng's nominal daughters-in-law, and after a wordless exchange, they tearfully implored her to relent. Sister Feng, please agree to the young lady's request. Without your encouragement and covert assistance, we would have perished long ago. Sister Feng, we trust in your character. It is your presence that gives us a sense of security. The others chimed in, calling out, Sister Feng. Zheng Feng let out a heavy sigh, feeling an additional weight on her shoulders. After a moment of contemplation, she solemnly replied, very well, I shall agree. Thank you, Sister Feng, the women exclaimed, their faces lighting up with joy as they cast grateful glances at Dou Dou. It seemed they truly had hope now. I am called Gong Dou Dou. You may simply refer to me as Dou Dou. Following her introduction, Dou Dou proceeded to assign tasks, instructing them to keep watch over the fallen beasts. She also directed them to capture and punish those women in the village who had been brainwashed by the beasts and had participated in abduction, torture, and murder. They were to ensure none escaped. Starting tomorrow, they would accompany these beasts to the back mountain to dig up corpses, regardless of whether the beasts were physically capable. Even if they had to crawl, they would reach the back mountain. The women, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, gazed at Dou Dou with reverence akin to that of a savior, thumping their chests and proclaiming, we vow to complete the task. Dou Dou ceased her chatter and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the village entrance. Gong Haoyang's eyes brightened as he pointed at the corpses on the ground. Sister, throw a fireball and turn them to ash, it's quite revolting. Understood. Dou Dou raised her small hand, summoning a powerful and searing fireball that swiftly engulfed all the corpses. In less than 3 minutes, the remains had been reduced to nothing but ash. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath pierced the air. The siblings' expressions shifted, their keen gazes zeroing in on the source of the sound. Who goes there? Show yourself. Chapter 63. The soothsayer. Hey, spare me. I will come out immediately. I promise not to take more than half a minute of your time. A robust, slightly cheeky voice called out from a middle-aged man. Moments later, he deftly rolled onto the ground and sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from water, grinning at Dou Dou and her brother. Oh my, the young Gong. It's been years. You've grown so much, and I presume this lovely young lady is the one your family has been yearning for? Who are you? Gong Haoyang furrowed his brow, recognizing the man as vaguely familiar yet unable to place him. The soothsayer huffed, puffing out his cheeks in exasperation as he patted his patched gray clothing. It's me, your Uncle Bu Swanzi. Have you forgotten me after just 8 years? How heart-wrenching, Bu Swanzi. Gong Haoyang was taken aback. He examined the man before him, noting that he bore little resemblance to the Bu Swanzi of 8 years prior, particularly with his long, disheveled white hair and unkempt beard. Gong Haoyang swallowed hard, asking, what on earth has happened to you? How did you age so dramatically? He remembered the Bu Swanzi of 8 years ago, impeccably groomed with attire that was both appropriate and stylish. Devoid of any patches, to see him reduced to this state in just 8 years was shocking. Humph, what calamities. I am quite well, thank you very much, Bu Swanzi retorted, striding up to Dou Dou with a grin. Little girl, congratulations. Your wishes have come true. Dou Dou frowned, feeling as though this man could see right through her, raising her guard. Who are you? Oh dear me. How forgetful of me. I haven't introduced myself, Bu Swanzi chuckled. Stroking his beard, I am a good friend of your parents, Bu Swanzi. Your brother should have mentioned me. I am the only soothsayer in the Ministry of Supernatural Abilities in the Xia Kingdom. Wait a moment, Gong Haoyang interjected. Uncle Bu, didn't you have 2 apprentices? What happened? Did you expel them? Bu Swanzi. Gong, what nonsense are you spouting? Humph. Those 2 became audacious and dared to deceive their master. Should I keep such scoundrels on my roster for the New Year's feast? The mere thought of those 2 miscreants sent pangs of pain through his heart. Gong Haoyang's expression tightened, his eyes flickering. It was no wonder Uncle Bu appeared so destitute. It must be due to the misdeeds of those 2 apprentices. Uncle Bu, would you like to elaborate? Get lost. Just seeing you irritates me. Bu Swanzi pushed Gong Haoyang aside, squatting before Dou Dou with a beaming smile. Little girl, I have foreseen that you possess remarkable potential. You are in need of a master. How about you take me on as your teacher? Dou Dou's face fell in disbelief. This man was undoubtedly a charlatan. A clingy one at that. Noticing Dou Dou's silence, Bu Swanzi's eyes darted around as he began to sing. Little girl, I implore you, have pity on me. Grant me a little love. Stop, stop, Dou Dou recoiled, a shiver running down her spine, retreating a few steps to avoid catching the old soothsayer's madness. It was quite absurd to hear a man of his age speak of love so flippantly. Seeing Dou Dou's resistance, Buswanzi feigned devastation, plopping down on the ground and kicking his legs. I won't budge. You must take me as your master. 8 years ago, I cast a fortune for you, and that very reading cost me half my life. My white hair and beard are the price I paid for that reading. Alas, my once handsome visage has aged by over a decade. My lustrous hair has turned white, and my vitality has diminished. I have yet to recover. Buswanzi raised his head and wailed, producing the kind of sound that was loud but yielded no rain. Yet, his antics truly astonished Dou Dou and her brother, their eyes wide in shock. Please stop crying. Dou Dou pressed her lips together, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. In this world, there is no right or wrong. Only cause and effect. 8 years ago, Buswanzi had cast a fortune for her in gratitude for her parents saving his life. That was the cause. Because her circumstances defied common sense, he faced the punishment of the natural order. Losing blood was trivial, but a decline in his abilities was severe, and losing half his life was even more catastrophic. This was the effect. All causes and effects stemmed from her. She could not remain aloof. Buswanzi shook his head vigorously, devoid of the ethereal demeanor one expects from a soothsayer. No, no. If you refuse to accept me as your master, I shall continue to weep until you do. Gong Haoyang rubbed his temples, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. He felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Buswanzi, yet seeing him in such a woeful state filled him with an indescribable discomfort and regret. Dou Dou, observing her brother's face, could guess his thoughts and sighed in resignation. All right, I accept you as my master. Upon uttering this, Dou Dou found the situation rather amusing. Shouldn't it be the master accepting the disciple? Yet here, it had turned into her accepting a master. Oh, yes. I knew you had a soft heart. Buswanzi sprang to his feet, bounding over to Dou Dou with glee. Ha ha ha. I no longer need to worry about going hungry. He quickly recognized that his new disciple was not only remarkably talented, but also a veritable treasure. Capable of thriving even in the most desolate of deserts, it was a quirk of fate. He was destined for a life devoid of wealth. Once fortune came his way, misfortune would inevitably follow. Those two miscreants had abandoned him the moment they were tempted by the promise of wealth. What a betrayal! A flicker of sorrow crossed Buswanzi's eyes before he turned to Dou Dou with a grin. Disciple, I can impart all my skills to you, but first, may I request a small favor? Dou Dou, speaked up. Buswanzi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Disciple, I have quite an appetite and tend to eat a lot. I don't require lavish feasts, just enough to fill my stomach. Dou Dou. She had expected something grand, but this? Her emotions were a whirlwind as she regarded Buswanzi with pity. I promise you. Once you are with me, you will eat well and never go hungry. Buswanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he leaped for joy. Disciple, thank you so much. Ha ha ha. With my little disciple, my fortunes are finally turning. Chapter 64. The plan to join the National Supernatural Bureau. After reveling in his joy for a moment, Buswanzi's eyes gleamed as he turned to Dou Dou. Disciple, how did you conjure that fireball so effortlessly? It was truly remarkable. Would you be willing to teach me? Dou Dou shook her head and candidly declared, Master, this is an extraordinary ability I inherently possess, and it truly cannot be taught to you. Immediately, Buswanzi appeared momentarily disheartened before revitalizing instantly. Disciple, you possess this unique talent. It would be a pity not to join the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. How about I petition the higher authorities to extend a special invitation for you to join the National Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities? Dou Dou contemplated for a moment, her lively eyes sparkling with interest. Master, please tell me more about the National Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. I am not very familiar with it. Upon hearing this, Buswanzi rarely adopted a serious demeanor. The Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities, formerly known as the Management Bureau for Individuals with Special Abilities, ensures that every ability user is available at the nation's call, responding promptly when needed. Their daily responsibilities include investigating unusual phenomena within the country and resolving them. Furthermore, they oversee all citizens, from officials to common folk. Anyone who endangers the nation or its people can be reported directly to the highest authorities for immediate action. One could say that the Bureau wields considerable power, sufficient to operate beyond the control of any individual. Dou Dou's eyes widened in astonishment. Is the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities truly that formidable? Does the nation not fear a potential rebellion from it? Or perhaps there are individuals within who have betrayed the nation and harmed the people? Buswanzi stroked his sparse white beard thoughtfully. How should I put this? There is certainly some trepidation. However, the Bureau is under the strict control of its director. Should any member violate the Bureau's regulations, the director will personally deal with them. Moreover, not just anyone can become the director of the Bureau. In any case, he lacks the qualifications. The director must possess exceptional credentials, intellect, abilities, means, and loyalty, among other attributes, and must face a series of arduous challenges before being elected by a vote of several top national leaders. Buswanzi clicked his tongue, exclaiming, that process is rather convoluted. More challenging than the journey of Sun Wukong to the west in my lifetime. I would never dare to run for the position of director. Dou Dou cast a sidelong glance at her rather lackadaisical master. Is that you do not wish to? Or is it simply that you do not meet the criteria? Buswanzi retorted, disciple, how can you speak such blatant truths? Dou Dou blinked playfully and suddenly inquired, Master, is there an age limit for running for the position of director of the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities? Not at all. Anyone capable can assume the role. Upon saying this, Buswanzi's eyes widened in surprise. Disciple, could it be that you wish to compete for the position of director? Why not? An organization with such immense power, free from any oversight, would certainly pique my interest. Joining it would afford me greater leverage in the world and enable me to better protect those I wish to safeguard. Furthermore, I would no longer need to conceal the peculiarities I exhibit and the abilities I wield. After taking a moment to digest this information, Buswanzi raised his thumb in admiration, saying, Disciple in my life, I have never yielded to anyone, but I shall yield to you. Dou Dou chuckled, replying, Master, do not be so astonished. There will be many instances in the future when you will find yourself yielding to me, so this one time is of no consequence. Having reached this point in their conversation, Dou Dou expressed her keen interest in the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. Master, please expedite your application. I wish to join the Bureau as swiftly as possible. And don't forget about my brother. Buswanzi rubbed his hands together, a sheepish smile crossing his face. IT can be arranged. But I currently possess not even a penny. I lack the funds for a phone call, let alone the cost of writing a letter, including the envelope and stamp. Disciple, you will need to provide some financial assistance. Dou Dou paused, her expression shifting to one of complexity. Master, to have fallen to such depths is quite remarkable. It is impressive that you have not starved to death. Alas, I do not wish for this. Buswanzi lamented, his voice ringing with a sense of grievance. It is my fate to be devoid of wealth, condemned to live in perpetual poverty. Dou Dou sighed, pondering what it feels like to have such a dramatic and theatrical master. Perhaps only she could truly comprehend it. Dou Dou generously pulled out 50 yuan and handed it to Buswanzi. All right, please cease your lamentations. Take this money and use it as you wish. The performance of his theatrics was growing increasingly insincere. Is this truly acceptable? Buswanzi immediately halted his wailing, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the money. Though he verbally protested, his expression conveyed sheer delight. Take it. It is yours. Dou Dou's face darkened as she swiftly shoved the money back into Buswanzi's hands. Then anxiously inquired, Master, will my giving you this money have any repercussions? Not at all. Not at all. Buswanzi cheerfully tucked the money away, winking knowingly at Dou Dou. Disciple, your fate is extraordinarily auspicious, replete with blessings. The money you provide will not only be harmless to me, but will indeed serve as a great benefit. Thus, he felt he had gained from the fortune of his disciple. Dou Dou's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Indubitably, blessings? During the apocalyptic era, her mental state had remained remarkably stable. She was either on the brink of madness or in a frenzy, with both zombies and humans keeping their distance from her. The concept of loneliness had forever accompanied her. Occasionally, her benevolent heart would compel her to offer food to those on the verge of starvation, or to rescue humans besieged by zombies. To her, these acts were merely trivial gestures of compassion. Yet she had not realized that these actions had earned her merits. Gong Haoyang gently ruffled Dou Dou's hair and turned to Buswanzi. Uncle Bu, what brings you here so unexpectedly? You startled both me and my sister. Given their capabilities, they should have been able to detect others, yet they had failed to notice Buswanzi's presence. Confirming that he was indeed a person of genuine skill, Buswanzi set aside his whimsical demeanor, his gaze growing serious as he turned towards the mountains behind Pongguang village. Disciple, young master of the Gong family, I observed countless vengeful spirits and an overwhelming aura of resentment here in Kyoto. The people's voices echo with discontent. Should this continue, it may jeopardize the national fortune, prompting me to request permission from the director to investigate. Just as I arrived, I fortuitously encountered the two of you. We might call this a fateful encounter, Wouldn't you agree? Buswanzi could hardly maintain a serious tone for long, as his demeanor quickly morphed back into his usual playful self. Dou Dou and her brother exchanged bewildered glances. Master, I have a general understanding of the situation. It is as follows. Time was of the essence, and Dou Dou swiftly recounted the events in Pongwang village before promptly assigning tasks to her master and brother. Master, please submit your application to the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. My brother and I wish to become members, and then we shall return to Pongwang village to help release the innocent souls in the mountains. Buswanzi nodded earnestly. I understand, disciple. Brother, for the time being, we shall not return to Zhua village. Please seek permission from the captain and notify Uncle One to bring people here as swiftly as possible. Then, follow Zhang Qingming, documenting everyone he interacts with to further investigate the minor players involved. Gong Haoyang accepted the task. Understood, sister. Chapter 65. Allowing grandfather and family to recuperate in the space. Inside the space, Gu Dangue and her family of 4 slowly awakened. Their first sensation was the softness beneath them, prompting them to turn and discover that they were all comfortably lying on a large bed. The bed was plush and inviting. They wished they could lie there forever. Hee, you're awake. At that moment, a small, sweet voice echoed in the room, unmistakably belonging to the adorable treasure of the gathering pot. Who is speaking? The 4 members of the Gu family, still in a daze, sat upright, their faces marked by wariness and unease as they scanned the room, but found no one in sight. Yu Jingchun furrowed his brow in confusion. How strange. Where is everyone? The baby chimed in. Hee, I'm not a person at all. I'm the favorite little treasure of my family's young master and the idol of my little brother. The Gu family members exchanged bewildered glances. Who on earth is speaking? Could it be a ghost? Gui swallowed hard, instinctively positioning himself protectively in front of his 3 elders, much like a hen shielding her chicks, and bellowed, Who dares to reveal themselves? State your name. The baby huffed. I, the one and only, am known as the treasure. Gu Hongdou fought to suppress the rising panic within her, forcing a stiff smile. So, you are the treasure. It is a pleasure to meet you. Might I request that you reveal yourself? They needed to see whether this entity was human or ghostly, as clarity was essential for them. The baby rolled its eyes in exasperation. How could you not notice such a grand gathering pot right before your eyes? It's quite heartbreaking. The Gu family was taken aback, their eyes fixated on the resplendent golden gathering pot resting on the rosewood table, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Jiu Dongue's tone suddenly elevated as she could not help but ask, Were you the one speaking just now? Yes, that was indeed me, the baby responded with a hint of arrogance, manifesting a tiny hand to wave at the 4, nearly causing them to faint from fright. Jiu Jingchun, initially startled, soon became fervently captivated by the gathering pot, as though he wished to consume it entirely. After the founding of the nation, it was prohibited for animals to become sentient, yet I never expected that a gathering pot could attain consciousness. How marvelous. No, it seems we have simply been too ignorant. This is a significant discovery. He was utterly fascinated by the prospect of researching the gathering pot and exploring how it achieved sentience. Nonsense. You're the only one who has become sentient. Your entire family is sentient. The baby, feeling slighted, retaliated with a series of playful puffs, adorably fierce. I am a spirit of the artifact, do you understand? Gu Jingchun. Alas, I have inadvertently angered the treasure pot. Gui turned to his father, pleading helplessly, Dad. I implore you to refrain from obsessing over your research day in and day out. Could you please consider the current plight of our family? His mind may be lacking, yet he understood that their family of 4 was akin to meat skewered on a stick, their survival uncertain. Jiu Jingchun awkwardly rubbed his nose, hastily lowering his head in dismay. Gu Dangue and Zhou Hongdou exchanged a glance, letting out a long sigh. This son was truly beyond redemption. Baby, Zhou Hongdou said wearily, tentatively inquiring, did you bring us here for a specific purpose? It wasn't me who brought you here. It was my little master, baby corrected loudly, puffing indignantly. Zhou Hongdou's eyes flickered with curiosity as she immediately pressed, Who is your little master? Before baby could finish, they caught sight of Dou Dou's small figure suddenly appearing. And baby joyously exclaimed, Look, this is my little master, Dou Dou. The 4 members of the Gu family widened their eyes in unison. Dou Dou was actually the little master of the treasure pot? What on earth was happening in this world? So many things surpassed their understanding, and they felt like frogs at the bottom of a well. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, cousin, how are you all? Dou Dou climbed onto the bed, extending her small hand to close their gaping mouths. She feared their jaws might dislocate. Dodo truly was a considerate little darling. The four remained speechless, still in shock, slowly coming to terms with this reality. Dodo, what on earth is going on, cousin? How did we end up here? Where is this place? Dodo, what is the treasure pot? It claims to be a spirit tool and can even fly in the air. I really want to dismantle it for research. Biffed, biffed, biffed. Baby, infuriated, turned red and let out a series of loud farts in Gu Jingchuan's face. It wanted to stink this bad person out. How dare he think of dismantling it for research? Why didn't he just fly away? Baby was both angry and aggrieved, burying its head in Dodo's arms seeking comfort. Little master, this big man is so bad. Baby doesn't like him. If you don't like him, then just ignore him, Dodo comforted, then sternly warned Gu Jingchun, Uncle, Baby is a family treasure of the Gong family, and now recognizes me as its master. You better not joke about it. I will not allow anyone to lay a hand on it. Baby had been her companion for the longest time. In her heart, Baby was as important as her parents and brother. Initially, she had planned to send her grandfather and the others to Zhua village for recuperation, but then she realized that she and her brother would soon have to deal with the affairs of Pongguang village and wouldn't be able to return for the time being. To spare her grandfather and the others from unnecessary worry, and to provide them with a good environment, she decided to let them stay in her space for the time being. Once the matters in Pongguang village were resolved, they could go out and decide for themselves where to go to ask for the secret of the space. She was not afraid of them exposing it because she had already placed a spatial sealing order in their minds, preventing them from revealing or writing about the existence of the space to anyone. Dodo was truly remarkable. Upon hearing Dodo's words, Gu Dangue, Zhou Hongdou, and Gui immediately shared a common resentment, glaring sternly at Gu Jingchun. Frankly speaking, there were times when they really wanted to take his head apart to see what was inside. His personal life was in utter disarray, and he was utterly clueless about human relationships. He spent all day fixated on research, and as his family, they genuinely felt exhausted. Jiu Jingchun, who can come to my rescue? I feel as though I'm being killed by their glares. Dodo? Uncle was wronged. Jiu Jingchun, with a strong will to survive, swiftly rolled off the bed, performing a smooth and graceful kneel, then gave himself a resounding slap. Dodo, it's all Uncle's fault for running his mouth. Please don't be angry at me, rest assured. Although Uncle might be a bit muddled, he knows right from wrong. I promise from now on, I will never bring up the treasure pot again. He had long understood his position within the family. He was the one with the lowest status, even less important than the dog they used to keep. Uncle, I don't want to shorten my lifespan. Please get up quickly. Dodo's lips twitched involuntarily. She never expected her uncle to behave this way. Chapter 66. What to do with a cousin who only wants to live off others? Gu Jingchun stubbornly shook his head. No, I won't get up. If you don't forgive me, I will remain kneeling forever. Then you may kneel forever. Zhou Hongdou rolled her eyes impatiently, quickly cradling Dodo in her arms. Dodo, your uncle has a problem with his brain. Ignore him. Yes, Dodo, don't pay him any mind. Jiu Dangue gritted his teeth in annoyance. Your uncle always resorts to this tactic after he makes us angry. It's utterly exasperating. Jiu Jingchun. After years of exploration and experience, he found that the kneeling act was indeed the most effective. What could he do? Just continue as usual. Gui also wanted to chime in, but as the son of the father, he felt he lacked the qualifications to criticize him. He could only change the subject. Dodo, where is this place? How did you suddenly appear out of nowhere? It's simply amazing. Gu Dangue and the others nodded vigorously, equally curious. This is my personal space. No one in the real world can see it. Don't ask too many questions. Just know that I brought you here because I trust you. Dodo succinctly concealed the details of the apocalypse and her journey through time. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, cousin, your bodies are in a state of great deficiency. I cannot entrust you to anyone else, and my space is currently the most suitable place for your recuperation. So, for the time being, you will reside in the space. Everything you need for eating, drinking, and entertainment is available. Just ask Baby for anything you need, and it will fulfill your requests. The four members of the Gu family were left dumbfounded, their mouths opening and closing in shock, warmth, gratitude, and disbelief. Dodo, thank you. Zhou Hongdou's eyes brimmed with tears as she held Dodo tightly, unable to fathom the dire consequences that would have befallen them had Dodo not come to Pongguang village today. Dodo smiled brightly. Grandmother, we are family, so there is no need for excessive gratitude. Let me first show you around the space, and then I must go attend to important matters. She truly was very busy. Zhou Hongdou nodded through her tears. All right, we will follow your lead. Dodo, much like her mother, was a person of intellect, opinions, and great opportunities. As her grandmother, Zhou Hongdou felt both joy and concern. Theo wear the crown? One must bear its weight. Alas, their family could not assist Dou Dou, and all they could do was to take care of their health, refrain from prying into her private matters, and silently support her from behind. Dou Dou guided her grandmother and the others through the space, then arranged for them to stay in a 3-story villa. This villa was the very one they had lived in during her previous life. The appliances inside were quite advanced, leaving her grandfather, grandmother, and cousin in a state of shock and wonder. Yet they maintained decorum, refraining from asking questions they shouldn't. As for her uncle, he was like a mouse in a grain bin, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, eager to research everything. Dou Dou readily agreed to his requests, having Baby replicate everything that could be researched in the space, and provided her uncle with various tools, allowing him to explore and study on his own. Dou Dou realized that her uncle was not unintelligent. On the contrary, he was quite clever, but all his brilliance was channeled into research, leaving his personal life in utter disarray. He was a born researcher. Given a platform, he would surely create miracles. She resolved to make her uncle a world-renowned scientist. As for the field, let it be all-encompassing. The space was abundant in resources, filled with advanced military equipment, military radar, weapons, cutting-edge appliances, agricultural mechanization devices, advanced televisions and computers, drone equipment, and state-of-the-art production machinery, and so forth. Dou Dou solemnly patted Gu Jingchun on the shoulder. Uncle, focus on researching various data and principles. The swift development of our Xia country relies on you. Am I really that important? Gu Jingchun was taken aback, suddenly feeling the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. Dou Dou, with an encouraging gaze and a sincere yet firm tone, replied, Yes, uncle, you are very important, especially important. Whether our entire family can achieve greatness depends entirely on you. Gu Jingchuan's face flushed with excitement. Dou Dou was the first person to affirm him, and he was genuinely moved, nearly brought to tears. Uncle, I believe in your capabilities. You are a natural researcher. Do not be afraid, charge forward boldly. Just let me know if you need anything, and I will fully support your research. Really? Gu Jingchuan's voice trembled as he gazed at Dou Dou with tearful eyes. Yes, really. Dou Dou nodded earnestly. Uncle, go for it. I believe that in the near future, you will become the most renowned researcher in our Xia country, and at that time, you will be the pride of our entire family, and we will feel genuinely proud of you. With such a grand promise, Gu Jingchun felt overwhelmed, as if he had been invigorated. Fearing to let Dou Dou down, he eagerly threw himself into his research, truly embodying the essence of ignoring the world outside his window. Jiu Dangui and Zhou Hongdou's summary, it, is not that their son is inept, but rather that they lack vision. Jiu eagerly approached Dou Dou, seeking guidance. Cousin, could you illuminate a path for me? He is currently engulfed in confusion, uncertain of his future. Surely, he cannot merely mimic Dou Dou's father in crafting grandiose aspirations. Dou Dou, stroking her chin, scrutinized her cousin, and inquired, Cousin, do you enjoy reading? Gui shook his head. Not particularly. Dou Dou pressed on. Do you have an affinity for medicine? Not at all. Would you like to serve in the military? Given my frail constitution, I'd rather avoid it. I fear a single punch could be my undoing. Are you inclined towards research? My apologies, cousin, but I have not inherited any of my father's talents. Merely glancing at data gives me a severe headache. Dou Dou replied, You are disinterested in everything. Why not aim for the heavens instead? Cousin, do you enjoy gourmet cuisine? Gui blinked. It's just okay. How about wealth? Who doesn't he like money? Yet, I lack the ability to earn it. Whether in business or employment, it's beyond me. Jiu Dangui and his wife exchanged glances. Not only is their son unreliable, but their grandson is as well. Who understands their weariness? Dou Dou felt the strain too. Taking a deep breath, she lamented that it was not for lack of trying to guide her cousin, but rather his own lack of ambition that hindered him. Ultimately, she resorted to the most straightforward question. Cousin, would you like to live off a woman? What does that mean? Gui's eyes sparkled. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, lacking intellect, eloquence, and ambition. He was devoid of any familial virtues. Indeed, the label of useless fits him well. Dou Dou clarified. Living off a woman means you can enjoy a comfortable life without laboring for it, relying solely on your partner or wife to support you. That sounds appealing. Gui's eyes shone brightly. Cousin, thank you. I have decided. I shall live off a woman from now on. Dou Dou stared in astonishment. Cousin, what about your dignity? Dignity? It's right here. Jiu chuckled, lightly touching his dry, frail face. Jiu Dangue and his wife. The body remains, but their spirits have withered. Misfortune befalls this household. Dou Dou. What to do with a cousin who only desires to live off a woman? Chapter 67. Officially becoming a member of the Ability Bureau. After ensuring the well-being of her maternal grandfather's family, Dou Dou embarked on her journey of leveling up and slaying foes. Each day, she stationed herself at the entrance of Pongwang village, awaiting the arrival of scoundrels who would willingly present themselves. All she needed to do was recline in her chair, directing the women in their cooperative endeavors to subdue these miscreants, while being pampered with food and drink and occasionally receiving massages. Such a life is truly indulgent. Once the scoundrels were captured, they would face the wrath of the women, suffering injuries ranging from broken limbs to the risk of losing their lives. Those fortunate enough to escape death would be unceremoniously discarded in the back mountains, forced to dig up the remains alongside those charred by lightning. Food was scarce. When hunger struck, they were fed the refuse from the latrine. Thirst was met with the only option available, urine. Should they resist or seek to end their own lives, they would find themselves trapped in a cycle of despair, unable to escape. Dou Dou took the opportunity to deliver provisions to grandfather Zhong and his grandson. As her brother was away, and she felt it her duty to care for them, a heart exchanged for a heart. Grandfather Zhong treated her father with respect and kindness, and the same was extended to her and her brother. They could not be ungrateful. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The diviner, having vanished, finally reappeared with a heavy load. From a distance, Dou Dou could hear his disjointed cries, "Disciple, Master has missed you dearly. Come assist me. This load is exceedingly heavy, and my back feels as though it might break." Dou Dou feigned ignorance, remaining reclined and silent. Zheng Fong, cautiously eyeing the sedative in her pocket, asked, "Little ancestor, do you know this elder?" "Not really. I just plan to reward him with a dose of powder." Ever since Dou Dou became the savior in the eyes of the women, they were at a loss for what to call her. Dou Dou felt too casual, Miss was not to her liking, and benefactor seemed overly distant. Ultimately, Dou Dou suggested they call her little ancestor, and she relished being addressed as such, as it elevated her status. Dou Dou responded nonchalantly, "Yes, I know him. He is my master who clung to me at first sight. Sisters, please secure your weapons, lest you harm your own." "Understood, little ancestor," Zheng Fong signaled to the sisters hunting nearby. Upon seeing Dou Dou ignore him, the diviner hastened his steps towards her, gingerly setting down his heavy bundle. "Disciple, I have returned." "Oh." Dou Dou did not even bat an eyelash. "Disciple, why are you ignoring me?" The diviner feigned grievance, plopping down on a nearby chair and wiping the sweat from his brow. Dou Dou sat up, casting a contemplative gaze at her master. "Master, you were merely asked to make a phone call or write a letter. Yet you vanished for 5 days. Your hair and beard are neatly groomed, and your attire is entirely new. Clearly, you've been out enjoying yourself." The diviner. "Oh no, my little disciple has even stopped calling me master." "Well," the diviner smiled ingratiatingly at Dou Dou. "Disciple, I haven't forgotten about our important matters. Just looked." He quickly produced 2 envelopes from his robe and handed them to Dou Dou. "Here, one is for you. And one is for your brother. It took considerable effort for me to obtain these. A feast is in order." The diviner stroked his beard, seeking to take credit. Dou Dou straightened up, her eyes sparkling with delight as she examined the envelopes. She saw the bold, golden characters inscribed, "National Ability Bureau. Master, results have come so swiftly. Indeed, when I step in, I am worth 2. No, I can match more than half of the Ability Bureau by myself." The diviner boasted confidently, thumping his chest with a resounding slap. "It is no exaggeration. I possess that strength. Moreover, the majority of the people within the Ability Bureau have needs that rely on me. Hence my requests were fulfilled with such alacrity." Dou Dou did not refute her master's claims. Though she was not well versed in this world, she understood that joining the Ability Bureau was no simple feat. First, one must personally verify their abilities. Second, an investigation into one's family lineage spanning 5 generations is conducted. Should one fail the political review, they are immediately disqualified. Following that, there is a probationary period lasting several months, or even up to a year, during which one must prove their worth before officially becoming a member of the Ability Bureau. With excitement bubbling within her, Dou Dou opened her envelope, revealing an acceptance letter and an identity badge inscribed with her name. "Oh, it's even a badge adorned with gold and jade. So splendid and beautiful. Hee, I adore it." From this moment forth, she and her brother were officially members of the Ability Bureau, free to pursue grand endeavors. Having connections in the court made everything easier. Master, thank you. You are truly remarkable. Dou Dou beamed at her master, gratitude and admiration evident in her gesture. Without him, her and her brother's journey into the Ability Bureau would not have been so seamless. Ha ha ha, it is only right to express your gratitude to your master. The diviner, never want to be modest, ruffled Dou Dou's hair with a grin. Disciple, I'm feeling quite famished. Is there anything to eat? Zhang Fang, unable to contain her excitement, replied, Yes, of course. I will have the sisters prepare something right away. Please take a seat, esteemed elder. The meal will be ready shortly. With that, Zhang Fang turned and hurried away, her steps light and joyous. She knew that little ancestor was the most formidable and spirited person in existence and felt immense happiness for her. Hey, just so you know, I'm only in my 40s. Don't start calling me old. The diviner called after Zhang Fang. Though his hair and beard were gray, his age was not truly advanced, and he despised being addressed as elder. Master, you're only in your 40s. Dou Dou gaped in astonishment. The diviner scoffed. Now you realize. As they conversed, his tone turned sour. A man remains youthful until death. Look at me now. What have I become? All for whom do I bear this burden? Is it not for you? I too was once young. I too once shone brightly. Woe is me. You don't even pity me, yet you scold me for leaving and ignoring you, and my heart is truly wounded. Furthermore, I merely spent a few days in the county, putting forth effort to tidy myself up, so I wouldn't appear as disheveled as before. I ask their fault in that. And you expect me to exorcise the spirits in the back mountains? I need time to prepare. These days, acquiring what I need is no easy task. Do I not have it tough? The diviner's voice grew louder as he continued to lament. Dou Dou. She swiftly produced a wad of cash and waved it. Master, is this sufficient? She was determined to silence her master with money, believing this tactic would surely work. The diviner's eyes glimmered at the sight of the cash. Not quite enough. My heart is not made of tofu. Disciple, come now. Throw money at me with all your might. Chapter 68. The Master and Disciple's Midnight Zero-Cost Shopping. Dou Dou fell silent for a moment before producing another wad of cash, her voice sweet as she warned. Master, know when to stop, lest you find yourself with nothing for your efforts. She is wealthy, yet she cannot afford to be a fool, lest she fosters an insatiable appetite in her master, Buswanzi. Upon seeing a favorable turn of events, broke into a wide grin, revealing his sharp teeth, and snatched the large dumpling. That's enough. Thank you, my disciple. Just as well, I've spent the $50 you gave me. Heh. Now I've become wealthy once more. Ha 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 ha. The most prudent decision he ever made in his life was to shamelessly allow his disciple to take him as a master, as for the two treacherous apprentices from his past. It is better not to mention them, for he feared he might lose his appetite. A trace of bitterness flickered in Buswanzi's eyes as he glanced around. Indeed, after 5 days, Pongwang village had transformed remarkably. The once oppressive atmosphere had given way to a scene of thriving vitality. He knew well that it was all thanks to his disciple. He felt a mix of pride and glory as a master. Disciple, has your brother not returned yet? Well, he's busy right now. He's occupied with assisting Uncle Wan and the others, coordinating their fishing endeavors. The fish in the Black Province are plentiful and sizable. Observing his disciple's calm demeanor, Buswanzi's feelings grew complex. Disciple, do you not worry about your brother's safety? I should be worried, Dou Dou replied, a manic smile on her face. I'm not afraid of anything else. But I fear my brother's punches might be too swift. Why is that? Buswanzi inquired. Because one punch from my brother could easily crush a beast. There's no denying, he is formidable. When he strikes, he separates life from death. Buswanzi. His concern is utterly unwarranted. In the dead of night, Dou Dou opened her eyes and stealthily made her way outside, her small frame betraying a hint of guilt akin to that of a thief. Just as she was about to step through the door, she heard Buswanzi's voice behind her. Disciple, why are you not sleeping at this late hour? Are you off to commit some mischief? Sneaking about, it is clear your intentions are not pure. Dou Dou halted abruptly, a pang of annoyance prompting her to slap her forehead. Had she known better, she would have refrained from allowing her master to share the same house with her, as it proved rather inconvenient for her nocturnal escapades. Master, why are you still awake? Dou Dou turned, forcing a stiff smile. She always felt her master could see right through her. Buswanzi crossed his arms and huffed. If the moon is awake, so am I. He had noticed the odd behavior of his little disciple during the day. Her lively eyes darted around, revealing her troubled conscience. As he had suspected, she had been caught red-handed. Disciple, How could you embark on nefarious deeds without your master? You cannot simply leave me behind to relish in your exploits. Dou Dou's mouth twitched slightly. Master, to speak frankly, the matters I intend to pursue tonight are not suitable for your esteemed presence. You, with your high moral standards and profound understanding of fate and causality, should refrain from accompanying me. No, I must go with you. In the past, he would have adhered to her wishes, but after experiencing the betrayal of 2 apprentices, he had begun to act on his whims. Life is but a fleeting journey. Having spent the first half of his life being cautious and obedient, he now sought to live authentically in his latter years. Disciple, what do you intend to do? Buswanzi bounced eagerly in front of Dou Dou, resembling a child eager to engage in mischief. Zero-cost shopping. What is zero-cost shopping? Buswanzi asked in confusion. It was not until Dou Dou led him to the Revolutionary Committee of Lingyang County and they ransacked everything of value, or lack thereof, that he finally grasped the concept of zero-cost shopping. Gazing at the now-empty committee, Buswanzi felt an exhilarating thrill. Disciple, your storage bag is remarkably spacious. As for me, I possess only a tiny one that can hold a mere 5 square meters of items. He was enviously salivating. 0.5 square meters is quite decent, Dou Dou remarked, belatedly realizing, oh, master, how do you possess a storage bag? No wonder you did not bat an eye at the vanishing items. About that. Buswanzi proudly produced his storage bag. It was a dusty little cloth pouch, worn by the passage of time, barely recognizable from its original form, and could at most hold 2 pieces of fruit candy, likely discarded without a second glance. Disciple, this is a treasured heirloom passed down through 18 generations of my master's lineage. I had intended to bequeath it to you, but it seems you may have no need for it. Buswanzi spoke with sincerity. He truly regarded Dou Dou as his sole disciple. His life had been fraught with misfortune, with little familial connection. Abandoned by his parents as a child, it was then that he encountered his master, who treated him as both mentor and father, imparting all he knew. Just as he was preparing to venture forth, his master met with his destiny. Alas, he had not even had the chance to repay his master. A regret that weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, as a seer, he found solace over time. Disciple, should you desire this storage bag, you may have it when I am laid to rest after a century. No, I do not want it, Dou Dou declined. Her own space was ample, making the storage bag superfluous. After some thought, she procured a storage bag from baby for Buswanzi. Master, take this and use it. What is this? Buswanzi stared wide-eyed at the sky-blue pouch adorned with red gemstones. The storage bag was an impressive 200 square meters, ample for his needs. If you do not want it, I shall reclaim it. No, no, I want it, Buswanzi exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he carefully accepted the storage bag, moved to tears. Oh, disciple, I knew you were the kindest person in the world aside from your master's ancestor. It feels as though I have accumulated 8 lifetimes of fortune to meet you in this life. Sob, sob. Oh, master, you are truly crying now, Dou Dou remarked, observing his disheveled appearance. Oh dear, you look terrible when you cry. Perhaps you should stop, lest your tears dampen your beard, and you could wash your face with them come morning, Buswanzi. Enough of this. Dou Dou's playful banter made it impossible for him to maintain his tears, and he couldn't help but chuckle. However, he could not deny that his heart was warm, and his entire being felt imbued with warmth. Buswanzi's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Dou Dou, his tone exuberant and fervent. With this large storage bag, I can assist you with zero-cost shopping. Where shall we venture next? Dou Dou grinned ominously, pointing in a certain direction. Tio, seek out the director of the Revolutionary Committee, Zhang Chenggong. That useless good-for-nothing, Zhang Chengming. Not only did he fail to persuade my brother to return to Pongguang village, but he also raised my brother's suspicions, leading to his immediate confinement. TSK. Fortunately, Zhang Chengming knows my brother is no fool, and fearing his wrath, he did not seek him out immediately, only doing so this afternoon. Humph, a fool will always be a fool. Chapter 69. My lord, are you here to rescue me? The Zhang residence. Zhang Chenggong lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, disturbing his wife in the process. Old Zhang, what is the matter with you? Do you intend to sleep or not? Wu Yinyan frowned, her tone irritable. Coming from a powerful family, marrying Zhang Chenggong was a step down for her, so she never felt the need to tread lightly in his presence, acting according to her whims instead. This confidence stemmed from her family's influence. A flicker of murderous intent and disdain crossed Zhang Chenggong's eyes before quickly dissipating. He had contemplated ending Wu Yinyan's life countless times, but thoughts of her father, the director of the Revolutionary Committee, quelled his urges. He could dominate Lingyang County, yet the slightest disturbance among his father-in-law's subordinates would swiftly reach his ears. Moreover, his rise to the position of director was entirely due to his father-in-law's backing, thus sparing him much hassle. Therefore, as long as his father-in-law remained alive, he had to tolerate Wu Yinyan. For now, she could not be disposed of. Suppressing his distaste, Zhang Qinggong gently patted Wu Yinyan. Yinyan, it's not that I don't wish to sleep, but rather that I cannot. My second brother says our father is unwell and urges me to return to the village to fulfill my filial duties. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Wu Yinyan scoffed lightly. So, you locked him in a room to interrogate him. It's been an entire afternoon, and you still have no results? Truly useless. Zhang Qinggong's expression darkened as he detected the disdain in her voice. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Yinyan, my second brother has always been a fool, bowing to me without question. When I tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare head west. But this time, I can distinctly sense a change in him. He speaks to me without his usual timidity, standing tall and speaking with vigor, as if he has allied himself with someone of influence, his tail practically wagging sky-high. Someone of influence? Can anyone surpass my father? Wu Yinyan scoffed. She had always looked down upon the Zhang family, who, despite their rural origins, acted as if they were superior. Their condescending glances irked her. She could not fathom where they derived their confidence. Had it not been for her family's support, did they truly believe the Zhang family could become a force that no one dared to provoke in the surrounding villages? Humph! The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Old Zhang, why overthink it? It's merely a matter of returning to the village. Just go. Surely your family has some trivial matter to ask of you. This has been the pattern for years. Whenever something arises, they come to you for a resolution. She found it increasingly tiresome. Had she known the Zhang family and the entire Pongguang village were of such character, she would have never married Zhang Qinggong. No, she had never truly been fond of him. It was he who had relentlessly courted her, showering her with gifts, just as she was rejected by the man she fancied, leading her to decide on Zhang Qinggong out of spite. Reflecting now, she truly feels a deep sense of regret. Wu Yinyan abruptly yanked the blanket, turning her back towards Zhang Qinggong. Your family is so troublesome, day in and day out. It's always one thing or another. If you want to go back, do it now, and don't disturb my sleep. It's utterly infuriating. Zhang Qinggong. He struggled to suppress the anger and humiliation boiling within him. No, he could not wait any longer. He resolved to expedite his plans, instructing his men to swiftly deal with his father-in-law's family. Without the support of her maternal home, he would have free rein to torment her as he pleased. Once he had had his fill of tormenting her, he would send her to Pongguang village, allowing the villagers to continue the torment. As for how long she would survive, that would depend entirely on her. Zhang Qinggong's fury began to dissipate, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. He could already envision Wu Yinyan's miserable fate. Just a little more patience, and he would no longer have to endure. Zhang Qinggong rolled out of bed. Unable to comprehend his younger brother's intentions, he knew he wouldn't find peace tonight. He relished having everything under his control. With a creak, the door to Zhang Qingming's room swung open. Startled awake, Zhang Qingming's heart raced with fear upon realizing it was Zhang Qinggong who had entered. It could be said that within their family, the eldest brother was the most ruthless, instilling fear in him since childhood. Brother, why are you still awake? You nearly scared me to death in the dead of night. You wouldn't have found out about what I did and come to silence me, would you? Zhang Qingming's complexion paled as panic set in, his body trembling uncontrollably. What are you afraid of? Zhang Qinggong's voice was low, his gaze filled with a venomous disdain as he scrutinized Zhang Qingming from above. Zhang Qingming hastily shook his head. No, I'm not afraid. What a lie. He was terrified to the core. Heh, Zhang Qinggong sneered. Put simply, second brother, what are you hiding? Have you perhaps done something unspeakable? No, I haven't. Zhang Qingming protested vehemently. Zhang Qinggong chuckled. Oh, second brother, the more guilty you feel, the louder your voice becomes. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Now, tell me, is there any issue with father's health? Dante rushed to answer. My mood is rather foul at the moment. If you dare to evade the question like you did this afternoon, my methods, you are well aware. Zhang Qingming, master, help just then. A cheerful, high-pitched voice echoed through the room. Methods? What methods? Do share. Who is speaking? Zhang Qinggong's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively drew his handgun for protection, genuinely shocked that someone had managed to breach his quarters. It's me speaking. The moment Dou Dou appeared, she leaped forward, delivering a punch that shattered Zhang Qinggong's wrist. A piercing scream filled the air as the gun clattered to the ground. Dou Dou smirked, swiftly stashing the firearm away, then delivered a kick that broke Zhang Qinggong's right leg. Crack! Zhang Qinggong screamed again, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with fear and dread as he gazed at Dou Dou. Hiss! Who are you? One word from you could cost me my life. Master, are you here to save me? At that moment, Zhang Qingming, both startled and elated, jumped out of bed and hurried to Dou Dou's side. Dou Dou's expression darkened as she reprimanded him. Useless fool. You couldn't even handle such a trivial matter. If I hadn't come, you'd probably be dead by now. Master, Zhang Qingming, unable to suppress his excitement, lowered his head in guilt. Second brother. Who is she? Zhang Qinggong, gritting his teeth against the pain, questioned Zhang Qingming with a pale face. Master? There was no need to think. This little girl was undoubtedly the ally his younger brother had found. Yet, he had to admit, this little girl was indeed formidable. With just 2 punches, she had incapacitated him. Wait a moment, he had screamed so loudly. Why was there no response from Wu Yanyan or her children? Could it be? What are you staring at? Dou Dou crossed her arms, a smile on her face as she regarded the sweating Zhang Qinggong. Don't bother looking. No one is coming to save you. You, what have you done to my family? Zhang Qinggong's eyes bulged with rage. Dou Dou replied, What do you think? Chapter 70. The little car, easily controlled. Have you killed them? Zhang Qinggong exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury evident in his bloodshot eyes. Wu Yanyan and her daughter were inconsequential to him, but his son was his blood, the one he cared for most. He could not afford to let him die. Dou Dou scoffed lightly, then turned to the hunched-over Zhang Qingming, who was trying to ingratiate himself. I don't like the way he looks at me. Understand? Understood, master. Zhang Qingming instantly comprehended, rolling up his sleeves and drawing a dagger, squatting in front of Zhang Qinggong with an air of false bravado. Brother, after decades of you bullying me, it's finally my turn to take revenge. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Qingming. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Zhang Qinggong finally regarded his useless younger brother with a measure of seriousness, struggling to suppress his fear as he warned loudly, You can't act recklessly. I am your elder brother. If you dare to touch me, father will never let you off. Father. Zhang Qingming laughed darkly. Brother, you don't know yet, but father was killed by me 5 days ago. His corpse is currently... Dou Dou rolled her eyes. The body has already been cremated. Hurry up and get to work. Why waste time talking to him? By the way, don't kill your brother. Bring him back to Pongguang village. I have use for him. Letting him die just like that would be too easy for that beast. Understood, master. Zhang Qingming replied, though he secretly wished to eliminate his elder brother. However, since the master had spoken, he could only comply. Without further ado, Zhang Qingming drew his dagger and viciously stabbed out Zhang Qinggong's eyes. Inside the room, the air filled with chilling screams once more. How annoying, Dou Dou complained, digging at her ears. Zhang Qingming, trembling, quickly knocked his brother unconscious, letting out a sigh of relief. Dou Dou commanded, Zhang Qingming, you're to take your brother along with your niece and nephew back to the village immediately. And Wu Yanyan, don't mind her. Focus on your task. All right, I'll go now. Under Dou Dou's intimidating presence, Zhang Qingming dared not ask further, hastily dragging Zhang Qinggong out by one leg. After a flurry of activity, Zhang Qingming pushed a wooden cart away. Master, I want this little car in the yard, Bu Xuanzi exclaimed excitedly, circling the vehicle. He had long desired to own a car of his own. Humph, the director is too stingy to approve. Dou Dou waved her small hand. If you want it, just drive it away. By the way, master, can you drive? Bu Xuanzi's eyes flickered as he confidently replied, Of course. A man must never admit he can't. Dou Dou nodded. All right then, we'll drive this car back to Pongguang village. Master, zero-cost acquisition. Let us get to work. Understood. Bu Xuanzi grinned, patting the car keys in his pocket, grateful he had found them in time. The master and disciple worked in tandem, swiftly clearing the 2-story house, leaving only the bare walls behind. Disciple, how should we deal with this? Pig. Bu Xuanzi looked disdainfully at Wu Yanyan sprawled on the floor. Judging her weight, she must be around 180 pounds. SK. She is even fatter than pigs these days. Dou Dou glanced indifferently. Leave her here. When she wakes up tomorrow, she will undoubtedly seek out her wicked father to plead her case. At that time, my brother and the others can catch many little fish again protecting each other. One entangles another. It's best to seize this opportunity to uproot them all. Hee hee, These will all be merits, disciple. You have a sharp mind, Buswanzi praised, giving a thumbs up. If only he had his disciple's intellect, he could very well vie for the position of head of the Abilities Bureau. Disciple, where shall we go next? Hee, zero-cost acquisition can be addictive. There are plenty of places to visit, like the head of the Linyang County Public Security Bureau, his lackeys, and several current employees, too many to list right now. Dodo replied, struggling to articulate it all. Master, just follow my lead, as you command. Let us go, disciple. Next, the master and disciple swept through the area like a swarm of locusts, leaving no blade of grass standing. To prevent any beasts from sensing the situation and attempting to flee, they mercifully ensured to break their legs. No need for gratitude. The locations for zero-cost acquisition included several homes of beasts returning to the village. Though the individuals were absent, their belongings remained. None shall be spared. The master and disciple, true to their nature, exhibited a wild spirit, completely indifferent to the chaos their actions would incite. Fear not, for one Hongshi will clean up the mess. After a night of labor, they had scoured all the necessary locations in Linyang County. Only then did Dodo pull out the spoils, a small car. She couldn't help but yawn, urging Buswanzi, Master, hurry and drive. I need to return to the village for some sleep. I am so tired that I can hardly keep my eyes open. All right, Buswanzi swallowed hard, daring not to admit he didn't know how to drive. But for a clever man like him, a little trial and error with the steering wheel would suffice. Oh dear, this is quite the thrill. Buswanzi maintained a calm facade, waving to Dodo, disciple, take a seat in the passenger seat. I'll show you what speed and passion truly feel like. Dodo, speed is one thing, but passion? Is Master's mind not quite right? Dodo settled into the passenger seat of the car, glancing questioningly at her master, who was lingering in inactivity. Master, please don't tell me you can't drive a car at all. With a sharp glare, Buswanzi hastily defended himself. No, I can drive. It's just that I haven't touched a car in ages, so I feel a bit out of practice. Dodo remained unconvinced, pouting. Master, your words are far from honest. If you can't drive, just admit it. It's not a shameful thing, Buswanzi retorted. Come on, disciple, could you at least spare me a little dignity? If you're so capable, why don't you drive? Giving up, he decided that sometimes a man's pride could be sacrificed. Dodo, brimming with confidence and wide awake, grinned. Of course I can drive. It's just driving, after all, easy as pie. The two swapped places, and Dodo was left momentarily dumbfounded. Who could possibly tell her, at her height of 5 years, that she could actually drive the car? Ha. Buswanzi erupted into laughter at the sight of Dodo's bewildered expression, tears streaming down his face. Ha. Disciple, do your parents know how impressive you are? Dodo puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Master, is that polite? She, Dodo, would never back down due to her height. She was determined to slap her master in the face. Suddenly inspired, Dodo summoned her wood-based abilities to grow 2 vines, one to control the accelerator and the other for the brakes, and soon enough, the car roared to life. A little car, easily managed. Buswanzi's laughter faded, his mouth agape, large enough to fit 2 eggs. Disciple, I must say, I've truly broadened my horizons. After living over 40 years without leaning on a wall, I am in awe of you. Dodo beamed with pride. During the apocalypse, no one taught her to drive. She learned it all on her own, and it wasn't that hard. Easily managed. As the car was about to leave the county, a young man standing by the roadside waved eagerly with his luggage in hand. Dodo ignored him and continued to drive forward. However, that face looked so familiar. Squealing to a halt, Dodo's sudden stop brought joy to the young man, who hurriedly chased after the vehicle. What a relief! There are still good people in this world, he exclaimed. Hello, where are you headed? Are you passing by Zhua village? If so, would you mind giving me a ride? Upon finishing his request, when Ren Xiao finally noticed that the person at the wheel was a young and beautiful girl, little friend, do you have many questions? When Ren Xiao was utterly shocked. He, who usually spoke fluently, could barely articulate a coherent response. Yu. Buswanzi, maintaining a stern demeanor, interjected, young man, I kindly ask you to refrain from speaking. It is quite uncomfortable for me. Feeling uncomfortable himself, he realized he couldn't hold it any longer. He needed to step out for a moment. Disciple, I must tend to a personal matter. You two carry on. With that, Buswanzi exited the vehicle, reminding Dodo, do not forget your master in the presence of a handsome young man. Dodo sighed, Master, you truly are something else. When Ren Xiao offered an awkward smile, finding the old gentleman amusing, Dodo hummed in response, rolling down the window to scrutinize Wen Ranzhao's features. In a sweet, childlike voice, she asked, "What is your name? How old are you? What brings you to Zhuwa village?" When Ranzhao felt increasingly uneasy, the little girl spoke in a manner reminiscent of his father, so formal. It made him nervous. I need to, he stammered. My name is Wen Ranzhao. I am 18 and I am a new sent-down youth reporting to Zhuwa village today. Wen Ranzhao, the son of Uncle Wen? Dou Dou's expression reflected realization. I thought so. Your face looks so familiar, no wonder. You resemble Uncle Wen quite a bit. Do you know my father? Or me? When Ranzhao's eyes widened. No, it was he who was confused. This little girl looked just like Dou Dou Mei. However, the photos sent to him by Hao Yang were quite different. The previous images showed Dou Dou Mei as thin and lacking vitality. Yet the Dou Dou before him appeared vibrant, lively, and smart. Clearly, she had recovered fully. Are you Dou Dou Mei? When Ranzhao grew more excited but knew he had to tread carefully. Yes, Dou Dou nodded obediently, her fierce demeanor softening as she flashed a sweet smile. Hello, Brother Xiao. I often hear my brother speak of you. Really? What did Hao Yang say about me? When Ranzhao's grin widened, revealing his bright white teeth. He mentioned that you plan to enlist after graduation, but Brother Xiao, why did you suddenly come to the countryside as a sent-down youth? Clearing his throat, when Ranzhao's expression darkened. Go be honest. I intended to enlist, and my father was supportive, but my mother disagreed. She insisted that with my father and older brother already in the military, there was no need for her youngest son to enlist. What could he do? He couldn't go against his mother's wishes. Upon learning that Hao Yang was going to the countryside, and unwilling to comply with his mother's plans of quietly working, he decided to sign up for the countryside. When his mother found out, she was so furious that she didn't eat for an entire day. After much soothing from his father, she finally accepted the reality. Thus, he hurriedly took a train to this place, eager to reunite with Hao Yang and Dou Dou. Dou Dou, where's your brother? When Ranzhao peered around the car, searching for his good friend, but found no trace of him, sparking his curiosity and concern. Given Hao Yang's personality, he would never let Dou Dou go out alone. Brother Xiao, he has something to attend to. Please don't look for him just yet. I will take you to Zhuwa village for your report. What do you think? All right. It's better than nothing. When Ranzhao's spirit sank momentarily, but he was still eager to see his long-lost friend. Fortunately, Dou Dou was here. Otherwise, he might have cried. Brother Xiao, do you know how to drive? The moment of disappointment vanished, and when Ranzhao perked up, nodding eagerly, I can drive. Bicycles, small cars, big trucks. I can handle them all. Dou Dou Mei, are you asking me to drive? He asked, his excitement bubbling over. Dou Dou nodded, plopping into the passenger seat. Yes, Brother Xiao, please get in. I'll guide you. Great. When Ranzhao was ecstatic, placing his luggage in the back seat and quickly jumping into the driver's seat, his eyes sparkling as he touched this and that. Is this car yours, Dou Dou Mei? Yes, my master and I got it for free. Free? When Ranzhao exclaimed incredulously. You mean you got it without paying? Surely it couldn't be stolen. Dou Dou giggled. It's not stealing. Although it's free, the car isn't registered under my master's name yet. We can ask Uncle Wen for help later. Such a grand gesture for Uncle Wen. She was confident that Uncle Wen wouldn't refuse such a small favor. When Ranzhao gulped in shocked, it was confirmed. The car was indeed stolen. Should he drive or not? Having already climbed aboard a stolen vehicle. There was no way he could just bail now. Oh well, if it came to it, he would just become an accomplice. After all, his father would clean up the mess. When Hongxi, you are truly my good son. Dou Dou Mei, was that old gentleman your master? Judging by his attire, he seemed like one of those unreliable street fortune tellers. When Ranzhao thought to himself, voicing his thoughts aloud before realizing his mistake. He quickly covered his mouth, glancing at Busuanzi, who was moving away, and breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking ill of someone behind their back was truly unbecoming. Humph! Busuanzi let out a heavy snort. Who? Who was talking? When Ranzhao felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing. Humph! It is I, the old fortune teller, speaking. Busuanzi's tone was peculiar as he slid from the back seat to the rear. Gazing intently at Ranzhao, stunned. When Ranzhao realized he hadn't noticed the man before. How had he silently appeared at the back? I apologize, sir. I spoke without thinking. I truly mean no offense. Please, have mercy and do not hold it against me, he blurted, turning to Busuanzi with an apologetic smile that looked painfully strained. Go be honest, he had never been this polite even to his mother. Master, please don't scare Brother Xiao. Dou Dou exhaled in exasperation. Busuanzi huffed. I did not frighten this lad. It is his own poor eyesight that led him to speak of my age. I am barely over 40. How can I be considered old? Chapter 72. You young men are destined for great trials when rain shall. I, barely over 40? But the gray in his hair and beard certainly did not suggest someone in their 40s. What, do you doubt me? Swansea crossed his arms, his tone irritable. A man remains youthful until death, do you understand? He simply despised the term old. No, that's not it. When Ren Xiao swallowed hard, feigning agreement, unable to meet Swansea's gaze. You young man, observing the features of Wen Ren Xiao, Swansea's expression shifted to one of gravity. Given your acquaintance with Dou Dou, I shall grant you a fortune. Wen Ren Xiao let out a sound of surprise and then repeatedly waved his hands, insisting it was unnecessary. He was a promising young man of the new era, one who did not believe in fate. Oh dear, superstitions are to be avoided. Dou Dou, sensing her master's solemnity, tugged at Wen Ren Xiao's sleeve and said, Brother Xiao, my master's divination is priceless, something ordinary people could hardly acquire. You might not know, but my master is affiliated with the National Abilities Bureau. The mention of the National Abilities Bureau caused Wen Ren Xiao's expression to shift dramatically, and he regarded the divinator with increasing reverence. While he might not place faith in the divination, he felt compelled to believe Dou Dou's words, especially since his father had cautioned him against acting independently in the countryside and advised him to heed the words of Hao Yang and Dou Dou. He was more than willing to listen to Hao Yang, as he had always been Hao Yang's shadow since childhood, but the idea of taking orders from Dou Dou made him both puzzled and amused. It seemed rather odd for an adult to heed the counsel of a 5-year-old girl. Nevertheless, he resolved to humor Dou Dou. It was only upon meeting Dou Dou that he comprehended the true meaning of his father's words. Everything about Dou Dou belied her tender age, particularly her composure and the inherent aura of authority she exuded, which left him thoroughly impressed. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ren Xiao turned to the divinator with respect. Sir, please proceed. The divinator stroked his white beard and narrowed his eyes. You are destined to face a great calamity, one from which you cannot escape. The lighter consequence is a state of unconsciousness, while the heavier could mean the loss of your life. What? Wen Ren Xiao was taken aback, panic welling within him at the prospect of receiving a fortune for the first time. Brother Xiao, don't be anxious. Just relax, Dou Dou reassured him, grasping his large hand with her soft, sweet voice providing him immense comfort. Dou Dou, Wen Ren Xiao's mind was in turmoil as he contemplated dismissing the divinator's ominous words. But the realization that the man was connected to the bureau left him speechless. Dou Dou offered him a soothing glance before turning to her master and inquiring, Master, is there a way to avert this calamity? There is none, the divinator replied, shaking his head. Those who comply with destiny will find sorrow, while those who attempt to defy it may lose their lives. This lad is fated to encounter this disaster. No one can interfere with his destiny, nor can anyone bear the consequences. Everything in this world is governed by cause and effect. He is a soothsayer, the most knowledgeable regarding karmic retribution. Most importantly, no one can alter their fate. What often occurs is merely a change in fortune or borrowing life force or averting disaster. Borrowing the fortunes of one's descendants ensures that one's endeavors proceed smoothly. Utilizing their wealth may provide a more prosperous life or lead to success. However, fate cannot be changed without consequence. Every cause must yield a result, and any alteration will incur a price. Likewise, those who assist in changing fate must also pay a corresponding price. Wen Ren Xiao's face paled instantly. Could it be that he truly could not escape this calamity? Just as he felt panic and helplessness, the divinator patted his shoulder. You are fortunate. This calamity is not fatal. And there remains a glimmer of hope. Really? Wen Ren Xiao's eyes sparkled with hope. A glimmer of survival was promising. Who would wish for death? The divinator continued, Take my advice. Do not act impulsively, avoid venturing out alone, and do not make decisions on your own. It is best to remain close to the young man from the Gong family and my disciple. You understand? My little disciple possesses immeasurable virtue. Those who befriend her will be blessed with good fortune. If this lad cannot grasp his chance for survival, he has only himself to blame. When Ren Xiao nodded earnestly, Thank you for your guidance. Sir, I understand. He then took 50 yuan from his pocket and respectfully offered it to the divinator. Sir, while I do not endorse superstition, I am aware that the greatest taboo in fortune-telling is to leave without making an offering. This is my fee for the divination. I hope you will accept it. The divinator's expression transformed instantly, his face lighting up with a broad smile as he quickly accepted the money. Ah, you are a lad who understands the rules. Very good. Remember to spend more time with my little disciple. Rest assured, you will not regret it. Dou Dou interjected. Master, what do you take me for, Brother Xiao? Stop overthinking. Let us drive. I will first take you to Zhua village to report in, and then I must catch up on sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. When Ren Xiao, full of determination, said no more and quickly started the car but could not resist his curiosity, asking Dou Dou, did you not sleep at all last night? Dou Dou beamed. Sleep? Where's the fun in that, Brother Xiao? Would you like to join us for a little adventure? No, I think I'll pass. When Ren Xiao replied, taking a deep breath and shaking his head vigorously, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was no mere adventure. It was clearly a call to theft. Dou Dou, noticing when Ren Xiao's pale complexion, decided to ease his worries. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, my master and I are principled individuals. We will not touch the belongings of ordinary citizens or those who live by the rules. When Ren Xiao felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Dou Dou, perhaps it would have been better had you not explained. Hao Yang, oh Hao Yang, where on earth are you? He thought, exasperated. Your sister is something else. Are you aware of that? 2 kilometers from Zhua village, Dou Dou instructed when Ren Xiao to stop the car. She did not want to draw unnecessary attention before the vehicle was officially registered in her master's name. Master, you rest in the car for a moment. I will return shortly. Come on. Brother Xiao, would you prefer to stay with the other educated youth or live with your brother? She had many secrets and actually preferred not to have outsiders living with her. However, thinking of the divination her master had given for Brother Xiao, she felt a headache coming on. Uncle Wen treated her and her brother very well, and Brother Xiao was a close companion with whom she had grown up. Their bond was irreplaceable. If anything were to happen to Brother Xiao, she would be deeply troubled. While in the car, when Ren Xiao had already garnered a rough understanding of the situation in Zhua village and knew that Dou Dou and her brother rented a house to live in, after some contemplation, he said, Dou Dou, I would like to live with you. I won't be a freeloader. I will share half of the rent and food expenses. Dou Dou nodded eagerly. That's fine. The two, one tall and one small, walked briskly, quickly arriving at Zhua village, where they spotted a large crowd gathering. Dou Dou's eyes lit up. There's something to see. She dashed into the throng. When Ren Xiao, utterly astonished, hurriedly followed with his luggage. Dou Dou, wait for me. Hao Yang, oh Hao Yang, your sister runs faster than a rabbit. Did you know that? Chapter 73. The female protagonist steals money but refuses to admit it under the large banyan tree at the entrance of Zhua village. A large crowd surrounded Meng Jiao Jiao, pointing and whispering. Dou Dou made her way directly to her older brother among the onlookers, pulling a bag of sunflower seeds from her backpack and handing it to Grandpa Zhu. Big brother, what's going on? Grandpa Zhu, adeptly cracking sunflower seeds, disdainfully replied. It's just that infamous Meng Jiao Jiao who stole money from her fellow educated youth in the dormitory. Here she is, caught red-handed. Yet she refuses to admit it. After speaking, Grandpa Zhu turned to his companions. Sorry, I didn't see you at first glance. Oh well, I need to keep my head down. Seeing his younger sister, whom he hadn't seen in days, he was both surprised and delighted. Oh my, little sister, why are you back? You didn't even tell me. His loud voice drew the attention of the crowd, who turned to look upon spotting Dou Dou. The atmosphere grew lively. The little ancestor is back. Little ancestor, where have you been these past few days? We all missed you. Little ancestor, the team leader has applied to the commune to build a school, and it has been approved. We are starting construction today. Do you want to come see? The villagers buzzed with excitement, each chiming in with their enthusiasm. Breathless and carrying his luggage, when Ren Xiao arrived at the edge of the crowd, utterly baffled. What is going on? Why is Dou Dou regarded as the little ancestor by these villagers? Hao Yang, oh Hao Yang, how many more surprises must I endure regarding your sister? With a smile, Dou Dou greeted everyone warmly, then placed her finger on her lips, signaling for silence. Dou Dou wants to enjoy the show. The villagers understood immediately and quieted down. The older educated youth in the crowd attempted to approach Dou Dou in friendship, hoping to build rapport, but the villagers stood firmly in their way. It was absurd. The little ancestor was their village's treasure, and they hadn't yet established a good relationship with her. So how could they let these educated youth get close? The team leader is coming. Everyone, make way. Ma Jianxue scratched his balding head, his face dark with annoyance as he stepped forward to take charge. Construction of the school was officially commencing today. He had been so excited last night that he tossed and turned in bed. Even a slap from his wife had not dampened his spirits. Rising early, he donned his best clothes, eagerly awaiting the auspicious moment to set off firecrackers and commence the work. However, he was interrupted by unexpected trouble. Damn it. My mood could kill someone right now. The victim of the theft, Lu Danrong, was viciously tugging on Meng Jiao Jiao's hair and shouted at Ma Jianxue, team leader, You must stand up for me. Meng Jiao Jiao stole 30 yuan from me, and I caught her in the act, yet she refuses to admit it. It's utterly shameless. Ah, that hurts. Let go of my hair. Meng Jiao Jiao grimaced in pain, yet she continued to defend herself. No, I didn't steal any money. That 30 yuan is mine. Lu Danrong, you just think I'm easy to bully and want to take my money for yourself. How shameless can you be? Who is being shameless? Lu Danrong shouted angrily, her face turning an ashen hue. She swore that this was the first time in her life she had encountered someone as shameless as Meng Jiao Jiao. With a sharp slap, Lu Danrong struck Meng Jiao Jiao across the face, exclaiming, "Who is truly the shameless one here?" Stunned and furious, Meng Jiao Jiao retorted, "You are the one without shame. Your entire family is devoid of dignity. I have already stated that this 30 yuan is mine. How dare you claim it as yours? Is it because of your large face or your incessant chatter?" Lu Danrong, nearly driven to the brink of madness, unleashed a flurry of blows and kicks upon Meng Jiao Jiao. "You wretched thief! It is you who stole my money, yet you refuse to admit it. If you continue to deny it, I shall beat you to a pulp." With no money to her name, that 30 yuan represented her entire fortune. Eye in her eyes, stealing from her was tantamount to taking her life. Meng Jiao Jiao cried out in agony, "Ah, stop, please. Are you all blind? Someone help me." The onlookers collectively rolled their eyes. Grandpa Zhu immediately voiced his disdain. "Meng Jiqing, if you seek assistance, you ought to adopt a more humble demeanor. With your attitude, you will inevitably find yourself in dire straits." Assistance was out of the question. Though Lu Danrong was enraged, she did not dare to truly kill Meng Jiao Jiao. Dou Dou clicked her tongue disapprovingly. How could such a foolish character be the protagonist? One had to wonder just how distorted the author's worldview was. Yet, one thing was undeniable. Meng Jiao Jiao was remarkably resilient. Like an indomitable cockroach, she had first been knocked unconscious by her brother and then punished by the luck system. Yet within mere days, she had recovered and resumed her antics. Frankly, Lu Danrong had no desire to personally deal with her, as she was convinced that Meng Jiao Jiao would ultimately be her own undoing. However, that luck system posed a challenge. She needed to devise a way to obtain it for further examination. Once Lu Danrong's fury had subsided somewhat, Ma Jianxi intervened, saying, "Ahem, Lu Jiqing, that is enough. Do refrain from beating her to death." Lu Danrong nodded in agreement while disdainfully kicking Meng Jiao Jiao aside, replying, "All right, Captain, I shall heed your words." Meng Jiao Jiao, sobbing and sprawled on the ground, protested through her tears, "You are all being utterly unreasonable. That 30 yuan is mine. My cousin gave it to me. If you don't believe me, go ask her." In truth, she had only a few coins left to her name. The 300 yuan she had stolen from home had all been spent on compensating Dou Dou for her medical expenses, an amount totaling 368 yuan. That was her entire fortune. Lu Danrong scoffed, her face filled with contempt. "Meng Jiao Jiao, your audacity is astounding. Your cousin has long severed ties with you, and yet you still attempt to use her as a shield. Do you think we are all fools? Most importantly, I can prove that the 30 yuan found on you is mine." With that, Lu Danrong handed the money to the captain, requesting him as a witness. "Captain, please observe. I have written wrong in pencil on the bottom left corner of each note." She meticulously examined the bills and concluded, Lu Jiqing is indeed correct. This 30 yuan belongs to her. Meng Jiao Jiao, now frantic, cried, "No, be silent." Ma Jianxi's expression darkened as he glared at Meng Jiao Jiao. "The evidence is irrefutable. If you continue to be obstinate and refuse to admit your wrongdoing, I will have no choice but to send you to the police station for education." He truly held no regard for such a person. Upon hearing the mention of the police station, Meng Jiao Jiao immediately cowered. Though her expression remained one of vehement defiance, Lu Danrong, recognizing her internal struggle, remarked with irritation, "Captain, Meng Jiao Jiao is a habitual thief with dirty hands. Before coming to the countryside, she stole money from her family, and now she has stolen from me. If you do not teach her a harsh lesson this time, she will undoubtedly steal from other youths or villagers next." "Indeed, you are correct." Chapter 74. Gong Dou Dou. "Stop right there." Ma Jianxi nodded solemnly. Even if Lu Danrong had not mentioned it, he would have dealt with Meng Jiao Jiao severely. He did not wish for this rodent to tarnish the reputation of Zhuwa village. "Meng Jiao Jiao, your thievery is utterly reprehensible. You are to shovel manure for 3 consecutive months and write a 3,000-word reflection, which you will read aloud in the broadcasting room at noon each day." Meng Jiao Jiao could hardly believe her ears, her eyes wide with shock. "Captain, I refuse to accept this. Your punishment is far too severe. This is clearly personal vendetta. On the day she reported to the youth office, she had sensed the disdain the village captain held for her. Were it not for the police's instructions, he would have outright rejected her, coupled with her recent ill health, which had prevented her from working in the fields. It was no wonder the captain found her insufferable. Personal vendetta? Ma Jian, she retorted, his face ashen with anger. No, this is purely a matter of principle. If you do not comply with my authority, I will have no choice but to send you to the youth office. On what grounds? Meng Jiao Jiao protested. Amid Jian, she coldly replied, on the basis of your atrocious character, your filthy hands, and your blatant disregard for village regulations. Someone like you would never be accepted by the youth office. They would send you off to the far reaches of the northwest to toil in the fields, allowing you to experience the harshness of labor. Please, no. Meng Jiao Jiao's complexion paled instantly. Her family had already severed ties with her. There was no returning home. She had yet to exact revenge on Meng Tingting, had not yet courted Lu Zhanheng, and had not lived a good life. There were still countless matters left unresolved. No, she could not be sent to the northwest to labor. The life there would be a true living hell. Realizing this, Meng Jiao Jiao no longer dared to challenge Ma Jianxi and hastily apologized. Captain, it was my fault. I should not have defied your authority, nor should I have stolen Lu Danrong's money. I sincerely apologize to all of you. Ba Lu Danrong spat at Meng Jiao Jiao's face. I do not accept your apology. You are nothing but trash. It would be best for you to get as far away from here as possible. I find your presence distasteful. She wished she could wash that 30 yuan clean, but feared that doing so would render it unusable. Amid Jian, she added. Meng Jiao Jiao, I likewise do not accept your apology. I shall refrain from further discussion. Starting tomorrow, you will accept your punishment. I will arrange for someone to supervise you closely. Should you dare to defy orders or be half-hearted in your efforts, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave Zhua village. This village is too small to accommodate someone of your stature. Ugh, what kind of person are you? Ma Jianxi, who had poured his heart into Zhua village, considered himself selfless, merely harboring minor grievances, yet he was accused of personal vendetta for the first time. It was infuriating. Ma Jianxi, weary of Meng Jiao Jiao's face, waved his hand dismissively at the onlookers. All right, everyone, stop staring. Do you not wish to earn your work points today? Of course we do. The crowd dispersed eagerly. Grandpa Zhu lingered, grinning as he approached Dou Dou. Little sister, I have selected the date for the family reunion banquet. It will be on September 20th. What do you think? Sounds good, Dou Dou agreed. With a week until September 20th, she should be free by then. Grandpa Zhu, pleased, clapped his hands and declared, then it's settled. I must go tend to the cattle now. They are the village's treasure, and no one should go hungry, least of all them. Wait a moment. Dou Dou quickly retrieved a packet of peanuts and a pack of jerky from her bag. Handing them to Grandpa Zhu, brother, please keep an eye on the big brother with the luggage. He is my relative. Grandpa Zhu turned to see Wen Runshao awkwardly standing there, looking somewhat foolish. He hurriedly concealed the items Dou Dou had given him. Then, leaning closer to Dou Dou, he whispered, little sister, is that young man truly your relative? He sounded skeptical. Dou Dou raised an eyebrow. Well, to put it simply, Xiao Ji's father is my father's best friend, and Xiao Gu grew up alongside my brother. That should count as family, right? Grandpa Zhu found himself at a loss for words. Relatives were relatives, friends were friends. Never mind. If you say he's family, then he is family. Grandpa Zhu patted his chest, assuring her, rest assured, little sister, while you and your brother are away, I will ensure that this young man is well looked after. He had no concerns about the villagers. After all, with Dou Dou's reputation, they would not dare bully her. His only worry was the oblivious youths. When Ren Shao was bewildered. Little sister? Big brother? What are these new terms of endearment? The age gap between Dou Dou and the old man was rather significant. You are the new youth, are you not? Ma Jian, she scrutinized Wen Runshao, who was carrying his luggage, his expression filled with doubt. This youth appeared strong and well-built, and his attire suggested he was not from humble means. That leather suitcase must have cost a pretty penny. Well, it's clear he comes from a wealthy family. Heaven forbid he turns out to be another troublemaker like Meng Jiao Jiao. Wen Runshao snapped back to reality, quickly setting his luggage down and extending a hand with a smile. Captain, hello. My name is Wen Runshao, and I am reporting to Zhua village today. Magian, she shook his hand, feeling the rough yet strong grip, which sent a jolt through Wen Ranzhao's heart. He understood that this was the strength of the working class. Jianxi chuckled warmly. I am Ma Jianxi, and I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, Wen Jiqing. Although our village may be somewhat impoverished, the camaraderie among us is truly delightful. As for myself, I am not the type to be difficult to converse with. as long as you are earnest and diligent in your efforts to uplift our rural community. You shall not find us ungrateful. Oh, and do keep in mind, do not emulate Meng Jiaojiao. She is quite the negative example and is not well regarded in our village. At that moment, Meng Jiaojiao, who had been planning to slip away unnoticed, felt her face flush with indignation and anger. She wanted to retort but dared not. When Ren Xiao nodded earnestly, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Ma Jianxi, rest assured, Captain, when Ren Xiao, am certainly not the type to engage in deceitful tricks or to be lazy. I am steadfast and industrious, fully aware of the values of integrity and honor. Meng Jiaojiao could only stare in disbelief, doubting that this man was mocking her. Ma Jianxi was immensely pleased, giving Wen Ren Xiao a hearty pat on the shoulder. Very well. I appreciate your awareness as a knowledgeable youth. Time is of the essence, for I have important matters to attend and I shall have someone escort you to the youth station. How does that sound? No need, Captain, Wen Ren Xiao replied with a smile, shaking his head while gesturing towards a figure not far away. I can stay with my sister Dou Dou and Hao Ying. Mei Jianxi was taken aback. You? Know each other? When Ren Xiao nodded, Mei Jianxi exclaimed, Goodness, so you are associated with the little ancestor. Dou Dou waved at the captain. Captain, you may carry on with your duties. I will take care of Brother Xiao. Then I must trouble you, little ancestor. With that, Ma Jianxi said no more and swiftly departed, as the auspicious time for the school's commencement was fast approaching. Once everyone had left, only 3 individuals remained. Dou Dou beckoned Wen Ren Xiao to follow her, not even sparing a glance at Meng Jiaojiao. Ignoring Meng Jiaojiao's glare, the latter, unwilling to relent, glared at Dou Dou with eyes full of malice. Shouting, Gong Dou Dou, stop right there. Dou Dou continued her march, treating Meng Jiaojiao's words as mere barking. Gong Dou Dou, I said stop. Meng Jiaojiao, her face flushed with rage, hastily ran to confront Dou Dou, her voice booming. Gong Dou Dou, the reason I have become this way is entirely your doing. If you hadn't swindled me out of 368 yuan on the train, forcing me into a life of theft, I would not have had to resort to such actions. And look at you, using the money you extorted from me to donate to Zhuwa village for building a school. You have become the esteemed little ancestor, while I am regarded as the despised thief. In short, all my suffering is your fault. You must take responsibility. Her life was in shambles, and she wished for no one to thrive, especially not that wretched Gong Dou Dou. When Ren Xiao's brow furrowed, his handsome features darkening as he disdainfully positioned his suitcase between himself and Meng Jiaojiao, shielding Dou Dou behind him, he then retorted without hesitation, one must have pride. Before you cast blame on others, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself. Just how thick-skinned and shameless are you? Dou Dou, with a playful expression, remarked, finally, a brother with sharp wit has arrived. And who might you be to meddle in my affairs? Meng Jiaojiao felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. Yet, gazing at Wen Ren Xiao's handsome visage, she uncharacteristically displayed the shyness befitting a young lady. System, this new youth has captured my interest. Can I win him over? Fortune system. You may pursue him. His fortune value, while not comparable to Gong Haoyang, surpasses that of the other young men at the station. Meng Jiaojiao's confidence surged. All right, I know how to proceed. She looked at Wen Ren Xiao with a bashful expression, her voice taking on a coy tone. Hello, esteemed youth. I am Meng Jiaojia. It's a pleasure to meet you. May we be friends? What is modesty? She had no intention of being reserved. Are you out of your mind? Wen Ren Xiao's expression turned incredulous, as if he were staring at a fool. Do you? Meng Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback. Wen Ren Xiao scoffed. I ask if you are deranged, as there's something lodged in your throat? Speak plainly. Why must you feign a stutter? You sound like a clucking hen, making my skin crawl. Also, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wen Ren Xiao, Dou Dou's brother. You have spoken ill of my sister. Do you believe I would associate with someone of your dubious character? Oh, and let me kindly remind you, being unattractive is not your fault, but frightening others is entirely on you. Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. You are utterly outrageous. After this tirade, Meng Jiaojiao's fleeting affection for Wen Ren Xiao evaporated, leaving only resentment and fury in its wake. Outrageous? Where have I been excessive? Wen Ren Xiao snapped, this Meng Jiaojiao, could you please get your facts straight? Every word I utter is the truth, merely stripping away your hypocritical and nauseating facade, and you dare to claim I am excessive? So, in your world, anyone who displeases you is a villain. Then pray tell, what exactly do you consider yourself? You? Meng Jiaojiao was rendered speechless with rage. Dou Dou patted Wen Ren Xiao's thigh, giving him a thumbs up. Brother Xiao, I never realized you had such a sharp tongue. You are more eloquent than my brother. When Rinxiao laughed heartily. Indeed, I have encountered many like Meng Jiao in the compound. Over time, I have honed my sharp tongue. It works wonders. Those women no longer dare to approach me. As his mother said, he had single-handedly deterred all female colleagues from coming near him, and he saw nothing wrong with that. Dodo chimed in. Come on, Brother Xiao, I'll take you home. The new youth has 2 days of leave. Do you plan to accompany me or stay in Jua village? When Rinxiao, urgent, replied, of course, I will go with you. For the main reason for my coming here is to be with you and your brother. Otherwise, I would have enlisted long ago. Dodo was indifferent, having come to understand that Uncle Wen had agreed to let Brother Xiao come to the countryside to broaden his horizons and earn merit alongside her and her brother. After all, they were family. Sharing some benefits was only fair. As the pair strode ahead, ignoring Meng Jiao entirely, she felt her anger swell to the point of explosion. Gong Dou Dou, she shouted once more. Dodo halted, her expression darkening. Meng Jiao, you seek a path to heaven while ignoring the road before you, and you choose to seek your demise in hell. TSK, I had intended to let you off easy. But since you refuse to appreciate my kindness, I suppose I shall accommodate your wishes. Meng Jiao felt a chill run down her spine. She was unaware of Dodo's violent confrontation with Yiping and merely assumed Yiping had fallen from a mountain and was now bedridden, making her loathe the girl even more. How could someone so clumsy even manage to walk without falling? Her reason for targeting Dodo was simply because she believed she could bully a mere child in the absence of the madman Gong Haoyang. Gong Dou Dou, return the 368 yuan to me. As long as you repay the money, I shall cease my pursuit of you. Ha! Dodo turned around with a sinister smile. Meng Jiao, you frightened me to the point of vomiting blood on the train, causing my heart condition to flare up. That 368 yuan is compensation for my medical expenses. How dare you claim I extorted you? What? That was the situation. When Rinxiao was both furious and shocked. Dodo, are you all right? Do you feel unwell anywhere? If so, we should go to the hospital. Please don't push yourself. He was fully aware of Hao Yang's level of concern for Dodo. Dodo comforted him. Brother Xiao, I am perfectly fine. Do not worry. When Rinxiao sighed in relief, placing his suitcase on the ground as he rolled up his sleeves with a fierce expression, his gaze fixed on Meng Jiao. When Rinxiao, do not adhere to a principle of not hitting women. If you dare to bully Dodo, I shall show you how hard my fists can be. Meng Jiao turned pale at once. System, help. I no longer wish to be beaten. The fortune system retorted, exasperated. Who told you to act so shamelessly? Now look where you've landed yourself. It desperately craved the fortune values, but when would it finally attain them? It seemed it had to seek a new host. Listening to the exchange, Dodo's eyes flickered as she seized Wen Rinxiao's arm. Brother Xiao, step aside. I will handle Meng Jiao myself. When Rinxiao opened his mouth, skeptical, Dodo, can you manage? Dodo shot him a defiant glare, her fierce demeanor emerging. A woman cannot be deemed weak. When Rinxiao could only chuckle helplessly as he stepped aside, bemused. Ha ha ha, little Dodo, in her innocence. Likely could not tell the difference between a girl and a woman. The luck system. What kind of poison can be exchanged? It intended to give Meng Jiao, this foolish woman, another chance. After pondering for a moment, Meng Jiao replied. Exchange for one that cannot kill instantly, but within 6 months, the person will suffer from sores in the mouth. Their body will rot away, experiencing agonizing pain as time progresses, ultimately leading to a slow and torturous demise. Dodo squinted her eyes. Sorry, but enjoy the poison yourself. The luck system. Meng Jiao, you are truly malicious. No wonder you caught this system's attention. The poison can be exchanged for you, but you currently lack luck points. You must return the luck points to this system within 5 days, and you know the consequences. Meng Jiao acknowledged. I understand. She had reached a point of recklessness, solely wishing to eliminate the despicable Gong Dou Dou. As for the luck points, she would find a way to earn them. The luck system swiftly exchanged the poison with Meng Jiao, who held it in her hand, grinning with delight. Then, with a provocative gesture, she beckoned Dodo. Gong Dou Dou, if you have the ability, come and hit me. If you can make me cry, I will practice saying my name backwards. No, I not only want you to cry, but I also want to hear your pitiful and painful screams. That would be entertaining, wouldn't it? Dodo let out a maniacal laugh. She had no intention of dirtying her hands. With a slight lift of her small hand, a bolt of lightning struck directly at Meng Jiao. Ah! The piercing screams echoed through the sky. When Rinxiao's eyes nearly bulged out, he glanced at the calm Dodo and then at the electrified Meng Jiao, who was screaming in agony, unable to suppress a gulp. If he guessed correctly, this lightning was conjured by Dou Dou. Goodness, how astonishing! The luck system was terrified, shrinking back in Meng Jiaojiao's mind. Not daring to show itself, it realized that this child, Gong Dou Dou, was no ordinary person. Meng Jiaojiao was doomed this time. The luck system attempted to hide, but Dou Dou would not allow it. She first firmly locked the luck system with her mental power, then relentlessly attacked it with lightning. The luck system immediately cried out, "Ah, please show mercy. Stop attacking me. If you continue, I will meet a dreadful end." It could not fathom why Gong Dou Dou was aware of its existence. Dou Dou laughed heartily. "Luck system, do you wish to live? If so, give me a sound." Squeak. The luck system eagerly squeaked, fearing Dou Dou might not hear. It incessantly squeaked. Squeak, 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 squeak. Dou Dou found it utterly annoying. "Be quiet. One squeak is enough. Do you want to draw attention to yourself?" Not far away, when Rain Xiao was dumbfounded. Who exactly was Dou Dou talking to? What on earth is the luck system? Never mind. There are many things he cannot comprehend. He decided to keep his mouth shut and not ask further, as long as Dou Dou was safe. The luck system trembled in fright. "Dou Dou, I beg you. Please spare me." "Oh no." The luck system had no way out. "Woo-woo. Dou Dou, if you spare me, I can give you anything you desire. Is that so?" Dou Dou smiled meaningfully. "What good things do you have? I need to see them in substance. Be quick, or I will make you vanish from this world." The luck system shuddered, its heart racing to its throat. It gritted its teeth, realizing it had to pay a hefty price. "I have plenty of good things. Dou Dou, please accept a bottle of beauty elixir, 2 doses of dumb powder, a protagonist halo, a heartthrob collector, a bottle of whitening elixir, and a bottle of passion elixir." Dou Dou stared with lifeless eyes at the growing pile of items before her, her mouth twitching slightly. "So this luck system has nothing else but a bunch of items for harvesting men." To her, it was utterly useless. "Is that all? Nothing else?" Dou Dou was not ready to give up. The luck system shivered violently. It knew that if it uttered another word, it would be doomed. "Of course not. Dou Dou, I have many more good things." The luck system was insidiously cunning, refusing to admit defeat. Despite its outwardly pathetic demeanor, desperately trying to please Dou Dou, it secretly refined a large portion of its luck points, planning to pull off a trick and escape. Once the refining was complete, the luck system chuckled triumphantly. "Ah ha ha ha, Gong Dou Dou, age brings wisdom. This system is done playing with you, goodbye." Bang! In the next moment, the luck system crashed violently against Dou Dou's mental barrier, as hard as a millennium of black iron, leaving it dizzy. Undeterred, it soared up again. Bang! This time, it smashed its forehead, leaving a dent, yet it still refused to give up. Trying every possible angle, again, bang, 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 bang. A series of crashing sounds echoed as the luck system was battered and bruised. With its refined luck points nearly depleted, I let out a heart-wrenching wail. "Ah, the heavens are unjust. I have lived a life of toil. Why can't I simply survive? Why must I encounter this calamity called Gong Dou Dou?" Calling me a calamity? Dou Dou radiated an intense murderous aura. Her lightning powers striking mercilessly, delivering a torturous electric massage to the luck system. The system paid a hefty price for its insolence, screaming in agony. "Ah, woo-woo, I was wrong, ah." Meng Jiaojiao, bound to it, screamed even more horrifically, trembling all over, her body charred black, a pitiful sight. She regretted underestimating Gong Dou Dou, whom she thought was easy to bully, only to discover she was the last person to provoke. Deeply suspicious, she wondered if Gong Dou Dou was even human. Dou Dou laughed maniacally. The luck system was nothing special. She then wrapped the luck system in her mental power, attempting to extract it from Meng Jiaojiao's body with a sweet, childish threat. "Little thing, don't resist, or I'll make you turn to ashes." The luck system. Furious, it wished to resist, but it had to consider whether it had the strength to do so. Destruction, the wicked Gong Dou Dou. Chapter 77. Showing loyalty. Moments later, Dou Dou successfully extracted the luck system. At the same time, Meng Jiaojiao let out a piercing scream, her head tilting as she could no longer endure the torment. Fainting completely, Dou Dou packed up the luck system and all the whitening elixirs it had offered, tossing them into her space. She then cast a disdainful glance at Meng Jiaojiao, taking the packet of poison from her palm and evenly sprinkling it over her body. "TSK, Meng Jiaojiao. What do you call this? Attempting to steal a chicken but losing the rice. You are too green to contend with me." As you sow, so shall you reap. From now on, you will pay the appropriate price for your malice. When Ren Xiao hurried to Dou Dou's side, kicking the unconscious Meng Jiao with a serious expression, Dou Dou, don't be afraid. I'll carry her to the back mountain and bury her right away. After the incident, he took full responsibility. There was no other way. He was just protective like that. Hearing this, Dou Dou felt a warm sensation in her heart. Xiao Gu, Meng Jiao isn't dead. With her cockroach-like constitution, she won't die easily. Really? When Ren Xiao was somewhat uncertain. Just now, Meng Jiao had been surrounded by lightning, and for a moment, he had even seen her skeletal structure. It was impossible not to be horrified. Dou Dou giggled. Really? If you don't believe me, you can check her breath. When Ren Xiao nodded, that works too. He reached out to check and then smiled, relieved. Dou Dou, she is really not dead. Her breathing is quite steady. All right, despite his outward calm, he was inwardly panicking. Now, it was good. She wasn't dead, and her breath was strong. So he wouldn't need to bury a corpse or ride a will early. Ha 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 ha, when Ren Xiao laughed joyfully, tightly grasping Dou Dou's little hand. Dou Dou, as long as she isn't dead, that is all that matters. Let us go home. Sure, let us go home. Dou Dou smiled sweetly, tilting her head to look at the complex expression on Ren Xiao's face. Unable to resist asking, Xiao Gu, why don't you ask me how I can control lightning? Aren't you curious? When Ren Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Curious? Of course, he was curious. However, everyone has their own secrets they don't wish to share. That's perfectly normal. The same goes for Dou Dou for him. As long as he knew Dou Dou was a kind-hearted, gentle, and lovely girl, that was enough. The rest of the secrets could remain mysterious. Xiao Gu, you're so kind. Dou Dou smiled happily, and from that moment on, she wholeheartedly regarded Xiao Gu as one of her own. In the future, if anyone dared to bully him, they would first have to ask her permission. When Ren Xiao beamed with joy, Hao Yang, Dou Dou has accepted me as her brother. I'm so happy. After settling in the rented courtyard, Dou Dou and when Ren Xiao swiftly left Zhua village, Shuanzi rubbed his grumbling stomach, yawning heavily, and lamented, Humph, the sun is nearly scorching my backside. Are you two dawdling? Dawdling? Yikes. Dou Dou and when Ren Xiao shivered in unison, goosebumps rising all over. Master, if you are hungry, just say so. Mentioning maggots is rather excessive. If you truly wish to partake in them, your disciple can reluctantly procure them for you. Shuanzi immediately puffed out his cheeks in indignation. Rebellious disciple. With just 2 dry words, he dared not utter more. For this little disciple was not one to revere his teacher. Dou Dou chuckled, delighting in the sight of her master in a predicament. Swiftly, she retrieved 3 roasted chickens and a large pot of corn porridge, accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables personally made by her brother. Perfection, master, brother Xiao, let us enjoy breakfast. 1 chicken for each of us, no stealing. Shuanzi's eyes lit up in an instant, forgetting his irritation towards the little disciple as he snatched a roasted chicken and devoured it ravenously. Oh, who knows how long it had been since he had feasted on an entire roasted chicken? A year? 2 years? 5? Or perhaps 10? Never mind, he thought. Being with this little disciple was splendid, with no worries of food or drink. Today was a fine day. When Ren Xiao, observing the duo joyfully savoring their roasted chickens, he could not help but swallow hard, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. Well, he had lost count of how many times he had been astonished. He felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Seeing when Ren Xiao still unmoving, Dou Dou tilted her head and smiled mischievously. Brother Xiao, do you not enjoy roasted chicken? Upon hearing this, Shuanzi's hand twitched with eagerness. When Ren Xiao's heart tightened, he quickly nodded, clutching the chicken in his hand. I love it. Meat is my favorite. At home, he could only indulge during festivals, while at other times, meat was but a rare treat, barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Not to mention meat, even eggs were a rarity. It was not that his family was impoverished, but rather due to the unfortunate circumstances of this special period. They dared not feast lavishly in him. Delicious. When Ren Xiao ate heartily, tears of joy nearly spilling from his eyes, Sister Dou Dou, I think I shall stick with you from now on. He cared not how Dou Dou managed to conjure food out of thin air. He was simply grateful for the meal. Surely, Dou Dou had no intention of hiding anything from him, considering he spoke so little. In truth, she did not regard him as an outsider. When Ren Xiao was moved to the brink of tears, Dou Dou nodded with a grin. Of course, if you stick with me, I cannot guarantee everything else, but there will be plenty of food and drink. However what? Shuanzi and when Ren Xiao simultaneously raised their heads. eagerly gazing at the young girl. Dou Dou's little face turned serious, as a warning was in order. I genuinely consider you both as my own, and I only hope you will not betray my trust. Or else, Buswanzi hastily reassured, disciple, once a teacher, always a father. The moment I became your master, our fates became intertwined. If you live, I live. If you die, I die. Dou Dou. There is no need to be so grave. When Ren Xiao, unwilling to be outdone, raised 3 greasy fingers to the heavens, swearing, Sister Dou Dou, rest assured, I shall not reveal your secrets to anyone, nor will I harm or betray you. Otherwise, may the heavens strike me down. Dou Dou. Very well, both are honest men. With their assurances, she felt a measure of comfort, though she had the power to make anyone who coveted her abilities or space suffer irreparably. After affirming their loyalty, the 3 gluttons were in high spirits, devouring the food until nothing remained before driving back to Pongguang village. As for Zhang Qingming and his son Zhang Qinggong, they had long been captured by the women upon entering the village. At this moment, Pongguang village was bustling with activity. Little ancestor, you have returned. Zhang Feng dutifully stood guard at the village entrance, respectfully nodding to Buswanzi and Wen Ren Xiao, saying nothing more, displaying a keen sense of propriety. Chapter 78. The Implementation of Castration. Dou Dou glanced at the women surrounding the grain-drying field and curiously inquired, what are you all doing? Zhang Feng's face flushed. Little ancestor, we have captured the Zhang brothers. The sisters are filled with resentment and, in their fury, have tied them to crosses for punishment. As she spoke, Zhang Feng's eyes darkened. If we are to speak frankly, the Zhang family is the root cause of all our sisters' tragedies. They orchestrated the trafficking incident and wielded unchecked power throughout Lin County, especially that brute Zhang Qinggong. He is the most despicable of them all. Well done. Dou Dou unreservedly gave a thumbs up, ignoring the 2 large men as she dashed off to watch the spectacle. When Ren Xiao felt overwhelmed, surrounded by women, the small and insecure boy clung tightly to Buswanzi's arm. Master, what is going on in this village? When boy, I have only one disciple. Do not call me master. Buswanzi was thoroughly exasperated, attempting to shake off the clingy boy. After several futile attempts, he realized this little fellow was surprisingly strong. When Ren Xiao trembled, what should I call you then? Uncle Bu? Mr. Bu? Or Old Mystic? Buswanzi rolled his eyes. You can call me Uncle Bu like that lad from the Gong family, but what a fine young man you are. Yet your courage rivals that of a mouse. When Ren Xiao awkwardly smiled. I am not cowardly. I merely find this village strange. Besides us, it seems all are women. One might think they have entered a realm of daughters. He did not know about others, but he felt rather fearful. Thank heaven he was not Tang Seng. Buswanzi pursed his lips. Pongguang village's matters are a bit complex. I cannot explain it in a few words. If you are afraid, you may return to Zhua village. Otherwise, just keep your mouth shut and watch the show. When Ren Xiao, he was not afraid. He simply lacked understanding of the situation. Returning to Zhua village was out of the question. Considering that neurotic Meng Jiaojiao, who was likely still lying on the ground, ignored by everyone. As for Dou Dou, upon her appearance, she was immediately spotted by Zhang Qingming, who shouted excitedly, my lady, you have come at the right time. Quickly, take care of these vile women. They have audaciously tied me up. This is rebellion. The women collectively snorted in disdain. Shout all you want. The more arrogant you are now, the more miserable you will be later. Dou Dou coldly surveyed the 4 bound individuals. Zhang Qinggong hung his head, still unconscious from the previous night, while his 2 children stared wide-eyed, trembling in fear. Only Zhang Qingming appeared particularly energetic, still unable to grasp the situation. Was he truly foolish or merely pretending? Noticing Dou Dou's silence, Zhang Qingming panicked. My lady, please save me. These vile women say they will flay me alive and burn me with fire. You must save me. He was still young. He did not wish to die. Moreover, the way the lady looked at him felt strange. Those vile women treated her with utmost respect. Could it be they had also sided with her? My lady, be quiet. Dou Dou's gaze was icy, her tone chilling to the bone. Zhang Qingming's expression shifted drastically, a wave of unease washing over him, making it hard for him to breathe. My lady, you do not call me my lady. Dou Dou scoffed. I am a native of Xia, and you filthy, disgusting creatures from the cherry blossom country should not even dare to associate with me. Zhang Qingming's pupils constricted, his voice trembling. Why you claim to be of the 9 clans? Dou Dou covered her lips and laughed mockingly. Fool, that was a ruse. Only you simpletons would believe my words. Hee hee. Zhang Qingming's face turned crimson, nearly choking on his own blood. So, everything you had me do was merely to use me? Indeed. Dodo held her head high, her demeanor haughty. Congratulations, you have finally used your brain, but alas, your demise is fast approaching. What do you intend to do? Zhang Qingming was both shocked and terrified. He had witnessed Dodo's strength firsthand, and to her, he was no more than an ant. No, do not kill me. Dodo waggled her finger, her eyes dark and foreboding. No, killing you is far too simple. We shall first torment you until you wish for death, making you experience the agony of living worse than death. Hee, just as you once tormented those poor women, today, you shall repay it tenfold. Sisters, are the tools ready? Little ancestor, everything is prepared. The women replied with enthusiasm, their voices harmonizing in excitement. The unconscious Zhang Qinggong was jolted awake by the uproar. He attempted to open his eyes, but they had been blinded by Zhang Qingming. A wave of intense pain surged through him, making him want to curse. Though he could not see, the cacophony around him made it clear that his situation was dire. Cough, cough, who are you all? Dodo ignored him, as did the women. His two children, however, suddenly felt a surge of hope and cried out to Zhang Qinggong, Dad, you must save us. These women have gone mad. They want to torment us and burn us alive, Dad. I am the only heir of our family. I cannot meet my end like this. You must find a way to save my life. Dad, Dad. The incessant cries of Dad nearly drove Zhang Qinggong's mind to the brink of explosion. Coupled with the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he almost fainted. Yet reason told him he could not succumb. Suppressing the discomfort of his body and the fear within, he struggled to stay alert, desperately seeking a means of escape. In the blink of an eye, Dodo had ascended a large rock, commanding the women with an imposing air. Sisters, the first task. Enact the punishment of castration? Yes, our little ancestor. The women, led by Lu Yinzi and Huang Xiaoqiao, skillfully wielded the knives used for butchering pigs, advancing menacingly towards Zhang Qingming and his companions. The act of castration was their favored pastime. Every single beast in the back mountain had been subjected to their merciless hands. Even the young ones were not spared. How could one claim they lacked compassion? These young beasts carried tainted blood within them, their existence a testament to sin, and their lives, mere harbingers of calamity for the Xia nation, were not worth mourning. Moreover, the beasts of Pongguang village were notorious. Fearing that a child born of their loins might create an emotional bond, they would torture the mothers to death when the children were merely 2 or 3 years old. The surviving sisters had either suffered multiple miscarriages, been beaten into infertility, or had ingested abortifacients 5 days prior. Thus, they shared no blood ties with these young beasts. Zhang Qingming gazed at his nominal wife, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Lu Yinzi, you foul woman, what are you planning? What am I planning? Why, it is to butcher you, you beast. Lu Yinzi erupted in laughter as she yanked down the beast's trousers and, knife in hand, struck with precision. Thud. A chunk of flesh fell to the ground. Chapter 79. Gong Haoyang returns. Ah! Zhang Qingming let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Lu Yinzi reveled in her delight. Seizing a pair of tongs from a nearby sister, expertly pinching Zhang Qingming's partially severed member. Ha ha ha, Zhang Qingming, scream louder. The more you wail, the more joy it brings me. Lu Yinzi's expression was frenzied. Her heart filled with vengeance. She wielded the knife as if slicing vegetables, methodically inflicting pain upon him, ensuring that each cut doubled his torment. Ah! The entire grain-drying yard echoed with Zhang Qingming's heart-wrenching cries, which invigorated the women present, filling them with a sense of exhilaration. Was this excessive? Not in the slightest. The methods employed by these beasts to torment them were far more cruel and repugnant than their current actions. Zhang Qingming and his 2 children were paralyzed with fear, cold sweat pouring down their faces, their expressions ashen, their eyes rolling back as if to faint. Huang Xiaoqiao let out a cold laugh. Brandishing an iron awl used for shoe soles, thrusting it directly into the bodies of the father and children. With each insertion and extraction, blood gushed forth. Oh, it hurts, Daddy, save me. I'm dying from the pain. Huang Xiaoqiao, stop this at once. Huang Xiaocao's eyes sparkled with murderous intent as she sneered repeatedly. Stop, that is entirely out of the question. She had not forgotten how Zhang Qingming had shackled her with iron chains upon returning from the county, leaving her battered and bruised. She could never forget how his 2 precious children had forced her to strip naked and kneel before them, making her drink their urine and consume the spit they cast aside. This family of 3 were no better than beasts. Huang Xiaocao's face twisted with rage, her hatred deepening with every thought. Gripping the iron awl tightly, she seemed determined to channel all her animosity into it. summoning every ounce of strength to viciously stab at Zhang Qingming's body. With each thrust, blood sprayed forth, splattering the ground around them. Huang Xiaochao's face became smeared with crimson, yet she paid it no mind. Continuing to unleash the iron all upon Zhang Qingming's form, her focus remained on his most sensitive areas. Her movements quickened, her strikes intensified, as if she sought to expel every ounce of anger and pain from her heart. "Ah, no, please, I beg for mercy. I surrender," Zhang Qingming cried out in anguish, his voice filled with desperation and terror. "Ha ha, beast, I have long yearned for revenge against you. Heaven has opened its eyes and sent forth our little ancestor to save us. We have miraculously survived, and now we can exact our revenge. Ha ha ha." Huang Xiaochao wept and laughed, exuding an aura of boundless sorrow and fury. She continued her merciless torment of Zhang Qingming, ensuring he fully experienced the depths of pain and suffering. Seeing her eager sisters, Dou Dou waved her small hand. "Everyone, join in." The sisters erupted with joy, shouting in unison as they armed themselves with tools and surrounded the scene. The air filled with curses, cries, and screams. "Oh my God!" When Ren Xiao shouted, rushing to pull Dou Dou down from the rock, hurriedly covering her eyes. "Dou Dou, you're still young. You shouldn't witness such horrors, lest you have nightmares at night." "All right." Just the thought of that terrifying act of castration made Ren Xiao's face pale, instinctively clenching his thighs in fear of becoming a victim. Dou Dou pouted, disdainfully pushing Ren Xiao's hand away. "Xiaogu, why are you so timid? Take a lesson from my master. Can't you see he is watching with such rapt attention?" Ren Xiao, "I have no desire to learn." He opened his mouth, cautiously asking, "Dou Dou, what on earth is happening in this village?" Dou Dou sighed and recounted the events of Pongguang village, after which Ren Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to roll up his sleeves and join the women in tormenting those four beasts. However, Dou Dou stopped him. "All right, Xiaogu, you needn't go. We don't want the sisters to hold back because of your presence." "Fine, but this anger cannot go unvented." When Ren Xiao relented, pulling the onlooker Buswanzi along as they raced towards the back mountain. Buswanzi protested loudly, Hey, are you trying to kidnap me?" "No," when Ren Xiao replied earnestly. "Uncle Bu, I'm taking you to do something meaningful. Men must shoulder their responsibilities." Buswanzi, Fine, I'll let it go." A man of his stature Shuden T stooped to the level of the small-minded. "Very well, let my little apprentice handle the matter of exorcising the souls in the back mountain. It's perfect to have Wen's boy as his assistant." In the days that followed, Dou Dou utilized her wood-based abilities and spiritual spring water to nurture Zheng Fong and the others while leading them in thoroughly scouring the village. They burned what needed to be burned and destroyed what needed to be destroyed. Of course, they unified the collection of evidence against the beasts from Sakura country, waiting to present it to their superiors. Furthermore, they allocated houses to each woman in the village, allowing them the choice of living alone or with others, planning to collectively re-register their household accounts later. Subsequently, Dou Dou kept a sizable portion of the plundered silver, allocating half for official reporting and the other half for the village's development fund. She then distributed the remaining food and silver equally among the women, as this was vital for their future survival. The surviving beasts were tormented in the back mountain. However, the crops in the village fields could not be neglected. Dou Dou appointed Zheng Fong as the new captain of Pongguang village, instructing her to organize some individuals to work in the fields, some to guard the village entrance, and others to supervise the beasts in the back mountain. In no time, the entire Pongguang village thrived in harmony, progressing towards a flourishing future. On September 19th, Gong Haoyang returned after a 2-week absence. "Sister, the mission was a resounding success." Dou Dou beamed, giving him a thumbs up. "Brother, you're amazing. You've worked hard during this time. Look, you've become so thin. Gong Haoyang touched his face, unconvinced of his apparent weight loss. Uncovering spies and traitors was indeed a taxing endeavor. But thankfully, he had the invisibility talisman provided by his little one, which alleviated many burdens. Gong Haoyang glanced around, leaning in close to Dou Dou's ear and whispering, "Sister, this time I've returned laden with treasures. My storage bag is filled to the brim. If only he had another storage bag. The rest would have to be surrendered to the state." The notion of selflessness didn't quite apply to him. In his heart, family was his utmost priority, and everything else was secondary. Dou Dou's smile widened as she pulled out a new storage bag for Gong Haoyang. "Brother, here's another storage bag for you." Chapter 80. When Hongxi arrives with demands. "All right, thank you, sister." Gong Haoyang graciously accepted the storage bag, and the siblings exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter akin to that of foxes. Some things need not be spoken. Everything was understood in silence, That moment, when Ren Xiao, drawn by the commotion, excitedly leaped onto Gong Haoyang's back, wrapping his arms around his neck. Haoyang, do you know how much I missed you? I've lost several pounds just thinking about you. Of course, whenever Dou Dou made a decision, he would call out for Haoyang in his heart. Gong Haoyang rolled his eyes at the affectionate gesture and playfully smacked his friend's rear. Smack? Well, it's quite resilient to him. Now loosen your grip. Are you trying to murder your best friend? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just got a bit too excited. When Ren Xiao chuckled sheepishly, quickly releasing his hold, and then scrutinized Gong Haoyang from head to toe. Wow, Haoyang, after not seeing you for years, how did you become even more robust than me? Alas, behold the impressive musculature, the robust six-pack abs, a veritable paragon among men. When Ren Xiao expressed his profound admiration, casting a glance at his own he inexplicably felt a twinge of self-doubt. Gong Haoyang chuckled as he patted him on the shoulder. What's the matter? Feeling insecure? Well, perhaps just a tad, but merely a smidgen. When Ren Xiao admitted candidly, and he admits, but merely a smidged in the presence of his close comrade. When Ren Xiao is always candid, however, he concedes, in comparison to my peers, I must admit that my physique pales in comparison to yours. With a cheeky grin, he exclaims, in front of others, I am quite the picture of confidence. Without waiting for Gong Haoyang's response, when Ren Xiao rambles on incessantly, embodying the quintessential chatterbox. Through his animated discourse, Gong Haoyang gains a general understanding of the current situation in Pongguang village. Gong Haoyang gave his shoulder a hearty pat. My dear friend, we shall share both fortune and adversity. You have played a part in this endeavor, and commendations will surely come your way. When Ren Xiao's face flushed, your contributions to this matter shall not go unnoticed, and you will surely receive commendations from above. When Ren Xiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, oh, if it weren't for Dou Dou bringing me to Pongguang village. I have benefited from your influence. Who are we to each other? Gong Haoyang laughed, embracing his good friend warmly, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Brother, when will Gong Haoyang chuckles, embracing his dear friend warmly, and they exchange knowing smiles. Brother, when will Uncle take charge of Pongguang village? Dou Dou inquires, unable to contain her curiosity. Gong Haoyang glances at his watch. It should be around 2 o'clock, so it won't be long now. All right then, I'll just wait a little longer, Dou Dou replies. Suddenly, Gong Haoyang turns to her, pressing his lips together. Sister, from your tone, it seems you have something of great importance to attend to? Not at all, when Ren Xiao interjects, seamlessly taking over the conversation. Haoyang, you are unaware, but Dou Dou has been eagerly expressing her desire to return to Zhua village, to present gifts to the family of Zhu Deji's son and daughter-in-law. As Dou Dou's older brother, Gong Haoyang had every right to go. Surprised, Gong Haoyang replied, a recognition banquet? Has the date been set so soon? I had thought my sister and the Zhu family were merely jesting. As Dou Dou's elder brother, Gong Haoyang's attendance would be entirely justifiable. I am quite surprised that the kinship banquet has been scheduled so promptly, Gong Haoyang muses, having assumed that Dou Dou and Zhu's family were merely jesting. Should I follow your lineage, or shall we maintain our own distinctions? Of course, you should follow my lineage. Don't you wish to elevate your status? I suppose, I do wish for that. Then it's settled. Or shall I remain on equal footing with the Zhu family? Of course, you should follow my seniority. Don't you wish to elevate your status? I suppose, I do wish for that. Then it is settled. Dou Dou retrieves an envelope sent by the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, exclaiming, Brother, congratulations. You are now officially a member of the National Bureau of Supernatural Affairs. Here is your acceptance letter and identification badge. Gong Haoyang accepts the envelope, his heart brimming with emotion. Having connections in the capital makes everything easier. Initially, he had intended to accumulate merits and spend a few years in the military with his sister. Yet, unexpectedly, he has become part of the Bureau ahead of schedule. Could this be considered a serendipitous turn of events? Nonetheless, his plans remain unchanged. To gain greater influence, he must ascend the ranks higher and higher. Beside him, when Ren Xiao experiences a fleeting moment of envy, though it is merely admiration, devoid of jealousy. His joy at his friend's accomplishment is palpable. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Hongxi arrives punctually with a battalion of soldiers in tow, creating quite a stir throughout the surrounding villages. Whispers of significant happenings in Pongguang village circulate, prompting prayers for the soldiers to apprehend the local bandits, as the villagers long to live free from fear, while also outlining several requests. Firstly, regarding her grandfather Gu Dangua's family, who reported the devil's deeds, she asked Wen Hongxi to convey this to the higher-ups, requesting the removal of their undeserved criminal label. As for their previous employment, it would be subject to the higher-ups' discretion. Secondly, She requested new household registrations for Zheng Fong and her associates, enabling them to establish a new village, as the name Pongguang Village had become ominous, and restoring their residence in Kyoto.as for their previous employment, that would be determined by the higher-ups. Second, she asks for new household registrations for Zheng Fong and her companions, allowing them to establish a new village. As the name Pongguang Village carries a negative connotation, she insists that the leaders be particularly considerate of them, allowing for self-election of positions within their village, free from outside interference. Most importantly, she demands that no one be allowed to insult or demean them in any manner. And should anyone be caught doing so, they shall be subjected to public humiliation and assigned to farm labor. As for her third request, Dou Dou leads Wen Hongxi and the battalion to the mountainside. Their actions devoid of life. When Hongxi and the others were taken aback, their scalps tingling with shock. Dou Dou, who are these individuals? They were battered and bruised, filthy and reeking, some missing limbs. When Hongxi and the others are left in shock, their scalps tingling. Dou Dou, who are these people? They inquire, noting the injuries and filth that mar their forms. They are not human. They are the beasts of Sakura. Dou Dou corrects sternly, her expression grave, her voice laced with anger and sorrow. Uncle One, do you see this pit? The bones piled within are but a fraction of the countless lives lost to the cruel hands of the Sakura beasts. Their lives were mercilessly taken, their bodies carelessly discarded here, and they did not receive salvation in their final moments. Her voice resonates with righteous indignation, fueled by an unquenchable desire to see all Sakura devils eradicated. Chapter 81. The kinship banquet in progress. Dou Dou takes a deep breath, suppressing the fury in her eyes. Uncle One, my third request is to ensure that these innocents, who met such a tragic end, are given a proper resting place. My master has already chosen a suitable location in the nearby mountains. I simply ask for your assistance, dear uncles and brothers. They deserve a place of honor. Should they have another life, may they be reborn into a joyful and harmonious family. As for the corpses of the devils that were originally buried on that mountain, she had incinerated them along with their souls. The talismans given to her by her master were indeed effective. Although she could not burn the souls entirely on her own, if she were to do it, she would ensure that nothing remained, leaving no chance for rebirth. Initially, she had considered herself a materialist, yet since her arrival in this world and under the tutelage of the fortune-telling master, she had delved into the study of the I Ching, the principles of yin and yang, and the positions of the 24 mountains and 28 constellations, and so on. She had successfully entered the realm of a minor diviner. Some things in this world are simply beyond disbelief. As he gazes upon the stark white bones, when Hongxi's eyes redden, burdened by the gravity of the situation, yet he remains focused on the task at hand. Dou Dou, your efforts, along with your brother. Gazing at the stark white bones, when Hongxi's eyes reddened, his heart heavy, yet he remained focused on the task at hand. Dou Dou, the military's effortless capture of Pongguang Village is largely due to you and your brother's contributions. Her expression resolute, I have no further requests. Go capture spies and eliminate traitors is the duty of every citizen of XIA. It is a responsibility we must all bear. The petite girl appears delicate, yet she emanates a formidable presence, as if an invisible power supports her. The determination and resolve in her eyes inspire a wave of respect among the soldiers present. Under Wen Hongxi's leadership, they salute Dou Dou in unison, honoring her with their utmost respect. This poignant scene stirs the hearts of all who witness it. Standing nearby, Gong Haoyang, Bu Xuanzi, and Wen Renshao cannot help but smile proudly, expressing their respect and admiration. This scene was profoundly moving. Standing nearby, Gong Haoyang, the fortune-telling master, and Wen Renshao could not help but smile, pride swelling within them. Behold, this is my sister. Look, this is my little apprentice. After clarifying the necessary details, Dou Dou departed with her two brothers, tearful farewells exchanged with Zheng Fong and the others as they returned to Zhua village. As for the fortune-telling man. Moreover, he intended to subtly advise Wen Hongxi to arrange for the transfer of the zero-cost vehicle acquired from Zhang Chenggong into his name. Wen Hongxi remarked, So, I am merely here to clean up after you. Am I? The thought of the recent theft in Linyang County weighs heavily on his mind, leaving him perplexed about how to resolve the situation. Forget it. I'll just blame it all on the Sakura devils. If they were not to bear the blame now, then when? September 20th. The Zhu family grandly hosted the recognition banquet. On this day, the entire family of 29 rose before dawn to prepare. Donning their finest attire, they prepare a feast of 9 dishes and a soup, a spread that far surpasses the offerings of many households in the surrounding villages, where weddings often feature only 5 dishes and a soup. as many households in the vicinity served only 5 dishes and a soup for weddings. Naturally, upon returning the previous day, Dou Dou and her brother promptly sent the Zhu family 20 pounds of pork, 10 rabbits, 10 wild chickens, 10 large fish, 20 pounds of rice, and 20 pounds of flour. Recognizing kin is one thing, yet succumbing to fate is quite another. It is imperative that the matter of kinship does not compel the esteemed Zhu family. Goodness gracious, enduring hunger is simply unacceptable. Such unscrupulous acts are beyond the bounds of reason. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Dou Dou, accompanied by her brother and the ever-curious one Ren Xiao, arrived punctually at the Zhu residence for the banquet. From a distance, the exuberant cries of the 3 little great-grandchildren could be heard. Great-grandfather, great-grandaunt has arrived. Grandfather, grandmother, mother, great-grandaunt is here. Come out to welcome her. Great-grandaunt, we've missed you dearly. With the enthusiastic shouts of the 3 children, the entire Zhu family, along with their extended relatives, gathered at the entrance to greet Dou Dou and her companions. Dou Dou surveyed the crowd, noticing an overwhelming number of attendees, approximately 130 individuals. Her elder brother had mentioned that a significant portion of Zhua village was related to their family, and those with more distant ties were not invited today. Only those with closer connections were present. Typically, a family would send only 2 or 3 representatives, as the current times dictated that each household had its share of members, and with the need to earn their keep in the fields. The number of attendees was indeed quite restrained. Dou Dou slapped her forehead in dismay. Sister, what troubles you? Gong Haoyang inquired with concern, gently rubbing the little girl's reddened forehead. Dou Dou murmured softly, Brother, the meat we brought yesterday was too little. With so many people, it simply won't be enough. Gong Haoyang agreed, acknowledging that it was indeed somewhat insufficient. They had sent enough for 10 tables, but it now appeared to be beyond what was necessary. However, the Zhu family would manage, as rural folk in this era only indulged in meat during festive occasions. Sister, what are you and your brother discussing? Come quickly, the tea is ready, and the younger generation is eager to serve you. As Zhu Dajie spoke, the men and women of all ages standing at the door looked at Dou Dou with eager anticipation. Eye in their eyes, she was akin to the god of wealth. Serving tea was essential. Even in the absence of red envelopes, a sweet treat was a must. Dou Dou felt as if she were a piece of prime meat in that moment. She sighed inwardly but quickly donned a smile. Waving at Zhu Dajie, Oh, dear elder brother, I shall be there at once. Gong Haoyang and Ren Xiao exchanged glances, shouldering their burdens and following closely behind Dou Dou, finding the experience rather novel, surrounded by the throng. Dou Dou was ushered to the seat of honor in the main hall, while Gong Haoyang and Ren Xiao were seated nearby. Zhu Dajie was in high spirits, directing all the relatives to line up according to their generational rank, taking turns to serve tea to Dou Dou. The first to present tea were Zhu Dajie's immediate family. Sister, this is my eldest son Zhu Fa and my daughter-in-law Wang Shuzhen. The couple, both in their 40s, appeared earnest and kind, with Zhu Fa's honest demeanor contrasting with Wang Shuzhen's shrewd expression as they both presented tea to Dou Dou little aunt. Please enjoy the tea. Dou Dou accepted the tea and drank it all in one go, then handed over the red envelopes and sweet treats her brothers had prepared. Her face beamed with joy as she spoke with utmost affection. Dear nephew and niece, please take these. The couple hesitated, glancing at Zhu Dajie for guidance. Zhu Dajie sighed inwardly, well aware that Dou Dou had a penchant for sharing her wealth. As he had anticipated, it had come to pass. He only hoped the red envelopes would not be overly generous, for he was unsure how to reciprocate. After all, he could not be seen dining lavishly with Dou Dou in return. Zhu Dajie waved his hand reassuringly at Zhu Fa and his wife. Please accept this. It is your little aunt's goodwill. You must honor her well in the future and never be ungrateful. Do you understand? Yes, father, the couple replied obediently, gratefully accepting the red envelopes and sweet treats. Wang Shuzhen quickly produced a pair of red cloth shoes embroidered with tigers and presented them to Dou Dou with both hands. Her weathered yet shrewd face broke into an anxious smile. Little aunt, this is a gift from my husband and me. I hope you won't find it lacking. Dou Dou was pleasantly surprised. I can receive a gift too. It was impossible not to feel thrilled. The red envelopes she had given were merely 1 yuan each, and everyone in Zhu Dajie's family, regardless of age, received the same. As for the more distant relatives, she offered a small token of 2 jiao. Each person also received a packet of sweet treats containing 6 pieces of white rabbit candy, 6 fruit hard candies, a handful of peanuts, a handful of sunflower seeds, 6 walnuts, and 6 red dates. After all, she lacked for nothing and aimed to delight everyone. Dou Dou happily accepted the embroidered shoes, admiring them fondly, especially the vividly depicted little tiger, which was truly beautiful. Dear niece-in-law, did you craft these yourself? Wang Shuzhen blushed slightly, nodding shyly. Yes, little aunt. I know they aren't perfect. I hope you won't mind. Oh my, Dou Dou exclaimed, realizing she hadn't spoken so tenderly in years in front of her little aunt. She simply couldn't raise her voice. Dou Dou gave her a thumbs up and sincerely praised. They are wonderful. You have put in great effort, dear niece-in-law. I truly adore them. As long as you like them, that's all that matters. Wang Shuzhen breathed a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a broad smile, relieved that her little aunt found favor in her gift. Zhu Dajie was equally pleased. He could see that Dou Dou genuinely appreciated the shoes made by his daughter-in-law. This was a fine matter indeed. In the future, he would encourage his daughter-in-law to craft more styles of shoes as gifts for Dou Dou. Zhu Dajie continued with the introductions. Sister, come, this is my second son, Zhu Kai, and his wife, Qiu Lan. The couple eagerly presented tea to Dou Dou. Little aunt, please enjoy the tea, do not misunderstand. They were certainly not motivated by the desire for a red envelope. Dou Dou accepted the tea once more and drank it down, prompting Gong Haoyang to stifle a laugh as he gently reminded, Sister, one sip will suffice. Look how long the line is behind you. That should be enough. Dou Dou's cheeks flushed as she glared at her brother. Why didn't you tell me sooner? When it came to social niceties, she was truly naive, thinking that when others offered tea, she must drink it all. Gong Haoyang chuckled, ruffling Dou Dou's hair. It's all my fault. Let us not dwell on it. Hurry and give them the red envelopes and sweet treats. Zhu Kai and his wife were practically sweating with anticipation. They were the kind of people who understood things at a glance and were quite agreeable. Dou Dou did not mind them at all. Following her brother's gaze, Dou Dou spotted her second nephew and his wife beaming at her, their faces wrinkled with joy. Come, take your red envelopes and sweet treats. This kinship recognition is a joyous occasion, and we must not forget the sweet treats. Zhu Kai and his wife gratefully accepted the red envelopes and sweet treats, eagerly expressing their thanks. Thank you, little aunt. Oh, and little aunt, Qiu Lan said, retrieving a small wooden carving she had prepared earlier and presenting it to Dou Dou with both hands. I may not excel at much, but I can eat like a champion. Dou Dou, well, then you truly are a remarkable talent. Qiu Lan noticed the teasing glint in Dou Dou's eyes, but remained unfazed. Little aunt, this wooden carving was crafted by my husband over the course of a week. If you find it pleasing, keep it. If not, feel free to burn it. After all, she simply hoped Dou Dou would not look down on her gift. Zhu Dajie felt somewhat speechless. His second daughter-in-law was indeed likable, but her manner of speaking left much to be desired. It was quite exasperating. Dou Dou took the carving, her eyes widening in astonishment. It depicted her likeness perfectly. Let me see, when Ren Xiao was instantly intrigued. Standing up to take a closer look, oh my, it truly looks just like Dou Dou, he exclaimed, then turned to Zhu Kai with fervent admiration. The latter felt a shiver down his spine under that intense gaze. Wishing to curl up into himself, stammering, wait a moment, Wen Jiqing, please don't look at me like that. I'm scared. When Ren Xiao seized Zhu Kai's hand, dear brother, would you assist me? Zhu Kai, assist with what? As long as he wasn't asked to sell himself, he was open to discussing anything. Could you carve a wooden figure of me? I'd like to commission 3 carvings. One for my mother, one for my brother, so they can look at it whenever they miss me. Zhu Kai was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed and waved his hand. No need for payment. It will only take some time. Oh my, you startled me, Zhu Kai thought to himself, fearing Wen Jiqing harbored ulterior motives. He had heard tales of wealthy city dwellers with peculiar preferences, favoring men over women. City folks really do know how to play. No way, I must pay you. I can't let you work for free. When Ren Xiao declared with a firm slap, sealing the deal as he was not one to worry about money. Dou Dou also expressed her desire. Second nephew, I want to commission one too, just of my brother. I'll be sure to pay you. She believed that if she had something, her brother should too. Gong Haoyang, having a sister is wonderful. Huh? Zhu Kai was utterly bewildered, still processing when he was suddenly pushed aside by his younger brother. Second brother, don't block the way. It's now our turn to serve tea to little aunt. Uncle Zhu offered a helpless smile. My dear sister, this is my youngest son, Zhu Ji, and the young lady he is holding onto is his wife, Jiang Xiaochao. Jiang Xiaocao's face flushed with embarrassment. She was the most beautiful. She quickly flashed a polite smile at Dou Dou, saying, Auntie, I hope I haven't caused you any discomfort. After speaking, she subtly shot a warning glance at her husband, silently admonishing him. On such an important day, there must be no foolishness. Zhu Ji laughed heartily, raising his teacup in a toast to Dou Dou. Auntie, I wish you happiness, health, and all your desires fulfilled. Dou Dou beamed, taking a few more glances at her nephew. Oh, this nephew has a way with words and knows how to charm, doesn't he? Chapter 83. Dung Village? Dogshit Village? Zhuji puffed out his chest in his quest to win Dou Dou's favor. He was willing to sacrifice even his dignity. Aunt, I heard from my father that you love melons. What a coincidence. I too have an affinity for melons. My mind is brimming with delightful tales. Whenever you crave a story, just give me a nudge, and I shall eagerly share the juiciest gossip. The people present exchanged glances, incredulous at the audacity of this man who had skin thicker than shoe soles. Dou Dou appreciated such boldness. Rising, she patted Zhuji's thigh and said, Your courage is commendable, and your audacity pleases me. Dio, come visit me whenever you have the chance. After all, she had a penchant for gossip. Of course, Aunt. I shall certainly come. Zhuji's face lit up with joy. I knew it. My family's third son is the cleverest among us. Wherever he is, others can only stand aside. Jiang Xiaoqiao, being more reserved. Wherever he was, the rest had to take a back seat. Jiang Xiaoqiao was more reserved. She tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to behave, and then respectfully offered the teacup. Auntie, please enjoy the tea. Dou Dou accepted the cup, adopting a regal demeanor, and affectionately declared, You two are such good children. The crowd struggled to suppress their laughter, knowing they might never witness such a scene again. Dou Dou, however, remained oblivious to the expressions around her, fixated on her teacup. This time she had learned her lesson. She didn't foolishly gulp down both cups of tea, but Zhuji and his wife presented Dou Dou with a thin coat embroidered with the same tiger motif, perfect for the season. After they stepped back, Zhu Fu and his wife, Feng Shuang, quickly approached Dou Dou. Once the couple stepped back, Zhu Fu and his wife, Feng Shuang, quickly approached Dou Dou, introducing themselves without needing Uncle Zhu's prompt. Hello, Auntie, I am Zhu Fu, the fourth son of the Zhu family. Hello, Auntie, I am Feng Shuang. The wife of Zhu Fu Danwei family lives just next door in Destined village. Before marrying Zhu Fu, I was the most beautiful flower in our village. It was Zhu Fu who struck gold and married. Zhu Fu chimed in with a grin. What my wife says is true. I indeed struck gold. Uncle Zhu slapped his forehead in disbelief. The two of you, especially the fourth's wife, love to boast. Let them who love to boast. Let her brag, but to say her husband was lucky to marry her was to imply she thought very little of herself. Only Zhu Fu, that simpleton, could see his wife as a goddess. Dung Village? Now that was a name that resonated with the earth. Dou Dou blinked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, not caring about the couple's banter but intrigued by the village's peculiar name. First there was Pigsty Village, then Bladder Village, and now Dung Village. I hope we don't end up with Dogshit Village next. Feng Shuang grinned. Aunt, you're absolutely right. Destined Village is quite down to earth, but there's an even more grounded name for the village next to mine. Can you guess what it is? Dou Dou replied. It wouldn't be Dogshit Village, would it? Feng Shuang clapped her hands excitedly. Oh my goodness, Aunt Dou Dou, you are so clever. You guessed it right, Dou Dou thought. Auntie, you are so clever. You guessed it right, Dou Dou. Is there anything more absurd? Feng Shuang, a chatterbox, immediately launched into a lengthy explanation. Auntie, Dogshit Village is the poorest in this area. Why is that? Is it because they are too poor? Feng Shuang scoffed. It's not just about poverty. Leaning closer, she whispered conspiratorially, the main issue is that Dogshit Village is quite cursed. Everyone living there. She whispered, the main issue is that Dogshit Village is quite cursed. Everyone living there, regardless of age, suffers from ailments. Dou Dou raised an eyebrow. Ailments? What kind? Feng Shuang exaggeratedly whispered two words. Why do you say their village is cursed? Aunt, you wouldn't believe it. People in Dogshit Village, young and old, are always lethargic, barely able to muster the energy to work, and the meager wages they earn barely suffice to feed them. With a portion always set aside for medicine, Feng Shuang spoke as if she were recounting a grim tale. Even worse, the medicine is mostly ineffective. Most villagers do not live beyond 40 years. Isn't that cursed? Only families who are truly struggling would marry their daughters off to Dogshit Village. Those who are doing well wouldn't dare send their daughters into that pit. Aunt, tell me, isn't that cursed? Dou Dou's eyes flickered. It indeed seemed cursed. However, the more bizarre the situation, the more intrigued she became. She simply couldn't believe that the residents of Dogshit Village were inherently weak and sickly. She vowed to visit the village at some point. Uncle Zhu cleared his throat, having to remind the chatterbox, fourth's wife, please keep your voice down. There's a long line behind you. She needed to step back. Hurry and step back. With her presence, peace was a distant memory. Fang Shuang chuckled and stepped back a few paces, presenting Dou Dou with the gift from her and her husband. Aunt, these are pants I made by hand. You simply must accept them. Dou Dou accepted the pants with gratitude. Aunt, let me tell you, I've already conferred with my 3 sisters-in-law. The eldest sister is the best at making shoes, so she will send you shoes. The second sister, Qiu Lan, perked up, eagerly watching fourth sister-in-law, hoping to hear her praise. Fang Shuang searched her mind for flattering words but found none, finally saying, the second sister can eat. Haha, being able to eat is a blessing. The second sister eats well. Well, eating is a blessing, right? Qiu Lan scoffed, knowing it would turn out this way. Besides, her ability to eat was of no use. The family was so poor that merely Fang Shuang continued, Aunt, the third sister is skilled at making clothes, so she will send you clothes that as for me, I happen to be good at making pants, so it all fits together nicely. I hope you won't mind. So there you have it, a complete outfit. I hope you won't find it lacking. Dou Dou beamed, her tone sincere. This is your heartfelt gift. I am delighted and certainly won't find it lacking. Thank you for your hard work. Hee hee, it's what we should do. Fang Shuang waved her hand, slightly embarrassed, before she and her husband raised their teacups to toast Dou Dou. Auntie, please enjoy the tea. Zhu Fu nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, my wife speaks the truth. Uncle Zhu felt a sense of pride. This time, the fourth daughter-in-law had spoken well. Zhu Ji suddenly felt a mountain of pressure. He had thought fourth sister-in-law was just a loquacious simpleton, but now he realized she had considerable charm, speaking so eloquently. Oh dear. Why hadn't I thought of that? Chapter 84. Only Dou Dou couldn't help but giggle. Zhu Ji, unwilling to concede. Didn't he want fourth sister-in-law to win Dou Dou's favor first? With a sudden idea, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Aunt, I too will honor you as I do my parents. With a quick thought, he raised his voice and called, Auntie, I will honor you as I do my parents. Even if you scold me or hit me, I will not retaliate. Can you imagine? A nearly 40-year-old man. Unable to bear the sight of his son's embarrassing antics, he only hoped Dou Dou wouldn't hold it against him. Fang Shuang winked, third brother, if you want to say something, just say it. He hoped Dou Dou would not take him seriously. Fang Shuang blinked, third brother, you can say what you wish, but why shout? Don't scare Auntie. And remember, filial piety is not merely spoken. It must be demonstrated. Her words held truth. Fourth sister-in-law. Zhu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at Fang Shuang, feeling utterly humiliated. How could she say that, especially in front of Aunt Dou Dou? He was furious, absolutely furious. Zhang Xiaoqiao seized her agitated husband's arm. You are openly embarrassing me in front of Annie. He was furious. Zhang Xiaoqiao seized her agitated husband, shooting him a warning look, and Zhu Ji instantly deflated. Huh? Third brother, what do you want from me? Fang Shuang, slightly slow on the uptake, noticed her brother-in-law's hostility. She felt wronged, muttering softly, What's the matter? I didn't say anything wrong. Zhu Fu gently patted his wife's hand, softly reassuring her. Dear, you didn't say anything wrong. Its third brother who was making a fuss over nothing. Zhu Ji, the fourth couple was truly infuriating. This was a classic case of the wife singing while the husband followed suit. Dou Dou cast a discreet glance at Zhu Ji, lovingly offering 2 red envelopes and some wedding candies to Fang Shuang. She gently patted her hand in comfort, saying, You have not spoken wrongly. My dear fourth sister-in-law, your honest character is precisely what your little aunt appreciates. In contrast to the third nephew, she favored the straightforward nature and simple-mindedness of the fourth sister in law, as for the third nephew. His ambitions were too pronounced, and he harbored a strong sense of utilitarianism, yet his intellect did not align with his aspirations. Conversely, his wife, Zhang Xiaoqiao, was quite astute. It must be said that Dou Dou understood this. Zhu Ji was exuberantly bouncing around the house, but his wife, Zhang Xiaoqiao, though not flamboyant, had him thoroughly under control. Holding the red envelopes and wedding candies in her hands, Fang Shuang immediately felt elated, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Thank you, little aunt. You are truly kind to us. Remarkably, this was her first time receiving a red envelope in her life, and the feeling was, Aunt, my husband and I will surely honor you well in the future. This sentiment stemmed from her heart. She recognized her lack of education and understanding of profound principles, but she was aware of who treated her kindly and who did not. Despite being only 5 years younger, she regarded her aunt as a respected elder, for her aunt was both wise and capable, not to be underestimated. Dou Dou felt Fang Shuang's sincerity, her heart warmed, and she patted her hand once more, clearing her throat and mimicking the elder's manner of speaking. Dear niece, your thoughtfulness is commendable. After the tea ceremony was observed by the sons and daughters-in-law, it was time for the grandchildren, followed by the great-grandchildren. Zhu Dazhang's family was prosperous, with 4 sons, 8 grandsons, and 3 great-grandsons, totaling 29 members. Each of the 4 sons had names signifying wealth and prosperity, and each family had 2 sons, resulting in 8 grandsons, whose names were derived from the characters Xingwang, Pinyin, Sheila, and Xingfu. Each of the 8 grandsons had taken wives, and presently, only Zhu Wenxing and Zhu Wenwang had each welcomed a child, namely Zhu Tiechue and Zhu Shitu. Zhu Wenping from the second family had a son named Zhu Yonggan. The remaining grandsons had only recently married, many at a young age of around 20, and none had children yet. Fortunately, Zhu Dazhang and his wife were relatively affluent, while Zhu Wenping had a son named Zhu Yonggan. The other grandsons had only recently married, and given the rural custom of marrying young, most were still in their 20s, without children yet. Fortunately, Zhu Dage and his wife, otherwise, marrying off 8 grandsons would have been quite the challenge. With the major life events of the grandsons completed, the couple felt a burden lifted from their shoulders, knowing their descendants would find their own blessings. They would happily stand for 3 days and nights. Oh my! A red packet contains 2 dimes, not to mention the delightful white rabbit milk candies and fruit hard candies inside. This is all money. They would gladly wait for 3 days and nights. Oh my goodness! There are 20 cents in each red envelope, not to mention the large white rabbit candies and fruity hard candies. This is all money. Elder brother and sister-in-law, please enjoy this tea. The couple hurriedly accepted the tea and drank it in one gulp, each pulling out a red packet from their pockets to present to Dou Dou. Zhu Dazhang's wife, Zhang Tao, was a woman who had endured a lifetime of hardship, her face etched with the marks of time. Yet her smile radiated genuine warmth. Dou Dou, dear sister, quickly accept this red packet. All right, thank you, elder brother and sister-in-law, for the red packet. Dou Dou received it with a beaming smile and then presented the gift she had prepared for the elderly couple. Elder brother and sister-in-law, this is clothing and shoes chosen by me and my 2 brothers. Please see if they fit. If not, I can exchange them. Perfect fit. It's simply impeccable, Zhu Dazhang exclaimed, his tone filled with surprise as he lovingly caressed the clothes and shoes in his embrace. The style and material were evidently of considerable worth. Please see if they fit, and if not, I can exchange them. They fit perfectly. Absolutely perfect, Zhu Dage exclaimed in surprise, lovingly caressing the clothes and shoes in his arms. The style and material were clearly of considerable. Like them? How could we not? Zhang Tao's voice trembled, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed down her aged cheeks like strings of glistening pearls. It had been far too long since she had worn new clothes, and Dou Dou's gift enveloped her in boundless warmth and affection. It dawned on her that she was indeed cared for. Sister, this gift has truly touched my heart. Thank you, Zhang Tao's voice quivered. Nearly unable to form complete sentences, she clutched the new clothes, shoes, and pants tightly, as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. In that moment, years of accumulated grievances and hardships surged forth, leaving her unable to contain her emotions any longer. Zhang Tao broke down in tears, her sobs echoing through the room, filled with sorrow and helplessness. Zhu Dazhang was equally moved to tears, embracing Zhang Tao tightly, overwhelming her ability to suppress her emotions. Unable to contain herself, Zhang Tao burst into tears. Her sobs echoed throughout the room, filled with heartache and helplessness. Zhu Dage was equally tearful. My dear wife, it is all my fault for not providing you with a better life. It is all the wretchedness of poverty. The Zhu family members wore expressions of concern, filled with guilt and sorrow. No family was free from hardship. Everyone felt the same pain. Dou Dou, the gift she had given, left her at a loss for words. After the couple had cried for a while, both their faces flushed red. Everyone empathized with one another. Dou Dou was at a loss for words regarding the gift she had given. After a while, the couple's faces were flushed with embarrassment as they hurriedly Gong Haoyang inquired, Sister, why aren't you eating? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. Dou Dou, with a forlorn expression, lamented, I've had my fill of tea. I want to eat, but there's no room in my belly. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among those present, filling Zhu's household with joyous sounds. Everyone was in high spirits, except for Dou Dou, who remained pouting. Chapter 85. Yiping's thoughts at the educated youth point. Meng Jiaojiao, sporting a bald head, limped through the door. Enveloped in an overpowering stench of feces, the other educated youths recoiled, pinching their noses in disgust at her presence. Thankfully, they had the foresight to separate their meals from her from the very beginning. Limped through the door, the other educated youth, upon seeing her, hurriedly covered their noses and recoiled. their expressions filled with disdain. Fortunately, they had the foresight to separate their meals from Meng Jiao Jiao. Sharing a meal with her would have meant no peace at the dining table. As Meng Jiao Jiao unceremoniously approached the water tank to draw water, Lu Donrong immediately raised her voice to stop her. Meng Jiao Jiao, you can't use the water from the tank. If you need water, go to the well and fetch it yourself. There's no way we're letting you use our water for free. If she were to contaminate the water in the vat, they would be unable to use it. Stunned, Meng Jiao Jiao paused her hand and turned her crimson gaze towards Lu Donrong, glaring at her as if she were intent on devouring her. But the unhealed areas occasionally oozed pus and blood, which was utterly disgusting. If she were to touch the water in the tank, they would have no choice but to discard it. Meng Jiao Jiao's outstretched hand paused slightly. Expelled. In an instant, Meng Jiao Jiao wilted. She withdrew her hand, trembling, and retreated to her small, dingy room. The space was dark and cramped, and she felt the urge to cry. Yet, her tears had long run dry. She could not muster a single drop. We will have to kick you out. Kick me out? Meng Jiao Jiao instantly shrank back, trembling as she withdrew her hand and retreated to her small firewood room. Looking at the dark and cramped space, she felt like crying. However, her tears had long since dried up. She could no longer shed a single tear. This small room, originally meant for storing firewood, had become her dwelling ever since Dou Dou had— Damn that Gong Dou Dou! She seethed with hatred, her fury directed solely at her. Yet she only dared to harbor her resentment internally, never daring to provoke Gong Dou Dou again. The scene from that day remained vividly etched in her mind. With her luck system gone, her body covered in injuries, and no money to her name, she was on the verge of starvation. How could she muster the courage to confront them? Damn you, Gong Dou Dou. Who is it? Meng Jiao Jiao's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, resembling that of an old crone. It's me, came Yiping's affected voice from outside. Meng Jiao Jiao was taken aback. What do you want? She had no connection with Yiping. How curious that someone would come uninvited. The outside Yiping remained silent, her beady eyes scanning the surroundings. At this hour, the educated youths had finished their lunch and were resting. Seeing no one around, she pushed the door open and swiftly closed it behind her. Instantly, the suffocating stench assaulted her nostrils, causing her to gag and nearly vomit the lunch she had just consumed. Meng Jiao Jiao's already darkened face grew darker still as she fixed an unyielding glare on Yiping. If you have nothing to say, then leave. You are not welcome here. Heh. Yiping chuckled dryly, suppressing her disgust as she surveyed the firewood room with disdain. She then placed a bowl of wild vegetable corn porridge onto the Kong. The educated youth had all finished their lunch and were taking a nap. Seeing no one around, she pushed the door open and swiftly closed it behind her. Instantly, she was hit with the suffocating stench that filled the room, causing her to gag and nearly regurgitate her lunch. Meng Jiao Jiao, already dark-skinned, now looked even darker as she glared at Yiping. If you have nothing to say, then leave. She could hardly borrow fine grains. Only coarse bran and sweet potatoes were available. As for corn and rice flour, those were out of the question. Meng Jiao Jiao suppressed her craving for food and turned to Yiping, remarking, there's no need to beat around the bush. What do you want? Yiping crossed her arms and couldn't help but sneer. Oh, our Meng Jiao Jiao, the educated youth, has finally begun to think after enduring more than half a month of hardship. Looking at the corn porridge, Meng Jiao Jiao couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She couldn't recall the last time she had eaten corn porridge. At the brigade leader's place, she could hardly borrow fine. Otherwise, I'll lose my work points. Why? Yiping scoffed. Fine. I'll be straightforward. I've taken a liking to the new educated youth, Lu Zhanheng. Meng Jiao Jiao's expression changed drastically. Weren't you interested in Sun Yongqiang? How come you're now after Lu Zhanheng? What do you want? Yiping crossed her arms and couldn't help but sneer. Oh, our Meng Jiao Jiao, the educated youth, has finally begun to think after enduring more than half a month of— I wouldn't even bother to smile at him. Indeed, ever since she was beaten by Gong Dou Dou, the men of Zhua village had ceased to fawn over her. Now, only Sun Yongqiang remained as a sycophant. Otherwise, I'll lose my work points. Why? Yiping scoffed. Fine. I'll be straightforward. I've taken a liking to the new educated youth, Lu Zhanheng. Meng Jiao Jiao's expression changed drastically. Weren't you interested in— That man is the very target she wishes to conquer. Yiping dismissed. What is Sun Yongqiang to me? I don't like him at all, if it weren't for the fact that he helped me with work. So, I feel quite unhappy. The man I fancy should only have eyes for me. Help me deal with your cousin, and I can occasionally treat you to some corn porridge. It's a lucrative deal. Are you in? Meng Jiao Jiao remained silent for a moment before gritting her teeth. I'm willing, but you must not only provide me with corn porridge but also meat. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss. Are you here to flaunt your power? Yiping sighed. I like Lu Zhanheng, but it seems he has no interest in me. Rather, he is paying special attention to your cousin, Ming Tingting. Ming Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes. Had her 200 yuan not been extorted by Gong Dou Dou, she could have indulged a bit. The crux was that she was currently empty-handed. Ming Jiaojiao didn't care what Yiping thought. Are you in? Ming Jiaojiao remained silent for a moment before gritting her teeth. I'm willing, but you must not only provide me with corn porridge but also meat. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss. She hadn't had meat in a long time and was truly craving it. Meat? Yiping laughed in disbelief. I don't even have meat for myself. Where would I find some for you? Your demands are too excessive. Moreover, her reputation had plummeted, and the men of Zhua village no longer paid her any heed. After much contemplation, she could only seek another path. Marrying a wealthy and powerful partner. After scanning her options, she had reached this point where her dignity was long gone. In a hoarse voice, she stated, Yiping, I don't care how you manage to get meat for me. That's your business, if you're unwilling. Yiping harbored a deep hatred for the Gong siblings. Everything associated with them was detestable. Thus, she eliminated Song Chuqin from her considerations, leaving only Lu Zhanheng. Though Lu Zhanheng had never divulged anything about his family, her keen eyes revealed that he had a good upbringing and came from a wealthy background, evident in his attire and demeanor. Such a man was worthy of her. Ming Jiaojiao impatiently urged. Only Lu Zhanheng met her criteria. That Song Chuqin was also acceptable, but he was a loyal dog to the Gong siblings. Anyone who spoke ill of the Gong family in the educated youth camp would find him the first to leap to their defense. Okay. Ming Jiaojiao nodded slightly. Without needing Yiping to say it, she would also find a way to deal with that wretched Ming Tingting. Why should she enjoy life in the countryside, with Lu Zhanheng by her side? Her keen eyes revealed that he had a good upbringing and came from a wealthy background, evident in his attire and demeanor. Such a man was worthy of her. Ming Jiaojiao impatiently urged. Yiping, hurry up. I need to rest. Why Yiping? Always in a rush. Fine. I'll figure out a way to get you some meat, but you must deal with Ming Tingting quickly. I don't want her to become an obstacle. Reeking of manure. After Yiping left, Song Chuqin emerged from the side of the firewood room, clicking his tongue. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman. Sun Yongqiang was such a fool, completely manipulated by Yiping. He needed to alert someone. The well-meaning Song Chuqin hurried back to the male-educated youth's quarters and shook the sleeping Sun Yongqiang awake. Hey, wake up. Your money's been stolen. Who? Which bastard dares to steal my money? Sun Yongqiang's eyes shot wide open, startled from his slumber. His shout awakened the other male-educated youth in the room, all of whom wore displeased expressions. If looks could kill, Sun Yongqiang would have died 100 times over. There were 7 male-educated youths living in the commune, all crammed into one room. Although the space was relatively large, the more people there were, the more conflicts arose. One of the educated youths. He needed to alert someone. The well-meaning Song Chuqin hurried back to the male-educated youth's quarters and shook the sleeping Sun Yongqiang awake. Hey, wake up. Your money's been stolen. Who? Which bastard dares to steal my money? Sun Yongqiang's eyes shot wide open, startled from his slumber. His shout awakened the other male-educated youth in the room, all of whom wore displeased expressions. If looks could kill, Sun Yongqiang would have died 100 times over. There were 7 male-educated youths living in the commune, all crammed into one room. Although the space was relatively large, the more people there were, the more conflicts arose. One of the educated youths. Li Xiaojiang yawned, questioning with irritation, Yeah, Song Chuqin, why did you fool Sun Yongqiang? Today is not April Fool's Day. I just wanted to wake him up. If he kept sleeping, he would be played for a fool by some ill-intentioned person. Song Chuqin shrugged, tousling his hair. Sun Yongqiang, if you don't want to hear what I have to say, then I'll keep quiet. You Sun Yongqiang's brows furrowed deeply, nearly forming a straight line. What do you want to say? Song? Who is this ill-intentioned person you mentioned? Oh my, there's some juicy gossip. Gao Haoran, Fan Qingxi, Li Xiaojiang, Lu Zhanheng, and the self-proclaimed superior, Gong Yunji, all shook off their drowsiness and widened their eyes in anticipation. Life was already tough. Li Xiaojiang yawned, questioning with irritation, Yeah, Song Chuqin, why did you fool Sun Yongqiang? Today is not April Fool's Day. I just wanted to wake him up. If he kept sleeping, he would. Song Chuqin shrugged, tousling his hair. Sun Yongqiang, if you don't want to hear what I have to say, then I'll keep quiet. You Sun Yongqiang's brows furrowed deeply, nearly forming a straight line. What do you want? Song? Who is this ill-intentioned person you mentioned? Oh my, there's some juicy gossip. Gao Haoran, Fan Qingxi, Li Xiaojiang, Lu Zhanheng, and the self-proclaimed superior. Being foolish is one thing, but having such a temper? Why shout? If you shout again, I'll go find my brother Yang to beat you up. He had connections. No, brother, I was wrong. Sun Yongqiang shivered, instantly deflating. Yiping? I really can't understand why you cherish her so when the entire Zhua village despises her. What a pity. Sun Yongqiang's expression darkened, glaring furiously at Song Chuqin. What do you mean? What a pity. Just because you don't like Yiping doesn't mean you can badmouth her behind her back. The others remained silent, dutifully acting as the audience. Song Chuqin slapped Sun Yongqiang on the head. Being foolish is one thing, but having such a temper? Why shout? If you shout again, I'll go find my brother Yang to beat you up. He had connections. Song Chuqin could swear he hadn't exaggerated. Is what you said true? Sun Yongqiang's foreboding feeling materialized, and his face darkened to an unrecognizable shade. Of course it's true. Song Chuqin patted his chest in assurance, then shook his head in lament. Oh, Sun Yongqiang, what a shame. You poured your heart out only to end up in vain. Dio, you know what this is called? Sun Yongqiang, what is it called? She also mentioned that she liked Lu Zhanheng, but that he doesn't return her affections, so she wants Meng Jiaojiao to deal with Meng Tingting. That's the gist of it. Damn, you even invoked Dou Dou. How could I possibly object? Song Chuqin continued. Little ancestor also said, a sycophant who licks up to others ends up with nothing in the end. Sun Yongqiang, congratulations on being awarded the title of sycophant. Then shook his head in lament. Oh, Sun Yongqiang, what a shame. You poured your heart out only to end up in vain. Dio, you know what this is called? Sun Yongqiang, what is it called? Sun Yongqiang finally shouted weakly. Was he really not a sycophant? Regardless of his own disbelief, he was reluctant to indulge himself in luxury. The savings he managed to accumulate were all spent on purchasing small gifts for Yiping. As Yiping was delicate and frail, unable to engage in strenuous labor, he felt a pang of sympathy for her, often neglecting his own responsibilities to earn work points for her. Little did he realize, Yiping harbored a rather different perspective towards him. Onlookers, including Lu Zhanting, were equally dismayed. Initially, they believed the protagonist to be Sun Yongqiang, the devoted admirer. However, he too was entangled in the same web. Lu Zhanting inhaled deeply and inquired. Song Chuqin, did Meng Jiaojiao and Yiping mention how to deal with Meng Tingting? He was unconcerned about being scrutinized himself, rather focused on whether Meng Tingting would suffer any harm. Song Chuqin shook his head earnestly, which rendered her incapable of heavy labor. He neglected his own work in order to earn contributions for her. Little did he realize that Yiping viewed him in a completely different light. Meanwhile, onlookers such as Lu Zhanting wore similarly grim expressions. Initially believing the protagonist to be Sun Yongqiang, the devoted admirer, he was taken aback to discover that he too was embroiled in the same predicament, prompting her to enlist a thief to deal with her. Oh dear, this tongue-twister nearly ensnared them all. One could only say, these individuals certainly know how to play. Chapter 87. The completion of the primary school upon returning to Zhua village. Song Chuqin earnestly shook his head, admitting that no such strategies had been discussed. However, it was evident that Meng Tingting's days ahead would be fraught with difficulties, necessitating utmost caution on her part. Lu Zhanting narrowed his eyes, a profound look crossing his features. I will inform Meng Tingting to be vigilant. The spectators were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. In summary, the devoted admirer cherished her, yet her affections lay elsewhere. In turn, she sent a thief to confront her rival. Alas, this convoluted tale nearly entangled them all. But their physical strength remained commendable. Once again, they secured full work points, prompting Ma Jianqi to proclaim them role models for all the youth in Zhua village. Gong Haoyang and Wen Renshao exchanged glances. For these two youngsters, who had never before engaged in agricultural work, the experience was both novel and amusing. On their first day, they brimmed with enthusiasm and vigor, as if fueled by boundless energy. Eager to complete all tasks at once, with contributions in hand, Ma Jianqi applauded their efforts. On the second day, their spirits remained high, though their initial fervor had waned somewhat. Yet their robust physiques still allowed them to secure urging everyone to learn from them. Initially somewhat lackluster towards fieldwork, the duo became buoyed by Ma Jianqi's accolades, as if they had been invigorated, ensuring they would achieve full work points daily henceforth, leading the pair to express a preference for physical training in the military compound instead. While labor was undeniably arduous, they could not afford to lose face, and thus continued to strive for full contributions. As for her uncle, who was engrossed in research, it was best not to disturb him. Theo put it simply, her grandparents were currently in a peculiar situation, one that warranted discretion. Thus, Dou Dou refrained from introducing them to others, allowing them to remain in the space for self-cultivation until their health improved. However, this state of affairs could not last indefinitely. Dou Dou was waiting. anticipating the higher authorities to revoke her grandparents' designation as undesirable elements. The educated youth looked on enviously, while the villagers of Zhua raised their thumbs in approval. Dou Dou shook her head, occasionally relaying her brother's achievements to her grandfather, grandmother, and cousin residing in the space. As for her uncle, who was engrossed in research, it was best not to disturb him. The family of her grandfather was currently in a peculiar state, one best kept hidden from prying eyes. Thus, Dou Dou refrained from introducing them to others, allowing them to reside in the space, cultivating their well-being. After all, health was paramount. However, such circumstances could not last indefinitely. Dou Dou awaited the day when the authorities would revoke her grandfather's designation as a bad element. Restoring freedom and dignity to their family of Ford, time flew by swiftly, and before long, a week had passed. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze, for the long-anticipated elementary school had finally been completed. This brand-new institution brought boundless hope and joy to the entire village. All the children ran and played in the new classrooms, their laughter echoing in the air. Thank you for your selfless contributions. Thank you for your ancestors' 18 generations. Dou Dou thought to herself. Just express your gratitude, and what else with the mention of ancestors? Those unaware might think you're cursing. As everyone gathered to partake in the feast, discussing their beautiful dreams for the future, the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. Amidst tears of gratitude, Ma Jianxi solemnly thanked Dou Dou and her brothers once more on behalf of the villagers. Ha ha ha, what the heck, ancestors of 18 generations, ha ha ha. The villagers' gazes were intensely fervent. Dou Dou felt overwhelmed. Leaving her two brothers to face the villagers' enthusiasm alone, great-great-grandma, where are you going? The three little tailing descendants immediately scurried after her. The smile on Gong Haoyang's face momentarily faltered. He had suspected as much. The world was indeed peculiar, and the villagers of Zhua even more so. When Ren Xiao, seated at the same table, felt his face, they had engaged in eavesdropping before. Dou Dou led the trio quietly to a small grove behind the educated youth station, where they could hear the dispute between a man and a woman from a distance. Little ancestor, over here. At that moment, Song Chuqin peeked out from a concealed corner, beckoning to Dou Dou and the three little ones. Dou Dou understood immediately and led the three little ones to where Song Chuqin was. Eavesdropping was not new to them. With stealth, Dou Dou led her three little great-grandsons to a small grove behind the educated youth station, where the sounds of an argument between a man and a woman reached their ears. Little ancestor, over here. At that moment, Song Chuqin peeked from a concealed corner, waving to Dou Dou and the others. Understanding his cue, Dou Dou immediately guided her three little great-grandsons to his location. Looking up, the Iron Hammer trio, with their little bottoms perched, expertly leaned in to listen. Following great-great-grandma had not only sharpened their observational skills but also heightened their eagerness for gossip. Su Huaya remarked, Dou Dou, Yiping and Sun Yongqiang have completely severed ties. You should have seen it. Yiping just slapped Sun Yongqiang, and his face looked absolutely dreadful. Then they started arguing. Dou Dou couldn't help but chuckle softly upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, Sun Yongqiang is quite amusing. The Iron Hammer trio perked up, eagerly leaning in to listen. Following their great-grandma had sharpened their instincts for observation and eagerness for gossip, which had soared to new heights, Su Huaya remarked. Song Chuqin chuckled a few times before disdainfully commenting. Sun Yongqiang must have had his brain gnawed by a dog. I've warned him before that Yiping doesn't regard him as a human being. Yet he continues to fawn over her. What do you call that? It's called unwillingness to let Liu Zhanting suddenly interjected, his expression devoid of emotion as he calmly analyzed. Sun Yongqiang has invested far too much in Yiping. Song Chuqin joined in her laughter, then disdainfully commented. Sun Yongqiang's brain must have been gnawed by a dog. I warned him that Yiping doesn't regard him as a person, yet he still persists in fawning over her. What do you call that? Unwillingness to let go. Liu Zhanting suddenly interjected, his expression devoid of emotion as he calmly analyzed the situation. Sun Yongqiang has invested too much in Yiping, solely wishing for her, even knowing that she holds no feelings for him. He remains unwilling to see all his efforts go to waste. Hence, he continues to seek her approval. This unwillingness clouds his judgment, making it all while yearning for Yiping to change her mind. Brother, how do you understand this so well? Song Chuqin was taken aback, silently giving him a thumbs up. Compared to Liu Zhanting, he felt like a mere bystander. Yet her heart inexplicably yearned for him. If he truly had a similar experience, it must mean he had loved that girl deeply. Chapter 88. The devoted admirer's break. Liu Zhanting immediately sensed Meng Tingting's unease and hurriedly clarified, their eyes reflecting admiration and scrutiny. Dou Dou then quipped, Brother Liu, you seem to understand Sun Yongqiang quite well. Could it be that you have had a similar experience? Meng Tingting immediately cast her gaze downward. Lu Zhanting continued to explain. I have always enjoyed reading, captivated by various genres, and coupled with my penchant for contemplation, this allows me to analyze things so thoroughly. I see. You truly are impressive, Lu family brother. Chapter 88. The devoted admirer's rupture. Lu Zhanting quickly sensed Meng Tingting's discomfort and hastened to clarify. No, Dou Dou, you've misunderstood me. I have not had a similar experience. Before coming to the countryside, I had never liked any girl. Upon hearing this, Meng Tingting's eyes lit up, her heart swelling with an uncontainable thrill, and While Lu Zhanting continued. I have always enjoyed reading, fascinated by various genres, and coupled with my penchant, it allows me to analyze situations so thoroughly. I see, Brother Lu. You truly are impressive, Dou Dou praised with a smile, subtly glancing at Meng Tingting before winking at Lu Zhanting. Why she emanated such an undeniable aura of sadness. Yet, her frightened expression, akin to that of an injured fawn, tugged at his heartstrings. Moreover, her efforts to appear strong only intensified his concern. He couldn't help but think, how wonderful it would be if I could do something for her. From that moment on, she profoundly entered his heart. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight. Song Chuqin, oblivious to the subtle interactions between Dou Dou and Lu Zhanheng. He pondered what this girl had endured, why she exuded an aura of sorrow that was impossible to ignore. Yet, witnessing her startled expression, akin to a wounded fawn, tugged at his heartstrings. He could. Su Huayao pouted, asking, what else could it be? A person's capacity for endurance is limited. Yi Ping remained utterly unaware of Sun Yongqiang's discontent, instead intensifying the depletion of his feelings for her, and thus, Sun Yongqiang, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, Dou Dou, you are spot on. Sister Yao, your analysis is superb. Applause is in order. As the words left his mouth, Song Chuqin quietly began to clap, a hint of pride evident on his face. Su Huayao pouted, asking, what else could it be? A person's capacity for endurance is limited. Yi Ping remained utterly unaware of Sun Yongqiang's discontent, instead intensifying the depletion of his feelings for her, and thus, and I obediently complied, responding promptly to the little ancestor's command. Well, you ought to know when to pick your moments, Su Huayao replied, exasperated, wishing to pry open Song Chuqin's head to see what was inside. The previous Song Chuqin had never been this foolish. How had he become so dim-witted after coming to the countryside? Was it possible that Jua village was simply not suited for him? Then I won't say a word, Song Chuqin huffed, presenting the back of his head to Su Huayao. Su Huayao, you're grown, yet still act like a child. Dou Dou, raising her finger, eagerly watched the unfolding drama. The previous Song Chuqin had never been this foolish. How had he become so dim-witted after coming to the countryside? Was it possible that Jua village was simply not suited for him? Then I won't say a word, Song Chuqin huffed, presenting the back of his head to Su Huayao. Su Huayao, you're grown, yet still act like a child. Dou Dou, raising her finger, eagerly watched the unfolding drama, whispering, everyone, hush, those two are about to come to blows. About to come to blows. The onlookers' eyes widened in excitement as they craned their necks to see. Sun Yongqiang, what do you mean by this? Yi Ping yelled. You think I would pay you back? You must be delusional. Did I ever claim to have feelings for you? I never asked you for anything. You were the one who unilaterally decided to give me gifts. Now you want to take them back? How do you perceive me, a cheap woman? Sun Yongqiang met Yi Ping's fiery gaze, responding with conviction, you treat yourself as such. You are utterly unreasonable. Yi Ping's eyes filled with tears of rage. You think I would pay you back? You must be delusional. Did I ever claim to have feelings for you? I never asked you for anything. You were the one who unilaterally decided to give me gifts. Now you want to take them back? How do you perceive me, a cheap woman? Sun Yongqiang met Yi Ping's fiery gaze, responding with conviction, you treat yourself as such. You are utterly unreasonable. Yi Ping's eyes filled with tears. His voice trembled with suppressed anger and disappointment, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and reproach for Yi Ping. Yet Yi Ping merely scoffed, as if she had heard a ridiculous joke, and shot back defiantly, gritting his teeth as he declared, Yi Ping, it is you who is promiscuous, flirting with every man who shows you affection. Look at you. Which man's gifts have you not accepted with glee? Do you? His voice trembled with suppressed anger and disappointment, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and reproach for Yi Ping. Yet Yi Ping merely scoffed, as if she had heard a ridiculous joke, and shot back defiantly. What of it? Those men wish to shower me with gifts because they are attracted to me. It proves I have charm, is that a fault? Sun Yongqiang's anger surged even further at Yi Ping's brazen demeanor. Your behavior is nothing short of debauchery, devoid of any moral compass. Yi Ping's countenance darkened momentarily, a flicker of menace flashing across her features, but she quickly regained her composure. A sardonic Sun Yongqiang, don't speak so nobly. You're merely a selfish opportunist, seizing the chance to ingratiate yourself with me now that my reputation is tarnished and I am looked down upon by the people of Zhuaville. He needed to consider his own future, seeking a partner of similar standing. In all his observations, it was only Yi Ping's appearance that had captured his interest, prompting him to pursue her. Yet the outcome. Moreover, his impoverished background left him with no means to return home after years in the countryside, and he lacked the skills to establish a stable future if he were to root himself in rural life. No more, no less. 50 yuan? Yi Ping's voice cracked in disbelief. Son, are you planning to rob me? I have no money and will not pay you back. Once something is given to me, there's no reason to return it. Was ultimately a fantasy he had constructed too beautifully. Yi Ping, I see through you now, and I refuse to waste more words. Mark my words, within a week, you must repay me exactly 50 yuan. Gazing at Sun Yongqiang with a mixture of anger and disbelief. You dare to hit me? What of it? You asked for it. Sun Yongqiang exhaled sharply, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. How delightful it was to strike someone. You dare to strike me? Yi Ping's voice turned as cold as ice, her demeanor shifting dramatically, her expression darkening as she transformed from her usual pretentious self into something far more formidable. Gazing at Sun Yongqiang with a mixture of anger and disbelief. You dare to hit me? What of it? You asked for it. Sun Yongqiang exhaled sharply, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. How delightful it was to strike someone. You dare to strike me? Yi Ping's voice turned as cold as ice, her demeanor shifting dramatically, her expression darkening as she transformed from her usual pretentious self into something far more formidable. Incapable of defending herself, lowering her head, her eyes flickered with determination before a mocking laugh escaped her lips. In a shocking turn, she unleashed a powerful kick that sent Sun Yongqiang sprawling. Bang! Sun Yongqiang crashed to the ground. Clutching his chest, disbelief etched across his face. Why, Yi Ping? You? Yi Ping laughed, her charm now tinged with a dangerous allure, her eyes burning with resolve. You think I effortlessly navigate through a sea of men relying solely on my looks? If I lacked strength, I wouldn't have been sent here on a mission. I am not a delicate flower but a rose with thorns. Sun Yongqiang was left speechless, his shock mirrored in the eyes of the onlookers. Clutching his chest, disbelief etched across his face. Why, Yi Ping? You? Yi Ping laughed, her charm now tinged with a dangerous allure, her eyes burning with resolve. You think I effortlessly navigate through a sea of men relying If I lacked strength, I wouldn't have been sent here on a mission. I am not a delicate flower but a rose with thorns. Sun Yongqiang was left speechless, his shock mirrored in the eyes of the onlookers. It must be said, Yi Ping had donned her disguise expertly. It was only after Sun Yongqiang struck her that her true nature began to emerge. Dou Dou was now curious to discover her true intentions. What are you planning? Don't come any closer. Sun Yongqiang screamed in terror, struggling to rise while suppressing the pain, desperate to flee. Yi Ping twirled the dagger in her hand, a cold smile playing on her lips as she approached Sun Yongqiang step by step. It must be said, Yi Ping had donned her disguise expertly. It was only after Sun Yongqiang struck her that her true nature began to emerge. Dou Dou was now curious to discover her true intentions. What are you planning? Don't come any closer. Sun Yongqiang screamed in terror, struggling to rise while suppressing the pain, desperate to flee. Yi Ping twirled the dagger in her hand, a cold smile playing on her lips as she approached Sun Yongqiang step by step. Yi Ping scoffed, her disdain palpable. Besides, killing and burying a body is child's play for me. She had risen above countless pawns, not through mere words, but through experience. To her, murder was as mundane as daily life. Frustrated, he realized his legs had cramped at the worst possible moment. He had intended to escape, but his body betrayed him, leaving him utterly hopeless. Someone, please save me. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Sun Yongqiang was paralyzed with fear. No, please don't kill me. I was wrong to ask you for money. If you spare me, we can forget about that 50 yuan. What do you say? Not a chance. Song Chuqin and the others looked anxiously at Dou Dou, hoping she would take charge. They were merely spectators, unwilling to see this escalate into something fatal. Dou Dou narrowed her eyes and beckoned to Song Chuqin. At that moment, the voice of Song Chuqin echoed, "Little ancestor, hurry here. I just heard shouting in the woods ahead. I have no idea what has happened." Following closely, Dou Dou's voice chimed in, Got it? I'm on my way. Now, I yearn for your life even more. Yiping's patience had run thin, and she raised the dagger, poised to strike Sun Yongqiang. Since he had the audacity to slap her, he must now pay the price. At that moment, the voice of Song Chuqin echoed, "Little ancestor, hurry here. I just heard someone shouting in the woods ahead, and I have no idea what is going on." Following closely, Dodo's voice chimed in. "Got it, I'm on my way." Yiping's hand, gripping the dagger, suddenly halted. Damn it. How did that little lunatic Gong Dou Dou show up? While she had confidence in dealing with others, the Gong siblings were a different. Her mission remained unfulfilled, and she could not afford to expose herself in front of them. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Yiping reluctantly sheathed her dagger. She fixed her gaze on Sun Yongqiang, her eyes glinting with a menacing light as she sternly warned, "I'll let you off today, but remember what should and shouldn't be said. If you dare to speak out of turn, beware for your life." Sun Yongqiang trembled in fear, nodding vacantly to indicate his understanding. Yiping refrained from any further words, her figure gliding like a specter into the woods, swiftly vanishing from view. Once Yiping departed, Dodo appeared alongside the three little great-grandchildren and Song Chuqin before Sun Yongqiang, playfully kicking him. "Hey, have you gone dumb?" At this moment, Sun Yongqiang was in a pitiful state, his face devoid of color. Sun Yongqiang sincerely appreciated the arrival of Dodo and Song Chuqin. He wasn't foolish. Without their intervention, this day next year would have marked his memorial. Yet, he mused, who would even remember him? Song Chuqin and Lu Zhanheng exchanged helpless glances before stepping forward to assist Sun Yongqiang. He hesitated, remembering Yiping's warning. "All right, if there's nothing wrong, hurry back to the youth station. You're grown, yet still crying like a child. And to top it off, you've wet your pants," Dodo remarked disdainfully. They had all witnessed Yiping's transformations. Her identity was undoubtedly extraordinary, and they lacked the strength to confront her. Heeding little ancestor's advice was undoubtedly wise. Yiping meandered outside, confirming that Sun Yongqiang had not betrayed her. And she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, she knew that the truth would eventually come to light. Sun Yongqiang was a ticking time bomb, and she must eliminate him. Before that, she needed to locate her contact. The following morning, Yiping feigned illness to request a day off from Ma Jianxi, who, following Dodo's instructions, denied her request. Yiping seethed inwardly, cursing under her breath. They had witnessed Yiping's transformation and recognized her unusual identity. They lacked the power to confront her, so following little ancestor's advice was undoubtedly wise. Yiping wandered outside for a while. Ma Jianxi made it clear from the outset. Unless under special circumstances, everyone was required to participate in the harvest, as the results of a year's hard work must not falter. In the fields, golden rice ears bowed heavily, while men, women, and children labored diligently, their faces radiating the joy of a bountiful harvest. Concurrently, Zhuwa village began preparations for winter supplies, with every household busily storing food and repairing homes to brace for the impending cold. The entire village buzzed with vitality and energy. Undeterred, Yiping returned 2 days later to request another day off. Ma Jianxi, overwhelmed with work, showed no mercy before everyone, stating, "Yiziking, I see your rosy complexion and your breath is unlabored. Yet you claim to be unwell. Let everyone see. Is this truly a sign of discomfort?" Yiping bit her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes, wishing she could stab Ma Jianxi, that bald man, with a knife. In the fields, golden rice ears drooped heavily, and men, women, and children toiled diligently, their faces radiating the joy of reaping. Meanwhile, Zhuwa village also began preparing supplies for winter and bracing for the impending cold. The entire village buzzed with vitality and energy. Yiping, undeterred, returned 2 days later to request leave again. Ma Jianxi, overwhelmed with Yijiqing, your complexion is rosy, and you walk without a hint of fatigue. Yet you claim to be unwell. Just look at yourself. Is this how someone in poor health behaves? Yiping bit her lip. Yiping lowered her head, her hands tightly clenched, shaking her head gently. Ma Jianxi continued. It's called shirking work, and more severely, it's called a capitalist mindset. We are a socialist nation that promotes collectivism and the spirit of labor. Ma Jianxi regarded Yiping with a serious expression, his voice imbued with an undeniable firmness. I'm not a woman. I can't understand your situation. All I know is that it's harvest season, the busiest time of the year. Unless there's an exceptional reason, no one can take leave. His gaze was sharp and stern, as if probing into Yiping's very soul. He continued with increasing severity, his expression darkening as he sighed deeply. Yiziking, I am not being unfeeling, but the rules of the team cannot be broken. Everyone is working hard. You cannot seek special treatment. How about this? You go to work first? And if you truly cannot bear it, then come find me. Yi Ping cursed inwardly, realizing her efforts had been in vain. As everyone watched the spectacle, they stood on their moral high ground. Yi Ping nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. Damn it, now they're throwing the capitalist mentality label at me. How can I dare to ask for leave? Yet, she was unwilling to concede. Where she could not retaliate, in the crowd, Sun Yongqiang secretly reveled in the situation. He knew Yi Ping was no ordinary person, but he could find no evidence to expose her and dared not meet her alone. Hence, he had become wiser, avoiding solitary outings, whether for work, bathing, or using the restroom, always bringing Song Chuqin and the others along. Only by sticking together could he survive. He truly hoped Yi Ping's true nature would be unveiled soon. Come find me. Yi Ping, damn it, it's as if I've wasted my breath. Everyone had watched the spectacle, standing on their moral high ground to condemn Yi Ping for her lack of solidarity and special treatment. Zhong Jishuan. After a month of constant feeding from her and her brother, the grandfather and grandson duo had nearly regained their strength. The once emaciated Zhong Jishuan now no longer appeared pale. Though he still looked thin, at least there was some color in his cheeks. Dou Dou lacked for nothing, yet she relished these fulfilling and bountiful days. Under her guidance, the children scoured previously unvisited areas, returning with abundant harvests. The snakes, wild boars, wild chickens, and rabbits encountered on their journey all fell victim to Dou Dou's formidable prowess, bringing back ample provisions for the villagers. Because of this, Dou Dou's reputation in Zhuwa village soared. She spent her days foraging for various mushrooms, hazelnuts, pine nuts, wild walnuts, wild jujubes, wood ear mushrooms, and wild vegetables with the village children. She didn't forget to bring along Grandpa Zhong's grandson, Zhong Jishuan. After a month of the duo's previously weakened bodies had almost recovered. Zhong Jishuan, once frail, now bore a healthier complexion, though still thin. At least every household remained bustling. The men busily gathered firewood from the mountains, while the women prepared pickled vegetables and soy sauce. Taking advantage of the still mild weather, everyone exerted their utmost effort. Dou Dou's family had no need to pickle vegetables, brought back to enhance the village's meals. Because of this, Dou Dou's reputation in Zhuwa village soared to new heights, reaching a level of reverence. The heartfelt calls of little ancestor reflected genuine affection. Devoid of any pretense, the busy days passed swiftly. Before they knew it, November arrived, ushering in early winter. The villagers had toiled for a whole month, and the crops were all pickled vegetables, soy sauce, smoked chicken, and smoked rabbit to send to Aunt Zhao and Brother Hao. Aunt Zhao, Zhao Qiaoyun, is Wen Renxiao's mother, while Brother Hao, Wen Runhao, is his elder brother. Wen Renxiao immediately sprang into action, while the women busied themselves pickling vegetables and making sauces. Taking advantage of the relatively warm weather, everyone worked with vigor in Dou Dou's household. There was no need for filling several large jars that they could not possibly finish. If they refused, the villagers would be displeased. When Renxiao exclaimed, "Everyone is so enthusiastic. It makes me feel like a useless person." "Little disciple, open the door. Quickly, let me in," Bu Xuanzi sang and danced outside the door, while the person standing beside him, Wen Hongxi, looked visibly uncomfortable. Wen Hongxi hesitated, wanting to speak yet holding back. Mr. Bu, you? Shut up," Bu Xuanzi snapped. Pickled vegetables, sauces, smoked chicken, and smoked rabbit to Aunt Zhao and Brother Hao. Aunt Zhao, Zhao Qiaoyun, was Wen Renxiao's mother, and Brother Hao, Wen Runhao, was his elder brother. Instantly invigorated, Wen Renxiao darted toward the kitchen, saying, "All right, I'll go find the bags." Dou Dou called out, "Xiao Gidge, grab some more bags." She and her brother had planned to send some food to Uncle Wan and Aunt Xiangxiang, who rented them their house, and also to Tanji and Huang Xingli far away in Sichuan. After all, relationships require nurturing. Just as the three were finishing packing the items to be sent, an urgent knocking echoed from outside. "Little apprentice, hurry and open the door, quickly," Bu Xuanzi sang and danced. He himself felt no embarrassment, but the one standing beside him, Wen Hongxi, felt awkward, caught between words. Mr. Bu, you? Shut up," Bu Xuanzi retorted impatiently. "I don't want to converse with men who are unclear with other women. I haven't done anything, please don't misunderstand." Observing the astonished and complex expressions on the faces of the three children, Wen Hongxi felt utterly helpless, turning to Bu Xuanzi. "Mr. Bu, you spread rumors so easily. I kindly ask you to spare my reputation." He had explained repeatedly, yet Mr. Bu remained unconvinced. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Wen Renxiao. At the sight of his father, he felt a surge of excitement. When Hongxi. Sometimes he felt utterly powerless. When Ren Xiao, looking utterly devastated, fixed a piercing gaze on Wen Hongxi and demanded, "Dad, tell me, is what Uncle Bu said true? If you have truly betrayed Mom, I will refuse to acknowledge you as my father." When Ren Xiao gasped, "Help! The sky is falling for him," the duo of Dou Dou and her sibling exchanged bewildered glances. Did Uncle Wen cheat? Chapter 91. Encountering bad romance. No, I did not. Observing the trio of children with their astonished and conflicted expressions, when Hongxi felt utterly despondent, turning to Bu Xuanzi, "Mr. Bu, your penchant for gossip is rather reckless." Bu Xuanzi, coolly tilting his head, retorted, "One cannot expect others to remain oblivious unless one refrains from wrongdoing. Are you truly claiming you have not been fervently involved with a woman named Zhou something?" When Hongxi could only respond with silence, at tea times, he found himself utterly helpless. When Ren Xiao, looking utterly devastated, glared at his father with reddened eyes, "Dad, you must tell me, is what Uncle Bu said true? If you have truly betrayed Mom, and the matters in Pongguang village are also nearly resolved, I do not plan to return to Kyoto this year. You cannot abandon this lonely old man," Dou Dou, with a serious tone, corrected him. "Let us retreat indoors, and we can clarify matters there." He found it hard to believe that Uncle Wen would cheat. As a soldier, he should know the lines that should never be crossed. However, the notion of being entangled with other women, that could very well be true. Aunt Yun, Wen Renxiao's mother, had spent years managing the affairs of the women involved with Uncle Wen. Stroking his beard, could hardly contain his excitement, just the right amount, 2,000 yuan. This was the first time he had received such a substantial reward. In the past, he had received hundreds, but never exceeding 1,000. It seemed he was indeed benefiting from his little disciple's influence. 2,000. Dou Dou furrowed her brow, resolutely declaring, "I don't want it, master. You should keep it for yourself." This, Bu Xuanzi hesitated, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Very well, I shall not give it to you for now, but I will buy you something nice later." He had yet to present a proper gift for taking her as his disciple. The terms lonely and solitary should be banished from our vocabulary. Bu Xuanzi instantly broke into a broad smile. He knew that his little disciple was a dutiful and kind-hearted child, ensuring a promising future ahead. "Disciple, I received a reward from above." "I do not need it, it is all yours." Dou Dou's interest piqued. "How much is the reward?" Bu Xuanzi chuckled, stroking his beard, his excitement palpable. "Not a penny more or less, precisely two." Genuinely unable to endure his sister's greasy remarks any longer. The only solace was that she often had fleeting interests. Once this phase passed, she would return to normalcy. "Inappropriate books?" Bu Xuanzi raised an eyebrow, his eyes lighting up. "What kind of books?" "I want to read too." Gong Haoyang. He wished he could seal his mouth shut. After all, aside from his sister, he absolutely could not tolerate another person spouting such cheesy lines. Dou Dou's face flushed as she offered Bu Xuanzi an awkward smile. "Master, the books I read are not suitable for you. You should calm your eager heart, they truly are inappropriate. If it's not suitable." "Your words give me goosebumps. Something feels off about my little disciple." He turned to Gong Haoyang. "Young man, what is wrong with my disciple?" "Nothing much. She's just been reading too many inappropriate books." Gong Haoyang suppressed a laugh. "Iron pot braised goose." Bu Xuanzi's mouth watered as he released Dou Dou's hand and dashed into the kitchen, exclaiming in delight, "Heavens, look at all this delicious food." Hanging from the rafters were smoked chicken, smoked rabbit, and cured sausages, his favorites. The others ignored Bu Xuanzi's excitement and settled onto the heated platform designated for guests. Gong Haoyang transformed into a diligent little bee, pouring warm ginger syrup for everyone and rummaging through the cabinet for snacks to place on the large table. "Uncle Wen, please do not hold back." When Hongxi chuckled, "Rest assured, Haoyang, I will not be polite." When Ren Xiao grimaced as he gulped down the ginger syrup, then fixed a fervent gaze on his father, "Dad, you owe me an explanation." If the explanation was unsatisfactory, he would immediately call Mom and ask her to leave him, seeking a new father who would be devoted to her. "You rascal." When Hongxi recognized the look in his younger son's eyes, "You shall feast to your heart's content, goose stew." Bu Xuanzi's mouth watered as he released Dou Dou's hand, darting into the kitchen with uncontainable excitement. Heavens, so much delicious food. From the raft, his father had once served as a battalion commander in the army, and when he enlisted, she was placed under his command. However, the battalion commander had left the army the following year, and Zhou Mingfen was merely his youngest daughter. Just over 3 years old at that time. They had only crossed paths a handful of times. Yet, time had flown by, and over 20 years later, she had recognized him. Zhou Mingfen was thrilled and approached Wen Hongxi. If the explanation was unsatisfactory, he would promptly call his mother, urging her to leave his father, and he would seek a new father who was devoted to his mother. You little rascal, Wen Hongxi. After listening to Wen Hongxi's account, when Ren Xiao stared at him with lifeless eyes, clearly unconvinced that so, you called her family? Wen Hongxi replied, yes, I did. When Ren Xiao retorted, that woman named Zhou could easily call her family herself. One would be someone he recognized. Her name was Zhou Mingfen. His father had once served as a company commander in the army. During his service, she was assigned under his command. However, that commander had left the army the following year. And Zhou Mingfen was merely his youngest daughter, just over 3 years old at the time. They had barely exchanged a few words. Years passed, and to his surprise, she still recognized him. Zhou Mingfen was overjoyed to identify him, asking him for a favor. She requested that he call her family to assure them she was doing well, asking them not to worry or seek her out, promising to write to maintain contact. Ren Xiao, she is the daughter of my old battalion commander. I regard her as an acquaintance, though not malign her character. Chapter 92. Call mom and tell her to divorce you. An acquaintance? When Ren Xiao's tone dripped with sarcasm. When Hongxi replied, yes, I did. When Ren Xiao pressed further, that Zhou woman could certainly have contacted her family herself. Why did she insist you do it? Isn't that redundant and merely placing? His father had indeed encountered a troublesome romance. When Hongxi furrowed his brow. Perhaps she was too embarrassed to speak of her circumstances, which is why she asked me for help. Ha! When Ren Xiao scoffed. His mind sharp and clear, if she was too embarrassed to speak, she could have written a letter. She neither wrote nor called. She simply seeks this opportunity to draw closer to you. Go put it bluntly. Even worse, Dad seemed utterly oblivious, completely unaware of why they had distanced themselves from him. The root of it all lay within himself. He perpetually maintained ambiguous relationships with other women. Though he had never engaged in overly intimate actions with these women, his ambiguous demeanor left them feeling endless disappointment and dissatisfaction. Muddled? How am I muddled? When Hongxi bristled at his younger son's words. Isn't it obvious? When Ren Xiao countered, if you weren't muddled, why do you consistently maintain unclear relationships with those women? Yet when it comes to matters of the heart, you are perpetually muddled. Over the years, he had witnessed his mother deal with his father's various entanglements, and her fierce reputation had been amplified due to these incidents. His mother had complained to him on several occasions, bluntly stating that she should never have married his father. Before others, they appeared to be a loving couple, but only his mother understood the exhaustion, heartache, and disappointment she felt regarding this marriage. Both he and his brother were deeply pained by their mother's suffering. Thus, they had always maintained a certain emotional distance from their oblivious father. Worse still, their father seemed utterly unaware of this estrangement, completely oblivious to why they felt distant. The root of all this lay within him. He consistently maintained ambiguous relationships with others. Mr. Bu, I beseech you, please do not tarnish my reputation any further, if you would be so kind. But all I have spoken is the truth. How does it tarnish your reputation? Bu Xuanzi huffed, glaring. One, dare you claim you have not had fervent discussions with that Zhou fellow? Inviting misunderstandings about your intentions? Dad, you are a married man. You can handle your work with decisiveness, yet when it comes to women, you falter and fail to sever ties. Ren Xiao. When Hongxi's voice rose sharply, his already serious expression intensifying, Dou Dou and Gong Haoyang exchanged glances, surprised. Well, who would have thought Uncle Wen possessed such a side? Is this a contest of who can shout louder? Bu Xuanzi chewing on some jerky he had pilfered from the kitchen, looking at Wen Hongxi with unmistakable disdain. Is your son mistaken? One? Faced with Bu Xuanzi, Wen Hongxi found it difficult to muster, as it stemmed from genuine concern. When Ren Xiao sighed bitterly, feeling deeply disheartened by his father, who still did not see any fault in his actions, Dou Dou reached out to comfort Ren Xiao, innocently inquiring, Uncle Wen, you are so kind-hearted. Do you wish to spread warmth to all the women in the world? When Hongxi responded, Gong Haoyang feigned reprimand, sister, do not say such things. Uncle Gong is no savior. He only offers warmth to women he knows. Dou Dou immediately covered her mouth, exclaiming, oh dear, was I wrong? Uncle Wen, you won't hold it against me, will you? When Hongxi forced a smile, declaring, not at all. He was not oblivious to the mockery in the siblings' words. I have indeed done so. When Hongxi's once erect shoulders began to slump, Bu Xuanzi snorted, kicked off his shoes, and sat beside Dou Dou, continuing his interrogation. Do you dare assert that you have no sympathy for that Zhou person's plight? That you haven't inquired about her health from time to time? When Hongxi was left utterly speechless, Bu Xuanzi's words rang true. He had indeed engaged in such actions, and he did not perceive himself as having done anything wrong. For it was merely an expression of concern. Heh! When Ren Xiao let out a bitter laugh, He felt profoundly disheartened by his father, who still failed to recognize his own mistakes. Besides, I am a healthy, devoted man. I know precisely who holds the utmost importance in my heart. As for those women, I have no kinship with them. Why should I care for them? For their loquacious mouths? Uncle Gong is no savior. He only extends warmth to the women he knows. Dodo immediately covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Oh dear, did I say something wrong? Uncle One, you won't hold it against me." When Hongxi. Prior to this, his heart was unencumbered. Yet now, he could no longer claim such a state, for he was acutely aware that both Dodo and Hao Yang were pointing out his shortcomings. When Ren Xiao disregarded his father's embarrassed demeanor, excitedly exclaiming, "Well said. To neglect your own family while entangling yourself with other women is either sheer foolishness or a serious affliction that requires treatment." Bu Xuanzi, munching on beef jerky, concurred, "Indeed, not only treatment, but medication as well. The poison has seeped too deep, and recovery will not come swiftly. Ha ha ha, it is better to be like me. Aside from my little apprentice, not even a female mosquito dares approach me. He he, I, Bu Xuanzi, possess the singular virtue of maintaining my integrity." When Ren Xiao burst into laughter, "Uncle Bu, I admire your kind. If you were my father, we would surely get along splendidly." He continued with a tone of derision, "Moreover, I am a man of integrity, both physically and mentally. I know precisely who holds the utmost importance in my heart. As for those women, I share no kinship nor bond with them. Why should I treat them kindly? Is it because they possess eloquent tongues? Or because they attempt to exploit various connections to ingratiate themselves? Perhaps it's their audacity to flirt," and tears streamed down when Ren Xiao's face as he looked at his father with disappointment and sorrow, finally voicing his innermost thoughts. "Father, if I could choose, I truly would not want you as my father." Acutely aware that both Dodo and Hao Yang were scrutinizing him, when Ren Xiao paid no heed to his father's discomfort, excitedly exclaiming, "Yes, you articulated that perfectly. To neglect one's family while entangling oneself with other women is either sheer foolishness or a grave illness that..." Bu Xuanzi, chewing on jerky, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it demands remedy and medication, for the affliction runs deep. It is unlikely to heal in a short time. Ha ha ha, it is far better to be like me. Aside from my... Not even a female mosquito dares to approach me. Heh, I, Bu Xuanzi, may not possess many virtues, but I certainly know how to maintain my integrity." When Ren Xiao burst into laughter, "Uncle Bu, I admire your character. If you were my father, we would surely get along splendidly." The conversation grew increasingly outrageous. When Ren Xiao, when Hongxi could no longer contain himself, roaring, "You are becoming more..." When Ren Xiao self-deprecatingly smiled, "Of course I see you as my father, but you seem oblivious to my mother and us brothers. You only know how to play the benevolent role while ignoring the exhaustion our family faces." Instead of reflecting on his own faults, lashed out at him. This was something he could never forgive. He resolved not only to call his mother, but also to contact his elder brother in the military. "I truly would not want you to be my father." A sharp slap echoed through the room as when Hongxi, enraged, struck Ren Xiao's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Ren Xiao, I..." No explanations, biting his lips as tears fell uncontrollably. "For the sake of those women, you resorted to violence against me. How splendid! I will call my mother right now and have her divorce you with that." And he could no longer hold back his tears. "Mother, it's Ren Xiao." Xiao Qiaoyun, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed something was amiss with her youngest son, and her heart tightened with concern. "Ren Xiao, why are you crying? Have you encountered some trouble, or is the farm work too burdensome for you?" "Mother, when Ren Xiao abruptly halted, hastily swallowing the words that were about to spill forth, feeling a wave of regret. He had acted impulsively. It was the first time his foolish father had struck him. Did he not understand the principle of not striking a person's face? Most importantly, every word he spoke was grounded in... What had he said that was wrong? His anger swelled. His father, incapable of self-reflection, had instead resorted to violence, and for this, he would never forgive him. He resolved, taking a deep breath, when Ren Xiao forced back his tears and smiled, saying, "Mother, I just miss you so much, your cooking, the clothes you make, and your occasional reminders." "Ren Xiao, you..." Zhao Qiaoyun's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, for this was the first time her son had expressed such longing for her so directly. After requesting the operator to connect him to his home number, after several transfers, the call finally connected, and Zhao Qiaoyun's gentle voice resonated on the other end. "Hello? Who is this?" Prompting tears to flow uncontrollably as he choked out, "Mom, it's Ren Xiao." Zhao Qiaoyun, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed something was amiss with her youngest son, her heart tightening with concern. Ren Xiao, or is the farm work too strenuous for you? Mom, when Ren Xiao abruptly halted, swallowing the words that had been on the tip of his tongue, feeling a surge of regret. He had been too impulsive. Calling his mother in a fit of emotion, in their family, the one who bore the most burden was his mother. She had to juggle work while managing the mess his father had created, all the while worrying about whether he and his brother were well fed and properly clothed. She was already enduring so much hardship. He should not add to her worries. He could only share good news, not troubles, to ease her mind. Taking a deep breath, he fought back his tears, forcing a smile as he said, Mom, I just miss you so much. I miss your cooking, your sewing, and your gentle reminders. Ren Xiao, you? Zhao Qiaoyan's eyes suddenly filled with tears. I want to be coming back for the new year, so please take good care of yourself at home. Make sure to eat well and dress warmly. Haoyang, Dou Dou, and I have already packed some mountain goods, cured meats and smoked chickens and rabbits, to send to you soon. Zhao Qiaoyan felt immensely gratified. Ren Xiao, I miss you too. How are you getting along in Jua village? Is the farm work too tiring? Are you eating and living well? How do you get along with Haoyang and Dou Dou? As a mother, she had countless questions but, mindful of the long-distance call, could only keep her inquiries brief. Listening to his mother's voice, when Ren Xiao gradually calmed down, a smile spreading across his face as he chattered away. Mom, Jua village is wonderful. The villagers are very kind, and the team leader takes great care of me. By the way, I live with Haoyang and Dou Dou in a separate courtyard. We three siblings get along splendidly, eating and living together. We are as close as can be, and you wouldn't believe it, Mom. Dou Dou is incredibly talented, smart, and assertive. She is the most remarkable child I've ever met, and I absolutely adore her. Mom, Haoyang and I can easily earn full work points every day. The villagers have begun to treat us like one of their own, and the other educated youth are so envious. It's quite amusing. Oh, and please don't send anything this year. New educated youth aren't allowed to return home for visits in the first year, so I want to be coming back for the new year. Dou Dou had indeed shared a stack of money with him, all of which had originated from the scoundrels of Sakura country. Now, he truly had no shortage of money. Ever since he had been with Dou Dou, don't hold back, eat your fill, and when you're done, we'll send more. You must eat well. These are specially sent for you. As for Dad on the other end, Zhao Qiaoyan's heart sank, her smile faded. How could she not understand her own son? It seemed the crux of the issue lay with Wen Hongxi. Ren Xiao, rest assured, I will devour everything you send. I won't let your father have it. When Ren Xiao instantly brightened, unaware that his mother had already seen through him. Mom, I knew you would understand me best. Of course, I understand you. I gave birth to you. Zhao Qiaoyan casually. Upon mentioning Wen Hongxi, when Ren Xiao became agitated once more. Mother, he has only seen me twice, once a month ago and again today. Let us not speak of him any further. The more we discuss him, the more disheartened I feel. Very well, mother, I shall heed your words. Zhao Qiaoyan's face lost all traces of joy. Ren Xiao, be sure to get along well with Haoyang and Dou Dou, and take good care of your. Do not be frugal. I will send you 200 yuan right away. No, mother. Please do not send me money. I have enough funds on hand. Back in Pongguang village, Dou Dou had generously shared a stack of money with him, all of which were, of course, from the beasts of Sakura country. At this moment, he truly lacked for nothing. Ever since he had been with Dou Dou, all his necessities, food, drink, clothing, had been provided. When Ren Xiao's spirits had risen significantly, as he secured the bountiful items to his bicycle, he still intended to stop by the state-run restaurant to pack some meat buns, braised beef, braised pig's trotters. I am truly doing well, when Ren Xiao continued to chatter, repeatedly urging his mother to look after herself, before finally hanging up with a sense of satisfaction. Zhao Qiaoyan gazed at the telephone, sitting silently on the who was wrapped up tightly in her coat, and his expression changed instantaneously. He recognized Yiping by her distinctive black coat. Yiping often boasted to the female educated youth at the commune about her expensive black coat. Parading around Jua village like a wandering spirit, it was her vanity that allowed him to identify her so quickly. When Ren Xiao discreetly halted his bicycle, Dou Dou had mentioned that Yiping's behavior was suspicious. When Ren Xiao promptly rode to the county's department store, where the selection was relatively abundant, with money and tickets in hand, he felt confident. This floral cotton coat is lovely and charming. This watch is attractive. I'll take two, one for Haoyang and one for Uncle Bu. These snacks look delightful. I'll buy those too. This toy, it reeked of a guilty conscience. When Ren Xiao quickly locked his bicycle at a nearby photo studio and stealthily followed Yiping, she turned left and right until she arrived at a secluded house, far from the bustling market. After cautiously surveying her surroundings, she knocked on the door. 3 firm raps, A man's voice soon emanated from within. Who is it? Yiping cleared her throat and replied softly. I heard your cousin is involved in smuggling cameras. May I take a look? The man's expression shifted immediately, and he replied cautiously, Comrade, you are mistaken. My cousin deals in tea. Yiping pressed on. Do you have any aged Longjing tea from Westlake? Parading around Zhua village like a specter, it was her vanity that allowed him to identify the coat so swiftly. When Ren Xiao discreetly halted his bicycle, Dou Dou had warned him that Yiping's behavior was suspicious and that she likely harbored some raising an eyebrow. Hello, I am Zheng Chunfeng. Hello, I am Yiping. The two strangers exchanged brief introductions before glancing around cautiously, finally entering the house and locking the door behind them. Inside, Zheng Chunfeng suppressed his scrutiny and offered Yiping a cup of hot tea. It is quite chilly. A warm drink will do you good. Thank you, Yiping replied with a smile, removing her scarf and coat as she settled onto the Kong, making it seem as if this were her own home. Yiping turned left and right, arriving at a secluded house away from the bustling town. Cautiously surveying her surroundings, she knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A man's voice quickly emerged. Yiping cleared her throat and replied softly, I heard your cousin smuggles cameras. May I take a look? The man's expression shifted instantly, responding cautiously, Comrade, you are mistaken. My cousin deals in tea. I would like some. How much do you want? Not too much, just precisely 1.5 gene. With a creak, the man swiftly opened the door, assessing Yiping's heavily wrapped face, raising an eyebrow. Hello, I am Zheng Chunfeng. Hello, I am Yiping. The two strangers introduced themselves briefly and then, casting a wary glance around, entered the house and locked the door behind them. Inside, Zheng Chunfeng suppressed his scrutiny. He was not a simpleton. He swiftly issued an eviction notice. Yiping, if you truly disdain me, then do not seek me out again. My humble abode cannot accommodate you. Now leave. You? Yiping was both furious and indignant, making it seem as though this were her home. Zheng Chunfeng's gaze flickered. You certainly make yourself at home. Yiping smiled seductively. Why should I act like a stranger? We are but pawns in this game. Please do not take offense. Zheng Chunfeng chuckled mockingly. Ah, Yiping, your methods are indeed impressive. I bow to your prowess. Yiping remained silent. Enduring the taunts, I came to see you today because I need you to write a letter to the higher-ups. A male-educated youth has raised suspicions about my identity, and I wish to apply for a transfer from Zhua village. Zheng Chunfeng flatly refused. A transfer from Zhua village is out of the question. Ha, I am merely 20 years old. Perhaps you should consider your own age before suggesting such things. Zheng Chunfeng's expression darkened in an instant, his eyes turning sharp and sullen, his mouth twitching as he suppressed his anger. It must be done discreetly without raising suspicions from others. Do you understand my meaning? Understood, Yiping said, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. Discreetly eliminating someone could be accomplished in several ways. Poisoning, allowing them to starve or freeze. As for Yiping, he found her presence unsettling, as it posed a potential threat to his standing and interests. Yiping was notorious among the pawns for her ruthlessness, although he had never interacted with her. He held her in considerable apprehension. Zheng Chunfeng smiled slightly. I am only 30. I am merely 10 years your senior, so there is no need to speak of me in such a disparaging manner. Yiping nodded. I understand. Additionally, if you do not have urgent matters, refrain from seeking me out. According to recent intelligence, our losses were significantly due to the reports made by Gong Haoyang and his sister. Yiping maintained an air of superiority, her words growing increasingly audacious. Zheng Chunfeng was no fool. He immediately darkened his expression and issued an eviction notice. Yiping, if you look down on me so much, then do not come seeking me here. My humble abode cannot accommodate you. You should leave. You? Yiping was both furious and indignant. Among her ranks, she was the most valued and they would never dare to dismiss her outright like this foul man. How infuriating, however, for the sake of her objective, she could only swallow her anger and soften her tone. Zheng Chunfeng, I was wrong. Please do not hold it against me, all right? Zheng Chunfeng chuckled mockingly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yiping's methods are indeed impressive. I am in a W. Yiping remained silent, her irritation simmering beneath the surface. When Ren Xiao, upon hearing a sound, swiftly contemplated scaling the wall to escape. Yet, the very spot he had chosen was precisely where Zheng Chunfeng had laid a trap. Bang. Hiss. Chapter 95. A calamity has struck. His destruction has arrived. When Ren Xiao stepped into the trap, two sharpened bamboo stakes piercing through his calves, blood gushing forth in an instant, and he could not suppress a cry of pain. A calamity has truly befallen him. Without raising any suspicions among others, Do you understand my meaning? Understood, Yiping replied, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. To kill without raising suspicion could involve several methods. Yet, Zhong Xiaofeng was skilled. Though older, he could not be underestimated, and this required careful planning on her part. Zhang Chunfeng continued, in recent months, some of our operatives in Heixing have been captured, and the higher-ups are particularly concerned about this matter, instructing all of us to remain low-key and avoid making any mistakes. Yiping nodded, understood. Also, unless it is of utmost importance, do not come looking for me. According to information from above, the heavy losses we have suffered are largely due to the reports made by Gong Haoyan. At this, Zhang Chunfeng regarded Yiping with a knowing smile. If I recall correctly, those siblings reside in Zhua village, the same village as you. You are not mistaken, Yiping replied, her voice faltering. Zhang Chunfeng chuckled twice. Then you must be exceedingly cautious and not allow them to sense anything amiss. Otherwise, Yiping's heart raced with panic. She had not anticipated the considerable influence that Gong Haoyang and Gong Dou Dou wielded. Do you know him? Yiping nodded, having nothing to conceal. Yes, he is a new educated youth from Zhua village and has a close relationship with the Gong siblings, Haoyang and Dou Dou. Zhang Chuanfeng's expression shifted abruptly, his tone harsh as he reprimanded, Yiping, why did you not mention such a significant matter earlier? This person managed to silently follow you and sneak into my courtyard, and you were utterly oblivious. Should I call you arrogant or foolish? Yiping bit her lip, remorseful at I apologize. I was careless. What should we do now? Have I exposed myself? Zhang Chunfeng scoffed, tossing the question back to Yiping. What do you think should be done? Bang! Hiss! Chapter 95. Alas, his calamity has arrived. When Ren Xiao stumbled into the trap point, two sharpened bamboo stakes pierced through his calves. Alas, his misfortune had come. Uncle Bu had previously warned him against impulsiveness, urged him not to venture out alone, and advised him to stay close to Hao Yang and his sister Dou Dou. He had violated every one of these cautions. Truly, he was doomed. The mere thought of Uncle Bu's words, ranging from fainting into unconsciousness to the potential loss of his life, set his heart racing with panic. Alas, what must come will come. Speak. Why were you following me? Were you alone or accompanied by others? When Ren Xiao gritted his teeth against the pain in his legs and spat defiantly, Yiping, who would want to follow you? If not for the way you wrapped yourself so tightly, looking as if you were guilty of something, I would have had no interest in trailing you. Yiping, you are the one who seems guilty. Yet, she was curious. When Ren Xiao, I disguised myself so thoroughly, and you still recognized me? Is it so strange to recognize you? When Ren Xiao's demeanor was remarkably calm, as if he had come to terms with life and death. Yiping nodded, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. Yes, he is a new educated youth from Zhua village, and he has a close relationship with the Gong siblings, Haoyang and Dou Dou. Zhang Chuanfeng's gaze shifted sharply, and he reprimanded her sternly. Yiping, how could you not mention such a significant matter sooner? This person was able to silently follow you and sneak into my courtyard with ha ha ha. When Ren Xiao could not restrain his laughter, his gaze at Yiping dripping with sarcasm. One must have a sense of pride. Your audacity is thicker than the bricks on a city wall. Confidence is a virtue, but excessive confidence only breeds disdain. If you doubt it, you may inquire with the gentleman beside you for his opinion on you. Yiping's face flushed with anger. Zhang Chunfeng surveyed Yiping with a knowing nod. The lad is correct. I indeed harbor no favorable feelings towards Yiping. Zhang Chunfeng, do not go too far. Yiping fumed, glaring at the man beside her with gritted teeth. Zhang Chunfeng dismissed her with a wave. What? Is it acceptable for you to insult me, but not for me to retaliate? Yiping, while it is undeniable that you are formidable, I too am no slouch. You show me no respect, and your words are filled with arrogance. However, it was of little consequence. Only the dead could keep secrets. She tightened her grip on the dagger, her icy gaze fixed on Ren Xiao. Speak. Why were you following me? Were you alone or with accomplices? When Ren Xiao, gritting his teeth against the pain in his legs, spat defiantly, Yiping, who would want to follow you? If it weren't for the fact that you wrapped yourself up so tightly, looking all guilty and suspicious, I wouldn't have bothered to tail you at all. Yiping, you are the one who looks guilty. But she was curious about one thing. When Ren Xiao, how did you recognize me despite? Ha ha ha. Zhang Chunfeng doubled over in laughter. So, little creatures refers to maggots. This one fellow is amusing. His words are quite entertaining. Alas, those who know their secrets must remain silent. When Ren Xiao clicked his tongue, I believe Yiping is unworthy even of maggots. While he still had the chance to speak, he might as well say more. Yiping, Don't flatter yourself into thinking I have any feelings for you, which is why I recognized you right away. Isn't that so? Yiping retorted, brimming with confidence. She believed in her beauty and her methods of enticing men. There was no way Wen Renxiao had never felt attracted to her. Ha ha ha, Wen Renxiao, his gaze drenched in sarcasm. You're the one who's being delusional. Confidence is admirable, but excessive self-assurance is merely repugnant. If you don't believe me, you can ask that gentleman beside you for his opinion. Is that so? Zhang Chuanfeng's expression shifted as the smile faded from his face. Indeed, Wen Renxiao replied, rolling his eyes. It's a common occurrence for her to touch their hands, and it's only a matter of time before she leads them into the woods. Zhang Chunfeng dismissed her with a wave. What's the matter? You're allowed to humiliate me, but I can't retaliate. Yiping, there's no denying your strength, but I am not to be trifled with either. How lowly you must be in essence. Yiping looked down upon him. In her eyes, he was inferior to those peasants. Yiping's face was already flushed with anger, and just as she was about to retort, when Renxiao preempted her, his eyes widened in shock. What? Yiping actually rejected your advances, elder brother? Is her mind even functioning? Zhang Chunfeng, you should speak more if you can. Elder brother, you are clearly a man of stature. Handsome and refined, an epitome of quality. Which woman would not be smitten upon seeing you? Chapter 96. Excellent, Dou Dou is here to rescue him. Yiping must be blind. When Renxiao's tone was exaggerated, his expression filled with disdain. Elder brother, I maintain that only maggots and filth are deserving of a woman like Yiping. You, a man of such caliber, will surely find another who appreciates you. I think Yiping is even beneath maggots. A woman as narcissistic and disgusting as her deserves nothing less than a pile of dung. Wouldn't you agree, big brother? Yes, you are right. Zhang Chunfeng, having forgotten how long it had been since he had laughed so joyfully, he harbored disdain for Yiping, and the more others denigrated her, the happier he felt, for she had looked down upon him. Seeing Yiping's face flush with rage, when Renxiao smirked, reveling in the moment, Big brother, let me tell you, Yiping is quite skilled at enticing men, the male youths at the educated youth point. And he called out to Yiping in defiance. If you want me to be silent, I shall, but it would be a loss of face. Besides, what have I said that is wrong, elder brother? She might as well be in the woods. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuanfeng's smile vanished entirely, and he glowered at Yiping. Why, Yiping, you scorn my advances while shamelessly flirting with those country bumpkins. Just how low can you stoop? In essence, Yiping looked down on him, believing he was beneath even those rural and. Yiping's face turned scarlet with rage, poised to retaliate when Renxiao seized the You, enough. Now is not the time for us to bicker. Let us first deal with this rascal. In light of Zhang Chuanfeng's mounting frustration, Yiping had no choice but to suppress her anger, then raised her dagger menacingly at Renxiao. Hey, wait, Renxiao exclaimed, turning to Zhang Chunfeng for help. Elder brother, I merely wanted to understand what Yiping was up to in secret, which is why I stealthily followed her. I was merely unfortunate. Having exerted great effort to scale the courtyard wall, I stepped directly into a trap, and now, look, you have caught me. Renxiao's face was pale, his tone sincere and earnest. Elder brother, I truly do not know what you two discussed or did inside. I can swear to you, just spare me, please. Zhang Chunfeng curled his lips in a sardonic smile. As for FAC, it was one thing. Hiss, Renxiao clutched his chest in pain, realizing that he might not survive this ordeal. The reason for his lengthy speech was simple, to buy time for rescue and to sow discord between Yiping. Renxiao forced an awkward smile. I was simply trying to appease you, hoping you might let me off the hook. Zhang Chunfeng let out a cold laugh. If it were that fool Yiping, she would have likely fallen for this brat's nonsense long ago, but he would not be deceived. He was a seasoned fox in the realm. Such tricks were utterly beneath him. Yiping finally realized. Feeling a wave of frustration, it turned out, Renxiao's earlier act was merely a ploy to stall for time, and she had allowed his words to infuriate her to the point of wanting to kill. Damn it, where had her sharp mind gone? Zhang Chunfeng shot Yiping a disdainful glance, his tone sharp. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and deal with him. With that, Zhang Chunfeng turned to leave. Hey, wait, Renxiao exclaimed, turning to Zhang Chunfeng for aid. Big brother, I merely wanted to see what Yiping was up to, which is why I stealthily followed her. It was just my misfortune. I barely made it over the... And now you've caught me. Renxiao's face turned pale, his expression earnest and sincere. Big brother, I truly have no knowledge of what you two discussed or did inside. I can swear it. She had simulated scenarios many times before, but simulations were fundamentally different from real events. Zhang Chunfeng was exceedingly displeased. What should you do? After you handle this, brat, go back to Zhua village and wait. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your ulterior motives? You merely seek to buy time, do you not? Dude, what are you talking about? When Rinxiao forced a smile, I was just trying to appease you. Hoping you might let me off the hook. Zhang Chunfeng scoffed coldly. If it were that foolish Yeping, she would have fallen for this brat's nonsense long ago. But I will not be deceived. You want to follow me too? Do you really think you're some celestial beauty? Yiping's expression was one of defeat, her heart filled with frustration, and she could only vent her anger on Wen Rinxiao. When Rinxiao hastily raised his hand and shouted, "Wait, I have accepted my fate, but before I die, could you please tell me, are you from Xia country or Sakura country?" Yiping looked down at Wen Rinxiao with utter disdain. We are certainly not foolish people from Xia country. We, the Sakura country people, possess the noblest bloodline in the world. Bah! When Rinxiao felt utterly disgusted, spitting saliva directly onto Yiping's face. Sakura country is the dirtiest. The Gong siblings will inevitably find this location. If we don't leave now, when will we? What about me? Yeping was taken aback. Though she had excelled in the concentration camp, she had little experience with such sudden circumstances. She had simulated many scenarios before, but simulations were fundamentally different from real events. Zhang Chunfeng was exceedingly displeased. What about you? After dealing with this brat, return to Zhua village and remember, you still have yet. Yeping remained silent. Truth be told, her heart was racing. She feared no one but Gong Haoyang and Gong Dou Dou. She genuinely doubted her ability to contend with them. Zhang Chunfeng, may I accompany you? Now, obediently accept your demise. Yiping's eyes narrowed as she raised her dagger and lunged at Wen Rinxiao, her gaze promising 1,000 cuts. When Rinxiao calmly closed his eyes, if death was to come, so be it. He only hoped his mother and brother would not be too heartbroken after he was gone, and he wished them well. As for his father, he preferred not to dwell on that. Wait, I have accepted my fate, but before I die, could you tell me, are you from Xia country or Sakura country? Humph, Yeping sneered, looking down at Wen Rinxiao with disdain. We are not foolish people from Xia. We, the people of Sakura country, possess the noblest bloodline in the world. Bah! When Rinxiao spat in disgust, a glob of saliva landing on Yeping's face. Wonderful! Sister Dou Dou has come to rescue me. What happened? Zhang Chunfeng, who was tidying up his belongings, felt a wave of unease upon hearing the commotion outside and rushed out to investigate. Upon seeing Yiping collapsed on the ground, only we of Sakura country are worthy. What kind of robber logic is that? Bah! When Rinxiao spat again at Yeping. If it weren't for the 2 slender bamboo shoots piercing his legs, he would have relished the thought of punching Yeping to death. Enough! I have satisfied your request. Now prepare to meet your demise. Yeping's gaze hardened as she raised her dagger and thrust it towards Wen Rinxiao. Her eyes filled with a desire to see him suffer. When Rinxiao calmly closed his eyes, if I must die, so be it. I only hope that my mother and brother do not grieve too deeply, and that they take care of themselves. As for my father, I shall not dwell on him. At that critical moment, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder that struck Yeping directly. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as Yeping let out a piercing scream. Her body charred black from the lightning strike. The dagger fell from her hand, clattering to the ground. When Rinxiao's eyes flew open. Wonderful! Sister Dou Dou has come to rescue me. What is happening? Zhang Chunfeng, who was busy packing, felt a surge of anxiety at the commotion outside and rushed out to investigate. Upon seeing Yeping collapsed on the ground, charred and lifeless, his pupils constricted in shock, his voice trembling. What on earth happened? When Rinxiao wore a pale smile, chuckling to himself, well, she got struck by lightning. One should never struck by lightning. Zhang Chunfeng's expression changed dramatically, fear gripping his heart. Could it truly be that a lightning strike could occur in broad daylight? He couldn't believe such a coincidence. He hastily drew his gun, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Just then, the heavy door was violently kicked open with a thunderous crash. Bang! The door shattered into pieces. Chapter 97. With me here, you can rest easy. Dou Dou appeared, adorned in a vibrant floral outfit. I am sorry, but I cannot teach you that. It's because you lack any skills that your life will eventually be in jeopardy. When Rinxiao grinned through the pain, well, I'm almost finished anyway, but thankfully you arrived just in time. My life is now spared. By the way, I suppose I've survived this calamity, right? I should ask Uncle Boo later. Otherwise, I'll be uncertain. During the conversation between the brothers, Dou Dou had grasped the situation regarding Wen Rinxiao's injuries and took out a pill from her space. Handing it to him. Xiaogu, eat this. All right. When Rinxiao immediately opened his mouth, a faint blush appearing on his pale face. Dodo, could you please feed me? I feel so numb and stiff all over. It seems I can't muster even a bit of strength. His head also felt dizzy. Perhaps it was because of Dodo and Hao Yang's arrival that he felt a sense of security. Gong Hao Yang picked up the gun, his aura icy as he surveyed Zheng Chunfeng, before rendering his limbs useless. Zheng Chunfeng's eyes rolled back as he fainted from the pain. When Rinxiao gazed at, akin to an enamored fan. Sister Dodo, I knew you would come to save me. Hao Yang, that kick you executed was simply magnificent. Could you teach me? Gong Hao, this calamity could have left him in a coma or worse, costing him his life. Oh my goodness, I'm grateful to have survived. Thank you, Uncle Boo. Thank you, Dodo. Thank you, Hao Yang. Why do I feel no pain anymore? Your life is at risk because of it. When Rinxiao grimaced in pain but chuckled weakly, well, I'm almost done for. But thankfully you arrived just in time to save my life, by the way. I should have survived this ordeal, right? I need to check with Uncle Boo, or I want to feel at ease. In the midst of their conversation, Dodo had grasped the situation regarding when Rinxiao's injuries. She retrieved a pill from her space and handed it to him. Xiaogu, take this. All right. When Rinxiao opened his mouth immediately, a hint of color returning to his pale face. Dodo, please feed me. These vines were simply marvelous in no time. When Rinxiao was placed on the ground, and when the vines disappeared, he felt a bit reluctant to part with them, mainly because he hadn't had his fill of watching, causing the tension in his body to relax, and he became acutely aware of his pain. Ow. It really hurts. Dodo sighed in sympathy, administering the pill to Wen Rinxiao. Xiaogu, you have lost too much blood. When Rinxiao sat on the ground, pale-faced. Although he felt no pain now, he dared not move. Dodo, my legs won't be useless, will they? He had not yet joined the army. He did not want to become a cripple. Dodo shot him a fierce glare. What nonsense are you talking? If it were someone else, perhaps they would be done for. But with me here, I assure you your legs will be healed. Jumping and dancing will be a piece of cake. Really? A glimmer of color returned to Wen Rinxiao's hollow eyes. Dodo nodded earnestly, patting her chest in assurance. With me here, you can rest assured. Sister, I'll go down and get Rinxiao out. But he lacked medical knowledge and feared causing further harm. No need. Dodo promptly interjected. Extending her small hand, in the next moment, numerous vines appeared seemingly out of nowhere, wrapping around Wen Rinxiao and gently lifting him out of the pit. Wen Rinxiao exclaimed in delight. Wow! I knew Sister Dodo possessed other abilities besides controlling lightning. These vines are simply marvelous. In no time, when Rinxiao was placed on solid ground, as the vines vanished, he found himself reluctant to let go, having not seen enough. Dodo busied herself with some clean towels and spiritual spring water while instructing her brother. Ah, this feels delightful, Wen Rinxiao exclaimed, his tears subsiding as he leaned comfortably against Gong Hao Yang's thigh, his eyes squinting in bliss. Though his face regained color, traces of damp tears lingered upon his cheeks. His face pale, though he no longer felt pain, he was still too afraid to move. Dodo, will my legs be crippled? He hadn't enlisted yet and did not wish to become disabled. Which was rather inauspicious. Ah, this is so comfortable, Wen Rinxiao exclaimed, opening his eyes curiously to Dodo. Sister Dodo, what kind of ability is this? You can actually heal injuries. It's simply marvelous. He believed Dodo to be the most formidable child in the world, filled with admiration for her. This is a wood-based ability, Dodo replied, feeling no need to conceal it from Wen Rinxiao. However, the same could not be said for Uncle Wen, this central air conditioning. Unable to hold back, tears streamed down his cheeks. Dodo, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Never mind the reason for Xiao Ji's tears. She prioritized treating his wounds. Boys ought to smile. Then I wouldn't have to worry about mother and brother getting hurt. Gong Hao Yang lightly tapped his forehead, instructing him not to overthink during the day, but to ponder at night instead. Why at night? When Rinxiao asked, Gong Hao Yang smiled, because dreams encompass everything. Hao Yang, that joke is not funny at all. With the two large gaping wounds now healed, Dodo exhaled a sigh of relief. Xiaogu, stand up and take a few steps. His face, gradually regaining color, still bore the remnants of damp tears. Gong Hao Yang, witnessing this, could only smile helplessly. He retrieved a set of northeast-style floral garments, shoes, using his speed-based abilities to race towards Linyang County, arriving just in time. This could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Chapter 98. When Hongxi left behind, Wen Rinxiao obediently followed Dodo's instructions. Filled with admiration. This is wood-based ability. Dodo had no secrets to hide from Wen Rinxiao, though the same could not be said for Uncle Wen, who who was a different matter altogether. She and her brother had not revealed their spatial and storage abilities in his presence. Wood-based ability. That sounds extraordinary. When Ren Xiao's eyes sparkled with desire. If only I could possess such powers. After changing, when Ren Xiao poked his head out, waving at Dou Dou. Sister Dou Dou, I bled a lot today. We must reclaim what is ours. Hurry, let's go on a $0 shopping spree. He had long been intrigued by Uncle Boo's repeated mentions of $0 shopping. All right, I'm coming. Dou Dou's eyes lit up as she dashed into the room, and the two began bustling about. Gong Haoyang, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle. After greeting them, he needed to head to the county entrance to wait for Uncle Boo and Uncle One. Xiao Gu, try standing up and walking around. Finally, she felt at ease. When she learned from her master that Xiao Gu was in grave danger, one could only imagine how anxious and frightened. Without further ado, her brother had carried her, using his speed ability to rush to Lin Yang County, arriving just in the nick of time. This could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Chapter 98. When Hongxi left behind when Ran Xiao obediently followed Dou Dou's instructions. With a swift motion, he leaped up, first tentatively taking a few steps, then hopping and skipping about, ultimately in— Ha ha ha, my legs are healed, Dou Dou, thank you. You are truly like my reborn parents. Ha ha, the laughter of the youth echoed throughout the courtyard. Gong Haoyang and Dou Dou exchanged glances and joined in the laughter. Once the laughter subsided, when Ren Xiao disdainfully surveyed his bloodied pant legs, eagerly accepting the clothes Gong Haoyang had prepared and rushing into the house. After changing, when Ren Xiao poked his head out, waving to Dou Dou, I lost a lot of blood today, and I must recover what I've lost. Come on, let us scavenge, let us do a zero-cost shopping spree together. He had often heard Uncle Boo mention zero. As the small vehicle arrived in the county, Bu Swansea quickly spotted Gong Haoyang waiting. Young Gong, is Ren Xiao all right? When Hongxi, with reddened eyes, also poked his head out to inquire, Haoyang, how is Ren Xiao? You may rest easy. After greeting them, he prepared to wait at the county entrance for Uncle Boo and Uncle One, ensuring the duo wouldn't be lost searching for them. Meanwhile, Uncle Boo drove his zero-cost shopping vehicle, the tension in his brows easing. Ren Xiao had survived his ordeal. From now on, things would go smoothly. What a stroke of good fortune. Ha ha ha, he knew that those who became close to his little disciple were indeed blessed. When Hongxi turned to Gong Haoyang in the back seat, anxiously asking, Haoyang, is Ren Xiao injured? Gong Haoyang replied candidly, yes, both his calves were pierced by bamboo spikes. The wounds are deep and long, and blood soaked through his cotton pants. Min, Uncle Boo scoffed disdainfully, stating bluntly, One, you still don't realize where you went wrong. It's quite laughable. That boy Ren Xiao is want to hold a grudge. Your slap wouldn't have made him feel desolate. What truly hurt him was your actions, yet you remain oblivious, failing to grasp your mistake and instead blaming Ren Xiao for overreacting. TSK, I have no respect for men like you, who flirt with women without clarity. No one can escape such fate. Does he truly comprehend the severity of such a calamity? When Hongxi attempted to explain, I didn't mean to. You didn't mean to what? Your words clearly blame your son for being impulsive and not protecting himself. To put it more harshly, you likely blame my little disciple and young Gong for not arriving sooner. Otherwise, your son's legs wouldn't have been injured. I see through human nature better than anyone. When Hongxi's face paled instantly, fine, I have no retort. He conceded that Bu Swansea was right. Indeed, he harbored such thoughts. Yet as a father, weren't these thoughts natural? The vehicle fell into a long silence. Gong Haoyang broke the silence, asking when Hongxi, Uncle One, if Ren Xiao's legs do not heal, will you take care of him for life? When Hongxi paused, then nodded, he is my son. Of course, I will care for him for life. Blood ties cannot be falsified. Gong Haoyang felt a twinge of disappointment at this answer. Uncle One, you hold high hopes for Ren Xiao, wanting him to follow in your footsteps into the military. Now that he is injured and may never join, you must feel quite disheartened. When Hongxi fell silent once more, it would be false to say he wasn't disappointed. His family had been military personnel since his grandfather's generation. His father had inherited his grandfather's military acumen, and blood soaked through his cotton pants. When my sister and I arrived, his complexion was ashen. Had it not been for his strong willpower, he might have succumbed long ago. What? Both calves are injured? When Hongxi's momentary relief was quickly replaced by tension, his brows furrowing intensely. What are you complaining about? It's a miracle he is still alive. To expect him to be unscathed is simply unrealistic. Uncle Bu spoke curtly to Wen Hongxi, his disdain apparent. That was a life-threatening situation. No one can escape such a fate. Though you truly understand the severity of a life calamity? When Hongxi attempted to explain, I didn't mean to, it doesn't matter what you meant. Your words clearly blame your son for being impulsive and failing to protect himself. Though put it bluntly, you likely resent my little disciple and Gong for not arriving in time. Otherwise, your son's legs wouldn't have been injured. Hemph. I see through human nature better than anyone. When Hongxi's face paled instantly, all right, I have nothing to say. Uncle Bu was right. He indeed harbored such thoughts. But as a father, weren't these feelings entirely normal? The vehicle fell into a prolonged silence. Gong Haoyang broke the quiet, asking when Hongxi, Uncle One, if Ren Xiao's legs can't. Uncle One, the evidence of Brother Zhao's injuries lies within that pit. You may go and see for yourself. And by the way, Brother Xiao mentioned that these two are spies sent by Sakura Nation to infiltrate Summer Nation. Uncle One, you have high hopes for Ren Xiao. You want him to follow in your footsteps and serve in the military, but now that he is injured, he may never join. You must be quite disappointed. We shall take our leave. Dodo swiftly hopped into the vehicle, and Bu Xuanzi floored the pedal, whisking the siblings away. When Hongxi stood there, momentarily stunned, as the three departed, leaving him alone. And why was Ren Xiao refusing to see him? After all, he was his father. Why can't he empathize with his compassionate fatherly heart? Chapter 99. The rewards given by the nation inside the small vehicle, when Ren Xiao was released from the spatial realm by Dodo. Yet to his family, he was quite negligent and selfish. Gong Haoyang sighed within, feeling sympathy for when Ran Xia in his father's eyes, his son was far inferior to fame and fortune. Thankfully, his parents did not share this sentiment. To them, familial bonds were paramount. Fame and wealth could wait. The small vehicle quickly arrived at Zhang Chunfeng's courtyard. When Hongxi, his brows furrowed, rushed into the yard. Although grandfather and grandmother Gu were not entirely supportive of Gui's aspirations to live off others, they ultimately remained silent, tacitly accepting his choices. Bu Xuanzi turned his head to glance at when Ren Xiao and teased. Xiao Gu's injuries are severe, and I've already sent him for treatment. He said he doesn't wish to see you right now, so please do not disturb him. That's unacceptable. In this day and age, wearing such vibrant colors is hardly a blessing. At this, Dodo and Gong Haoyang couldn't help but chuckle. When Ren Xiao cast a glance at his gaudy attire, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly replied. Hee, Uncle Bu, I find this color festive and quite like it. I'll just wear it at home and not go out in it. He didn't wish to be mistaken for a little rogue, who happens to be a youth from Zhua village. All right, Uncle One, I'll leave these two to you. I must take my brother and master to see Xiao Gu. We're off now. Dodo swiftly hopped into the vehicle. I only provided the fortune because of my little apprentice. When Ren Xiao's expression turned serious, Uncle Bu, I must thank you, and I shall express my gratitude to Dodo and Haoyang as well. After all, he was his father. Why can he not empathize with the tender heart of a father? In Chapter 99, titled The Rewards from the State, within the confines of a small vehicle, when Ren Xiao found himself, in fact, I bought gifts for all of you today. Where are they? When Ren Xiao's eyes widened as he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Uncle Bu, stop the car. I almost forgot about my bicycle. I can't lose it. It has all the things I bought tied to it. Bu Xuanzi reacted with surprise. You startled me. Good thing I don't have a heart condition, or I might have had an episode. Although grandfather and grandmother Gu disapproved of Gui's aspirations for a life of ease, they offered no objections, tacitly accepting his choices. As for Gu Dangue and Zhou Hongdou, they pondered. Their son was utterly absorbed in his research, indifferent to the fact that his wife had run off with someone else. Yet they were fortunate enough to have a grandson. As long as the boy was healthy in mind and body, not engaging in violence or lawlessness, he could pursue whatever path he desired. Was it not merely a matter of living off the fruits of others' labor? This life of ease need not hinge solely on a future daughter-in-law. It could very well extend to the two elderly folks or even to his father. Could it not? Bu Xuanzi, with a chuckle, turned to glance at when Ren Xiao, jesting, oh my, and? When Ren Xiao rambled on, listing a lengthy array of dishes, Dodo and the others felt both touched and a bit pained. Dodo tugged at his hand. Brother Xiao, you've only chosen dishes we like. What about you? When Ren Xiao blinked, grinning, as long as you all enjoy them, I'm happy with anything. Dodo, with a complex expression, turned to Gong Haoyang and sighed like a little adult. Brother, please check if the state-run restaurant has tofu pudding. If not, pick up some sweet rice balls and fried rice cakes instead. It was simply because Brother Xiao had a penchant for sweets, if presented with a plate of meat and a plate of desserts. Uncle Bu, I am grateful for the fortune you foretold. Without your guidance, I fear I would not have navigated this perilous phase of my life. Bu Xuanzi, while driving, replied, do not thank me. It is they who saved you. It was only out of regard for my apprentice that I offered you that fortune. When Ren Xiao, With utmost sincerity, retorted Uncle Boo, I must express my gratitude to you, as well as to Dou Dou and Hao Yang. You three are, in essence, my second set of parents. Bu Xuanzi clicked his tongue, conceding, very well. If you wish to express your thanks, let it be through actions rather than mere words. Shouldn't you treat yourself a little better? Don't just remember others' preferences and forget to please yourself. Dou Dou wholeheartedly agreed. Exactly, Brother Xiao, you must learn to love yourself. Those who don't care about you aren't worth your concern. Exclaiming, Uncle Boo, please stop the car. I nearly forgot my bicycle, which cannot be lost, as it carries all my belongings. Bu Xuanzi, startled, thought, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Thankfully, I do not have heart disease. Otherwise, I would surely have suffered a fit. The vehicle came to a halt, and Gong Haoyang swiftly grasped Wen Renxiao, instructing, stay in the car. Tell me where to go, and I shall retrieve your bicycle. He wished to prevent Wen Renxiao. The day had already been sufficiently eventful, and he did not desire any further complications. It was indeed his fault for lending Wen Renxiao that garish floral coat. Wen Renxiao scratched his head. Yet he had always been obedient. The more he yearned for paternal love, the more disappointment he faced. Now, his heart was utterly chilled. If paternal love was to be absent, so be it from now on. I must trouble you to do so. All right, Gong Haoyang replied. Make sure to buy the roast chicken that Dou Dou loves, the braised pig's trotters and beef that Uncle Boo enjoys, as well as the braised pork and large meat buns that you like. If they have dumplings, grab a few pounds as well, since Dou Dou, Uncle Boo, and you all enjoy them. When Renxiao continued, listing a long string of dishes, Dou Dou and the others felt a warm pang of affection, mixed with a touch of pity. Dou Dou tugged at his hand, saying, Brother Xiao, all the dishes you mentioned are our favorites. But what about you? Me? When Renxiao blinked and grinned. As long as you all enjoy it. I do too. Dou Dou, feeling a swirl of emotions, turned to Gong Haoyang with a sigh, as if she were an adult. Brother, could you check if the state-owned restaurant has tofu pudding? If not, get some glutinous rice balls and fried rice. Yet he had received his, Dou Dou, thank you. I'm absolutely thrilled, he exclaimed, enveloping Dou Dou in a tight embrace. He understood well that it was due to Dou Dou and Hao Yang that he had received the prize money and the merit medal. Chapter 100. Gu Dangue decides to settle in Zhua village for the time being. Dou Dou, did my father come specifically to Zhua village today just to deliver the national reward to us? His father knew him not at all yet. In the mere span of 2 months with Dou Dou, this little girl had come to understand him deeply, while he had spent 18 years with his father. They have restored their previous identities. My uncle can return to the research institute anytime. My grandfather and grandmother can resume teaching at the university whenever they choose. The deed to the courtyard house in Kyoto was also returned. Dou Dou wholeheartedly agreed, declaring, yes, Brother Xiao, you must learn to love yourself. There is no need to concern yourself with those who do not care for you. When Renxiao's eyes, his heart heavy with sorrow as he hung his head, whispering, why does my father not know what I like to eat? He yearned to ask whether his father had ever treated him as a son. Forget it, I shan't dwell on it. I no longer expect paternal love. There's no need to fuss over such matters. Let my foolish father do as he pleases. Having consoled himself, he blinked curiously and asked, if you continue to be picky, do not claim to be my son, Wen Hongxi. From that moment on, he dared not express his preferences, fearing he would disappoint his father. Yet, he had been obedient. The more he yearned for paternal love, the more disappointment he received. Now, his heart had grown cold. He no longer desired paternal affection. From now on, he would focus solely on being good to Dou Dou, Hao Yang, Uncle Boo, his mother, and his brother. After a long silence, one must learn to be content. Impressive. When Renxiao gave a double thumbs up, genuinely admiring the trio. Dou Dou, today is a momentous occasion. We must celebrate once we return. Yes, exactly what I was thinking. Dou Dou nodded cheerfully. Not only will we celebrate, but I'll also bring out my grandparents from the spatial realm so we can all celebrate together. Bu Xuanzi had no objections. He had long wished to meet his little apprentice's grandparents. Declaring, Tada, Brother Xiao, you see, for your valor in guarding the Cherry Blossom Village against those villains, this is the reward from the state. Hurry and keep it safe. A third-class merit, replaced by a wave of excitement that even set his hair on end. A third-class merit medal. Many soldiers in the army spend their whole lives without earning one, yet he had received such an honor. Dou Dou, thank you. I am simply overjoyed. When Renxiao hugged Dou Dou tightly, fully aware that it was thanks to his association with Dou Dou and Hao Yang that he had received the monetary reward and the medal. In Chapter 100, Gu Dangue resolved to temporarily settle in Zuokan. Dou Dou, Did my father come to Zuakan today specifically to deliver the state's rewards to us? Dou Dou nodded. Not only did he bring the state's rewards. Indeed, my appetite is quite substantial. Moreover, I am not dining alone. It's a rare occasion for the elders at home to celebrate a birthday, hence my decision to procure such a bounty of meat and vegetables. And my grandfather and grandmother can resume teaching at the university whenever they choose. The deed for the courtyard house in the capital had also been returned, yet the furniture and belongings within could not be reclaimed. And they would have to compensate the Gu family with cash. Everything was progressing in accordance with Brother Zhao's plan, which was indeed a matter for celebration. For a fleeting moment, when Ren Xiao felt a pang of disappointment. He had anticipated that his father would come specifically to see him. Even when they were in the same locale, his father seemed more inclined to entangle himself with other women than to inquire about his son's well-being. Forget it. I shall not dwell on it. I have ceased to expect paternal love, and need not obsess over such matters. My bewildered father can do as he pleases. Having consoled himself, he blinked. Dou Dou, what rewards has the state bestowed upon you? Dou Dou pushed away when Ren Xiao's embrace, proudly shaking her head. I, Gong Dou Dou, received a first-class merit medal and 3,000. My brother also received a first-class merit medal and 3,000 yuan. My master received a first-class merit medal as well, but he only received 2,000 yuan. Bu Xuanzi interjected with a grin. 2,000 yuan is quite a sum. After so many years of missions, this is the first time I've received such a reward. One must learn to be content. Impressive, impressive. When Ren Xiao exclaimed, giving a genuinely admiring the three of them. Dou Dou, today is a momentous occasion. We must celebrate when we return. Indeed, that is my thought as well, Dou Dou replied with a cheerful nod. Not only shall we celebrate, but I wish to sleep not only with Uncle Bu but also with Brother Hao Yang, Brother Ren Xiao, and Brother Gu. Is that all right? Dou Dou stares wide-eyed, her fair and lovely face displaying utter disbelief. Baby, one is not enough for you. You desire four. Are you seeking to enjoy the blessings of many? Oh, dear baby, have you forgotten your gender? The others struggle to suppress their laughter, nearly bursting forth. Ha ha ha, the baby is simply too adorable. So, to you, living off others had become a matter of honor. Well, she too was living off the bounty bestowed by the treasure trove of their child. Ah, the allure of soft rice is truly irresistible. As Bu Xuanzi ponders, he must also be indulging in the soft rice provided by his little disciple. Meanwhile, Gong Hao Yang, under the scrutinizing gazes of the patrons at the state-run restaurant, bravely orders an extensive array of dishes, personally attended to by the manager. Comrade, our state-run establishment firmly prohibits extravagance. Can you possibly consume all this on your own? Gong Hao Yang responds with a smile. Indeed, my appetite is quite substantial. Moreover, a serene demeanor reflecting his life's experiences. Though our family has restored its reputation, the current situation remains uncertain. My wife and I have decided to settle in Zhua village for the time being. That is commendable. As long as there is no waste, you are a good comrade. The manager breathes a sigh of relief and exchanges a few more pleasantries with Gong Hao Yang before departing. The other diners cast envious glances, but Gong Hao Yang, with his thick skin, pretends not to notice, though inwardly he is already cursing. It seems he must frequent state-run restaurants less often. He would rather toil in the kitchen. As time swiftly passes, night descends. The evening's feast is particularly lavish. The Gu family of four, the two Dou Dou siblings, Bu Xuanzi, Ren Xiao, savoring delicious food while engaging in light-hearted conversation. As the head of the family, Dou Dou takes the lead, finishing a large chicken leg before meticulously wiping his mouth and hands with a napkin.